The cool, battle-hungry young man is our protagonist, El Palm. He's an unfortunate person who was dragged through the gate by a group of adventurers and treated like a disposable shield for their escape. But actually, they don't know that El is super strong, and that everything has been calculated by El from the start. At the critical moment, he decided to reveal his power, and with a single strike, he sent that monster straight into the Donut Guild. The reason El is so strong is that in the future he becomes the most powerful adventurer, and why he appeared in the past like this goes back a few hours. At some point in the future, the continent was being ravaged by countless monsters. Just a glance showed innumerable beasts circling in the sky. At that moment, El also looked ahead and muttered, "It's here." According to him, a gigantic three-headed dragon began to fly across the heavens above. The other monsters beside it were no bigger than its claws. This was the Dragon King. After the Dragon King appeared, a blonde girl behind El spoke up. "It seems the Centaur clan has fallen. We can no longer rely on them. Signag Knights, the Resistance Army, the Crusader Hunters, all adventurers, and the 6 heroes once hailed as hope. They're all dead," she said coldly. Then the blonde girl stared at El and continued, "You're the last one, the final adventurer, El Palm." El turned gently and told everyone, "Let's go. This is our last adventure," he said, and at that moment the Dragon King's massive form had already appeared before them. And as soon as it saw the group, the Dragon King Gorntal dove down and opened its maw wide as if to swallow them whole in one bite. And so the battle between the knight's last adventuring party and Dragon King Gorntal began, and the outcome was obvious. They were crushed. After a brutal fight, El was left covered in wounds, and around him were the bodies of teammates who had fallen in battle. In front of him now lay the Dragon King Gorntal's giant blood-soaked head. But don't think it's over, because Gorntal has 3 heads. The head before El was only one of its 3. Gorntal still loomed proudly in the sky. Even the severed head was slowly regenerating. It was regrowing what had been cut off. Everything seemed wasted effort, El thought helplessly. At the same time, Gorntal lunged down from above to attack him. Seeing this, El slowly closed his eyes as if resigned to his fate. This is the end for me. The end of the world and of our adventure, El thought. But then he slammed his fist into the ground and shouted, "Absurd. This is supposed to be the end." His face filled with anger and fury as he pictured his fallen comrades. Phillips, Jadin, and Alexis too, they all sacrificed themselves. "I can't accept this," El yelled loudly, then began to rise to his feet. After that, he stared up at Dragon King Gorntal, circling the sky with a look of utter hatred. At the same time, he thought he couldn't let things end like this. With that thought, he began to channel all the remaining strength in his body, concentrating it in his right palm. As this power converged, a long beam of light formed above El's head and slowly transformed into an arrow. Then he said, "By any means necessary, I will." But before El could finish his sentence, the mana he had been gathering above his hand suddenly shattered, and immediately after, El received a recoil. That made him spit liters of blood. And at that moment, in the sky, Gorntal was also gathering firepower in its mouth. Once its firepower was charged, it opened its maw and unleashed a massive column of purple flame straight at El. Facing such a powerful attack, El's condition no longer allowed him to do anything. How pitiful, why must it end this way? If only I were stronger, if I had even one more chance, Setsuna thought, and then his vision faded to black. Then suddenly a cold sensation struck El's face, accompanied by a loud shout, "Get up, you bastard." The sudden voice startled El and he snapped his eyes open. And the shouting continued, "Don't think faking illness will work." The speaker was a bald man, a slave like you should know your place. He had just thrown a bucket of water in El's face with a sour expression. Thanks to that bucket, El began to regain some clarity and looked around. What is this? Why am I here? What happened to Gorntal? Am I still alive? Wait, this is a slave market, and to prove all right. Outside, there were countless voices haggling over the prices of slaves. These ones were just brought in, they're perfect bait for the long dungeon run. Oh my god, thank you, you won't find prices like this elsewhere, this one's decent. Hey, how much for this one? You have an eye for value, he said, blah blah blah. The constant bargaining buzzed in El's ears, leaving him bewildered. No, the slave trade was abolished long ago, but this place was certainly. And as he thought that, the bald man in front frowned and barked, "For a mere slave, you sure have a strong will to survive, all of you." El heard him and lifted his head to stare at the man, thinking, "This merchant, if I remember correctly, is the trader who managed me when I was a slave about 6 years ago. Yes, it's definitely him. If that's the case, have I returned to the past?" El stared at the man, and of course that stare made the bald man uncomfortable. "What the hell are you looking at?" he said as he swung a fist straight into El's face. "That day I returned, the starting point of everything," El thought as he took the punch. Turning toward El, he was still dazed in the cell thinking, "Am I dreaming? No, this is too real, I can't believe it, but there is no other explanation." While he was thinking this, the slave master was introducing his wares to a group of walkers. "Welcome, this market is run by the Gaffer Machinist Guild. These are slaves used as bait, so feel free to choose. You won't regret buying them, I recommend these ones." El realized this was his chance, there was no reason to overthink it. This was his second chance. Next, he scanned the area, picked up Walker's staff, and thought, a rocket staff, not a bad skill, and it matches my current skill level. But this still isn't enough. An adventurer needs more than just a weapon, otherwise coming back here would be pointless, El said as he began to sling the staff across his back. Shortly after, he happened to notice someone's foot ahead. Seeing the foot reminded El of some future experiences. Right, some people hide valuables in their shoes. With that in mind, El quickly removed the shoe to check. And as he suspected, there was a ring inside the shoe. A ring, El thought, then slid the ring onto his finger. Immediately, the ring emitted a pale blue glow. This is a psionic ring, El murmured. But before he could rejoice over the loot, heavy footsteps sounded behind him, forcing him to whirl around. Through his gaze, he saw the three-eyed monsters had brought their whole pack to deal with El. Do they smell blood? He muttered as countless eyes in the darkness stared at him. Then, as if they couldn't wait any longer, the monsters lunged at El from all four directions. El remained calm. As the monsters attacked, he swung his spear and skewered the closest one, turning it into a honeycomb instantly. At the same time, another monster took the opportunity to lash its tongue forward and coil it tightly around the spear in El's hands. The tongue of this three-eyed monster seemed unusually strong, because with just a slight twist it snapped the spear in two. Even a seasoned adventurer like El was stunned by the sight. But before he could finish being shocked, another monster opened its jaws wide and attacked him from behind. El was quick to snap out of surprise. Sensing the danger, he leaped forward and activated the rocket magic on the staff, firing a powerful missile that pierced the attacking monster. Then he glanced at the positions of the surrounding monsters and thought, let's try the ring too. With that, he swung his hand and activated the magic contained in the ring. It seemed the ring's power let El freely control the arrow's flight path. He guided it around and impaled all the nearby monsters. But at that moment, the arrow's power ran out and it slowly dissipated. I can't keep this up, El thought as he looked at the monsters he had taken down and regained his confidence. Should be fine, but as he prepared to fire the rocket again, at that moment El suddenly realized the rocket magic wouldn't activate. Nearby, the three-eyed monsters seized the chance to charge straight at him, determined to deny El any opportunity to use magic. El immediately dodged and glanced at the staff, thinking, it doesn't look broken, is it just temporarily disabled, El thought. And at the same time, another three-eyed monster lunged its mouth toward him. Seeing that, El braced himself, spun around and struck it across the face with the staff in his hand. All right, there's no other way, he told himself, then started swinging the staff to beat the monsters senseless. For some reason, our protagonist managed to pulverize that creature using only the staff. Finally, he gave it a kick, sending the three-eyed beast flying away. Then he glanced back at the staff in his hands and thought, how much longer? El tested starting it to see if it had recovered. To his surprise, it really had. The moment he tried to activate the magic, the staff flared to life. At that same moment, the monsters swarmed him again like locusts. All right, one more shot, El thought to himself. Then he activated the rocket magic and fired a straight missile forward. Next, he combined that with the psionic ring to steer the missile. And the result was he pierced not a single one by accident. None of the three-eyed creatures could withstand the rocket's strike. After El had cleared out all the surrounding monsters, S letter 1 EAFC L letter 1 ED1T's voice spoke up beside him. Ah, you're not an ordinary slave. Both combat and magic too, who exactly are you? She snarled. El was a bit surprised to hear her voice and thought, she's still alive? Lucky her, no, scratch that, that's bad luck. Turning toward S letter 1 EAFC, L letter 1 ED1T. She noticed the staff in El's hand and said in astonishment, why do you have that staff, and what is that on your wrist? How did you awaken? You're just a slave. As she spoke, a realization hit her and she trembled. Wait, was this all your scheme? And in response to that question, El fixed her with a cold stare and said, have you finished? Sorry, but you're mistaken. Even if I planned ahead, it wouldn't change anything. I'll kill every one of you anyway. What nonsense are you spouting? S letter 1 EAFC, L letter 1 ED1T said in shock. But then her face immediately went pale. As El opposite began to power up the rockets again and said, I despise people who use slaves as bait like you. After gathering and dealing with everything, El exited the gate and returned to the astonishment of the crowd. Look, is it true? Impossible. A bait slave returned on his own. Murmurs started spreading because they'd almost never seen a bait survive and come back. Turning to El, he now had a goal. The dice have been cast. I must hurry to avoid repeating the same fate. So first, I need to free myself, El thought as he strode toward a large building. This building was the Adventurers Guild, and by now word of El had reached the guild manager. What a slave survived and returned? The manager asked. The staff member across hurriedly replied, yes, Sir Abbas. Moreover, he returned unharmed. Abbas, hearing this, wondered how that could be. How could a bait slave return and be completely uninjured? The staff member opposite couldn't answer, so he reported what he knew. The adventurers who went in with him all died inside that gate. Abbas grew serious and said, wait, he could survive in there. Clearly something's off. After all, he didn't run away but came back on his own. Those in debt who sell themselves as bait still end up as bait. Even if he survived and returned, the fact he didn't flee shows he knows he can't easily escape our grasp. The only true escape is death. That report came from the gaffer machinist's guild, right? Why should I listen to this nonsense? He's boring, the man muttered. The staff member, hearing that, focused on the key detail and added, "One more thing, sir." That slave opened the first magic circle. At this, Abbas could no longer keep a calm expression and exclaimed, "What, you mean a slave, who's supposed to be nothing but bait, managed to open the first magic circle?" Saying this, he frowned and thought, that slave will face punishment from the Machinist's Guild, and if anything goes wrong. As he considered that, the staff member's voice spoke up again. Moreover, he wants to change his contract. Change it how? Abbas asked. Apparently, he wants to register as an adventurer. When Abbas heard this, he nearly choked. Then he grew angry and said, "That lawless slave, who does he think he is to dare?" But before he could finish, the clerk hurriedly interrupted. "Lord Racken requested you handle this personally." Abbas sprang up in a hurry and blurted, "You mean Lord Racken?" "Lord Racken is the chief enforcer of the Great Guild. Why would he pay attention to a slave over that?" "No, that can't be. Could it really be about that?" Abbas said as he glanced at the file pile on his desk. After finishing his report, the clerk left immediately, leaving Abbas alone in the room as the clerk muttered, "A bait slave wants to become an adventurer. Under the princess's policy, a story like a slave shouldn't exist. But then again, people are always slaves to money. Otherwise, repay the loan and you'll keep doing hard labor until it's paid off. In the frontier, those people are called slaves." One day, his only relative, his father, died of illness, and he became a slave from then on. Black herb, the herb he bought from the gaffer machinist's guild on credit, was short-sold at many times the market price, totaling 1 million miso. And of course, with such an inflated sum, L had no way to handle it. So he was dragged to court and judged. The defendant could not pay the 1 million miso. By rule, the defendant would have to work unpaid for the guild until the debt was fully repaid. And so began 6 years of blatant exploitation in his life. Now it was time for revenge. Back in the present, L was in Abbas's office having a conversation with him. And thanks to memories of the future, he vaguely guessed who the man before him was. Abbas, right, the left hand of Racken, one of the guild enforcers. "I've caught a big fish," he thought, and said, "I am El Palm." Abbas picked up a cup of tea across from him and said, "I know, you're here to amend your contract. I've heard about you, so I'll keep this short. I'll change the designation on your contract to adventurer, rank F." El smiled at that and thought inwardly, "Oh, he accepted my request that easily. As I suspected, he noticed it. I'm not interested in playing games with him, so I'll just be direct." Thinking that, El smiled and said, "Thank you, but I'd like rank." Of course, that remark annoyed Abbas, who said, "What, rank E for you? Why don't you just ask the guild to promote you to rank A already?" El knew he was displeased, so he laid out his background. "I've passed through hundreds of gates over the last 3 years while working as bait." But that information still didn't fully satisfy Abbas. "After all, you're still just bait and you've never actually hunted monsters," Abbas said calmly. El immediately retorted, "Since when did hunting gate monsters become mandatory for adventurers? The first adventurer who made a name for himself did so because he survived. The essential trait of an adventurer is the ability to return alive," El said, staring at him with grave eyes. Abbas began to consider this. Information from those who survive a gate is far more valuable than individual feats. Realizing that, he admitted, I admit you're right. It's true, surviving 3 years as bait through numerous gates isn't something an ordinary person can do. But that's all you have. You've only been to low-tier gates. Do you honestly think you could survive higher-tier gates? Do you think we're foolish enough to approve a risky contract where you might die before repaying your debt?" Saying that, he pulled out a cigar, puffed, and stared at El, thinking, that's insane. He should know his place if he doesn't want to die as soon as he starts as an adventurer, but even so, why do I feel like there's something formidable coming from him? Thinking that, he remembered something and spoke up. "This is a gate that holds 5 people at once and has 12 slash marks on the outside." "That's right, 12 teams were buried dead at this site. Prove it if you can do what you claim. Then I'll grant any request you make," Abbas said as he slid a contract across to El. And somehow El quickly contacted the same team and prepared to breach the gate. The team leader there spoke up, "You're the rookie joining us, nice to meet you. My name's Chev, I'm the team's tank. I heard from Lord Abbas that you used to be a slave, is that right?" "I don't care, so don't worry, and neither do my teammates," he said, pointing to the members behind him. Judging by their attitudes, they seemed fairly friendly despite knowing El's past. El heard that and remained composed. "I hope we have a great time working together. I heard you can use fire magic." "Yeah, something like that," El said casually. The black-skinned guy in the team perked up. "What do you mean, you can use multiple elements?" Chev explained for El. "I've heard mages can only use the elemental power they're born with. So items that don't match their elemental attribute are useless." With that, he moved on to the main point. "That's enough discussion. As you may know, we're not here to hunt monsters today. Our goal is to locate and recover the equipment left behind by 12 other teams, and then bring it back to the guild. I've heard they'll pay 3,000 miso per item," Chev said with a smile. But the dark-skinned guy didn't seem pleased and said, "Aren't they being a bit greedy? We won't get much unless we recover items they dropped." Outfitting an adventurer with a magic circle is worth over 7,000 miso, and the guild pays less than half that. The armored guy beside him, hearing this, chimed in, "Stop complaining." "What? When did I complain? Enough. Everyone ready? Let's make some money," Chev said to end the argument and led them through the gate. The other side of the gate was an entirely different space, bathed in an eerie purple. It looked bright but a little scary, the dark-skinned man said worriedly. Chev was on guard and told everyone, "Attention, we likely have a lot of fighting ahead in this forest, so we need to establish a temporary base first." One team member pointed to a nearby tree and suggested, "Chev, what about that tree? With those branches, hiding or moving between trees would be easy." Chev glanced at the tree and agreed, "Not bad, let's do it." With that, they began taking out nails and ropes to prepare the base. The dark-skinned guy patted Elle on the shoulder and said, "Elle, you rest, setting up the base is me and that idiot's job." Everyone quickly got to work and soon a temporary base was erected on the tree. When construction finished, Chev briefed them, "The base is ready, we'll split into 2 teams to search the area. Tom, Max, and Ro will be 1 team. We'll scout east and west in turn, then return here. If anything happens, signal immediately and run back to base, understood?" "All right," everyone answered in unison. Elle followed Chev deeper into the forest to search, but after moving for a while without encountering obstacles or signs of anything, Chev grew puzzled and said, "Why haven't we seen any monsters so far and not a single item either? Did we come too early? We'll have to push deeper tomorrow." As he said that, he thought of something and asked Elle, "By the way, how's your first expedition as an adventurer going?" "I'm nervous," Elle said calmly. Chev wasn't surprised by the answer. "Haha, of course you know. Even though I've been an adventurer a long time, every time I step into a gate I get nervous. I'm easily startled. But I keep going because I have great teammates. Praising them myself is weird, but they're truly good teammates. I'm sorry to hear your story, being bait and all. I can imagine how miserable that must have been. Hey Elle Palm, do you want to join our team?" Chev said as he turned to look at Elle. But Elle remained silent and said nothing. Chev noticed and spoke up. "I'm asking so you understand, but don't overthink it." Not long after, the two returned to the temporary base and began eating. Tom, the dark-skinned guy, complained wearily, "Aw, you two didn't find anything either." Chev snapped, "Do you think finding items is that easy? Don't talk shop while we're eating, okay? We'll deal with it tomorrow. Who's going to die if we wait?" Elle stayed quiet as they talked and seemed unwilling to join the conversation. After everyone ate their fill and fell asleep, Chev and the others crept over to Elle and said, "Hey, are you asleep?" Elle lay under his blanket and remained silent, not answering. And Tom from behind spoke up, "Captain, what are you wasting time on? He's out cold like the dead, how could he answer?" One of them said as he pulled out a knife, and the whole group wore wicked grins. "Geez, you're being way too careful. Did you forget what I put in his food? That amount of sleeping herb could put a 100 kg monster to sleep." Someone from the back spoke up. Tom agreed, "He swallowed a lot, lucky he's not dead yet. Besides, that magic staff rocket must be worth at least 10,000 mies." Saying that, he couldn't contain his greed, raised the short sword in his hand and prepared to stab Elle, adding, "We should get this over with." With that, he thrust the sword hard toward Elle, but the moment the blade sank into the blanket, he was startled to notice the stabbing felt completely different. And immediately he hurriedly threw the blanket back and shouted in shock, "What the? He's not here." From the dark-skinned man's perspective, the blanket only covered a log Elle had tossed in to fake being asleep. Chev and the 2 accomplices beside him were stunned to witness it. "What? No way," they cried out in disbelief. But the man reacted quickly. He spun around and shouted to his teammates, "Find him, hurry, he definitely hasn't gone far." And as he guessed, Elle really hadn't gone far. Because just after he finished speaking, the tent they'd painstakingly built took a rocket blast from Elle. And the tent was partly destroyed and ignited very quickly. "Fire, what's happening? Why is it blazing up? Grab the food and run now. Damn it, was this Elle Palm's doing?" Chev barked to get everyone moving. But before he could move, Max beside him, wide-eyed, pointed ahead and stammered, "B-boss." Chev snapped irritably and turned, "What is it?" But his words cut off. In front of him loomed a monster with a single giant eye and a body made of yellow slime, looking like mushy crap. It was staring at him with that huge eye. That gaze sent a chill down Chev's spine, and he muttered, "Could it be? Elle Palm, that bastard used us as bait." As he said it, the slime monster opened its mouth wide and lunged straight at them. They abandoned the base and dropped down from the tree at once. Luckily, they jumped down in time, or the whole bunch would have been swallowed by the yellow slime. Elle sat on a nearby branch not far away, watching it all unfold. "Idiots, if you wanted to trick me, you shouldn't have been so generous." Over a dozen teams had sold out in this gate. Hearing veteran explorers wasn't enough, they wanted me as bait too. It's obvious they intended that. Thinking that, he looked back at the slime and remarked, "So this is the region's boss? I guess it swallowed the wreckage, which is why it's bigger than I thought." Down below, Chev's team was still being chased by the boss monster. While running, Chev cursed a few times. Damn, why did we have to run into this crap, he grumbled. Max behind him hurriedly asked, do you know what kind of monster that is? Chev, panting, turned back and said, if I'm not mistaken, that's a yellow slime. It rarely appears in the Windleaf domain. It's a rare monster that only shows up when a red gate opens. Its body is made of acid, making it extremely dangerous to melee explorers, and the most dangerous part is. But the moment Chev said that, he sensed something dangerous and hurriedly turned back to look. And immediately he shoved Mac aside and barely avoided a full acid strike, which seemed to be the deadly technique Chev was referring to earlier. Mac, who lacked the information, couldn't hide his astonishment when he saw it unleash such an attack and shouted, what? It can attack at range. Chev started explaining seriously. That's an acid arrow. It's a skill that draws acid from its body and fires it outward. He laughed until his face twisted. It's insane, such a huge acidic body, and it can attack from a distance too. No wonder the previous teams were wiped out. Before he could say more, the slime charged forward like a tank, sending the fleeing group into a panic. It's heading there, be careful, Chev yelled. Someone in the team asked how to deal with it. Boss, how do we handle it now? Any ideas? Get out first and worry about it later. Acid arrow has only a 1-minute cooldown. We avoid it and wait for an opening. We have to hit the core on its head, Chev hurriedly told them. Tom beside him slowed and said, so it's cooling down now, right? Then we still have enough time. With that, he turned and charged straight at the slime, to the astonishment of those ahead. Let me handle it. Tom shouted and leaped at the giant slime. Chev in the rear yelled, wait, charge together. But before he could say more, Tom died midair, pierced through by an acid spray. And the sight turned Chev's face ashen. What happened? Wasn't there supposed to be 10 more seconds until its cooldown finished? He stammered. To answer that, the boss opened its maw wide and sprayed countless acid attacks like rain toward them. And as you might expect, with a downpour of acid like that, the whole group turned to bones instantly. So the squad was wiped out in less than a day, and L was the sole survivor because he had hidden nearby and watched the whole time. It seemed over. Chev wasn't wrong. After the yellow slime consumes item fragments, it grows stronger, though its cooldown times also decrease. With that huge size and the acid arrow skill, now I understand why teams that tried to conquer this place failed. Their power is truly overwhelming. It's strong enough to appear even at a golden gate, a gate twice as powerful as a red one. It's no longer a monster that First Circle explorers can handle, L thought as he looked at the creature and left. At that point, he felt a bit discouraged. There's probably nothing left in this dungeon. The mission seems to have failed, and he intended to turn and leave. But suddenly Abbas's voice rang in his head. Prove it. For some reason, hearing that made him stop and smile. Turning back to the yellow slime as it moved, it suddenly noticed something and glanced to the side. And then out of nowhere, a rocket shot straight at it, vaporizing part of the monster's head instantly. But because it's a slime-type creature, it didn't die immediately. Still, L was fairly pleased and said he'd hit its core, not bad. If that's the case, just 4 more hits, no, at least 5 more. L muttered, thinking it's no longer an issue. I'll prove it, and he began pulling the short sword from his side. It seemed he decided to go all out against this boss monster. The yellow slime then noticed L and opened its mouth to use a spitting attack on him. L saw it and hurriedly jumped off the tree trunk to dodge. But the slime wasn't about to let up. It kept firing like it had endless ammo. And faced with this rain of acid fire, L felt it was a bit difficult. Then he whipped the rope he'd attached to the short sword in his hand and hurled it into a nearby tree, telling himself he had to hit it. Couldn't miss. A normal mage couldn't do this, but I'd be different. My title in my previous life was the best ranged fighter. Thinking that, L tugged hard on the rope to swing his body aside and temporarily evade the yellow slime's attacks. And taking the chance, he activated rocket magic. Fired a missile straight at the spot he'd wounded earlier. All right, 4 more shots, L muttered. The yellow slime immediately spat acid at L, forcing him to hastily swing the rope to a nearby tree, then quickly climb up to dodge that attack. He launched the rocket again to attack, and unsurprisingly, the yellow one took another direct hit to the face. 3 more, L told himself while dodging the monster's attacks as it started to go berserk, and he always seized the moment to strike immediately after it finished spitting acid. But when only 2 more hits remained to kill the monster, his rocket suddenly failed because the slime twisted its body aside and narrowly avoided it. It dodged for something that size it's pretty fast. No matter, L thought, and began activating his willpower ring, controlling the missed missile to turn back and aim straight for its head again. Of course, the yellow thing couldn't anticipate an attack that would return, so it failed to dodge and took the hit. After taking that blow, the wound exposed a red crystal inside. Perhaps that's the monster's weakness. Seeing the core fully exposed, L swung forward on the rope. This is the final shot, he muttered and prepared to activate rocket magic. But at that moment, the monster raised its massive hand and aimed it straight at him. The instant that hand was about to strike, L Palm realized it and immediately activated his willpower ring. Pulled hard on his short sword, because the sword was fastened too tightly. Instead of the sword being pulled free, his body was yanked toward it. That way, he avoided the slime's swipe. After landing and regaining his balance, he immediately activated rocket and fired a rocket straight at the yellow slime. The yellow slime recognized the dangerous attack and hurriedly raised its hand to shield its head. But El Palm had planned ahead. He smiled, using willpower to steer the rocket's flight downward beneath its hand, and slammed it into the monster's head, causing a huge explosion. Its energy core couldn't withstand the pressure and shattered. The monster, having lost its core, swelled up like a balloon, and then exploded. El Palm immediately ran fast to avoid the spreading acid wave, but its speed was terrifyingly fast, so he grabbed the short sword, threw it forcefully forward, and used willpower to guide it to wrap around a nearby branch. He tugged the rope hard to gain momentum and climbed straight up the branch. The terrible acid wave swept through, corroding everything. If he'd been a moment slower, he would have died. When the wave subsided, El Palm climbed down to return, but unexpectedly noticed something ahead. He approached using willpower. Red light was emanating there. Then a sphere rose up from the ground and flew straight into El Palm's hand. The moment it touched his hand, the sphere emitted a red radiance and formed a hemispherical barrier. Its nature was unclear. Not long after, El Palm returned and headed straight to Abbas's office. "I'm back," he said calmly. Abbas was silent for a moment, then said, "So you weren't bluffing, but why did you return alone? Where are the items?" El Palm replied coldly, "The people you paired me with were all rookies. They planned to steal all my loot. When I left the group to escape, they stayed to fight the boss and all died." "A monster." Abbas doubted, but then jumped when El Palm continued. "It was a yellow slime." "What? If so, the item's eyes, it swallowed them all," El Palm answered. Abbas's face grew gloomy. "Damn, the Merchants Guild items destroyed, mission failed." He looked at El Palm and said, "But you survived. There are some rules for the gates. 1. The number of people entering a gate is limited. Only those who mark the gate pillar can enter. Then the gate locks until those inside die. 2. Limits depend on gate difficulty and circle level. The easiest gate is red, the hardest is purple. If your circle level is higher than the gate difficulty, you can't enter. 3. There's only one chance to conquer a gate. Defeat the greatest obstacle inside. If anyone survives and steps out, the gate will destroy itself and cannot be re-entered. That means the gate has vanished. But how could a first circle hunter like you defeat a yellow slime? Abbas thought, then said, "I understand. You just focused on survival. The items were swallowed and can't be retrieved. Anyway, you still failed the mission." El Palm interrupted, "Wait, I'm not finished. That yellow slime, I ate it." He pulled back his sleeve, revealing 2 magic circles on his wrist. Abbas gaped, "Impossible. 2 circles already. You absorbed the mana stone from the slime." El Palm replied calmly, "That proves my ability. As promised, rank me E." Abbas slammed the table, "I'll bump you straight to D. No, work with me and I'll get you into a C-rank explorer's party." The offer was too tempting and El Palm signed the contract immediately. Abbas composed himself and thought, for an adventurer with fewer than 3 circles, rank C is too high. Normally, A, B are veterans, C, D are mid-level, E, F are apprentices. Circles represent their strength. But this one is different. He broke through just by using a mana stone. He says it was survival instinct, or rather talent. He survived and returned with a second circle. No one has ever done that. I need him. Abbas was so happy he couldn't stop grinning. El Palm felt relieved. His attitude had changed. A red gate appeared. 100-person raid. All the merchant guilds took notice, including the Gafo Merchant Guild. "It won't hurt me to try. We're in need of opportunities." El Palm thought, then said to Abbas, "I have a proposal. Lend me some money." At the word money, Abbas's face hardened. This bastard's demands are ridiculous, he thought. They say the gate's appearance opened the age of adventurers. But it's all a trap by the dark mages. Many have already died inside. Meant to cut off the future of the Wind Dominion, leading ultimately to an apocalypse, the monsters will surge out of the gates en masse and will surely lose. Exactly 3 years from now, the mission the Wind Dominion faces is not far off. Facing L, he thought. After leaving the guild, he's still thinking, it's not enough. But you could call this a good start. This 100-person gate is red level. Only those with 2 circles can enter. Normally, Gaffer selects only high-level guarantors. They're investing in a second-tier adventurer like me because they're targeting that gate. I've made a bit of money, but spending it all on items would be foolish. Gear appropriate to my level is too expensive. Can I buy anything useful with this amount? El wondered, absent-mindedly heading to the slave market. And the moment he stepped in, he was greeted by a young merchant. "Welcome, thank you for choosing Lith Slave Market. You must be an adventurer. Let me introduce some options. What kind of teammate are you looking for? Someone who can act as bait or a warrior to fight alongside you." El shook his head and said, "I need one person to guide the way." The merchant looked a bit surprised, but then he still led El down to the holding cells and explained, "This is the punishment cell where we deal with dissenters like the one you're looking for." Not long after, they came to the door of a certain cell, and the merchant only saw the bound figure inside, and he swallowed nervously, then turned to El and asked, Sir, are you sure you want to choose him?" "This one him," but before the man finished, El interrupted, "I know, he's the person I'm looking for." Looking at the face of the prisoner brought back a faint memory for El from before the regression. The death of someone that hastened the apocalypse of the Wind Dominion. The hero Huoji Aaron, she was murdered. Aaron's first and final disciple was the catalyst for the apocalypse apocalypse, the killer hero, Debo. It's him. At that moment, Debo in the cell looked at Elle and said, "You came for me. Do we know each other? Get lost." After saying that, he spat as if to drive Elle away. The merchant beside them quickly apologized. "Sorry, sir. His nerves are a bit off." Elle agreed with the merchant. His behavior was different from before my regression, but now he's just a slave. Still, treating adventurers like that is abrasive. Not only his temperament, but his skills are crazily sharp too. Besides me, he's one of the people who drew attention after the apocalypse. The two of us are often compared because we're from the same region, awakened around the same time, and have similar levels. But the biggest thing we have in common is that both he and I are short on money. He has a younger sister suffering from black blood disease. Thinking of that, Elle asked aloud, "What's your price?" And at Elle's question, he started speaking provocatively. "Oh, you rich young master. Name your price then. 1 million miso. How about that, rich kid? No money then scram, wanna show off." But as he said this, Debo fell silent because he saw Elle reach into his pocket and pull out a wad of cash. 1 million miso, that's real money, not counterfeit, right? He exclaimed. Even the merchant beside him was stunned and asked, "Are you serious?" Elle didn't want to argue about authenticity. He went straight to business. "Wait, hear me out. The contract lasts 1 year, profit split 70-30, and I get first pick of items." The gate drops. The merchant's eyes bulged. He was making a contract with a team member, not a slave contract. Elle slid the contract over and said, "Here's the contract, take a look." Seeing that, Debo hurriedly snatched the paper from his hand and said, "Don't go back on your word." Then he quickly bit off his fingertip and pressed his thumb to confirm. This gave Elle pause. He agreed without hesitation because his sister's life was in danger. Thinking that, Elle brightened and said, "Since it's sealed, let's head to the gate." "Leave it to me," Debo said eagerly. Elle replied coldly, "You'll have to prove your worth, Debo. You won't find anyone more hardworking than me," Debo answered. After that, the two of them started heading into the gate, and Elle equipped Debo with a two-handed axe. But Debo didn't seem used to it, so he said, "Hey boss, thanks for the new weapon, I appreciate it, but I usually use a greatsword. Can we go back and swap?" Elle turned and said, "From now on you'll learn to use the battle axe when you're with me. If you don't like it, you can cancel the contract." As he said this, they reached the gate, and Debo saw the info on the wooden post and muttered, "So you're going to test me with this gate?" Elle looked at the tree and said, "Red rank, the gate's current maximum capacity is 8 people. It seems we've come to the right place." Turning to Debo, he looked around and asked, "Where is everyone else? Our boss has a lot of money, so the teammates must be all talent." "All right, at least there should be a healer. Fight if we must, but having a healer helps." As he said this, Debo noticed Elle staring at him with a very odd expression. "Hey, why are you looking at me like that?" "Could it be, boss?" Debo said worriedly, thinking of something. But luckily Elle spoke up. "Don't worry about teammates, we're already full." That made Debo breathe a sigh of relief. "Told you, scaring myself again." But before Debo could relax, Elle pointed at him and said, "Here." Debo froze for a few seconds when he heard that. Then he immediately panicked. "What? Wait, no way." But Elle gave him no time to think and kicked his ass into the gate, saying, "Don't waste time, get in." And just like that, the two of them slipped into the gate. Debo, furious, turned back and shouted, "Are you crazy? 2 people entering a gate for 8. Keep your crazy in check. Do you think this is a joke? Besides, I have to use a weapon I'm not used to." The more he complained, the weaker his voice became as he met Elle's murderous stare. At the same time, a cloud of dust rose in the distance, snapping Debo to attention. The dust was caused by a horde of tree root monsters charging straight toward them. With no choice, Debo gripped his weapon and braced for battle. "Oh great, this is on me. They're famous for hard shells that swords and spears barely pierce, and there are so many of them." While Debo panicked, Elle shoved him aside and said, "Get out of the way, you're blocking the path." Debo hurriedly protested, "Hey, wait a minute." Before he could say more, Elle fired a rocket spell and skewered one instantly. In Debo's stunned eyes, Elle combined that with his telekinesis and guided the bolt to destroy the other tree roots. The horde charging at them was burned to ash before they reached them. In seconds, all the surrounding monsters were down. Elle said, disappointed, "That's pathetic, you act like this right after entering. Don't make that mistake again." At his words, Debo could only think, who the hell is this monster? Cut to a building somewhere. Inside, someone reported to his superior. "The merchants have taken the bait. The plan needs more time, but the operatives are ready." "May we proceed, sir?" the man asked, glancing at the figures back ahead. The man replied coldly, "Very well. Everything will proceed as ordered by the one who will unleash the Wind Dominion." Back with El Palm's group, after Debo collected all the mana stones from the monsters, he reported to El Palm, 27 of them. "I've gathered all their mana stones." "All right, let's go," El Palm replied. The two of them continued wandering through the wasteland. As they walked, Debo thought he had once considered El Palm crazy, but it turned out he was extraordinary. The remote control skill was so unique. He'd never seen anyone use rockets like that. Traveling with someone this skilled would surely earn a lot of money. With a 70-30 split, I'd have enough for medicine and living expenses. Imagining a comfortable life, Debo couldn't stop grinning. Just then, Alpom ahead suddenly stopped and said, "See that? Another bunch of tree roots." Debo wiped the smile off his face and hid against the rock to observe. "About 8. No, 9 of them. 9, perfect number," Alpom said. Debo heard that and looked puzzled, not understanding. He also felt uneasy as Alpom stared at him like he was calculating something. Soon he realized why. 9 monsters was just enough for Debo to handle on his own while Alpom watched. To make the fight easier, Debo tossed a stone toward the group of roots to draw their attention. Then he jumped down and cleaved one of the tree monsters in half with his axe. The root beast startled and immediately charged at Debo. Debo cursed inwardly. He had to deal with them all by himself, and he wasn't yet familiar with this weapon. Even 10 lives wouldn't be enough. He couldn't help shouting, "Damn you, boss," then hoisted the axe and went to work. Alpom calmly observed from behind, assuming Debo's odd movements were because he was used to a sword. But he'd soon see that the battle axe was the superior weapon. There was no doubt about Debo's talent. He was the only one chosen as a disciple by the axe hero Aaron. During the fight, one tree jumped up and thrust 4 limbs at Debo to attack. But Debo sliced it in 2 instantly. After a few rounds, he began to feel the differences of the new weapon. Stronger, longer reach, and surprisingly easier on the hands when relaxed. Thinking that, Debo shifted his grip toward the haft to maximize his attack radius, then began swinging without mercy. From a distance, Alpom acknowledged how quickly Debo adapted, this far before even fully awakening. Just as Alpom thought that, the ground trembled, startling Debo. Then a nearby rock outcrop was pierced by something. A sharp tree root jutted straight out. Before Debo could comprehend what was happening, the root, as if it had eyes, lunged straight at him. Luckily, it missed, only pushing Debo back. But then he had to witness a giant tree towering above the cliff. While Debo was still dazed, the tree attacked again with roots, and Alpom lunged forward and dragged Debo aside just in time. Then Alpom casually tossed Debo to the side and murmured, "Big and slow, easy target." With that, he used rockets, firing an extremely powerful rocket arrow at the beast. Debo behind him laughed with satisfaction. "That's more like it, watch real magic." But before he could celebrate, the rocket was blocked by the creature using one of its branches. Debo was astonished. Alpom wasn't discouraged. "It reacted faster than I thought, but what about this?" He condensed another arrow and fired, adding telekinesis to steer the arrow as it loops around searching for a strike point. While the tree was distracted, Alpom quickly guided the arrow to circle behind it, aiming straight for the weak spot. But the monster seemed to have eyes on its back, anticipating it and using a branch above to block. Alpom was stunned. "It can block that." Seeing his magic failing, Debo immediately fled but still shouted at Alpom, "Why are you standing there? If you don't want to die, run. The magic's useless." Alpom also took off at once, thinking of a counter. It wasn't that his attack was worthless. The tree shouldn't be able to stop the rocket. The problem was the branches on its head. As Alpom had that thought, the tree caught up and slammed its legs straight toward the 2 of them. Though the strike was off target, it still sent both flying. Taking advantage, the tree used the branch above to continue its assault. Debo panicked and yelled in alarm, but Alpom reacted in time, using telekinesis to control a chunk of broken rock to lift them both up, avoiding the whip-like strike at the last moment. "That was sick, boss. Nearly died, thanks." Dio coughed from the dust as they landed. Alpom replied, "Dio, handle the root beasts. I'll take care of the big monster." Debo stared at the ring of root beasts surrounding them. How the hell? Before he finished, Alpom lunged at the giant tree. "Oh wait, how is he so fast?" Debo exclaimed, turning to Alpom, dodging the giant tree's attack. Alpom immediately used rocket magic, firing a missile arrow straight at the monster's face. From behind, Debo thought despondently that without a proper plan they couldn't beat it and they'd better run. As predicted, Alpom's attack was swatted aside by the tree using a branch. But immediately after, the monster's eyes widened. Because it had just taken a rocket hit in its back, Debo was astonished at the sight. Alpom calmly continued to steer his rockets to attack again. Its branches were very nimble, making it hard to use remote control to both dodge and strike the gaps. But now he had reached level 2, so Alpom could cast the spell twice. With that in mind, he guided the arrow from above, blasting away several branches on the monster's head, making it cry out in pain. Nearby, Debo fought off the root beasts while marveling, unable to believe Alpom's power. Hidden behind one arrow was another. No matter how fast, it couldn't dodge consecutive strikes like that. Even the root beasts had to admit defeat. This guy is more than a monster, Debo thought as he watched the creature writhing under Alpom's blows. At that moment, Debo noticed the smaller trees had ignored him and rushed to attack Alpom. He shouted urgently, "No, behind you, watch your back. There are too many and I lost a few," Debo scolded himself. But before he could worry more, Alpom steered the arrow back and wiped out the cluster of small root beasts. Alpom looked at Debo with a bored expression as if to say, "Debo, you couldn't handle those little ones." Back to the giant tree. As soon as it was no longer being attacked by the arrow, it immediately struck at Alpom. He quickly stepped back to dodge. "I let my guard down for a second and it seized me right away," Alpom thought. At that moment, another branch whipped straight toward him, and Alpom was airborne with nothing to brace against. Just as the branch was about to strike, Debo appeared, grabbed Alpom and pulls him back, and swung his axe, slicing that branch clean off. After they landed safely, Debo couldn't help bragging, "Ha, I just saved you, now retract those words you said earlier." he said this while panting. Elpom smiled. Alright, finally you're useful. Then let's go. Saying that, Elpom created 2 rockets hovering around him. With no more annoying little pests, Debo also officially joined the fight to support Elpom. Okay, attack. Okay, attack, El shouted, then began directing the 2 missiles to fire straight ahead. Immediately, one of the missiles blew off a branch from the monster. But the creature reacted quickly. It seemed to accept sacrificing one arm to deal with the remaining missile. As soon as it saw the other arm explode, it turned and swung another branch to intercept the other missile. But at that moment, Debo closed in from below. He chopped off the branch that was about to collide with his missile, while El below coordinated perfectly, and drove the missile through 2 other branches, making the creature scream in agony. But their actions enraged the tree beast. While Debo was still hovering in the air, it lashed 2 branches from above straight at him, attacking from both rear sides. El thought to himself when he saw this, then said, Debo, I'll handle the right. That means your side is left, as Debo swung his axe to one side. Their combined move destroyed 2 more branches. But it wasn't over. While falling, Debo somehow managed to grab onto the tree trunk and ran up like a gecko, then swung his axe to sever every branch blocking his path. While he was furiously cutting, the monster sneaked a blow from behind with a branch. The strike was so strong that his eyes rolled back and he spat a mouthful of blood. Seizing the chance, the giant tree opened its mouth wide as if to swallow Debo whole. But unlucky for it, El below had seen this and immediately used his telekinesis to hurl a boulder up to catch Debo before the tree could swallow him. But the beast wasn't done. The moment Debo got on the rock, it smashed the boulder he was hitching on. Seeing this, Debo's head went blank. This is trouble, he thought, then started using his telekinesis again. He raised countless rocks up, and Debo quickly piled one up to avoid falling to his death. Then he used the floating rocks as stepping stones to dodge the tree beast's rapid flurry of strikes. El below wasn't idle either. He had the missile's orbit to harass the beast while taking care of its branches. While the giant tree was busy looking around to deal with the rockets, El shouted, Finish it off, Debo. At his cue, Debo closed in on the creature while it was distracted. Once in range, he swung his axe with all his strength straight into the giant tree's eye. The powerful chop made blood spurt from the eye instantly. So one of its eyes was gone, and the pain from the blow made the tree beast howl in agony and stagger backward. Its loss of balance also caused Debo to lose his grip on the axe and fell straight down below. But luckily, he at least managed to land safely. Still, Debo didn't seem satisfied. His gaze locked onto the monster with burning determination. Not finished yet, damn monster, he said, stamping his foot and rocketing straight toward the creature like a missile. Turning to El, who saw Debo's move and immediately understood, he used his telekinetic power to affect Debo's axe. Then with a single flick of his hand, the axe was pulled out of the eye and flew straight into Debo's hand. With the weapon in his hand, Debo's confidence soared. Open wide, I've still got dessert for you. He said that as he swung the axe at the remaining eye, and another eye was gone, causing the monster to wail in agony. But quickly it stifled the pain and spun around, throwing Debo down below. Then the creature nearly went berserk, gaping and snapping straight at him. But El behind wouldn't let it succeed. As soon as he saw its open mouth, he quickly launched 2 rockets and fired them straight into its mouth. The result wasn't surprising. After the 2 rockets entered the tree creature's body, they seemed to hit its core and detonated immediately. From the outside, the creature screamed in pain as its entire body was engulfed in flames. Only then could Debo sit down and take a few breaths to recover. Behind him, El stepped forward confidently and praised him. Nice work. Hearing that, Debo glanced at El and replied, You too. And so the 2 of them stood looking at the charred corpse of the monster before them. Time quickly passed into evening. The scene cut to a small house. Inside the house, a little girl mumbled to herself, It's late. I should eat first and then go to bed. Thanks for the meal, the girl said, folding her hands. Just then, a knock came at the door outside, making her curious. She hurriedly ran to open the door and asked, Who is it? Before she finished asking, she froze, because standing before her was a very familiar figure. Is it you? She whispered, trembling as she took in Debo's bloodied appearance. Her hands trembled as she clenched them together. You're home, Debo on the doorstep said softly. Those words made the girl burst into tears, and she rushed to throw her arms around her brother. Welcome home. Cut to a wooden house somewhere else, where El sat dazed, staring at someone with a bruised arm lying on the bed. And judging by the photo on the table, this person seemed extremely important to him. Time quickly passed to the next morning, and Abbas was still stuck dealing with some paperwork. Ha, this is troublesome. The assault on the high-level gate for 100 adventurers is coming up, but who should I send? Lord Rakan is in charge of this. If I disappoint him, I'm done for. This conquest is a major event involving all 10 major merchant guilds. Its appeal lies in the fact that the chests inside can contain rare items, even legendary ones. Of course, that comes with a very high level of difficulty. The 3 Natasa sisters from the Richie Golden Guild possess skills considered unreal for 2-circle mages. Compared to them, the 2-circle adventurers from the Gaffer Machinist Guild are nothing. Frankly, the manpower of the other 9 major guilds, including Richie Golden, is very strong. Among them, our guild has the worst reputation and is the weakest. Though I'm not entirely certain, but... And just as Abbas said this, his words abruptly stopped because the door to his room outside suddenly opened. Naturally, this angered Abbas and he snapped, "Huh? Who dares enter my room without knocking?" But before Abbas could finish, he was startled to recognize who stood there and quickly called out, "Lord Rakan." Turning to the man Rakan, who confidently sat in Abbas's chair and asked, "How's the selection of members for this gate team going?" Abbas hurriedly bowed his head and said, "I'm sorry, it's not finished yet." "You seem slow today, not like usual. What about those adventurers you mentioned earlier?" Rakan Fana said. At that question, Abbas told the whole story. "As for El Palm, I'm still worried about him. The chef's team was wiped out. There's no way to verify what happened there because there are no witnesses. Maybe he's truly skilled, but for critical matters, it's uncertain." At that point, Abbas fell silent, but Rakan beside him clearly understood, so he spoke up. "Then why don't you try again? The event only happens once." "Ah, right. I can arrange a match among the candidates currently under scrutiny and have them breach a nearby gate. Quite a few people will go in, so we'll learn everything about them," he said, smiling deviously. Not long after, El's group was asked to go to the gate arranged by Rakan, and many people were already there, which surprised Debo. "Oh, looks like there are a lot of adventurers this time." At the same time, someone across called to El, "You're in group 5. "Two slaves," said a guy dressed pretty sharply. His attitude and that of his team looked down on El's group with contempt. And it wasn't just that team. After a quick glance around, El noticed the others were also looking at them with no goodwill. No matter how you saw it, they weren't welcome. Slaves to them were nothing but trouble, an unwritten rule among seasoned adventurer groups. They seemed to be true Two-Circle Awakens, clearly stronger than Chef's previous team, so strong they didn't need bait like slaves. While El was thinking this, Abbas and 2 guards appeared before the groups and said, "Are you all gathered? I'll be brief, the trial will begin in a few minutes. Those who show potential will be given the opportunity." The man with the red armband, surprised, asked, "What opportunity?" "The opportunity to take part in the 100-person conquest," Abbas said with a smile. This really surprised the red-armed man. 100, the 100-person gate. Turning back to Abbas, he continued to promise rewards. "You'll receive special treatment if you prove your strength in this gate." His words stirred the crowd, and only El remained alert. So that's it. Is this his scheme? He wondered to himself. "Do your best," Abbas urged them, and then they all moved into the 40-person gate together. After everyone came out the other side of the gate, the scenery hardly changed. The red-armed guy muttered, "Huh, another forest gate." Then he glanced at the mage and said, "I'll only cooperate when it comes to fighting the boss. Split up to explore, search everything, and regroup on signal." With that, the group began breaking off into teams and heading out separately, leaving only El's 2 members standing alone. Turning to the mage's group, he instructed the others, "We don't have much time, focus on hunting." "Yes, Lord Doran," the girl at the back hurriedly replied. Then Doran heard some rustling noises up ahead and became alert. And by his gaze, he spotted a small creature behind a tree that looked like a spider, but since it seemed weak, Doran didn't pay it much mind. "It's just one monster. Oh, it's a mushroom beast again. What a waste of time," he said as he began channeling his magic to form a blue sphere of energy, then fired it forward, causing a sizable explosion. This was pure mana magic. "So boring, let its magic stones drop and let's move on," Doran told those around him. But right after the dust from the blast began to settle, the silhouette of the mushroom creature was revealed. Still intact, only slightly scratched. The sight made Doran unable to believe his eyes. "What? It's not even hurt. Is it strong enough to resist a level 1 spell?" he said, a little panicked. But the black-haired teammate beside him immediately drew his weapon to reassure everyone, "It's fine, we've got numbers." And the moment he finished speaking, countless wind-tearing noises suddenly filled their ears. Doran saw this and quickly warned everyone, "Something's off, be careful." Seconds later, they found themselves completely surrounded on all sides by dozens of those mushroom creatures. "Damn, we're totally surrounded," someone in the group shouted. After a long, grueling fight, they finally dealt with the pack. "Took forever," Doran panted. But the only girl in the group noticed something odd and asked, "Lord Doran, these monsters are stronger than we thought. What should we do now?" Doran thought for a moment and said, "We'll have to fight an unimaginable number of monsters. If this keeps up, we'll burn out quickly. And that could risk our lives. Forget the prior agreement. Go take the boss out alone quickly before we exhaust ourselves on these little monsters." Turning to El, he added to Debo up front, "Most other groups will think the same." Debo on the other side was panting like a cow but forced out, "Yeah, that makes sense. But why are you just standing there talking and not helping me? It's only 3 monsters," El replied boredly. Turning back to Debo, after catching his breath, he calmed down and said, "You did tell me not to waste time like this. Right, let's move on." "I'll take care of the insects," Debo said. "Clear the monsters first," El ordered coldly. But that command surprised Debo. "What? You just said we shouldn't waste time." El began to explain, "Everyone does that, so we'll clear the monsters first. Killing the boss isn't the only evaluation criterion. Your monster clearing ability also counts. Besides, the more people that gather at the boss, the more dangerous it becomes. You can't know what plots those people might have. Not all schemes show on the surface. Deep in their hearts, they'll always be scheming something. And I feel there's something dangerous here, Elle said, glancing up at the sky. Back with Doran's group, according to the plan, they were moving to fight the boss. While they were moving, the girl in the group suddenly pointed to the side and warned Lord Doran, "Look, there's an exit." Everyone followed her pointing finger and saw a small stone courtyard with 2 pillars on either side. This made Doran a bit relieved. "I didn't think we'd find it this quickly." "It's fine, mark it." "Yes, Lord," the girl hurriedly replied. But suddenly the teammate in blue in front of them started laughing like he was rabid, and the sound made Doran uneasy. "What's wrong with him?" "Hey, Avance, snap out of it," he mouthed. But at that prompt, Avance's laughter only grew louder, as if he would die if he didn't keep laughing. By then Doran was really annoyed and snapped, "Do you hear me? That kind of behavior will attract monsters." Avance turned his head with a grotesque face, smiling with an expression like crying. Sweat streamed down his face, veins standing out as if he were fighting not to laugh but couldn't. "What the hell?" Doran shouted in shock at the expression, and then laughter from the other teammates began rising behind him. He quickly turned and found the whole group enveloped in a purple mist. With the instincts of an adventurer, he immediately judged it was poison gas. Things were bad, he needed to get out of there right away. Thinking that, he abandoned his teammates and dashed straight for the gate to get out. But at that moment, a loud inhaling sound came from behind him, produced by a gigantic, horrifying mushroom. It was the one that had sprayed the toxic mist. The smoke came from holes in its body like pumped vents. Faced with such a large volume of poisonous smoke, Doran finally couldn't help it and began laughing like a madman. Back with Elle's group, they were moving along some river. While moving, Debo was lost in thought. Yesterday he hardly fought at all, should he? As Debo was thinking that, something suddenly appeared in the sky and caught his attention. Debo saw a flare launched into the sky, and both of them immediately realized it was a signal flare. "A signal flare, they've spotted the boss," Debo shouted. They quickly moved to the flare's location, and though they saw other groups already waiting there, Debo was a bit surprised. They had agreed to signal to assemble when they found the boss, but he hadn't expected they'd actually do it. Elle paid little attention to Debo's words. He stared at the group ahead, thinking. One group was missing. The red-armed man, seeing them arrive, spoke up, "Looks like we have enough people. I'll explain the situation again." But before he could say more, the purple-haired girl beside him asked, "Doran's squad still isn't here?" "Never mind them, we've waited too long. We found the boss's location, and saw Doran's entire group wiped out by it. The boss was the frenzied poison mushroom." The purple-haired girl couldn't help shouting when she heard the boss's name. "What? The frenzied poison mushroom?" Not just her, other members started murmuring and gossiping. "We're in big trouble. Even with this many people, we might not beat that boss. If it's the frenzied poison mushroom, forget about defeating it. Our only option is to find an exit and get out." Meanwhile, Debo, clueless as usual, hearing everyone discuss this, asked Elle, "Is the boss really that notorious frenzied poison mushroom?" Back to Elle, upon hearing the boss's name, he felt uneasy. "So that's it. It's indeed the toughest boss at our current level. Because its poisonous gas prevents you from getting close. That means no matter how many people you bring, you can't do much to it. To beat it, you'd need long-range attacks, but half-hearted strikes won't deal damage because it's very strong and fast." Over here, the red-banded man waited for the chatter to die down, then delivered bad news. "Unfortunately, the boss sits right in front of the exit, so we have to face it if we want to get out." Hearing that, Debo thumped his chest and said, "You afraid of it? A few bosses are nothing, one rocket from me." But before he could finish, Elle coldly cut in, "Debo, shut up. We'll die if we charge it blindly. My rockets won't hurt it." Hearing that, Debo lost all confidence and blurted, "Huh? Why?" Elle calmly explained, "Even the small monsters here are very sturdy. The boss must be many times tougher than those." Debo at a loss for words, while the red-banded man sighed helplessly. "He's just stating the obvious, that's why slaves." But before he could finish complaining, a teammate interrupted, "Iburu, no time for whining, we need a solution." As soon as he said that, Elle raised a hand and said, 50,000 misos. 50,000 misos per head. There are 30 people here, so that's 1.5 million misos. Give that money to me and the two of us will act as bait so everyone else can escape, Elle said, turning to Debo behind him. Debo's head spun when he heard this. Damn, what the hell is he saying? He thought, clutching his head. At that, Iburu across from them shouted, "Don't be so arrogant. You're used to slave tactics, but man proposes and God disposes. The boss isn't easy to bait like the others. If we're moving and you get grabbed and killed by it, we'll die too. Slaves going through a high-level gate are just obstacles. Besides, what can the guy next to you do? He hasn't even awakened yet. A slave and a two-circle mage won't accomplish anything." Debo snapped angrily, and those words made him furious. "These bastards are insulting me. They're trying to provoke me. I won't be bait." Turning to El after hearing this, he remained calm and asked back, so what do you intend to do? Any better plan? No, if there was one you wouldn't have wasted time signaling. For clarity, my group includes a 2-circle mage and a 1-circle mage. At El's words, Debo suddenly looked at his wrist and exclaimed, when did I awaken? What the since when? Haha, I'm a genius. El ignored Debo's excitement and asked, your group really has 2 mages? Iburu was left speechless and couldn't respond. And at that moment, the purple-haired girl, leader of the remaining groups, spoke up. Wait, if you really do that, I'll pay. However, we don't carry that much money. El waved his hand and said, no problem. We'll come back for it after we get out, so if we don't make it out, you won't lose anything. Still, everyone here has to agree. Decide now. El tossed the decision back to them. And of course, they had no choice but to follow El's plan. So everyone began to calmly move toward the exit gate where the frenzied poison mushroom was stationed. At that moment, it was still happily devouring someone from Doran's group. As it feasted, a rocket suddenly flew from the side aimed straight at its face. The direct hit to its head caused a sizable explosion, and the monster hissed out some smoke afterward. The attacker was of course El. He did it to deliberately draw the monster's attention, and after he hit it, he hurriedly warned Debo beside him, Debo, I'll move as soon as the boss spots us. Debo, trembling, replied, do I really have to do this? Before he could say more, the frenzied poison mushroom's eyes lit up as it detected them. It then lunged at the two of them like a machine. It's coming, El shouted. Run back now. Debo was stunned at the creature's speed. How is it so fast? Thus the chase between the many-toothed mushroom monster and El's team officially began. Seizing the moment, the team's leader shouted to everyone now, activate the gate before those two get killed. No need to say more, the people ran at full speed toward the gate, and then a member quickly slammed his hand down on the switch and activated the gate. As soon as the gate formed, she yelled, move. Then they all hurried through the gate and vanished. Meanwhile, El and Debo were still hauling ass trying to escape. But not far off, they were blocked by a bunch of tiny mushroom monsters. Debo grumbled, damn it, do I look easy to deal with? Get lost. As he spoke, he began channeling mana into his axe. Then he swung hard and cleaved those monsters in two. This was his great slash technique. Though he cleared the monsters, he lost a beat, letting the frenzied poison mushroom close and right behind them. At the moment, the beast opened its mouth to clamp down on Debo. El hit it with a rocket, blasting the monster backward. But as El had predicted, taking a direct hit to the head did almost no damage. Seeing that, El fired another rocket aimed straight at its head. This time, the mushroom reacted in time and narrowly dodged. El refused to give up. He immediately used psychokinesis to steer the arrow back, and had it continuously circle in front of the frenzied poison mushroom to block its path. Even so, with the creature's overwhelming speed, its claws were right behind the two of them. Ah, it's caught up, Debo cried in panic. Fortunately for them, a crack opened up in front of them. As soon as El saw it, he shouted, jump. Following his command, they reached the edge of the fissure and leaped down. And they just managed to dodge the frenzied poison mushroom's swipe in time. Hey, you damn monster, take this. Debo shouted, flipping at the bird, while El behind him began to charge a magic rocket. Then sent a missile into its body. Of course, it was more of a parting shot than anything, since it wouldn't really deal much damage. Both of them then fell into the water, and were swept away by the current immediately afterward. Not long after, the two of them managed to crawl up onto the bank. And by then, Debo breathed a few times and asked, what the hell were those things? El, wringing water from his clothes, replied, haven't you heard? They're the cluster monsters here. Looks like we'll need better prep if we want to kill one. At that answer, Debo froze for a moment and forced a laugh. Haha, cluster, you're saying we should prepare to kill it. You sure you didn't mishear me? You heard right, El said coldly. Don't mess with me, Debo barked. El, surprised, said, what's the matter? Weren't we here to hunt monsters? That's if we didn't know there was a frenzied poison mushroom here. Don't you know about retreating? Debo shot back. El then added, you won't be able to re-enter the gate after you leave, I know that. Debo said aloud, thinking, shouldn't we escape after finishing the bait job? How can we kill that boss when magic rockets don't even work on that horror? Didn't he say we'd die fighting it? Turning to El, who seemed to read Debo's thoughts, he said, the situation changed since the contest ended. I don't care much about it now, and besides, we'll get extra reward, isn't that great? Saying that, El's face went cold as he looked straight at Debo and continued, so as you said, are you planning to break our contract? Debo's face registered a bit of confusion, but then he quickly said, I never thought about that, you'll pay me extra, right? Of course, El said with a smile. Turning back to Debo, he voiced his concern. At least tell me how we're supposed to kill it when arrows and swords don't affect it. I don't intend to sacrifice myself. Is there really a way to kill it? Debo asked as he stared at El's impassive face. Cut to outside the gate. The group was rushing out and Abbas, surprised they came out so quickly, said, they're out already. That's the 40-player gate, didn't they clear it awfully fast? He stepped forward and asked the purple-haired girl, Jebber, how was the gate? It seems a few people went missing inside, are they still in there? Jebber hurriedly answered, we failed to clear the gate. Doran's group was wiped out and El Palm is still inside. We could only escape because El and his teammates acted as bait. That boss couldn't be handled, it was too strong. Hearing this, Abbas raised an eyebrow and said, "So you did nothing but run away." Jebber, thinking he didn't understand the situation, explained, "The boss is the frenzied poison mushroom. It's insanely strong, we couldn't do anything." Facing Jebber's words, Abbas turned and told his 2 guards, "Return." Jebber hurriedly called out, "Lord Abbas, wait. El Palm's group hasn't come out yet. The gate is still open. They might still be alive. They won't survive. It's only a matter of time. Didn't you say the boss is a frenzied poison mushroom? If you want it dealt with, you can wait yourself. I don't have the time." With that, Abbas left immediately. At the same time, he despised this group inwardly. What a useless lot. I guess we're unlucky to have that frenzied poison mushroom here. The remaining 2 teams can't possibly kill the frenzied poison mushroom. Give it up. I don't want to waste time on ordinary adventurers. What I want are adventurers who can beat that thing, who can make the impossible possible. Back to El, he was standing on a high rock, drawing his bow and aiming the rocket arrow in a direction. "Let's start the hunt," he muttered. Then he released his hand and let the arrow fly straight ahead. There was a reason El was sniping from a distance. This boss is faster and tougher than anything we usually meet. Worse, it uses airborne poisonous spores that spread, very hard to deal with. In that case, it's better to keep distance and attack from range. But the magic rockets I can make currently aren't powerful enough. However, twisting the arrow with telekinesis and firing it at high speed greatly increases its piercing power. That's something I can only do in the Feng Thur realm. It was what I thought of when facing this frenzied poison mushroom boss. A skill that makes the impossible possible and raises my chance to beat it. Fire thrust. As El thought this, the fire thrust arrow was fired and flew straight toward the giant mushroom. The arrow then drove straight into its body, making the frenzied poison mushroom scream miserably, and with a terrifying vortex force. It successfully pierced through the giant mushroom's body. Even so, watching from afar, El felt a bit regretful. He'd tried to shoot straight through its head in one strike, but it was too tight. This is troublesome. From his view, the fire thrust arrow had pierced through the left chest area, but that still wasn't enough to truly trouble this cluster monster. Immediately, it began roaring like a mad thing, turning its face toward the fired arrow, and spotted El drawing his bow to fire again. Without hesitation, the frenzied poison mushroom accelerated on all 4s and lunged at him like a rabid dog. El up top fired another fire shot at it, but unfortunately this time, thanks to its speed, it dodged to the side in time. By now, El was feeling the strain. Using fire thrust while moving and searching for a favorable position was too difficult. On top of that, fire thrust's cooldown was long. I have to finish the boss before it reaches here. Thinking that, he launched another fire thrust at the frenzied poison mushroom as it neared the cliff where he stood. But this mad mushroom easily evaded once more. At that moment, the frenzied poison mushroom seemed to detect something and let out several strange roars. And immediately after, El up above shouted now. Following his command, Debo, who was lying in wait below, jerked hard on the rope in his hands and caused the mushroom to topple forward and crash straight into the mud ahead. And just after it managed to get back up, Debo's axe lunged toward it at breakneck speed. The frenzied poison mushroom hadn't even had time to react before an axe smashed into its face, spraying its blood everywhere. Then Debo yanked hard on the rope and reeled the axe back in. But that wasn't all. Because it had fallen into the mud, its smoke vents were now clogged and could no longer release the poisonous fumes. Seeing that, Debo taunted the mad mushroom. "Finally, I can breathe easier. The air's fresher now. Let's play a little." Back to El, he was watching the cluster frenzied poison mushroom, thinking whether the conditions were right. The key to this strategy was to lure the monster into the swamp, because hunting is basically about neutralizing the prey's advantages. Once it falls into the swamp, it loses its greatest weapon. While he was still thinking, Debo below stared at the mad mushroom and said, "What, can't do anything because its pores are clogged? Pathetic." As he spoke, he began to channel mana into his axe and swung it hard. And as the axe completed half a rotation, he let go and launched it straight at the frenzied poison mushroom, but the mad mushroom reacted pretty quickly. As the flying axe approached, it raised a hand to block the blow, though the axe still embedded itself deep in its palm. Debo jerked the rope to pull the axe back, then immediately threw it at the giant mushroom again, repeating the motion until the frenzied poison mushroom looked like a carved log, veins of blood spouting from its body with each swing. After taking dozens of axe strikes from him, it seemed to get used to the rhythm and swatted the axe aside. Then it seized the chance to rush up and tear Debo apart. But that was fine, their plan anticipated this. We lured the damn monster here not just to clog its pores. A gloomy swamp is the worst map for any speed-reliant attacker. As it moved just a few steps, it found its acceleration reduced by an unknown percentage. El above took advantage of that moment and unleashed his fire thrust down below. The attack hit the mad mushroom since it couldn't move in time, though it tried to save itself by raising its hand to block the arrow. Of course, the fire thrust isn't easy to block. The arrow twisted and drove through its palm, making it scream miserably, and an explosion followed. From behind, Debo watched and asked, "Is it dead yet?" focusing intently ahead. At that moment, El above shouted, "Attack its mana core, its weak point must be in the head." "Got it," Debo said hastily, then began hurling his axe straight at the mushroom's head. But the frenzied poison mushroom reacted extremely fast. Just before the blade could bite into its head, it raised an arm and grabbed the axe handle tightly. Then it swung the axe hard and flung Debo toward itself. But El had seen this, so he quickly used his telekinesis to hurl a nearby log straight at the monster, resulting in the frenzied poison mushroom taking a full log to the face, and Debo grabbing a branch on the trunk as it struck. The frenzied poison mushroom didn't know Debo had clung to the trunk, so it hastily pushed the log aside to look for him. But of course it couldn't find anyone because Debo had flipped backward and launched a kick straight into its mushroom head, making it squeal like a pig being bled out. Right after landing the kick, Debo didn't press the attack. He quickly fell back to keep his distance and sharply pulled the rope to retrieve his axe. Then he used the floating stones above to move continuously around the frenzied poison mushroom, looking for an opening. Seeing this, El supported him by using his mind to manipulate the mud, creating a screen that obstructed the monster's vision. To further confuse the frenzied poison mushroom, he directed several streams of water straight into its face, forcing it to hurriedly block with its hands. But at the same time, it saw a silhouette preparing to swing an axe at it, and as a natural reaction, the frenzied poison mushroom immediately let out a roar, then drove its claws through the water screen toward the figure. But sadly, after piercing the water, it realized it had hit nothing at all. Debo's body wasn't there. In fact, he'd somehow circled behind the monster and swung his axe straight at its neck. With an immense twisting force, Debo succeeded in severing the monster's head clean off with one strike. The severed head fell to the ground immediately, while its body remained standing tall in the swamp. Debo began panting heavily from the exertion. Then he gave El a thumbs up to signal success. El above smiled at the sight, but suddenly his eyes widened in disbelief, because to his eyes the headless body of the frenzied poison mushroom was somehow moving again, and it was even winding up a punch, and unleashed a hammer blow straight at Debo's head, sending him pitching forward toward the ground. Then it turned toward El and screamed as if going mad. El was the hell, its head's been cut off, and thinking that, he activated his rockets and fired again. The arrow created a sizable explosion as it flew down below, but the headless corpse of the frenzied poison mushroom reacted quickly and backed away in time to avoid the blast. Something's wrong, El thought anxiously while beginning to use telekinesis to lift the entire log the frenzied poison mushroom was standing on into the air. And the mad mushroom was clever. It immediately took the opportunity to jump straight for the cliff where El stood and cling to it. It then used its two hands to climb up like a spider. And El watched, sweating a little. He only had one arrow left, no cooldown time left, and couldn't fire another shot. And while the frenzied poison mushroom was crawling like a gecko on the cliff, Debo below had recovered and screamed, "Damn it, I'm pissed off now." After saying that, Debo hurled all his strength into throwing the axe in his hand straight at the frenzied poison mushroom's body, his brutal cleave signature move. The frenzied poison mushroom seemed unaware and couldn't dodge in time, and the axe sliced clean through its body, cleaving it into two parts. The lower half severed and immediately fell downwards. Debo below grinned with relief. "Heh, served you right." But before he could laugh 3 seconds, his eyes widened when he saw the upper half of the mushroom still climbing the wall as if nothing had happened. "Careful," Debo shouted anxiously. At that moment, El's staff began to glow, and he fired a straight attack at it, but unfortunately the monster reacted too quickly. Seeing the strike come, it let go of the cliff with one hand and dodged aside. Inside the frenzied poison mushroom's body, however, a face appeared, smiling smugly as if it had won. But just as it was laughing, El's cold voice rang out, "So this is your real head, huh? Thanks for showing me," he said. From his perspective, it seemed the previous attack was actually a flare fired from the gun in his hand. Debo below was stunned, a flare gun, so that last attack was just a trick. Turning to El. After seeing the mushroom's true form, he didn't hesitate to unleash another fire thrust, driving it straight into the face hidden inside the mushroom's body and blasting it out of the cliff. Predictably, the spearhead bored deep into the frenzied poison mushroom's body and struck that face, making it scream in agony. Ultimately, the spear pierced through the entire body, and the face's cries fell silent at once. Then the body was dragged away by the thrust and exploded a short distance off. And with that explosion, the mushroom's entire toxic gas was released. Debo below broke into a sweat at the sight, truly suffering to the very end. Luckily for him, at that moment, El above used his mind to manipulate a rope, wrapping it tightly around Debo and pulling him up. "Phew, I thought I was done for," Debo said quickly as he landed. Down below, the scene was now filled with a purple mist. Seeing that, Debo asked, "Is it really over now?" "Yeah, good job, Debo. Quick, gather the mana stones once the poison dissipates." But just as El said that, his voice suddenly trailed off. Because in front of him, for some unknown reason, the frenzied poison mushroom's body suddenly rose into the air, and a miserable cry issued from within. It seemed the monster's core hadn't been completely destroyed. Then it sprayed all its toxic smoke directly at the two of them, and Debo could only laugh at the sight. Scene cuts to Abbas's study. Rakan, hearing the story, burst out laughing. "Haha, so that's why you came back when you saw they failed like that. Still as energetic as ever, huh?" Hearing him, Abbas replied, "My apologies, sir. I believe it's best to leave this matter to Knight Cygnus. But at that moment, there was a sudden pounding on the door outside, which made Abbas a bit irritated. He turned and said, "Didn't I tell you this is not the time for visitors? Go back." "I'm coming in. What? Who do you think you are?" Abbas snapped angrily. But then his face went still. He saw Elle step inside. "I'm back," Elle said coldly. Rakan in the room, seeing him return safely, laughed with excitement. "Haha, how interesting." "Hey Abbas, who is this?" he said, glancing at Abbas. Abbas was equally surprised to see Elle, so he really came back from the dead, huh? Turning to Rakan, he looked Elle straight in the eye and said, "Pleasure to meet you. I'm Rakan. You're El Palm, right? You really are as hard to kill as the rumors say. You're exactly the kind of asset our guild needs." Elle on the other side bowed quickly and said, "Thank you for the compliment, sir." Rakan, pleased with his manners, said, "Good. I like your courtesy. I'll ask you one question. Do you think you could survive in that 100-person gate?" Elle paused thoughtfully at the question, then calmly said, "Pretty tough, I'd say." That answer left Rakan momentarily silent. While Abbas exploded, "How dare you talk to Lord Rakan like that, El Palm? Don't think registering you as an adventurer means you can go around saying whatever you want. You forget you still owe a massive debt." Elle closed his eyes and let him rant. After a moment's silence, Rakan smiled and said, "Pretty tough, huh? So you might have a chance. I don't do small talk, so I'll get straight to the point. What do you want?" He said this while staring directly at Elle. Time quickly passed. Scene shifts to a tavern where Elle and Debo are drinking, and when Debo hears Elle's request to Rakan, he can't help but spit his beer out. "What? 5 million miso per person? That's 10 million for the two of us. You're asking for too much." At that, Elle, whose face was splattered with beer from the spit, looked at Debo with a freezing glare that made him quickly apologize. "Ah, I'm sorry. Aren't you being greedy? They'll definitely refuse this offer, and that'll ruin our first deal," Debo added. Elle calmly wiped the beer off his face with a cloth and said, "Don't worry, they'll accept." Debo still didn't believe it. "Ha, you stay indifferent no matter how chaotic things get. If Abbas goes mad, he'll blacklist me with the guild." While they were talking, a voice behind them caught Debo's attention. "You two look way too comfortable. Doesn't seem like you nearly died," said Iber, and behind him stood Jebber. When Debo saw them, he slammed the table in anger and shouted, "What did you just say? How dare you speak to the ones who saved your lives like that? I've disliked you since we entered the gate. Get out, let's settle this properly." But in response to Debo's demand, Iber and Jebber bowed their heads and said, "We deeply apologize for looking down on you. I've been ashamed of myself, so today I've come sincerely to ask your forgiveness. This is the agreed amount between you two, 1,500,000 miso. I added a little extra as my goodwill to you," Iber said as he handed them a pouch of money. Debo across from him just blinked, took it absent-mindedly and said, "Huh? Oh yeah, thanks." But at that moment, Elle spoke up, "We don't need it. We'll take exactly 1,500,000, no more, no less. I only accept payment for the job. I don't need your goodwill. That's all I have to say," Elle said coldly. Debo beside him grumbled, "If you weren't going to take it, say so from the start. You get me excited then disappointed," and began opening the pouch to return the extra money to them. Elle then turned to Iber and said, "Pirate, your name is Iber, right? Iber, would you risk an adventure like this just for money?" The question left Iber momentarily speechless. Cut to Abbas's office, where he was yelling at his superior, "You can't do this, sir. 10 million miso, with that sum you could hire a 3 or 4 circle mage. Even if he's the best candidate currently, you shouldn't favor him so blatantly. He's just trying to squeeze money out of us. Let me call him in and renegotiate the price." Rakan glanced at Abbas and said, "Huh, do you really think that naively? Why don't you consider he might come back asking for double?" What Abbas said, stunned to hear Rakan's words. To explain, Rakan produced a sheet of paper and said, "Read this. This time, the Gaffer Machinist Guild will only send one team led by El Palm." Abbas took the notice, read it, and wondered how much could be done with only 2 people. He couldn't tell what else the notice said. But as he read a bit, sweat broke out on Abbas's face. He hurriedly turned to Rakan and asked, "Is this true, sir?" Rakan leaned back in his chair and replied comfortably, "If this intel were fake, I'd be in big trouble. I spent a lot to buy it." Abbas bit his lip and thought, the Dark Demon King Zin, could he really be present there? Rakan picked up a pen, pointed at Abbas and said, "Don't make unnecessary mistakes, Abbas. War has already begun." Time passed quickly, and it was time for the 100-person assault on the Red Gate. Many adventurers had already pitched tents here to rest and wait for the others. Elle and Debo were here too. "I didn't think they'd actually accept your offer," Debo said in surprise. "Don't get excited, focus on the fight," Elle said coldly. "Don't worry, I'm an experienced adventurer now." Debo said this while starting to observe the other adventurers around them, and muttered, "The atmosphere here is really tense." And suddenly, a blonde man called out to them, "Oh, newcomers, you're from the Gaffer Machinist Guild, right? Pleasure to meet you. I'm Sheldon, an E-rank adventurer from the Genie's Machinist Guild." Elle replied coldly, "I'm El Palm, a C-rank adventurer." Elle's rank genuinely startled Sheldon. "What C-rank? I thought only 1 or 2 circle mages could enter this gate. How could a C-rank be allowed?" But before he could finish, a voice rose from behind the crowd. "Hey, can I talk to him for a moment?" "I have something to say to him," said a blonde girl dressed like a knight. Sheldon clicked his tongue and muttered as he walked off, "HMPH, so now he's with that lot, what a waste of time." Looking at the girl's appearance, El recalled his earlier conversation with Abbas. "Why should I do that?" El asked, puzzled. Abbas, not wanting to debate, said, "Take the assignment and get to work. Why do you ask so many questions? Our guild will be cooperating with the Cygna's Night Order on this one." Following Queen Cygna's ideal of the strongest army, the Cygna's Night Order, celebrated as a symbol of strength and authority, has begun taking an interest in the gates. The slots for the gates were already snatched up by other guilds, so we had to ally with them. Even if they only send an amateur team, the success rate will be much higher. Although they may have ulterior motives in approaching this gate, cooperating with them isn't a bad idea. El responded calmly, "I understand. It's just an alliance." "HMPH, I don't think it's that simple. I feel something shady is going on," Abbas muttered. Back in the present, the blonde introduced herself. "I'm Kiri, leader of the Cygna's Night Order's amateur squad. You should know your place and not get delusions of grandeur after a few words with me. I don't want trouble, so shut up and follow my orders." Her words angered Debo across from them. "Huh, what a damn attitude." Kiri seemed not to notice his scowl and continued, "Are you two the only team sent by the Gaffer Machinist Guild?" "Yes," El said calmly. Kiri exhaled and said, "Ha, so Gaffer has bowed out of the game." As she spoke, two other guilds began arriving. First, the Dig Machinist Guild, Crocus's group. Then the Murdia Machinist Guild, Cubal's group. Debo could tell the difference just by their bearing. They were all elites from other guilds, and the atmosphere shifted completely. But that wasn't all. Three red-haired girls then approached with supreme confidence. They were from the Goldrich Machinist Guild, the Natasa sisters. Kiri, seeing them arrive, sneered, "They look so arrogant." Their appearance marked that all the guilds had arrived, and the coordinator's voice rang out. "Hello everyone, I'm Lonko, chosen to guard this place and assist those who escape the exit. You've likely heard your managers brief you about the gate, but I'll repeat it once more. Legendary tier items that drop inside the gate will not belong to you under any circumstances. Their ownership belongs to the guild you're working for. Of course you'll receive the appropriate reward. Finally, you should be glad you can keep the magic stones, and also, if any of you intend to appropriate materials for yourselves, then you will. If you intend to seize materials for personal use, you will face a team of B-rank adventurers," he said, pointing to the rear where 3 adventurers stood waiting. Debo noticed them and jumped when he saw the number of magic circles on their wrists, 5 circle mages. All of them 5 circle, he thought in astonishment. After Lonko finished the briefing, he said, "I'm done, safe travels to you all." With that, the adventurer teams began entering one by one. Kiri then turned to El and said, "Follow me, I'll lead the way. I'll be the only one who can successfully clear this gate." Debo was startled by her confidence and thought, does she realize how crazy she sounds? Do I really have to cooperate with her? El paid him no mind. He was staring at the gate, lost in thought. After all, everything he'd worked for up to now was to enter this gate, a gate he'd never set foot in, not even in his past life. But he had to succeed. The chain of events had already begun. Thinking that, he told Debo, "Let's go." Debo hurried after him and muttered, "HMPH, let them beg all they want, I'm not helping." They emerged into a vast, wide-open field. "All follow me," someone called out. Meanwhile, Debo was still overwhelmed by the sight. "Oh my god, what huge grass," he exclaimed. "You think we came here to sightsee? Move it," Kiri snapped, reminding them. Debo felt a bit annoyed. "Boss, are you really just going to stand there? Why did they just call you?" Debo turned to ask El but stopped when he saw El pressing his ear to the ground and asked, "What are you doing?" Before El could answer, not far from them came the sound of countless heavy footsteps, accompanied by a spreading cloud of dust. The dust was kicked up by a herd of super-muscled domestic pigs, each with a red tether wrapped around it, who even tied those. "Hey, it's a herd of die-bang pigs. About 1,000 of them coming," people shouted as the pigs charged toward them like Formula One racers. While everyone panicked, Kiri immediately regained her composure and barked, "What are you doing? Scatter and draw their attention now." Some squads hadn't entered yet. Aren't there unspoken rules that participating teams shouldn't intervene right away? The other adventurers clicked their tongues in annoyance, but quickly spread out to the sides. "Machinists El Debo over here," a mage shouted, but they refused. "We're going this direction." In this way, the adventurers' formation was sliced through by the pig. But that didn't mean the pigs would ignore them. The die-bang herd immediately split their formation and chased after them relentlessly. At the same time, Ziri's leading knight squad fled. "Good, head for the woods, there are more obstacles there. We'll hunt them there," Kiri ordered. Before she could say more, a nearby knight shouted, "Kiri, we have a problem, we've lost track of the Goppo machinist member." "What?" she cried in surprise. Meanwhile, El's 2-person team was pretty relaxed after the chaos. "Hugh, that was refreshing, looks like we can relax now. But how did you know the die-bang pigs would attack?" Debo asked with a smile after escaping the danger. El calmly explained from experience. "On a wide grassland like this, you'll often find monster packs that travel in herds. The die-bang pig, averaging about 2 meters long, is a very aggressive monster that moves in herds numbering from hundreds to thousands. Though tough, they aren't impossible to defeat. Other machinist teams think the same but don't want to waste energy up front, so they try to split this herd into smaller groups. From now on, you can't predict which monsters will appear. This definitely isn't over yet. The 100-man Red Gate expedition in Slefwood during a previous life ended in failure, with all the adventurers killed. El recalled his memories. Meanwhile, Debo, seeing him lost in thought, spoke up, "What are you thinking about?" as he turned to look at El. This distracted him, and he failed to notice a taut wire at his feet and struck it. Then a sharp trap suddenly sprang up from the ground, aiming straight at him. Luckily, El reacted in time and pulled the young man back, saving him. "What the trap? Who would set traps here?" Debo said, his face turning livid. At the same time, somewhere else in the forest, the sound of a rope being cut rang out. Moments later, a sharpened stake shot toward an unidentified adventurer. But this spearheaded guy was no pushover. Even without turning, he sensed the trap aimed at him and swung his blade hard, cleaving the stake in two. "Yeah, pathetic," he said contemptuously, as if looking down on whoever set the trap. His companions sheathed their swords and reported, "We removed all the traps, that was the last one." Among them, the leader, the spearheaded man, somewhat casual, reminded, "Don't lower your guard, Babeo." The voice belonged to Crocus of the Machinists Guild. He then looked at the destroyed traps around them and remarked, "They're crude but dangerous. They even mimic human hunting methods, so they're not ordinary monsters. If monsters with that level of intelligence, they're probably the vermin from the Red Gate. I had a hunch this gate's difficulty is pretty high. Unless an adventurer is on my level, the others will just die hopelessly. I'll find the best solution, follow me." He called out but got no response. "Hey, be careful, don't let your guard down," Crocus warned as he turned back. But all he saw was Bob Bayo's head already gone. Then a flash of light targeted the group of adventurers, forcing them to log out immediately. Even Crocus, confident in his strength, was suddenly approached from behind by an assassin and sent to meet the underworld. "You fool, acting like you know everything," the assassin sneered. So before they even faced the monsters, the group began stabbing one another. Cut to a corner of the grassland where an unnamed man's voice said, "Redirect attention at the entrance with Die Bang's pigs." No idea whose idea that was, but it made my job a lot easier. I should act now while things are going my way. It's annoying, but time's almost up, so whatever, let's start," he said as he slowly began to stand. Behind him, the three Natasha sisters stood as well. However, strangely, it seemed the sisters were immobilized and were trying to move their bodies. But harsh reality hit them. The cross-eyed man said, "Trying to move is useless. This magic is like that. It'll take at least 30 minutes. "Why did you do this?" the eldest sister asked, trembling. The cross-eyed man sounded a bit surprised. "Oh, impressive. You can still speak in that state, just as I expected from Natasha. Looks dangerous, so I'll just deal with you now." With that, he didn't let the eldest finish and immediately cast a fireball spell, blasting through her body. In the back, the two younger sisters turned pale with fear. Speaking of the cross-eyed guy, he waited until the eldest sister was done speaking, then answered her question. That's a tough question. Why did I do this?" At that, he looked at the other two and realized the answer for himself. "Oh, would it be easier to understand if I put it this way? The thing all mages use, a fire missile." He said this while making an extremely perverse face. Immediately after, his spell activated and blew the bodies of the two remaining sisters apart. After finishing, the pervert exhaled. They didn't have any better fate. Now I really want to rest." He said this as he recalled a memory from not long before, when he had been summoned by that white-haired villain. "William, yes, I'm here," he hurriedly replied. "I've waited a long time for this day. We've slipped from their notice, hidden our identities, and worked in the shadows to spread our power and influence throughout the guilds. Now the time is ripe. I will not disappoint you," William affirmed. To make sure, the white-haired man tossed him a feather and explained, "Take it, this is a gift bestowed by him. Failure will not be forgiven." Back in the present, he tied the feather around his neck like a necklace. "I shouldn't snuff it out now, right? Seems there's no other way. I need to try harder," he whispered, then left the area to hunt others. Time quickly passed until evening, the scene shifting to the goblin camp. At which point, the two-person team of El were watching the outpost closely. But after seeing the number, scale, and how the monsters operated, young Debo nearly asked to go home. "What the heck is this? You mean they're all bosses, every last one of them? I clearly told you at the start that only some of them are bosses," El said boredly as he repeated himself. However, young Debo wasn't any less worried. Boss or not, beyond their natural strength, they're also very ferocious. Facing even one of them carries all sorts of risks. Not only that, it seems they've collected loot from dead adventurers, which will make dealing with them even harder. Because some variants can use skills through those items, El warned, making the young warrior really want to go home and hide under the blanket. So they're basically an entire army of adventurers, right? Just the two of us against all of them. You grasped the problem quickly, good job, El nodded in praise. But Debo didn't care for the compliment. What are you saying? I'm trying to point out that the two of us alone can't do it. We need to team up with Kiki or Kiri or someone, he hissed in the quietest voice so the monsters behind wouldn't notice. Why didn't you want to split off? Because you didn't want to work with them? El asked. It's because I don't know these monsters. Either way, the two of us can't handle it, the other insisted. No matter what El did, he refused to go. He wasn't going to die with just the two of them. If anyone was going to die, the whole group would have to die together. That was talk, though. Somehow El managed to convince Debo to carry out an attack plan. First, they waited for some of the goblins to patrol alone. And the moment they saw a chance to strike, they rushed forward without hesitation. Unfortunately, his attack was narrowly avoided when the goblin ducked. God, seriously, he did that on purpose, right? I never said I planned to take them all on alone, Debo ground out. Meanwhile, the goblin immediately swung its massive arm back to counterattack. However, the hot-headed young man reacted quickly and immediately planted his axe into the ground and leapt up and backward over the monster's back. Then a cat-and-mouse skirmish ensued between them. The goblin kept pressing the attack while Debo tried to dodge its dangerous strikes. Being pushed back repeatedly annoyed Debo, so right after he evaded that punch, he immediately smacked the monster in the face, making it stick its tongue out. "You talk too much, you bastard," he said, then quickly swung his axe and chopped at one of the goblin's legs, causing it to collapse to the ground instantly. Debo then took advantage of the big creature's pain and loss of balance, circling to its back to deliver the finishing blow. "This is the end," he shouted as he brought his axe down hard. But unfortunately, his strike hit the ground. For some reason, the beast, despite its injured leg, moved like a squirrel to dodge. And immediately afterward, it seized the moment while Debo hadn't regained his stance, and fired a straight punch into his face, sending the young man rocketing backward like a missile. "Why are you so hard to kill?" Debo ground out through his teeth. But the goblin answered with a devastating punch that smashed the tree trunk behind El. If El hadn't ducked in time, he might have logged out for good. However, that opened an opportunity for Debo to counterattack. He seized it and swung his axe, severing the goblin's right arm, which let out a pained scream. But then the monster, hiding its pain, snatched its remaining arm and smacked it into his face. After that, it treated Debo's body like a toy and slammed him down so hard the ground split into a large crater. But before the beast could do more damage, he immediately wrapped his legs around the creature's arm, pressed the haft of his axe against its arm, and prepared to break the monster's limb. The goblin, seeing this, frantically whipped its remaining arm and flung Debo away. He let out a loud cry and then lunged back in for a bloody fight with the monster once more. Time quickly passed. By now victory belonged to Debo as the big brute lay motionless in a pool of blood. "HMPH, I thought you'd jump in to help," Debo complained to El at his side. "You looked like you could handle it alone, which proves they're not unbeatable. Still, I'm getting more skeptical about this mission. If there's a whole army of those things," Debo grumbled, but his voice fell silent. When he saw the horrifying scene ahead, countless corpses of adventurers who had entered that gate. "What's going on here? Weren't most of them members of Cigna's Night Order? What the hell happened here?" Debo said blankly. And then a pained sound rang out that caught both their attention. "Over here, someone is still alive." Saying that, they hurried toward a tree where one knight remained struggling to stand. "What happened here? Did goblins attack you?" El asked urgently. The knight opposite gritted his teeth and said, "Not goblins, completely not. It was a bunch of bastards who did this." Cut to Abba's place. After taking a drag of his pipe, he cleared his head to think. This doesn't add up at all. Those opportunists, these unknown gates can only be entered by a few people. Their goal is to gather information and strike the remaining adventurers, and because such gates vanish after they leave, all evidence of their wrongdoing disappears with them. However, this time it was almost a battle with no chance of victory, since they'd have to clear that trial when exhausted and broken, with only a handful of people left. Even if somehow they cleared it and brought out a unique item, they couldn't avoid suspicion from those outside the gate. Could it be that in the end they're elite members of other guilds? No way. Even if that were their aim, if this news escaped, it would pit them against the other guilds. No guild would risk such a dangerous gamble. So there must be a larger meaning and purpose to this, he quietly speculated. Back with El's group, the knight in front then recounted everything, leaving Debo a bit stunned. "Could it be? Yeah, I didn't think I saw that girl here," El nodded. The knight grew angrier and hammered his fist into the ground. "Damn it, it's all my fault. Who would have guessed she was a traitor among us? Why would Kiri do such a thing?" Up ahead, El, having heard that, asked, "I don't get it. Why would she, a member of Cigna's Night Order, betray us?" "I don't understand either. I can't figure it out." But looking back over things, the orders she gave at the gate entrance seemed to have been part of her plan. Before everything here was settled, she even said herself that she was a disciple of that dark mage, he said bitterly. The mention of a dark mage being present here made Debo startle. A dark mage 800 years ago, he, a transcendent being, along with many of his disciples, threatened the realm. And to stop him, the 6 heroes joined forces to defeat him, and that battle forced the dark mage and his forces into complete disadvantage, after which he and the 6 heroes were sealed. With the disciples' army trapped in chaos, allied forces counterattacked and wiped out the Dark Mage's followers. Every resident of the realm knows the story happened that way. She can't possibly be a disciple of the Dark Mage, Debo stammered. Our protagonist here then suggested, "This isn't the time to worry about these monsters. We need to find her. Are you coming with us? You should prepare to fight her when you meet." "That's exactly what I intend," the man said with determination. Cut to Kiri's location. She hurried along as if something was chasing her. But then she had to brake suddenly when William blocked her path ahead. "Oh, welcome, been waiting for you a long time, Kiri." "Haha, looks like you're the one who killed the ribbon pigs." By By splitting up, we made the plan easy to carry out. Now we can take our time finishing it. Right, did you receive what we sent you? He laughed. Meanwhile, Kiri, realizing she'd been trapped, drew her sword. Who are you? Backtail's group. At this time, Debo was also supporting the knight as they walked. If you're wounded in too many places, we can go slowly. After all, he's already leading the way. Thanks, I'm fine. The knight shook his head to refuse. Don't worry, our boss is great at tracking. I'm sure we'll find her soon, Debo affirmed, unaware that danger was closing in. I understand, that's good. As he spoke, the man began channeling mana into his dagger. Back to Kiri. She was now fighting all those villains on her own. Yes, somehow they'd been battling from night until dawn. William in the back, seeing Kiri hold off so many consecutive attacks alone, didn't spare praise. Excellent, just as you'd expect from the training captain of Cygna's Night Order. I wonder how long she can hold out, he said with amusement. Back in the fight, after Kiri stepped back to dodge an attack from a brown-clad man, she began using a skill called Sun Ascension, creating a ringed sigil like a sun behind her. And of course, the other thugs weren't stupid enough to give her time to cast. Enough showboating, shouted a green-haired man. As he swung his sword hard, slashing at Kiri, she immediately raised her blade to block. Then she used a lightning-fast motion to draw her sword back, and slashed out again, aiming straight for his neck. Wait, the man cried out hastily. Before Kiri-san, Cleave cut him into who knows how many pieces. However, although the move was powerful, it consumed a lot of energy, and right after using it, Kiri began to breathe heavily. State your purpose or die here, she threatened. Her words annoyed William in the back. Enough already. What are you doing? Finish her quickly. At his command, the 3 remaining hounds lunged forward to attack at once. Die, they shouted in unison. Kiri tightened her grip on her sword, ready to defend. But at that moment, a shadow suddenly sprinted out of the nearby grass, and immediately the swordsman in the center was hacked into 3 pieces by that shadow, to the astonishment of the others. And the one who struck was none other than Debo. To explain why he appeared here, we have to go back a few hours to when he was still supporting the Cygna's Knight. At that moment, as the man began concentrating energy into his dagger, he immediately clamped one hand around Debo's throat while pointing the dagger at him with the other. Good, say hi to Kiri for me when you meet, the man laughed, as if already picturing Debo lying in a pool of blood. But fate had other plans. Just as his dagger was about to reach Debo, a rocket arrow came tearing in from afar and blew that man's arm off. Only then did our naive Debo realize he had nearly died. He hurriedly threw the knight to the side. My arm, the man wailed pitifully as one of his arms parted from him. Meanwhile, Debo beside him still didn't understand what had happened. Boss, what's going on? Back to L, he frowned, observed, and said, just as predicted, what a horror. Sorry, but I don't have a habit of trusting others, he said as he activated his rocket magic to send that man to the afterlife. Returning to the present, Debo's sudden appearance caused William to finally reveal himself. That's odd, an uninvited guest shows up, he complained. The hounds beside him immediately recognized Debo's affiliation and warned Lord William, he's from the Gaffa Machinists Guild. He's alive, which means... Before the man could finish, William understood, I know Piton. Looks like that Imperial rabbit is useless. I gave him a chance to do his job and I was wrong. He grumbled, then glanced at the 2. Annoying, since you 2 look strong, we'll have to handle this ourselves. At his command, the others started rotating their shoulders and necks, gearing up. Seeing that, Kiri immediately warned, careful, it's them. I know perverts, right? Debo said with a grin. William then ordered his hounds to charge, surround them. You handle at least one of them, right? I'll take care of the rest, don't get cocky, Kiri cautioned. Immediately after, the lead swordsman used a skill called Shard Strike, aiming straight at both of them. Debo leaped aside to dodge, and even quickly swung his axe to counter, nearly killing the brown-haired man. But Debo wouldn't let him regain his footing. He pressed the attack. Brat die, Debo laughed, beginning to sheath his magic into the axe. However, before he could swing the axe, the red-clad man behind fired a crossbow to relieve pressure for his ally. Seeing Debo dodge, the man clicked his tongue in annoyance. Cowardly rat. He ground out, but as Debo focused on the man ahead, another assailant closed in from behind. And before he could react, he took an upper strike from that attacker, opening a wound on his shoulder. Too shallow, didn't do enough damage. Don't worry, I'll free you right now. Assault, he shouted, then lunged to attack Debo again. Kiri nearby saw this and yelled, idiot, what are you doing? Somehow, as the man's sword came down, Debo dodged and slipped behind him. What did you think I was doing? Obviously playing with him. With that, he directly swung his hammer at the man. You bastard, someone shouted as they thrust a spear at him. But Debo easily evaded it. He then performed a savage chop, thrusting the spearman back. Damn, how is he so strong? The spearman gritted out. But then he suddenly noticed something flying at him and jumped aside to dodge. And the flying one was none other than the brown-clad man from earlier, who'd been thoroughly handled by Kiri. You call yourselves elites, she sneered, leaving the armored man grinding his teeth but unable to do anything. In the end, William couldn't stand watching his underlings take hits any longer and stepped in. Seems I can't sit idle anymore. You lot go this far, we've wasted too much time. As he spoke, he began casting rocket magic and fired a missile straight at Debo. What, even faster than the bosses? Debo thought in astonishment. Then a huge explosion occurred. You were careless because it was just a rocket, right? But my rockets are on another level. You wouldn't have been able to dodge even if you knew. It's over. We should clear the next dungeon, the one-eyed man said with a smile. But before the group could leave, his eyes went wide. When the flames died down, Debo was still intact, and El's figure appeared ahead. How is this possible? The man said in confusion. Meanwhile, El activated his thought ring and pointed to one side. Another guest is coming. Watch out, you bastards. No sooner had El finished than a gigantic boar burst out of the tall grass. More precisely, it had been lured by a wooden stake El controlled with his thought ring, startling the two so they couldn't react in time. Actually, it wasn't just one, there was a whole herd. Time passed in an instant. The lead boar, Dai Bang, collapsed under William's fire. But dealing with so many monsters left him panting like a dog. Tired as hell. Can't believe they used those boars to make their escape, Gerald. He barked, asking the men beside him about their status. Lord William, forgive me. We've just finished over here, one of them replied hurriedly. After hearing this, William told the whole group they didn't have time to reorganize and needed to pursue El's people immediately. William was rushing because he worried El's group might use the moment to escape through the gate, and if they did, it would cause very troublesome consequences. Or worse, if El's group got out and told the outside B-rank imposter guards what happened inside, they'd be finished. At the same time, William sensed something odd about El but couldn't put it into words. Lord William, there are footprints this way, someone shouted. If you meet the cloaked one, just hold him in place. I'll deal with him personally, the one-eyed man ordered. But the others voiced concern. Sir, I don't think you should face him alone. With your permission, I don't think he's just some weakling. Worried about me, don't you know? There's no one in this gate stronger than me, he declared boldly. Back with El's group, after escaping William and the hounds thanks to the boar's sacrifice, they immediately fled into the forest. Did you see their faces? I bet those boars probably trampled them to death, Debo said with a grin. But El disagreed, they're not that weak. And watch your step, did you forget the traps we set earlier? Of course not, but why didn't you finish them off then? You could have exploited their openings, Debo asked curiously. Because those bastards are stronger than me, El warned, leaving Debo stunned. At the same time, El recalled how he used his rocket magic to cover Debo's escape earlier. Back then, the spell he fired had been completely seized by William's missile. My rocket should have at least deflected it, but his wasn't affected at all, he thought to himself. Meanwhile, Debo forced a strained laugh, assuming El was joking. Come on, stronger than you, don't be ridiculous. You kidding? There's no reason for me to joke, so you really ran away? Yes, that's right, I'll confirm. Next, El pulled his sleeve down to reveal his 2 circles and explained. It seems my circles can't get any thicker. The length of the circles correlates with the speed and power of the magic. Right now I'm at the upper limit of the 2nd circle. Logically, he and I should be evenly matched, or I might even be stronger. But his power is absurdly beyond that. To enter this red gate, he would also need 2 circles. He must have used some mysterious method to boost his own strength. He could very well be the strongest person inside this gate. Beside him, Debo's eyes widened at this. Then he hurriedly asked what they should do next. Should the group keep using monsters like before to deal with those guys? However, El shook his head at that idea because it was no longer viable. Goblins are completely different from Dai Bang's boars. The goblins can recognize their antagonistic connection to those men and even use it to counterattack them. As for Kiri, seeing El and Debo pondering a counterplan, she immediately demanded, "Wait, what the hell are you thinking? Don't you understand what's happening? Do you realize a disciple of the Dark Mage has infiltrated the Cygna's Night Order? This is a major issue that affects the fate of the entire Wind Guard realm. We need to return at once. Clearing this gate is no longer necessary." She said this while gripping her sword so tightly her hands trembled. Ignore her. El paid no heed to retreating, which surprised Debo a little. Kiri then looked at him with furious eyes. Only minutes ago you saved my life. I don't expect anything from someone who used to be a slave. Is your only desire still to loot the gate's junk? In response, El challenged back, even if you report this after we get out, what then? Do you think that information alone will wipe them out? Don't underestimate them. The Dark Mage's disciples have hidden and rooted themselves far too deeply in the Wind Guard realm over countless years. Revealing their return will have only one result. They'll cut off unnecessary tails and burrow deeper underground to hide. If they're no longer present, no one will be able to find them. They'll continue to ravage this world like a plague, just somewhere no one can stop them. Hearing this blunt outcome, Kiri could no longer hold back her anger, and grabbed his collar. You keep telling me this can't be done and that can't be done. So what exactly do you want us to do? Don't be ridiculous if you have no plan either. We're being hunted by them. We need to get out of here before they catch us, she shouted. And faced with her fury, El still smiled, as he always had a plan in mind. Don't worry, we'll show them who's the prey. Cut to another part of the forest. Following William's orders, the men began moving quickly to hunt down El's group. Find them. If they really get outside, our lives are over, shouted the brown-cloaked man. But without waiting for the hunters, El's group had already moved ahead. Or rather, they had silently ambushed the path, waiting for the men to pass so they could spring the trap. Hello, Debo's voice rang out behind the man, and at the same moment he swung his axe horizontally, slicing past the brown-cloaked man's torso. But the man quickly realized and ducked in time to avoid the blow. Meanwhile, the spearman immediately recognized Debo and charged. "You fool, you've come looking for death. This time I'll finish you," he laughed as if he'd already seen his victory. But at that moment, suddenly, there was the sound of a rope being cut. Then a trap was triggered and aimed straight at the spearman. As a result, he took a whole large log to the back, making the brown-cloaked man shout in alarm Andras. And the one who had just cut the rope was none other than Kiri. Back to Debo, seizing the moment while they were distracted, he attacked again. "Don't be so unfocused." He laughed, then slammed his axe hard into the enemy. However, the brown-cloaked man reacted quickly. Before the axe blade could strike his body, he lunged forward and used his back to block the haft. Then he aimed the dagger in his hand directly at Debo's face. But Debo nimbly tilted his head to the side to dodge the blow. "What?" he cried in surprise when he saw Debo avoid such a lightning-fast attack. Not giving him any more chance, the hot-headed youth immediately drove a knee into his chin, sending his whole body leaning backward. Then Debo dropped his axe and used both fists to deliver bone-crunching punches to the blonde man's face and gut, making him groan in pain with his tongue lolling out. Under the barrage of Debo's successive attacks, he didn't even have time to defend. This scene also caught the crossbowman's eye. Seeing his comrade getting beaten like that, he even forgot to knock an arrow to assist. What the hell is going on? The red-cloaked man muttered, unaware that Kiri had silently crept up behind him and thrust a lightning-fast stab at him, nearly killing him. But escaping a killing blow didn't mean he was truly safe, as Kiri kept closing in and unleashing continuous slashes, forcing him to retreat to dodge. In the end, he couldn't dodge anymore and had to hold his crossbow horizontally to block. "Focus here, you bastard. I'm really fed up having to deal with you," she said, her face full of anger. At the same time, not far away, the sounds of battle reached William's ears. "Looks like they're already fighting. I'm a bit curious. Are you waiting for me?" he said, staring at Elle standing ahead. "Seems they've split the fighting between them. Fine by me, I wanted to meet you anyway, Rocket," he muttered, and the two of them simultaneously activated their magic, creating several rockets suspended overhead. Then came the bombardment between the two mages. In the first 2 rounds, the one-eyed man completed his spells first and immediately aimed at the protagonist, but Elle jumped aside and evaded. Then Elle immediately countered with another rocket, and the madman, seeing the projectile head his way, bulged his eyes and shouted, "Perfect." As it happened, whether or not he used any defense, the projectile exploded on impact with him, producing a cloud of choking dust and smoke. However, before Elle could fully assess it, from inside that cloud of dust and smoke, something suddenly flew out, causing him to flinch and immediately lean to one side. A stone, he thought as he watched the rock skim past him. But at that moment, William took advantage and looped behind him to attack. "Is that all you've got, Rocket?" As he spoke, he swung his staff to cast another spell, creating yet another explosion in the forest. Strangely, after the flames died down, Elle was still standing as if nothing had happened. "Did you just nullify that attack? Oh my, what an unexpected result. You don't have the power to block that, so how could you? What did you do?" he said excitedly. But seeing Elle's silent posture, William guessed he wasn't the talkative type in battle. "Looks like you're not one for talk. Fine, doesn't matter. We can't fight and chat at the same time. I'll find out myself." With that, he flicked his staff and fired a missile straight ahead. Faced with this attack, Elle realized his rocket spell couldn't counter it, so he had to use a far more powerful fire magic, Flame Strike, to block it. As for William, seeing his attack blocked by an odd spell, his eyes widened in shock. He's using mind control magic to twist his rocket. He's drilling through his own incantation like a drill. "I've never heard of anyone doing this," William exclaimed inwardly. Then a massive explosion occurred as the two spells canceled each other out. "Unbelievable, using mind control magic to augment a skill. Ah, I see now, you're the so-called prodigy everyone talks about, aren't you? The kind of person I despise most. So then, why not enjoy this moment a little longer? Show me what else you can do." He immediately conjured another missile aimed at the protagonist, forcing Elle to instantly use his telekinetic ring, manipulating the rubble below to form a shield to block the attack. But even so, it was too weak to stop William's rocket spell, which pierced the stone slab. "Haha, what are you doing? All you can think of is running away." He cackled like a maniac, watching Elle flee like a rat. To catch him off guard, Elle immediately reached forward to use his telekinesis, sending a missile streaking at him from the side, nearly killing the man. But the attack didn't end there. Elle waved his hand, controlling the missile to loop around and pass right over the man's face. He continued manipulating the missile to chase William until it finally struck him. Having to dodge constantly drove the man increasingly mad. "I'm done joking with you," he said as he hurled a missile at Elle. And of course, our protagonist immediately used Flame Strike to nullify his spell, but that gave William a breather to cast another spell. Haha, so you've used both incantations now, have you? Saying that, he unleashed a spell called Poison Breath, spraying a toxic mist straight at L. Poison Breath, it's powerful, but when I cast it, I couldn't defend against it. Your attributes are mind control and fire, right? If I can exploit Rocket's cooldown window, I'll be able to stop your attacks. Now you won't be able to move for 30 minutes. My Rocket is on cooldown too, so forgive my rudeness when I finish you with a dagger. Now finally the moment I love. I'm so curious, I can't wait any longer. The look of despair on your face, are you trembling or are you crying? As he spoke, he pulled a grotesque expression and began licking his dagger. He mustn't fear cutting his tongue. However, before he could finish, Elle somehow closed the distance instantly and drove a punch straight into his face, causing William's teeth to immediately bid farewell to their owner. And to explain how Elle could still move after inhaling the toxic smoke, we have to go back to Debo's bar conversation with the red band uncle the other night. How did he do it? Tell me, how could he resist the toxin of the mad poison mushroom? Your boss isn't here, so you can tell me, right? I'll buy the beer, so spill it. Beside him, Debo, slightly drunk, cheerfully replied, haha, what good would telling you do? Even if you heard about it, you couldn't copy it. He calls it Void Step, I think. His skill uses mind control to pull all the air in and then lock it. Just when I thought I was going to die under that damn mushroom toxin, he sucked up the poison spreading across that whole area. Got it? That's all there is, nothing fancy. I already told you, so you're buying today. The uncle gasped, what the hell? Isn't that skill insanely powerful? Debo nodded and said, haha, I told you my boss is insanely strong. Back in the present, Elle was using William for hand-to-hand practice. In close combat, the man had no chance against Elle. He didn't even give William time to cast. After knocking the pervert against a nearby tree, Elle quickly used telekinesis to retrieve his wooden staff and began casting rocket magic to finish him. Thus a missile was launched, piercing the trunk of the tree William had been leaning on. As a result, one of his arms was blown off by the spell. But at least he survived. How dare you do this to me? William shouted like a rabid dog and began to cast his poison breath again, spewing a poisonous mist. But Elle simply used his mind control to stop all that toxic smoke. And because the smoke was obscuring vision, Elle guessed William had some plan, trying to pull a stunt. He might play crazy, but he's clearly aiming for something. Since he couldn't use poison on me anymore, maybe he wants to snatch back his staff. Try to take it, I'll finish you the moment you do, Elle silently calculated. But contrary to what he thought, suddenly a fire spell hit him from behind, and Elle couldn't dodge in time and took it full on. And the one who struck was none other than William himself. Without using his staff, he began using the ring on his hand to cast spells. You bastard, I'll tear you to pieces, William screamed maniacally. Back to Elle. Taking that full blow, he wasn't killed but was seriously injured. I was careless. I didn't expect he still had the ace up his sleeve, a fireball. Before the cooldown, I never made a mistake like this. I was too arrogant. He told himself, while this William began activating another item to spawn countless fire orbs aimed at Elle. And then a terrible explosion erupted, so massive that Debo, fighting not far away, could see the pillar of flame it created. Boss, he said, worried. And on the other side, Kiri had finished dealing with her opponent and turned to urge, don't waste time, finish him now. That mage isn't someone you can handle alone. I'm on it. I'm about to do it. Don't boss me around, Debo snapped angrily. But just before he could deliver the finishing blow, an arrow suddenly flew in from nowhere, aimed straight at the man's eye socket and sent him to the afterlife in an instant. And the arrow's shooter turned out to be some green-skinned goblin. Because of the loud sounds from the battle, they had moved in and were waiting to strike once the main fight ended. Damn, I've been wondering why they hadn't shown up, Debo grumbled. They're green goblins, we need to clear this place quickly. Don't underestimate them, they're not easy to deal with. Moreover, among their ranks is a very weird one, Debo warned, looking ahead at a green goblin dressed like a mage, seated on a litter carried by other goblins. Back to the pervert William, after staring at the scene before him, he muttered, is that bastard really dead? Saying that, his eyes turned bloodshot and he spat a mouthful of blood like he could collapse at any moment. Despite being fatally wounded, he could still smile cheerfully. Haha, fine, you have my respect, you're not bad at all. I didn't expect you to beat me this far. I should have asked your name before finishing you, he said regretfully, and as if heaven heard the plea, Elle's voice rang out, Elle Palm, that's my name, remember it well, because it's the last name you'll ever hear. On this side, William was startled to see Elle still alive, but then quickly composed himself. You bastard, you're pretty tenacious. But it's pointless, that performance won't save you. I know what you can do. Right? I've given up on the earlier plan. Trying to trap you with just those 2 magic circles is impossible, Elle said as he started pulling out an orange stone he had taken from the yellow slime's body earlier. And at that move, the mage William immediately guessed his intent and snorted with laughter. Haha, has this crazy bastard lost his mind? That's your hope. You plan to absorb that stone to gain another spell tier. You dumb idiot, absorbing a magic stone won't raise your tier. What you need is enlightenment through countless experiences, he said, opening his mouth in a grin as if witnessing the world's greatest amusement. And that wasn't entirely wrong, so Elle nodded in agreement. Yes, experience and enlightenment, you needn't worry. Those are things I've never lacked. And as Elle's voice sounded, his body began to emit a considerable surge of energy. And then in William's bewildered eyes, a new magic circle slowly formed and completed on Elle's wrist. Just like that, our protagonist officially became a 3-tier mage. The scene, straight out of a movie, unfolded before William, who refused to accept the truth. Are you playing another trick to fool me? Die. Saying that, he cast a spell to launch 2 missiles at once aimed directly at Elle. And to deal with this attack, Elle immediately conjured a similar rocket spell. It shot straight forward. The only difference was that this missile's power was on another level. On impact, it destroyed the cross-eyed man's 2 missiles and kept racing ahead, forcing William to instantly cast Fireball to block it. But that move had been part of Elle's plan, so while the missile was still in flight, he used his mind control to transform it into a fire spear skill. Thus, with the added power from the spiral force, the spear easily pierced through the fire orb and flew straight into William, causing a sizable explosion. The only thing left after the blast was a bit of his burning flesh. Oh man, I forgot to ask his name, he said, scratching his head. Back with Debo and Kiri's group, while Elle was taking down William, they had been fighting the Green Goblins, but the fight was tougher than expected, and the monsters beat them back hard, so now they were fleeing from the goblins' fierce pursuit. This is bad, Kiri thought, recalling the earlier moments. Earlier, they had been handling the goblins fairly easily, especially Debo, who was fighting with intense vigor. With each swing of his axe, he could effortlessly split a goblin in 2, to the point that Kiri beside him was amazed. How could he defeat the monster so easily, she wondered. Debo kept getting more fired up. Haha, easy as candy, I've got you all figured out, you bastards, he laughed, while dodging a punch from a large goblin. Then using a tree trunk as a springboard, Debo lunged down and attacked the monster that had just swung at him. If he succeeded, this would be the 18th monster he'd slain. But before his axe could hit it, a powerful burst of fire struck him squarely, sending his entire body flying to one side. The fire attack caused a significant explosion, and the one who launched it was none other than the goblin mage sitting arrogantly in the back. The spell it used was Fire Flame, but Kiri couldn't understand how a monster could use such a skill. A monster using an item, it's an unpredictable variable. Damn, this situation is rough. There seemed to be no choice but to hide longer and regroup with Elpom. Hopefully he's safe, Kiri planned silently, when a green-skinned one spotted their hiding place and lunged forward, forcing her to grab Debo and leap to the side. But her jumping out exposed their position, causing the goblins to surge forward in a frenzied attack. And carrying a man like Debo while fleeing at the monster's pace was impossible, so Kiri immediately tossed his body into the air, then drew her sword and struck the monster dead on the spot. She then gently caught Debo's falling body and continued to flee. These flies, if they came one at a time, I could handle them, Kiri muttered. But the goblin mage wouldn't let them escape so easily. Seeing its underling killed, it immediately fired another spell forward to block the 2's retreat. Then it cast its spell once more, aiming a fireball straight at the 2 of them, and causing a huge explosion. Kikiki, the goblin mage, chuckled with glee as he watched his prey being roasted. Or at least that's what he thought, until the smoke cleared to reveal Debo standing solidly between him and Kiri. Masiharu, she said dazedly. But before she could even ask if Debo was okay, he grabbed his weapon and charged in. Across from them, the goblin mage ordered his underlings to rush forward and intercept. Facing these minion monsters, Debo immediately swung his axe and cleaved the first 2 goblins in half. Taking advantage of the moment, another goblin raised an axe and attacked him from behind. But Debo spotted it and disarmed it, then quickly swung his axe into the monster's waist in a counter-strike. Back to the goblin mage. Seeing Debo fight so bravely, it immediately cast a fireball without caring whether it would spread to its minions. The terrifying explosion began to unfold, making Kiri's face go a little pale. Impossible, she said anxiously. But that was a bit excessive because Debo barely dodged it. Then he used the smoke and debris from the blast to leap straight at the goblin mage, and began pouring all his strength into swinging his axe at the monster's face, intending to finish it in a single blow. But the mage reacted incredibly fast. In fact, it didn't even take time to chant before releasing a spell straight at Debo, sending him flying backward. Fortunately, Kiri managed to catch his body in time. However, Debo's counterattack wasn't without effect. In that brief moment, he managed to strike the mage's body, shaving off part of its face instantly. But this drove the monster into a frenzy. It let out several strange noises and began forming a gigantic fireball above its head. Meanwhile, Kiri tightened her grip on her sword and stepped forward to shield Debo. Back off, I'll fight it from now on, she shouted. And the goblin mage unleashed its spell toward them. And just as the fireball was about to hit both of them, a fiery spear flew in from afar and pierced it through. And it didn't stop there, the spear kept flying after punching through the fireball magic, and shredded the goblin mage's body into pieces, in Kiri's stunned eyes. And that attack was none other than Els, who had just arrived on the scene. Looks like I made it just in time, he said. Cut to outside the gate. Red-haired old man Lonko was dozing and yawning while waiting for the group. 3 days with no news from them. I was planning to do some simple work to earn a little money after so long, but this has me worried. Guarding the base isn't for me. I'll start refusing those guard missions, the old man said gloomily. But then he was alerted by the hurried footsteps of people running toward them. What's all the commotion? And before Lonko could say more, the gate in front of them suddenly began cracking into pieces and shattered instantly. No need to say more, the old man immediately realized someone had come out from inside the gate and hurried over. Bring the bishop here now, the woman in black shouted, and Lonko, who had just arrived, quickly demanded, Kite, what's going on? Report the situation to me at once. Lonko, some of us survived, the gate's been destroyed, so the assault has clearly failed. She offered that conjecture, and by the look in the red-haired man's eyes, it was only those 3 survivors who had emerged from the gate, Elle and the other 2, and their condition was obviously tragic. Time passed quickly, and our protagonist slowly came to in a daze. Finally awake, Lonko said, and Elle blinked around, asking, where is this? But Lonko cut him off before he could finish. Listen up, from now on do your best to answer my questions. Only the strongest from the merchant guilds took part in this gate assault, yet only 3 from Gafo survived. Exactly what happened inside that gate? He asked gravely. At that, Elle switched into performance mode and startled said, we are the only ones. I suspected as much, and as I thought, everyone else is dead, he added, his body beginning to tremble as if from agitation or fear. Lonko paid little attention to that. What he wanted was to know exactly what had happened inside. He warned Elle, answer properly, unless you want to lose the life you just regained. Thinking that, Elle calmed and said, a demon, there was a demon in there. With that, he looked up at Lonko and asked, can I borrow paper and a pen so I can draw it for you? I don't know the demon's name, but I remember its shape. Paper and pen were quickly brought to Elle. After seeing the demon sketch he made, the old man's face went a bit blank before he said, I understand. After leaving the tent where Elle was recovering, the old man brought the whole story to report to the representatives of the guilds. Naturally, the merchant guilds, who had invested great effort preparing for this assault, could not accept the news of such a failed raid. This is absurd, a 100-man gate, and those were the best the merchant guilds had. Even if it was a 100-man gate, wasn't it only red tier? We have to believe those members were all killed by monsters. Frankly, they shouldn't have been defeated in a red gate. My cousin was in that team too, shouted the bearded man. He was the representative of the Sky Merchant Guild, Toriel. To answer him, Lonko produced the drawing Elle had described and explained. It didn't seem like Elle was making it up. This appeared to be the monster that attacked them, the boss of the 100-man gate. A fiend, a blue goblin. Someone called out, and then the representatives began debating. If it's blue goblins, isn't there a rumor they can use tools? I've heard they're intelligent. If an entire pack attacks, it's like facing a human army. 100 people versus them would have been no easy task, another nodded. While people were gradually accepting that an overwhelmingly strong monster caused the failed conquest, one man rejected that conclusion. HMPH, I won't accept this. Maybe it's hard for others to believe, but how could our Natasa have been defeated by that monster? Said Franco, the representative of the Gold Richie Merchant Guild. What do you mean by that? Lonko asked back, and Franco blurted it out. HMPH, you really don't know? Someone played a trick on us. This is absurd unless there was a traitor stabbing them in the back. We can't know what happened inside that gate, right? Franco said with loaded meaning. I can imagine them turning traitor and plotting something evil. Who knows whether it was accidental or deliberate, and besides, the 3 survivors all belong to the same guild. Which forced Gaffer's Merchant Guild representative, Abbas, to hurriedly intervene. Cut it out, you've said enough nonsense. Are you implying Gaffer betrayed everyone? According to the report, our people only reached the 3rd round, which is why they survived, while the others didn't, so isn't that explanation enough? Are you saying our Merchant Guild's adventurers are weaker than Gaffer's? Franco stroked his beard, sounding a bit angry. I'm not implying anything, the results speak for themselves, Abbas sneered, which only made Franco angrier. You must be kidding. If Gaffer had that many talents, your guild wouldn't be last among the 10 guilds. Hearing that, veins began to bulge on Abbas's face, but he forced himself to explain patiently. We're still developing. Rankings will change over time, so prepare to lose your spot. They both burst into loud laughter, though their expressions showed no amusement. Poor old Lonko had to sit there and endure their bickering. Please just end it, he silently prayed. Finally, after tiring of the back and forth, Franco continued. All right then, since you've made such claims, you must have evidence, right? Evidence? From the start, we didn't retrieve a single item from that gate. What motive would they have? Abbas stepped closer to the bearded man across from him and pointed out the issue. The meeting ended like that, and since nothing unusual was found about Elle, the 3 of them were released. We'll be heading back then, thanks for treating us, Elle said with a bow. Lonko nodded in reply, yeah, be careful. The 3 quickly left, and watching them go, Kite from behind asked Lonko, is it okay to just let them leave like that? After all, it's over now. He replied calmly. It seemed the old man didn't want to get more involved. After all, he was only hired for this job. Back with Elle's group, while heading back, they encountered some sort of snail. Hey look, it's actually following you, Kiri said in surprise. In front of them now was an incredibly cute snail. Recalling the time when the group had destroyed the Blue Goblin's lair, what are you hesitating about? We wiped out the evil mage's disciples and completely cleared the Blue Goblins. Can't we just toss all the items we found, wound each other, and leave the gate? Kiri suggested. That seemed like the safest way for them to exit the gate without drawing too much suspicion. But our L didn't want to just discard the rare items he'd obtained, especially the feather he plucked from William's body. I did say to beat the boss and leave the loot, but the boss's drop is a phoenix feather. This item alone boosts the power of fire class offensive spells by 30%, and unlike other items that can't inherit effects, the phoenix feather's effect can be transferred. At last I understood why adventurers in this gate were wiped out in previous lives. It's an unexpected windfall, I must take it at all costs, he told himself. Kiri also saw his greed and reminded him of the cost. If we carry items out of the gate without declaring them, we'll be suspected of cheating. If I recall, you were the one who mentioned that, Palm. Don't be greedy, stick to the plan, especially since we found an exit gate near the watch post, Kiri urged, trying to dissuade the greedy one from making a reckless move. Just then the group noticed a snail moving toward them. This type of snail is a loot snail. Unlike other snail monsters, it's not aggressive, it sniffs out and collects items, and it has a unique trait. The more items it carries, the bigger its shell becomes. In my previous life, after the gates opened, people discovered this creature, he thought with a smile to himself. Meanwhile, the snail seemed to understand and began to reach into its shell and pulled out a feather, a phoenix feather for him. So you managed to get that out without being caught. How did you know how to use that snail? Kiri said in astonishment, but Elle didn't intend to explain much. Rather than make a fuss about getting items out of the gate, it was better to test what actually worked. Next, Kiri didn't press further about the snail, but turned to ask about the next steps of their plan now that she had agreed to follow him. Elle also gave the girl a sedative. Don't worry, those bastards have infiltrated the Cygna's night order, so this information must remain absolutely secret. If anything goes wrong, they may go deeper into hiding. They've probably arrived by now, so let's wait and see, Elle muttered. Cut to the white-haired villain's castle. After hearing the report of the ambush's failure, he angrily clenched the document, and behind him an underling began summarizing the results. The Jenny's Merchant Guild, the Mafia organization, and the Dig Merchant Guild were all wiped out. Gold, Richie, El Nido, and Sky were also eliminated. The conquest failed. They claimed the assault failed because they were overwhelmed by that bot-like monster, and only 3 members of the Gaffer Merchant Guild barely escaped. Although someone at the meeting suspected a prank, the suspicions focused on the merchant guilds, not us, and even so they weren't charged for lack of evidence. Although the mission failed, luckily our identities weren't exposed. Allow me to prepare for the next operation. Hearing that, the white-haired villain didn't take it at face value. You say we weren't exposed. Our plan was to wipe them all out and conquer the boss. If that's true, then the 3 survivors must have encountered William. But in El Palm's testimony, there was no mention of that, he asked. The underling hurriedly offered his thoughts. There's no reason to hide this, right? Even if they wanted to pin it on a merchant guild, they couldn't. Our members were dispersed across all the guilds, so there's no motive to conceal it. Turning back to the villain, he proposed a hypothesis to the underling. What if the mastermind behind this incident isn't an ordinary merchant guild, but your lord's disciples? The only ones who know the dark sorcerer's followers have returned. What if that was their real aim? Impossible. If what you say is true, this situation is critical. We must remove the members who infiltrated the merchant guilds before they're exposed, the black-haired man said anxiously. But the white-haired villain felt no peril. He was almost excited. An invitation, haha, is this our invitation? How interesting. Very well, I'll accept. But we should change the stage and make them the 101st guest, he said with a laugh as he burned the report in his hand. At the same time, in some forest, a 50-man gate appeared. Cut to some point in the future, it's a hellscape of extreme poverty. People regard humane living as a luxury. I watched my sister suffer from black blood disease, living in pain every day. I couldn't even protect the only family member I had from death. This place has always been hell for me. Oh, you're still alive. You look like you're having a hard time. Want me to help? A white-haired female warrior said to Debo. At her kind words, he gave her a fierce look and snapped, "Get lost." It was Debo's first meeting with Aaron. Cut to an unnamed battlefield. Debo had just slain a monster and bragged happily, "Nice, I'm number 1. Nearby, others scowled and said, "If only I'd been 30 seconds faster. It looks like today's dishwashing duty is decided." Debo, you're so arrogant. Looks like we're finished here. Good work, everyone, let's go. Aaron said with a smile, standing atop the pile of monster corpses. A year, that time was enough to change my values. She was a cool but warm heroine, clearing the way and protecting others. She opened my eyes to the world. Of course, my goal was to help her. Haha, experiencing real combat from the abandoned mine to the trial cavern was amazing, thanks. The white-haired guy laughed, which made Debo a bit angry. Can't you tell I'm not in a good mood? Stop laughing. Heh, yeah, right, Debo, you're useless. You call yourself Aaron's disciple, but if you want recognition, you should do better. I told you not to say that, Debo shouted, embarrassed. Meanwhile, Captain Aaron ignored their teasing and turned to ask a girl behind him, do you think we're going the right way, Shannon? I think so, there are traces my brother left up ahead. Something in the air had changed. Is there really a place like that in the Elnas Mountains? Back a few days earlier, Shannon began pleading with Aaron. Please, the abandoned mine in the Elnas Mountains is too dangerous. I can't go alone, there's no one with me. I need Aaron's strength to find my brother. Aaron replied bluntly, you came to the wrong place. I don't handle personal matters like that. Taking you along won't help. My policy is to bring level 3 skilled people. Bringing someone just creates more hindrance. There's no guarantee your brother is still alive. Go look for another adventurer. From then, Shannon's face sank into deep sorrow. Just when she thought all hope was gone, Debo from the back spoke up. Aaron, sorry to interrupt, but we're her last hope. Since that last day, no adventurer has gone to the trial cavern. I want to help her, I'll take responsibility for her safety. Please reconsider. That's why Aaron's group was at the cave. After searching for a while, they found the first corpses. This body could it be? She said, looking at a mage's body. But with a glance, Shannon realized it wasn't who she sought. No, that's not my brother, I see. Well, I guess it's lucky, but why did he die here? Those wounds don't look like monster attacks. He died about a week ago. Wait, if not, then this person is actually... Someone in the group shouted upon recognizing the man's true identity. But before they could finish, a massive shape above them plunged straight down, causing a sizable explosion. The blast's force hurled Debo outward. Luckily, he managed to catch Shannon in time. What's happening? Could it be? Damn it, it's Zachem, fall back, get behind me. Debo grit his teeth and launched forward to intercept the giant stone statue. However, before he could act, Aaron at his side swung her axe and cleaved the monster's massive arm off. Shouting, Debo will attack it from the left, finish it quickly, he said excitedly. And at that moment, the others also began to surge forward to attack. So they started using coordinated tactics to rush in and brawl with the monster. After a hard fight, they finally succeeded in bringing the creature down. Is that the damn thing everyone's been talking about? Debo said, exhaling heavily after the battle. But before he could think more, the knight beside him scanned the area and shouted, where's Shannon? Does anyone know where she is? What? Debo exclaimed. And finally, he only found the hairpin Shannon had dropped and guessed. Don't tell me she went in alone. That's crazy. Why would she act on her own? Beside them, Aaron peered into the cave with a grave expression and warned everyone, be careful. She can sense a powerful energy emanating from inside. What, you mean there's something in there? Someone asked, but Aaron couldn't be specific. I'm not sure. I can't say exactly, but there's definitely something extremely powerful and very dangerous. Returning to Debo, since he was the one who caused this, while everyone hesitated, he stepped up and took responsibility. I'll go in and get her out. I'm responsible for protecting her. Everyone else, stay and guard this spot. Debo, calm down, didn't you hear Aaron? The swordsman warned when he saw Debo getting frantic. I'll go with you, whatever's inside is a threat to the Wind Guard realm, so it's my duty to stop it. Agreed, let's go in, Aaron decided. Then the group began to advance into the cave. Not long after having walked the path before them, they saw Shannon sitting next to someone beneath the tree roots. Shannon, there she is, the group called cheerfully, but when they noticed the corpse beside her, they froze. Wait, there's a body. Facing Shannon and hearing the commotion, she nodded and replied, yes, that's my brother. From behind, Aaron looked over and her expression turned serious. Her instincts told her something bad was about to happen. Damn it, really? The worst has happened. Shannon, stay there, I'm coming to you, Debo shouted. But Shannon answered with a face full of despair. You followed me, Debo. I knew you would come, you're a good person. But I can't come back anymore. Debo, do you know what Zachem means? It means tree demon. Many thought the thing that moved earlier was Zachem, but actually only the giant tree here is the true Zachem. You haven't even entered the real battle yet. Shannon, what are you talking about? Debo shouted as she began rambling, but before he could say more, Aaron signaled him to stop. Thank you for telling us. This is a different form, Shannon. I'll destroy this tree demon, so don't worry. Now leave this place, it's dangerous. If the tree falls, you could be trapped inside. Or is there something you haven't finished doing? Like using your brother as a sacrificial offering, Aaron said with a stern face. But unfortunately for them, those words came a bit late. Shannon began to pull a gem from her brother's body. You still don't get it? It actually started as soon as you stepped in here. Zachem will possess you, and it can control you completely. As she spoke, the gem on Shannon's hand suddenly cracked. And immediately after, Debo was suddenly stabbed from behind by the swordswoman Miria, leaving him no time to react. Not only was Miria controlled, but the white-haired man also lost control and lunged at Aaron with his spear technique. Back to Debo, after taking the hit, he immediately fell down. Miria, what did you do? He said, coughing up some blood. Correction, Miria really is a girl, I didn't notice at first. Continuing the story from Debo's view, Miria had nearly gone mad. You're killing my friend. The Those words came from Zakum controlling her. Meanwhile, Shannon's laughter rang out from behind. Haha, it's useless. For them, you two are the targets to be eliminated. Now everything will end. Let's try to finish this performance. For the Dark Archmage, Shannon said, and her demeanor had completely changed. Back to Debo, his body trembled with each pulse from his wound. Could she have been invaded by Zakum already? He wondered inwardly. Meanwhile, Aaron shouted, Debo, don't be timid like that. Finish it, she's not Miria anymore, wake up. I know, damn it, he ground out as Aaron began using a power-up skill, surrounding her body with a layer of energy and charging to fight the people who had just been raised. Damn it, I messed up. I shouldn't have suggested we come here. It's all my fault, he began cursing himself inwardly. Then he lunged forward and drove his axe into Miria, striking her with the axe. Sorry, Miria, he muttered. And since she didn't seem dead, she reached up toward his face, causing Debo to panic and swing his arm again, creating a deep gash across his chest. But what Miria did was merely stroke his face and say, thank you, please take care of Aaron, and then she collapsed in her teammate's arms, making Debo blame himself even more. Back to Aaron, after dealing with the stone people blocking the way, she immediately rushed at the tree demon that had caused all this. So this is your real body, she said as she swung her axe forward, sending an energy blade shot straight at the tree. However, it couldn't reach its true body. The energy blade was blocked by some stone arm. And then that stone man quickly counterattacked by throwing its giant fist at Aaron. But she spun in midair to dodge, while Debo climbed onto the creature's other arm to join the attack. Aaron, tear it apart. Both of them shouted at the same time. Debo and Aaron began using a linked slashing combo, leaving countless cuts across the stone man's body. But even after taking tons of damage, it was still insanely tough. This damn thing, Debo said irritably as he forced himself on. Only then could they stop Zakum's giant fist, but while he was grappling with the monster, a figure lunged at him from the side. I pledge my life to the Supreme One, Shannon said in a voice filled with madness, clutching her sword until it glowed as if about to trigger a skill. However, before that skill could be unleashed, Aaron leapt forward and sent an axe down to the underworld. Now only that stone statue remains, Aaron muttered, and Debo beside her nodded in agreement. Surely it wouldn't let them destroy it easily. However, at that moment some evil power suddenly began to affect Debo's body, causing him to clutch his head and scream in agony. And from that look alone, Aaron realized something. Debo, could it be? Aaron, no, hurry, you must deal with me quickly. Move before I do something I'll regret, he cried out. Aaron, knowing he was beyond saving, gritted her teeth. Damn it, forgive me, Debo, and began to shroud her axe in mana. And the little general, seeing her resolve, was satisfied. Yes, it's for the best in the end. This is likely the punishment I must bear for those foolish thoughts. I'm sorry, everyone. Because of me, hurry, he screamed inwardly as his pain intensified. But then the pain suddenly ceased and the scene before Debo shifted. Dinov, why is my sister here? What's happening? Who brought the girl here? Who is it? Was it you? How dare you? He thought as he looked at Aaron with crazed eyes. By now he was completely dominated by Zakum. Don't worry, I'll end this quickly, Aaron said, but by her gaze Debo had already turned dark. You dare involve my sister in this, I won't forgive you. Then Zakum began to combo with Debo to take on Aaron, immediately hurling its enormous stone fist toward her, forcing Aaron to leap back to avoid it. However, Debo seized the opportunity and swung his axe at her, cutting through her cloak as he followed with a sideways kick aimed at Aaron's face, which she blocked with her hand. Damn, his reflexes are fast, she thought inwardly as Debo's attacks continued to push her backward. And as she kept getting shoved back by Debo's strikes, she stepped back and slashed out a wave of energy, but it was blocked by one of Zakum's stone arms. Not for long though, as she immediately closed in from behind the fourth limb, and unleashed a skill called Final Toss, severing Zakum's two stone arms and causing countless pillars of ice to erupt from the ground. Debo himself was also flung outward, his fate uncertain. Taking advantage of the fact he didn't interfere, Aaron immediately charged to deal with the annoying stone man. Let's end this. Final blow, Aaron shouted, and she used another skill to create a large, bear-shaped illusion behind her. But at that moment she realized that somehow Debo had climbed atop the stone statue's head, and was leaping up to attack her. Debo, you damn fool, this is my only chance. I can't hold back, sorry Debo, she thought to herself. Then the large bear illusion slammed down and shattered the base of the demon tree. Time passed quickly now that Zakum had been defeated. Debo was free from its control. What's happening? Zakum still, he muttered, but was cut off by Aaron's voice. Finally awake, good. I thought I'd have to leave without saying goodbye, Aaron said with a smile. From Debo's perspective, his axe was now lodged deep in her body. This drained the young general's face pale. Aaron, did you know you can't, Aaron? I told you to kill me, why would you? He stammered as his body began to tremble violently. Debo, 800 years ago I know, we failed once. I'm no longer the one who will stop the Dark Archmage. But you, Debo, you're talented, unlike me. At your age, I couldn't compare. Don't, Aaron, I could never become as strong as you, never, he said in panic, which couldn't improve Aaron's condition. As she began to hand everything over to him, Debo, I'm entrusting the Wind Guardian realm to you. I'm sure you'll carry the burden well. You're my only disciple, I'm a little tired, I'll sleep a bit. Aaron, wake up, open your eyes, Aaron, he shouted in despair. And that was Aaron's permanent departure. I had to inform her friends, the heroes, about it, and I eventually left because that place wasn't where I belonged if Aaron's presence was gone. It felt like hell, from failing to protect the person I finally found to being unable to atone for my own sins. I couldn't even fulfill the wishes of someone I cherished. This place, he thought to himself, before being blown apart by the Dark Archmage's firepower. Back in the present timeline, the young general slowly regained consciousness. Oh, you're awake? I was so worried. You kept passing out even though you weren't hurt. Oh right, you were talking in your sleep, nightmare, his sister Dinah said with a smile. Debo scratched his head. He couldn't remember anything. Meanwhile, a knock at the door made Dinah curious. Who is it? I don't recall anyone coming by. I'll go see, the girl said, rushing off. When she saw the visitor, she called out to her brother, hey, come out, someone's here to see you. Someone came looking for you. Bored, Debo complained, but dragged himself to the door. The visitor was none other than our protagonist, Elle. Debo, our plan's been accelerated. Get ready, no days off, he grumbled, which made Elle more curious. Didn't you just rest up fine? God, why ask that? What's changed this time? He better give me some money. 200,000 miso should do it. Absolutely not, Debo shouted, refusing to negotiate. To talk about this mission, we have to go back to Elle's secret meeting with Abbas. Naturally, although he didn't think Elle had the guts to betray him, Abbas called him in to get full details about what happened inside the Red Gate, the Goblin Den. So you cleared out 97 of them, but how could you get past them? By amplifying your magic circle? Yes, that's right, Elle nodded. Those answers didn't satisfy Abbas. He couldn't understand what Elle was thinking when he spoke like that. Don't you have any other details? I'll be frank. Only if you give me full information will you receive the reward for this gate. You'll need that money, right? He began to threaten. Unfortunately for him, he had picked the wrong person to intimidate. Because after that, Elle reached into the pouch at his side and pulled out a stack of cash. Looks like I was wrong. Let me pay off my debt first. Here's 2 million miso. Now my debt is cleared. With this money, Elle's contract with the Gaffer Merchant Guild is effectively over, meaning he can go or stay as he pleases. These people can't do anything about it. And of course, Abbas understood this immediately, his expression changing. This brat, how could he have made so much money? The amount we paid him was nowhere near that. It seems he's been secretly making money all along and chose this moment to reveal it. Is he planning to profit greatly from this information? Abbas guessed to himself, then exhaled and clapped. If that's the case, it looks like we'll need to sign a new contract. Tell me, what bonus do you want for the contract? I'll do my best to meet it. 50 million miso, Elle quoted his price. Abbas jolted and blurted, what? 50 million? That's absurd. You'd only qualify for a C-grade insurance payout. No one will pay you that much. Then it seems our conversation ends here. With that, our protagonist stood and directly walked away. Back in the present, while they were moving, Debo turned and asked, so how did it go? After hearing my contract bonus request, he vetoed it. Huh, how much did you ask for? Debo asked, curious. He knew the Gaffer Merchants Guild was very wealthy. 50 million miso. What? 50 million? Big brother, are you crazy? He shouted exactly like Abbas had, but Elle didn't think the number was excessive for himself. Come on, you're always doing stuff like this without telling me, Debo complained, then looked ahead and asked. But why are we going to a place like this? Do you know it? How could I not know it? This is the slums. When I was small, I'd do anything to get out of here. The place I live now isn't great either, but compared to this, it's paradise. I heard this used to be the most vibrant district in Liss, but that was all in the past. Now it's just a den for thieves. This seems like the worst place on Victoria Island, Debo said, voicing his thoughts about the area. And just as the young general had warned, they hadn't been in the area long before they came upon a fight. A large man was kicked flying toward them, and before they realized it, both of them were surrounded by another group. Actually, the group was surrounding the man on the ground. The two had just gotten caught up in it by accident. Damn, I thought things would go smoothly, the man on the ground gritted out. Young Debo sighed at the scene and advised, looks like a conflict's about to break out. We should take a detour. The neighborhood still matches my memory. But before they could slip away, the man on the ground suddenly got up and set them up. Hey big guys, why are you here? Those bastards suddenly called me a thief and started beating me. Please help me, save me. The man cried as he spoke, prompting Debo, who wanted no trouble, to snap. What the hell are you talking about? You look like that and expect us to be your big brothers. Who would believe that? But contrary to Debo's disbelief, a few gullible guys really did believe him, like the group up front who said, big brothers? Oh, so that's how it is. Your little brother over there stole from us and sold it. If you're his big brothers, you can pay us back on his behalf, then we'll spare you. Hand over 3 million miso right now, the piggish guy sneered, pointing his dagger at them. The big man only provoked him more. Did you see me steal with your own eyes? Your eyes are tiny. What could you possibly have seen? Stop blaming an innocent man. Get lost. The man laughed, which made the fat guy even angrier. You bastards, you don't want to live anymore, do you? But before the fat man could lash out, Elle across from them tossed several stacks of cash into his face. 3 million miso? I already paid it, now scram. Why, big brother, why would you do that? Debo shouted, but Elle paid it little mind. He was busy focusing on the big man in front of him. "Hey Ralph, come with me." Then the three of them pulled into a narrow alley to talk. "So you came here to recruit me? What about pay? I'm out of money. Those stacks earlier were all I had," Elle replied. "So who do you work for?" "No one." He shook his head, which only angered Ralph more. "Are you kidding? Then I have no reason to join your crew." Nearby, Debo trembled with fury at Ralph's attitude. "You bastard, give back the 3 million we just paid." "Oh, that 3 million? Did I tell you to pay it for me? You two acted without asking me first. And if you've come all this way to recruit me, you must know my skills, so you should pay me properly. I'll give you a special rate. I'll join your team for 3 million. He laughed, which made Debo want to punch him on the spot. That damned jerk, as tension built between Debo and Ralph. One of the white-haired villain's subordinates suddenly spoke up nearby. "Sorry to bother you, I'm Beiju from the Kania Merchants Guild. Is Elpom here?" When all confirmed, Beiju continued, "Nice to meet you. I didn't want to meet you in a place like this, but things didn't go as planned. Please forgive me. The Kania Merchants Guild highly values your ability. Since you succeeded in conquering a 100-person gate, I'll be frank despite the abruptness. We want to recruit your team. You'll have to pass a simple gate clearing test, but we'll advance 3 million miso up front, and if you pass the test, we'll pay a contract bonus of 50 million. Do you want to join us?" At that, our protagonist smiled, and the contract between them was signed. Before leaving, Beiju reminded them the raid would take place in 3 days. "Good luck," she chuckled. "What a nice unexpected bonus, big brother." The young general grinned wide. But before the money in Elle's hand even cooled, he tossed it to greedy Ralph beside him. "That's the money you asked for. The contract term is 10 years. After a successful clear, I'll give you an extra 7 million. Back to Debo, he genuinely thought Elle had lost his mind or eaten something bad to act this way. "What? Wait a second, big brother. Did you eat something off? You're going to give this kind of person 10 million? Ignoring the complaints, Elle said, "Come on, let's go. We're going to miss the next appointment." "What? There's another place to go," Debo cried. When he saw the next visitor, his face showed obvious displeasure, because it was none other than Kiri, who had traveled with them inside the red gate. "Big brother, why is that noisy girl here?" "Shut up, I only came to keep a promise," she snapped. Time flew. 3 days later at the trial gates. "What a perfect day to clear a gate," Debo remarked about the weather. He looked around to size everyone up. "There are 5 teams, 50 people total. That should be enough to clear it," he said with a smile. If they succeeded, they'd get 50 million from Beiju. Ralph, seeing the large number of people, began to complain. We have to bring all these useless people. Will my share of the money be reduced?" As for Beiju, once everyone had assembled, she stepped forward to speak. "Hello, I'm Beiju from the Kania Merchants Guild, as you all know. This gate is an orange grade with a maximum of 50 people and 3 fishers. I believe with this many people conquering it won't be a problem," she went on. "On my side, from the moment Beiju recruited me, I had already guessed these people were villains. The disciples, no, I also figured the Kania Merchants Guild would recruit me. I didn't expect they'd bring me here, so they've started using this place now. Although the timing is a bit different from my previous life, I once cleared this gate before, so my plan won't change," he thought to himself. Meanwhile, Beiju's voice continued. "Remember that all teams must fire signal flares if a second gate is discovered." "A second gate? What's that?" young Commander Debo asked, prompting the knight Kiri to sigh and explain it to him. "Gates are ranked by color. A second gate means there's an additional dungeon inside this gate. Yellow has 2, green has 3. An orange gate has 2 dungeons, so we'll have to clear an extra dungeon within it, and the second gate will have completely different terrain and monsters. Remember that, idiot." "I didn't expect you to be so ignorant. I'm starting to worry. Your name is Elpom. Let me make one thing clear. Even though I've contracted with you, I haven't decided who will be team leader yet. Shouldn't the leader be chosen based on ability?" He laughed, and Elle wasn't particularly surprised. "Ha, so you're the greedy type. Fine, we'll decide the leader based on contributions inside this gate." Seeing Elle agree so easily, Ralph smiled like he'd struck gold. "Haha, this rookie just fell into the trap. Once I'm leader, things are going to get interesting." "Good luck," Beiju said, bidding them farewell. Then they entered the gate one by one. "It's finally starting. If we close this gate, we'll get 50 million miso, big brother. Let's finish this 3-fisher gate too," Debo said confidently, which made Ralph taunt a bit. "Ha, do you think we came here to camp? I probably won't see this foolish kid again." "What the hell? I'm done waiting. Get in there," Debo shouted angrily, flipping the big man the bird. But his taunts didn't faze Ralph at all. "Why would I go in when the outcome's obvious? I don't do things that won't earn me money. Why would our boss recruit that bastard into the team?" Debo complained and wondered inwardly. Before he could finish, the moment they stepped inside the gate, they saw every adventurer being attacked by a pack of one-eyed lizard-like monsters, and their formation immediately collapsed. "Save us, hold the line, break up and we're all dead. Run, it's those eye devils," panic cries rang out. Eye devils are monsters from millennia, recognizable by a giant central eye and movement aided by 2 arm-like limbs. Back to the scene, as soon as Debo entered the gate, he became a target of these monsters, and before he could react to the sudden situation, a lizard leaped and pinned him beneath it. Luckily, he reacted in time, using both hands to clamp its mouth shut to avoid being one-swatted into the afterlife. "Oh my god, what the hell is this thing?" He trembled, straining against the creature's strength while feeling sickened as its long tongue began to lick him. However, the creature was smart. Sensing its mouth was blocked by Debo, it immediately used its claws to attack. Fortunately for Elle, at that moment the big man Ralph stepped into the gate. Seeing the situation, he rushed forward and kicked the monster. The blow sent it flying straight toward a nearby tree trunk. "Phew, calm down, damn," he grunted. The knight who had just stepped in was also stunned by the sight. Unbelievable, the gate opened right in the middle of the monsters. Ahead, the more people appeared, the more excited the Eye Devil pack became, and they lunged forward to attack. To match their excitement, Elle immediately fired his rocket to pierce the pack of monsters. However, he was puzzled. Based on his past life, when this gate was breached, the Eye Devils didn't swarm toward the gate entrance. Could this be a different pattern than before, he wondered. Cut to Kiri. She began using her Sunblaze skill to attack, but somehow these monsters dodged at the last possible moment. Did it dodge that? She thought, and pressed her assault. But once again, the lizard twisted its body in midair and evaded in a dazzling display. What kind of movement is that? I can't predict it at all, she wondered, but before Kiri could think further, the creature whipped its tail and sent her flying. Then 4 or 5 more monsters lunged in, aiming to rip the knight apart. But suddenly, for some unknown reason, their bodies exploded as if struck by something. Nearby, Debo was struggling to fend off one and muttered, "This is driving me insane," when a dark figure shot straight toward him. It drove a solid punch into the Eye Devil's face, blowing its body apart into pieces. And the one who struck was none other than Old Man Ralph. The overeager rookie team had already lost 2 members, and a cool-headed veteran stepped in. "Always dramatic, no need to thank me. Keep fighting like that until we get out so I can be the center of attention," he said with a grin, revealing himself as a rank 3 adventurer. Faced with his strength, Kiri had to admit, reluctantly, that it really was a true skill of that man. "I hate to admit it, but rank 3 really is different." Back at the monsters, another reckless lizard charged Ralph, and he smashed it to pieces with a single punch. However, the old man didn't let his bloodlust cloud his judgment. Perhaps their movement follows no fixed pattern, but that was all he could deduce for now. Now that the 2 rookies were out of the fight, only El Palm remained with rocket skills and his containment spell. But he definitely possessed abilities that drew the Kania merchant's attention. "I don't know exactly how Elle fights, but his attack speed is far faster than mine. So that guy will certainly be useful. A 50 million miso contract is a fortune. Not everyone can easily get that kind of money, and judging by the guild's attitude toward him, they'll probably give him even more in the future. I can see it. I can picture myself swimming in piles of cash after taking over this party," he thought with a smile as he began to fantasize about the future. And the happier the old man got, the more enthusiastically he punished the monsters. That creature, he just kept enjoying every bit of it, Kiri muttered. "Kaihaha, this is so exciting." Old Man Ralph laughed loudly as he threw punches at the lizard, freezing its face in pain. However, before his fist could finish off the creature, Elle suddenly flew in and shoved him aside. "What the why did you hit me from behind like that? You trying to pick a fight with me?" the old man shouted. But Elle calmly replied, "No need to thank me," and dismissed the remark as nonsense. He spoke up just as countless shafts of light arrows streaked into the monster pack, turning them into a beehive in an instant. If Elle hadn't shoved him away moments ago, his fate would likely have been no different from those monsters. On this side, Ralph had pieced things together and shouted, "What was that just now? Which bastard did that?" But no one answered his angry shout, and the monsters continued to swarm and attack the people. The one who struck was a mysterious archer hiding in a tree not far away, and as he gathered energy to prepare his arrows, Elle immediately detected his position. "There he is," he said, glancing briefly backward. Then the arrows began to rain down, killing the monsters in droves. Already firing, Elle thought silently. At the same time, he also fired a rocket aimed straight at the archer, creating a massive explosion deep inside the trees. Back with Ralph, he admired Elle's quick reaction. He absorbed the Eye Devil's attack and countered, a genius idea and a bold move. However, before the group could relax, Debo's worried voice rang out, "Boss, watch out." Hearing that, Elle startled and noticed 4 or 5 arrows aimed at him from behind. They were coming from the opposite side. He thought that just before the arrows triggered an explosion. When the smoke cleared, Elle was slightly wounded on the arm, but it didn't bother him much. What puzzled him was the direction of those attacks. "What is going on? I'm sure I hit them, aren't I? And why are sudden attacks coming from behind?" While our protagonist hesitated, the knight realized something and shouted, "Palm, it's dangerous here. We need to run now." "Run where? There's nowhere to run," Ralph shouted, as countless arrows rained down on them from above. And those arrows weren't just aimed at El Palm's group, they targeted every adventurer who'd entered the gates. "God damn it, run," they cried. But many people were soon pierced by those arrows. Meanwhile, Kiri used her sun's slash skill, sweeping to cut down the arrows heading toward her and protect the adventurer behind her. "What are you doing? If you want to live, run toward the forest," she shouted. "If we could, we'd have run there already. They're lying in wait for us in the woods. How could we get past them?" someone said, pointing toward the dense pack of monsters waiting inside the forest. As if answering their wish, suddenly a blazing spear of fire shot forward and pierced through the monster's formation. "Someone's cleared a path," someone shouted. An old man Ralph was the first to charge into the forest. "I'm going first." "Don't hesitate, move it, number 5 is up," he yelled to those still dazed. Meanwhile, the archer showed no sign of relenting and continued to fire arrow after arrow. During this, some people fell. Seeing the dire situation, Debo urgently warned, "Boss, at this rate we'll all die," he shouted. Of course El Palm understood, so he immediately used a rocket, firing it backward to retaliate, and used its explosion to blind the archer. Debo listened carefully. El Palm began to instruct, but the author obscures what he said. Turning to the archer, the fact that El Palm could pinpoint his location surprised him. "He already found my position." It seems Lord of Oak's worries weren't unfounded. "You're El Palm, aren't you? Sorry and goodbye." With that, he focused his arrows on the protagonist, but El used nearby tree trunks as a springboard to dodge them all. "Why is a mage so nimble?" he grumbled. Then he glanced back at the others and thought, "Wait, 6 people? One of them is missing, the one who used the rocket," he mused. But at that same moment, a fireball suddenly appeared behind him, heading straight for him, and caused a sizable explosion. The one who struck was none other than El Palm. In the chaos earlier, he'd swapped outfits with Debo so Debo could impersonate him and draw attention, while El slipped to the rear to attack. "This time I actually saw the hit land," El Palm thought. "Nice move." Back to Debo. He heard the explosion and realized the plan had worked. Nice, the disguise swap worked. All thanks to great Debo stalling for time, he thought happily. Before an arrow pierced him and he collapsed instantly. "Debo!" Kiri cried out in panic, and El Palm, not far away, also realized an arrow was heading toward him. Then the arrow exploded, releasing countless beams of light that shot straight at the fleeing group. "No way, help, damn it, run faster," everyone shouted, and Kiri immediately helped Debo to run with her. However, at that moment an arrow pierced the knight's thigh, making her cry out in pain, and both of them collapsed to the ground. At the most critical moment, old man Ralph ran over, hoisted both of them, and fled. "Focus on me, I don't even have kids and I'm already babysitting like an old man. Such a pain," he grumbled as he sped up. Meanwhile, the white-haired archer kept up the chase. How did he avoid El Palm's attack? "Run wherever you want, you still can't escape my sights," he shouted. With that, he began to raise his bow again, but seeing the direction they were running, he hesitated slightly. "Why are we running this way? I don't know either. Shut up and do as boss says," Debo shouted. "You're about to die and you're still acting like that." Saying that, Ralph burst through the bushes carrying both of them. The first thing the group saw was a gate leading to the second level. The second gate? No way could El Palm have known its location beforehand. Whatever, thanks to him, will survive. "We're about 100 meters from the enemy. At this distance, we can reach the gate faster than his arrows." The old man chuckled inwardly and sprinted faster. Debo guessed his intent and shouted, "Wait, don't tell me you're going through the second gate without waiting for the boss? Haha, was that your plan when you led us here? Stop struggling, we'll get through that gate first, then wait for him there," the old man yelled. But at that moment, countless arrows suddenly flew at them from the front, causing all three to be unable to dodge and take the full brunt of those arrows. What just happened? Why did that attack come from the front? Could he have swung around to our front in such a short time? Ralph wondered. But before he could think more, 2 more arrows flew straight toward the old man. Fortunately, at the most critical moment, Debo's axe suddenly flew through and blocked those 2 energy arrows. It was the flame axe that the boss had brought. I knew he'd save. "Ah, damn it," Debo muttered inwardly, as he saw a large pillar flying straight at them. It knocked all 3 of them away, into the gates. The archer in the distance, seeing this, froze too. That crazy bastard, he thought. Back in the fight, a dark shape suddenly streaked through the trees at high speed, but it hadn't moved more than a few meters. When a light arrow from above flew in and pierced its head, the bulging-eyed monster only had time to let out a shriek before it went still. And the one who fired was none other than the Cania Merchant Guild's archer. Seeing that he'd killed a big-eyed demon, the archer's eyes showed a hint of annoyance. "Another eyeball demon? Why didn't it move? Was it trying to stall while searching for me? Stupid. No matter, I'll play your little game and see how you struggle, El Palm." He chuckled inwardly and began thinking back while waiting for El to appear. "In my 13th year, Lord of Oak adopted me. A selection tournament was held where 300 assassins fought until only 5 remained. And in that 7-day slaughter, no one could find me the whole time, and Lord of Oak gave me the title Ghost." Back in the present, the archer suddenly sensed an aura, and without hesitation, he aimed an arrow in that direction. However, the target this time was only an eyeball demon, causing his face to wrinkle slightly. It missed again, and at that moment from afar, a rocket arrow shot toward his position, but luckily for him, it struck a nearby tree instead. Seeing that, the archer realized El had guessed his location, so he immediately planted power into his legs and leapt between the trunks to change position. After landing on a tree and making sure he'd slipped out of El's sight, he prepared to counterattack. Good, but with that last shot his positions exposed, the assassin thought, then drew his bow and shot 3 shafts of light at a lower trunk. The wind-rending arrows with devastating force instantly shattered the trunk, yet when the tree fell there was no figure hiding behind it. At that moment another rocket arrow curved around the trunk and aimed at him, startling the assassin. He hurriedly dropped down and looking at the explosion above, he guessed L's intention. The bastard used telepathic misdirection to make me guess his position wrong, what a cheap trick. With that thought he sprinted away across the ground. But L wasn't going to let him off that easily. He used his psionics to steer 2 more rocket arrows through the trunks toward him. Ahead, the archer knew his legs couldn't outrun the rockets, so after a stretch of running, he spun around and drew his bow, firing 3 arrows at L's 2 incoming attacks, causing them to explode simultaneously in midair. The flame light it produced temporarily blinded the assassin to what was ahead. I can't see a thing, he thought, before another rocket arrow curved around a trunk and struck him from behind. Seeing that, he just grit his teeth and cursed, then immediately loosed another arrow to intercept it. However, the attack seemed to have come too close, so even though the 2 strikes nullified each other in midair, the explosion it created threw the archer clear and sent him tumbling across the ground. Elpom, that damn bastard, got what he deserved, the assassin thought, his whole body trembling with rage like someone having a fit. Back to L, he was hiding behind a tree now, focusing on every sound in the woods to pinpoint the other's location. Too quiet. Where did he go? What a nuisance. Who knew he could hide so thoroughly? In my previous life, no one in this gate had skills like that. He must be an assassin sent by Kania. Has the future changed because I failed at the 100-person gate? L thought to himself. However, before he could ponder further, a voice suddenly sounded from behind him. Come out, El Palm. Hearing that voice, our protagonist was startled. Sound from the other side. He wondered in confusion, since the man had clearly been in front of him, so why did the voice suddenly come from behind? Over here, the archer began to swagger and call out loudly without fear of being ambushed. You know this, right? Don't waste any more time. Hiding like a little mouse won't help. I've heard you like fighting head-on. Do you prefer to duel or hide like this? Haha, he laughed like a maniac, while in truth he'd been skulking about trying to ambush the adventurers entering the gate. As for L, seeing him brazenly show himself, he didn't miss the chance and silently ran forward to find an opening to strike, even as he wondered, it's him. But how did he get there? I couldn't sense him at all. Could it be teleportation? Or maybe a blink, he frowned thinking. I see him, the assassin muttered. Immediately afterward, countless energy arrows began flying at L from behind. L's situation was extremely dangerous. Cut to the second level of the gate. This is a snowy mountain map. At that moment, the teleport gate suddenly flared, and then the 3 Ralph and the others fell out onto the ground. Damn it, we left the boss behind, Debo ground out. An old man, Ralph complained. Who forced you to do it? Why are you mad? How could he handle everything by himself? Debo stammered. I think he had a plan, someone replied. Just then something rolled to a stop in front of Debo, making him shout in surprise, wow, what the hell is that? It's just a gate with 3 marks, but what's with all these human bones? This many means it's not just 3 groups entering, at least 100 people. From behind, seeing this scene, Kiri also figured it out. Those damned Kania, now I get it, they tricked us. They appeared suddenly, set traps on the first level, and now there's this pile of bones. Don't you get it? Kania are followers of the Dark Wizards. They definitely sacrificed people to block the way into this gate, and sending assassins too. El Palm said bait was involved, Kiri said in a serious voice. But regrettably at that moment, old man Ralph had to cut their conversation short. One follower, sorry to interrupt your interesting chat, but leave that for later. The host here looks pissed off, he added, forcing a very awkward smile as he looked ahead. Because right in front of them stood a gigantic, super-class chimpanzee monster with bulging muscles. Seeing its body, Debo trembled and asked, is this the boss? No one answered him, and at this moment Uncle Ralph had to play his trump card. He began clutching his necklace. Haha, time to cash in my rent, he told them to pray. I don't show this trick to just anyone, he said as he activated some power, causing the necklace to flare with a shaft of light. If you had to sum Ralph's personality in one line, it would be this: unbearably nasty, irritating to the eye, a slave to money. His character is also pretty cheap, but described as an adventurer, Ralph gets the job done. Aside from other flaws, his skills are top tier. That guy sits at the top of the 3rd circle as a healing bishop. Now Uncle Ralph began using his healing skill to restore Debo and Kiri. The instant the skill activated, both their bodies were wrapped in a green light, and their wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The wounds were closing, so he's not a melee fighter but a healer. That means even without using skills, he's still strong enough to be a warrior, Kiri thought in stunned silence. Back to Ralph, after healing them, he grinned and said, if you two are feeling better, then get to it. Make it worth the money paid, because that guy won't wait. Let's see what you've got, he said, and immediately turned and ran, while the giant ape swung a massive palm straight at him. Luckily, Uncle Ralph ran fast so he wasn't crushed. But the blow was still strong enough to crack the ground into pieces. Even the slab Debo and Kiri stood on was flipped over. That bastard, Debo grumbled. Before they could react, the giant ape opened its jaws and bit down on the slab beneath them, shattering it into fragments. Fortunately, at the most dangerous moment, Debo jumped aside and latched onto one of its exposed fangs, which surprised the ape a bit. "Where are you looking?" the hot-headed youth snarled, then swung his axe straight into the ape's eye, making it cry out miserably as it was blinded. At the same time, Kiri from behind slashed at its calf, causing the ape to howl in pain. Seeing this, the monster reached a hand toward Debo, hopping to grab him. However, before its hand could reach him, Uncle Ralph rocketed in from the side and struck that arm, knocking it aside. Then he used its arm as a stepping board to gain momentum, and lunged to punch the giant monster in the face, making its features twist further. Furious, the ape gritted its teeth and threw a left hook at Ralph, which Uncle Ralph narrowly dodged. At the same time, the ape kicked Kiri underneath, sending her flying forward, forcing Ralph to step in. "What a nuisance," Ralph complained as he quickly cast a heal. His series of efficient, no-waste moves made Debo stare wide-eyed. He not only healed from behind, but also attacked to support them, and Ralph timed his heals, casting only when they were truly in danger. Back to Ralph. I forgot to mention, initially it's free, but from now on I'll be charging you both." As he spoke, he pulled a small book from his side and began using his enchantment, an enhancement ability, on both of them. I can feel a surge of energy rising inside my body," Kiri thought in surprise before Ralph announced the price. 100,000 miso each, the madman said, and the two of them shouted at once. Time flew by, and by now the boss monster had been beaten into a bloody wreck. Both its eyes were bleeding. Whether one was blinded for good was unclear, and its body was covered in countless wounds. "Finally done, damn, it's strong," Kiri said as she slumped to the ground, exhausted like a cow, while burly Uncle Ralph still seemed energetic. He cracked his knuckles and brought up splitting the loot. "Fair enough, let's divide it up now," he said with a smile. And it seemed the boss, not yet dead, realized it was about to be carved up, so it opened its mouth and roared, spraying such a foul stench that Debo nearly choked. "Stinks, shut your mouth, or do you want me to put you to sleep forever?" Debo barked. But then the boss's next move stunned them. It quickly grabbed its severed arm and pressed it back into the wound, and the injury began to freeze over and heal. Just like that, the ape that should have been dead suddenly came back to life as if nothing had happened. Back to El, he had to haul ass to escape a rain of arrows from that archer, and as he ran, he began formulating a plan in his head. "Something's off, I can't find his firing position." A third-tier archer can use Arrow Link teleportation. But Arrow Link only returns the user to a fixed point, a single return location, so moving the way he's moving now should be impossible. El frowned, unable to understand the assassin's movement method. Meanwhile, the archer kept laughing as if he'd won. "Haha, I told you it's useless, you're too slow, I'm about to fall asleep." Seeing that, El, annoyed, formed a fireball and shot it backward. However, because it was an unguided shot, it was mostly a scare tactic. "Where are you aiming? If you waste skills like that you'll get mana shocked," the archer kindly warned El. And it seemed the archer was right. El's face began to show signs of being poisoned. Seeing that, the archer also started to increase his movement speed. Wallow kept firing backward to blind the archer. Surely he was trying to distract me with that skill so I could slip through the second gate. No way, the archer shook his head to himself. Up ahead, El was sweating bullets. "This is crazy. I can't keep trading endurance with someone whose position I can't pin down. This will end badly if it keeps up." Thinking that, El was thrown aside by an explosion as an arrow struck the ground near him. The soldier rolled on the ground, quickly pulled out an energy potion from his bag, and poured it straight into his mouth. "I don't have time to think this through. At this point I have to gamble," he gritted his teeth. Then El activated his fireball skill, launching a massive orb of flame forward that blew away all the incoming arrows. The fireball then flew toward the archer, but he easily dodged to the side and even had time to taunt El. "Haha, so stupid." No sooner had he finished speaking than his eyes widened. For at that moment, 6 rocket arrows were converging on him from 4 directions, startling the archer. What, 6 at once? He used the strongest skill a tier 3 mage could summon even while suffering mana shock, wanting to sacrifice himself, huh? The city guy thought, turning to look at El as El's body writhed in pain from mana shock. And of course El acted that way because he'd made a conjecture and decided to bet on it. "If your secret matches my guess, I'll drag you out even if it costs me everything." Thinking that, El used his telekinesis to scramble the rocket's trajectories, and that crazy move prevented the archer from focusing his attacks. He fired while not even knowing where he stood. "This bastard must be unhinged," he thought. Then El concentrated his energy and launched another fireball, forcing the archer to curl his legs and flee through the branches. "Not yet, not over, I have to hold on to the end," El screamed inside, as he kept unleashing magic that made the whole forest tremble from his firepower. Meanwhile, the assassin, seeing El acting like a suicidal maniac, felt quietly pleased. "You idiot, do you think attacking like that will beat us? Your fate is sealed. You'll die from mana shock while feeling the agony of your body tearing apart." So a barrage in flight unfolded through the forest until the assassin suddenly stopped. Because he realized flames surrounded him on all sides. "Wait, this whole place is on fire, you bastard. Was I the target from the start? Too dangerous, at this rate I'll be burned alive." An open patch of ground, must run there, he thought as he looked toward the clearing ahead. But at that moment he hesitated. "Wait, an open patch right in front of me now? That's suspicious." He frowned, then hurriedly turned back to warn someone. "No, I have to go back, this is a trap," he said, looking at an archer dressed exactly like him. It turned out there were two of them from the start, alternating attacks to confuse El's judgment. "Bro, what are you doing?" his younger brother exclaimed in surprise when he saw his older brother suddenly stop. Before he could answer, El behind them used his telekinesis ring to seize a slab of stone and smash it straight into him. Above, the older brother saw the trap and could only shout damn as he hastily fired his bow, aiming at the rock to shield and save his younger brother. But El's assault didn't stop. He'd identified that his enemies were two, so he pierced through the wall of fire, closed in on the younger brother to take him down as quickly as possible. "One down," El muttered. As he spoke, El thrust his staff forward, but the archer reacted fast. Sensing the attack, he slammed his bow into the ground as a lever to catapult himself into the air. Then he used the bow's momentum to spin and deliver a twisting kick aimed at El's face, forcing El to lean back to dodge. "No time to waste, finish this fast," he told himself. Next, he swung his staff hard and struck the bow, knocking the bow to the ground and sending the younger brother sprawling from lost momentum. And before the younger brother could react, the protagonist drew his leg back and kicked him square in the gut, sending the kid flying like a sack with a hole torn through it. The only pity was that just as El ran up to finish him off, the older brother above drew and fired straight at the center of the two of them, startling El back. Then, realizing El had guessed their secret, the older brother jumped down and shouted, "Get up, Nur. You don't have time to recover energy for another attack. End this fight now," he said as he began drawing his bow aimed at El. However, before he could release the arrow, El was a step faster. He used telekinesis to hurl a dagger straight at the older brother's back, forcing him to break his attack rhythm and tilt his head aside to dodge. Seeing what was attacking him, the older brother was momentarily shocked. A dagger. Could he use mind control magic with so little mana? He wondered as he began dodging left and right to avoid El's attack while closing the distance. And just as the assassin thought he was within range, he quickly pulled a dagger from his jacket and slashed repeatedly at El. Seeing that, El had no choice but to raise his staff in defense and step back. At the same time, he didn't forget to control the dagger and send it flying to attack. But very quickly, Nur's younger brother shot an arrow from behind to knock it aside. "This game is over," he gritted out as he began drawing his bow aimed at El once more. But before he could, El sent countless shards of stone crashing into him, making Nur cry out in pain and fall backward. Up ahead, after regaining his posture, El was counterattacking the older brother, even pressing him hard. Why is a mage like him so skilled at close combat, he wondered. And the result of his scattered thoughts in battle was a kick from El to the gut, leaving the man gasping in pain. "I can't show any openings," El thought. Then he made the dagger fly again, continuously targeting the younger brother behind him. The sudden assault prevented Nur from firing. His bow was knocked out of his hands by the dagger. Seeing that, El rushed forward, raising his staff to finish him off. But the moment he swung, another arrow flew in from afar and tore through El's arm, stopping his attack before it landed. "Nice shot, you're the best," Nur laughed gleefully and kicked El away. El's staff was flung out of his hands by the impact. Not stopping there, Nur sprinted forward and scooped up the dagger falling on the ground, and unleashed a storm of attacks toward the main character. "What can you do with only a left arm?" he taunted. In response to that taunt, El used only his left arm to easily block all of his strikes. He even knocked the dagger out of his hand. "Damn, I've got it," he said with a smile as he caught the dagger, not knowing El had deliberately let him do so. The moment the man reached for the dagger, El quickly put his hand out, gripped his wrist, twisted it, and made the joint crack with a sickening snap. As for Nur himself, he gaped and screamed like the house was on fire. "Get off me, you bastard. Do you want a few more holes in you?" he shouted threateningly. But those threats had no effect on El. Right then he fired a fireball at both of them and held Nur tightly to make sure he couldn't escape, and seeing this, Nur's eyes went wide. "This crazy bastard is tough as leeches. Wait, hang on." Behind them, the older brother, seeing his sibling about to die, also shouted, "No, watch out." No sooner had he finished than a terrifying explosion erupted at the spot between the two of them. Nur himself was blown by the blast and hurled toward a nearby tree. "I can't breathe like this," he thought to himself. Meanwhile, the older brother stood there dazed, staring at a veil of greenish light before him. "What's that?" he asked. Back to Nur, he pulled his cloak up to cover his mouth while scanning around for his brother. Damn, where's my brother? He thought as he hurried off to look. But before he could spot the other silhouette, El suddenly appeared right beside him. Then pulling a spear from who knows where, El grabbed the weapon and thrust it at Nur. Seeing this, Nur went insane. This bastard's as tenacious as a leech die. With that, he threw his cloak over El's head to blind him and snatched the dagger to attack. Outside, the older brother saw the veil of light shatter into pieces and rushed in. It's broken. What happened? Could it be? He thought as he frantically scanned the area. Then he saw his younger brother coughing violently ahead, and not far off another figure lying sprawled on the ground. Seeing that, he hurried over to pull Nur up. Come on, Nur, he urged. No, now's not the time. We've already wasted too much time. We have to get the phoenix feather, and his voice suddenly cut off when he realized that the person lying ahead might actually be his brother. And as soon as he understood that, El clamped a hand on his throat while his other hand snatched the dagger and decapitated the man outright. I can't stand archers like these, El muttered before collapsing inside the burning forest. Back to Ralph's group's battle. After the giant ape recovered, it went berserk and pummeled all three of them hard. Especially Debo, who was targeted most, apparently because he'd used his axe earlier to sever one of the monster's arms, so it focused on him. It threw out 5 huge punches that, though they didn't connect, the shockwave still sent Debo flying aside, making his whole body tremble in pain. After that, the giant ape didn't want to keep stalling, so it clenched its fist and threw another heavy punch. But at that moment, Uncle Ralph rushed in from behind to attack. However, the giant ape quickly noticed this and swung its arm hard backward. Seeing that, Uncle Ralph gathered energy into his fist to match it. Too slow, Ralph shouted, then unleashed a barrage straight into the ape's face, causing it to stagger and topple to one side. Though it hurt a bit, the punch hadn't dealt much damage. The thing's so tough, Ralph muttered as he glanced at the band of ice on the giant ape's head. And while he was still standing there thinking, the ape slapped him square in the face, swatting Uncle Ralph like a mosquito, making him cry out miserably, damn it. And just as Ralph was about to be turned into mincemeat, Kiri suddenly lunged in and with a blinding strike severed one of the ape's fingers, making it scream as if the place were on fire. When she was done, she reached for Ralph and said, I owe you one, consider it paid. Then the knight hurriedly hoisted Ralph onto her back and ran down before the monster could go berserk. Or rather, it was already berserk. Losing a finger only pushed it further over the edge, the pain making the giant ape flail and strike wildly downward. With Kiri fleeing like a duck, once the two of them had put some distance between them, the beast gathered power in its legs and launched man high into the air like a cannonball, then used the fall's force to slam both its hands down onto the ground with full strength, executing a hammer strike that sent a violent shockwave rippling outward. Turning back to the group, once freed, Uncle Ralph healed all 3 of them and they began coordinating their attacks again, with young Debo now leading the team. Then he turned and said, hey, have you come up with a way to destroy it yet? If this keeps up, before he could finish, someone's voice suddenly called out a warning from behind. Behind what? Debo asked back. At the same time, the ape's giant hand also swung toward him. Fortunately, Debo stayed alert and managed to dodge to the side in time. Something this big? Explain more clearly, he shouted. Keep it short, try to distract it from me so I can aim for its weak spot. Ralph called out, instructing them. However, the moment they charged in, the giant ape swung its arm and sent them flying to the side. On this side, Debo ran along the monster's arm toward the market knight. It knows now. I thought it was just a big empty brute, he complained, before the monster could swing its arm again and spin them like tops. In a split second, without time to react, Debo was slammed flat onto the ground. The impact left a large crater in the earth, and before he could even get up and reset his stance, the ape raised its foot and stomped straight toward him, hopping to finish Debo off in one blow. Nearby, the female knight saw the danger and shouted, Ralph, heal me. At the same moment, the monster's foot slammed into the ground, sending rocks and dirt flying everywhere. Debo Kiri cried out in alarm. Turning back to Uncle Ralph after regaining consciousness, he warned, I only have 4 heals left, try to dodge. No sooner had he finished than the beast charged forward like a tank, not giving them any time to discuss. Split apart, they both shouted and leapt to the sides to avoid the shockwave. However, Kiri seemed a beat late and the monster sent her flying far away. Uncle sighed without bothering to scold, damn it, I told you to dodge, and as he spoke he began using his healing power on Kiri, while inwardly complaining that she fainted. What a waste of a move. With no time to tend to Kiri further, the uncle had to start bracing and retreating from the giant ape's incoming attacks. And on the other side, Debo lay motionless at the bottom of the large crater. He also began to recall the words he'd been told before. What El had told him earlier came back, increase your circle. Yeah, you've got enough experience to reach the 2nd circle now, El nodded, which made Debo puzzled. I want to, can I? That depends on your enlightenment, El said. Enlightenment? What's that? Teach me, Debo asked excitedly. But El quietly poured himself a cup of tea and said, everyone's different. Even if I share my experience, you still won't learn it. So what do you want me to do? You just need to find a word that fits you, something tied to your understanding of mana or an unforgettable memory. Recalling that, suddenly a huge explosion occurred behind the giant ape, drawing its attention and making it turn its head back. And when it saw young Debo spring up and charge at it, the ape didn't hesitate to swing its massive arm at him. But what it didn't expect was that Debo had grown much stronger. With a single berserk strike, El could easily wrap his axe in a layer of energy and slice clean through the ape's arm. Ralph beside him widened his eyes in surprise. He could cut through that, how is that possible? After saying that, he noticed the two glowing magic circles on Debo's wrists and understood everything. That kid has reached 2 circles already, he thought to himself. Meanwhile, Debo seemed to go berserk and charged at the giant ape with terrifying speed, aiming for its remaining eye and directly blinding it. Then he ran straight up to the top of the boss monster's head, targeting a sword that had been stuck there for who knows how long, and swung his axe straight into the sword's hilt, driving it deep and embedding it into an energy core inside. And immediately after doing this, the whole giant ape lost its balance and toppled over to the ground, landing on top of the fierce young man. Seeing this, Uncle Ralph seized the chance and rushed in to punch the ape in the face, sending it flying to the side. Good job, he shouted in praise, while using healing on Debo. Below, after receiving healing, Debo began swinging his axe repeatedly at the monster's back, forcing it to flip over. And the bloodthirsty guy took advantage of the opportunity to hoist himself up, grip his weapon tight, and charge in to attack. But before he could reach it, the giant ape threw a punch straight at him, forcing Debo to grit his teeth and use every ounce of strength in his body to stop the blow. From behind, Uncle Ralph saw this and used healing to give him the power to resist. However, seemingly aware that he was the one continuously healing the others, the giant ape reached out and clamped down on the man's body, making him cry out in pain. "You stupid thing, you still have time to hit me," he said as he used healing on Debo once more. And while the ape was busy attacking Ralph, Debo climbed onto its body again to drive the stake in once more. Seeing that, the giant ape let out a terrified roar. But before it could react, Debo's axe slammed down hard, driving the sword's tip straight into the energy core and shattering it into pieces. The earth-piercing blow from Debo made the giant ape scream as if it were being torn apart. On this side, seeing it shriek like that, Debo tightened his grip on his weapon and launched another attack to quickly send it to the underworld. However, before he could finish, the giant ape swung its arm and flung him down below, causing his whole body to sink deep into the snow. In fact, because of the shock of the impact, Debo lost several seconds, and as soon as he came to, he scrambled up to get back into the fight. But at that moment, Debo noticed, though he didn't understand why, that Uncle Ralph was lying beside him. "Ralph, what's going on?" Debo asked in confusion. At the same time, the giant ape in front of them was frantically fleeing for reasons unknown. However, it hadn't taken many steps before the arm that had been reattached earlier suddenly fell off. Then not only the arm, but both of its feet cracked and broke, causing the entire colossal body of the monster to collapse forward. In the end, it could only let out one helpless roar. Then its entire body turned into a block of stone and slowly crumbled before Debo's eyes. Time passed quickly, cutting to some ice cave. Kiri, who had been knocked out for who knows how long, was slowly waking up. Seeing this, Debo sitting opposite spoke up, "You're awake?" Hearing the question, Kiri turned and asked back, "You're still alive? Where's that monster?" Then she looked at what she had wrapped around herself. "I was so hungry I thought about eating that monkey, but I couldn't. The meat was rock hard," Debo said regretfully, which made Kiri somewhat impressed. "You've got a strong stomach. So you waited until we counted again?" Hearing that, Debo grew quiet for a moment and replied, "I couldn't find any escape gate anyway. The weather's awful, so I figured it'd be best to rest here a bit. Besides, Ralph didn't look well. I'll scout the area once the blizzard eases. Stay here and rest, I'll go." And so time flew by. After the weather calmed a little, Debo took his weapon and went out alone to look for a way out. Staring at the endless snow ahead, Debo began to stroke his chin, thinking, a day has already passed. What happened to Big Bro? He wondered to himself. But at that moment, a heavy footstep sounded behind him, making him startle. He turned to look, and the source of the sound was a monster identical to the one-eyed demon from floor 1, except its skin was grayish-white. This was a cold-eye monster, a variant of the one-eyed demon adapted to constant cold, so it looked a bit different. Seeing its ferocious appearance, Debo took a startled step back. "Damn, why did I get spooked? Hey, why are there so many of you here?" he muttered, then sprinted away from the pack of monsters. Time continued on. After scouting the surrounding terrain for a while, Debo returned. At the same time, the knight had just regained consciousness. "You're back. How'd it go? Did you find an exit?" she asked, turning to look at Debo. However, seeing his blood-soaked appearance, her eyes filled with panic. "What happened to you? You're awake." "It's nothing," Debo shook his head and said. "There are still monsters. It's too dangerous. We have to," Kiri began to suggest. But Debo, sitting by the fire, disagreed. "Ralph still wasn't awake. Someone has to watch over this dying old man. At the very least, we're teammates now." "Then I'll go this time. There's no reason you should suffer alone," Kiri continued, but Debo refused. "No, it's better if only one person goes so we don't both end up scouting the same place. Don't waste your strength, rest." Saying that, the young man turned and rested, but his habit of taking everything on himself made Kiri a little worried. Right, idiot, if you keep pushing yourself like this, you'll. After resting, Debo continued searching for an exit, and this time he was driven by a pack of cold-eye monsters toward a cliff. It's freezing to death, he muttered, before the one-eyed monsters charged at him. Then one cold-eye, seemingly fearless of death, slammed directly into Debo and sent him plummeting down the cliff below. As a result, the stupid monster fell to its death while Debo was lucky. He was fine, only a bit sore. Realizing he was still alive, Debo breathed in relief. That was close, thought he was done for, he said as he trembled and stood up, and when he looked up he spotted a figure sitting cross-legged ahead. Debo instantly became alert. Someone's here, he said, focusing his gaze, then discovered it was just a corpse that had been dead for some time. Turns out it was just a dead body, he thought, then hurried over to check. On the body he found a letter of some sort, seemed like it hadn't been dead long. What's this, a will? A letter? So many, Debo grumbled as he quickly examined the note. It read, I leave this letter to you, whose name I do not know. To call this a reward would be too much, but I will give you my gloves. If you are a warrior, they contain a combat skill that will help you. The combat skill is the passive skill of a level 1 warrior in the adventurer profession, typically boosting all stats related to defense and movement. As you can see, we were caught in Kania's trap and my teammates were killed by the Yeti. If there's any consolation, it's that I found the gate to escape to the outside. But unfortunately, this gate is special. It only activates when the boss is defeated. I left its location on the back of this letter as a map. I hope you have the strength to do it. And please deliver this letter for me. After reading, Debo could only pity the unlucky adventurer who fell into Kania's trap, and the only thing he could do was bury the man carefully. Then, because he now had the gate's location, he quickly returned to the cave and led Kiri and Ralph to that spot. And after they escaped to the outside, Debo turned to Kiri and asked, what should we do now? Hearing that, she immediately replied, we need to recover first in our condition, both you and me. Before she finished, a mocking voice rang out ahead of them. Oh my, I'm a little suspicious. But could the phantom really have been defeated? The voice belonged to a masked man, and behind him stood a row of cloaked assassins, judging by their number. Debo's expression changed. Don't tell me these are all Kania's people, he thought, damn it. This is bad, how can we fight them in our state? And that worry became reality when the leader signaled the assassins to surge forward. Don't worry, we'll deal with you before you can blink. Seeing this, Kiri gritted her teeth and lunged forward to block an attack from one assassin while shouting to Debo, fall back. Behind them, an assassin casually threw several shurikens, one of which lodged straight into the knight's thigh, making her grimace in pain. Taking advantage of the moment, the rest of them broke through the line and charged at Debo and Ralph. However, at that moment, a beam of light suddenly shot out from inside the gate, piercing through an assassin's body. Then several more beams fired out, shattering their bodies to pieces, leaving them blown to bits before they could react. Seeing this, Debo and Kiri turned back to watch, and when they saw who emerged, Debo broke into a delighted smile. I hate to say this, but are you okay without me? Elle asked with a bright smile. A little, yeah, but you're a bit late, Debo replied. Cut to Avoke's castle. He was stroking the monster at his back and sitting in brooding thought. Someone with a skill like that appeared out of nowhere, yet no one knew who was behind it, and it seemed the populace would be stirred up. Thinking that, Beiju suddenly appeared before him like a ghost and reported the news. El Palm has returned. What should we do about this contract? Hearing his hound say that, Avoke's face suddenly grew colder than ever and he decreed, kill him. Upon hearing this, Beiju flinched and asked to confirm what, but before he could finish, Avoke cut him off and clarified, we're not in a position to worry about public opinion. He's unpredictable. Do you really think he'll pull it off? We'll make up a reason later. He didn't come alone, he came with others, Beiju hurriedly warned. Back with Elle's group, they were temporarily resting at Debo's house. Looking at the bowl in front of him, Uncle Ralph complained, sick of this food. On the other side, Debo bristled, don't insult my sister's cooking, finish it up for me. A bit more salt would make it better, Ralph reminded them while the sister kept bringing out more dishes. Tell me when you guys are done, I'll bring more. Thanks, Kiri nodded. Debo kept grumbling, this is why I didn't want to bring you all here. Kiri had to reason with the hot-headed youth, I'm sure Kania is already hearing rumors. Splitting up would be dangerous, this place is the safest spot for your sister. Even if we run, we'll eventually get caught, someone warned. At that moment, the outer door suddenly opened. Our protagonist Elle stepped inside and asked, how's everyone? Where have you been? Someone asked and Elle replied, oh, just some errands. Turning to Ralph, seeing Elle, Uncle moved to the main point. I was about to discuss splitting the rewards, put off deciding the leader for now. Since our shares are similar, when are you giving us the extra 7 million miso? Without waiting for Elle, Debo's face flushed red with anger as he demanded, are you insane? You really want to go to Kania to beg for money in this situation? And another thing, you claim I single-handedly beat the Yeti even though I don't remember. While you were out, I was the one who found the exit. Across from them, Kiri nodded in agreement. I heard El Palm also fought the twin assassins. Their arguments made a strong case for making El the leader. However, that argument didn't sway Uncle. Instead, he put on an act A, but was anyone watching? Seeing him feign ignorance, Debo ground his teeth. You bastard. Not paying attention to their verbal sparring, the Night Kiri turned to El and asked, so what's your plan now? El nodded and replied with his thought. Kania won't sit still, and before he could finish, someone outside suddenly pounded the wall and angrily shouted, hey, how long do you expect to keep me waiting out here? Having said that, the owner of the voice stepped into the house, causing Debo's sister to flinch back a step in alarm. Uncle, who are you? She asked, bewildered. Hey, can you tell that bastard who just came in to hurry up? This man turned out to be Abbas of the Gaffer Trading Guild. To explain his appearance here, we need to go back a bit. At a time when Uncle was still scowling over Els joining the Kania Trading Guild. Damn it, things didn't go my way. I didn't expect the Kania Merchant Alliance to contact El Palm. They launched their major raid before I could do anything. Should I stop them? I'm screwed. The more he thought about it, the more a headache rose until a knock sounded at the door outside, and the person who came was none other than El. Seeing him appear, Uncle's expression changed and he asked, negotiations with Kania didn't go smoothly. El, not intending to hide anything, spoke plainly. I was offered 50 million miso if successful, but since the grand raid has ended, the contract is the only thing left. So now you come here to brag? You're still as troublesome as ever. Abbas furrowed his brow and asked. Back to El, the complaint didn't faze him at all, and El replied plainly, if there's nothing more to say, I'm going. Hearing that, Abbas fell silent for a moment, then sighed heavily. All right, you win. 60 million miso, sign here. That's more than you asked for, so no more complaints, Uncle said, producing a contract from his inner pocket and handing it to El. And that's exactly what he wanted. Without hesitation, El quickly signed the contract, and when he finished, Uncle continued, so we're allies now, share the intel. The Kania Guild is the mastermind, El said coldly, which surprised Abbas. What? Why are you so blunt? Not paying attention to that, El explained further. The Grand Gate was a trap. They lured us in saying the gate had only 3 markers, yet at least 100 people died there. Not only that, they sent assassins after us, then tried to contact us to erase the evidence. As he spoke, Abbas's face grew pale. Then he broke into a sly smile as if thinking of something. Haha, Kania, I will not forgive you. Over here, once Uncle finished laughing, El asked again, are you satisfied now? My testimony is the only evidence, so they can deny it. Hearing that, Abbas wasn't surprised, of course. But we can manipulate public opinion. Other merchant unions need someone to blame for the Grand Raid's failure. If Kania is weakened by public outcry, Abbas quietly weighed plans in his mind. However, RL wanted a more decisive approach and began to propose, we can destroy Kania instead of just discrediting them. We can wipe them from the merchant world. At the mention of wiping them out, Abbas seemed to realize something and leapt forward to ask, what else do you know? I thought we should be frank with each other. Without answering that, El calmly warned, don't announce the trap just yet, strike with everything we have for maximum effect. Abbas nodded in agreement. Though unclear what El's plan was, the Dark Mage's followers had already begun to move, he muttered. Time passed quickly. Cut to Kania's reception room. Abbas and El had come here to talk, and of course Beiju was the one receiving them. Long time no see, Lord Abbas. What brings you here? I'm here to apologize, Abbas said with a smile, leaving Beiju puzzled. Apologize for what? There was a misunderstanding between El Palm and our merchant alliance. I thought he came to Kania for revenge. I apologize for that. To clarify, El Palm is an official business partner of Gaffer. I seem to have stolen him from you. In response, Beiju nodded. I understand, but I can't pay the fee promised in the contract if things turn out like this. Is that acceptable? He asked, glancing at El for his opinion. Unsurprisingly, our protagonist didn't want to get tangled up with those dark mages, so he nodded in agreement. Fine. Back to Abbas, he stroked his beard and said, this is personal, but this incident made me realize the value of human life. I've decided to treat people according to their true worth. I will provide skilled guards available 24 hours a day so nothing bad happens. Of course, that applies to all members of El Palm's group. I recognize that your group is very capable. If anyone tries to harm El Palm or members of his group, they'll have the full might of the Gaffer Merchant Alliance to deal with, Abbas said, breaking into a very proud smile. Meanwhile, the face of the Beiju opposite them also went pale. Back in the present, that was what happened while El was away, and after hearing the price for the new contract, the young man Debo's eyes widened. 60 million. Oh my god, are you casting a spell or what? Not only him, even the Night Kiri flinched when she glanced toward the window. They even sent guards to us. It's really the Gaffer Merchant Alliance, how, she said in bewilderment. Meanwhile, Uncle Ralph wore a pleased look and turned to give him a like. Well done, El Palm, you're a savvy businessman. This group is better than I thought. All that's left is to eliminate the useless ones, Uncle said with loaded meaning, which made young Debo's eyes white with anger. That bastard, he ground out. And the more furious the youth became, the more pleased Uncle seemed as he boasted. I guarantee there's no bishop like me in this port, no, in the entire merchant world. Someone who can not only heal but also lead and protect. I'm perfect in every way, he said smugly. Aha, you're number one, someone replied to move the conversation along. Turning back to Uncle, he pointed at Elle and said, and kid, you're truly a monster. I thought you passed out, but you woke up and defeated the boss alone. There's something about you that can't be put into words, he said, stroking his chin as he affirmed his thought. Hearing him say that, Kiri herself recalled something strange from before and said, thinking back, when you were fighting the Hobbs you were berserk even while unconscious. No matter how hard I try to remember, I can't. The only thing left in my head is some kind of dream. And in it a woman appeared. Although we clashed, we seemed very close. But every time I woke up I forgot her face. The only thing I can remember is that she used a polearm. Debo shook his head as Elle calmly leaned against the wall listening to them. But when he heard that he flinched. What a polearm, a dream. Everyone knows that before the regression Debo and Aaron were together, a mysterious power. If that woman really is Aaron, then part of his pre-regression power could have returned when he passed out. What's going on? Could something have gone wrong when I changed the past by regressing? Elle mused quietly. Unfortunately, Uncle Ralph didn't know this, so he assumed Debo was simply an idiot. You think you're so smart, Debo shouted. Not paying attention to his anger, Ralph glanced at Elle and laughed. You too, Elle Palm. You leveled up unbelievably fast, and I can't believe how experienced you seem given your perception and judgment skills. Now I understand why Gaffer wanted you so badly. On the other hand, that girl. You know, she's well-grounded and pretty smart, what you'd expect from a Cygnus training captain. Not bad for someone with only 2 rings. But that's all, nothing makes her stand out from the others. Gaffer isn't stupid. We were used as bait and they paid the price. From now on our job is to walk into the Trapcania set and find those henchmen. I'll do anything as long as I'm paid, but I don't like sharing rewards with someone considered a burden. If she can return to Cygnus now, that's for the best, he said with a smile, and his words made Kiri tremble with anger. Time passed quickly. Cut to some mansion. Kiri was walking down a corridor when someone called out, "Oh, I heard you've had a tough workload lately. I thought you died in that grand gate." The speaker was some young knight. His face smiled, but his mocking tone was obvious. Lord Kasim, Kiri replied, are you on your way to see Master? I also heard you joined some adventurer party. You're degrading yourself, but that's the perfect place for you. Giving up is the best thing you can do for the knights and Master. Go on, Master is in that office, said the fox-faced man with a grin. Kiri's expression darkened at that. She then entered the office, faced her master, and made her request. Hearing it, the man across from her asked, you want to quit? What's the matter, Kiri? In response, the knight's face showed some difficulty. I'm sorry, but I can't explain the details. One day. Her master raised an eyebrow at that. One day. I will report that your joining an adventurer party was part of a secret mission. Report to me once every 3 weeks, he said calmly, not forgetting to remind his disciple. Don't forget, Kiri, you are still my student and will always be a knight of the Cygnus Knights. Back to the matter, Kiri pleaded. I know this is an unreasonable request, but as long as one of their henchmen remains in the Knights, I cannot return to Master. I don't need money, I'll become stronger if you give me time. Please, she said with a voice full of supplication. But those words weren't enough to break the cold heart of someone as cheap as Ralph. Hearing her, he burst into laughter. Haha, how naive. Do we want you to leave that badly? No sooner had he finished than Elle, standing behind, suddenly spoke. Are you sure? At his words, everyone turned and Uncle Ralph complained, hey, what are you saying? Turning to Elle, he explained soberly so everyone could understand. If she goes after those henchmen alone, no one benefits, given her personality. And about Ralph saying she lacks skill, let me add this. He seems confident in his own skills, but he's not the only one disappointed in the party members' abilities. The reason I sent everyone to the second floor first was because I believed they could handle it easily. But without Debo, they'd all be dead. That's not a normal opponent, you have no right to say that, Ralph stammered, but before he could continue, the male lead cut him off. A Yeti isn't a normal opponent. I've hunted a Yeti by myself before. At that, the 3 across from him turned pale and shouted, nonsense, are you serious? Actually, Elle's words weren't false at all. That was before I regressed, and I would have fought it if things had gone according to plan. But that assassin messed everything up. He had skills beyond my predictions. My teammates and I weren't as capable as we are now. Elle thought to himself, and here Uncle Ralph voiced his doubt. Nonsense, how could that be? You were just a slave then. You don't believe me, want me to prove it? Elle said, glaring at Ralph with wide eyes. That made the uncle hurriedly retract his attitude. Oh no, that's not necessary, he stammered. Seeing his posture of bullying the weak, Elle gave a thin laugh and continued. It's simple, everyone just needs to become stronger than they are now. I think there's about 1 month until the next situation like this. Violence is the best solution, Elle said coldly. In another development, Beiju reported everything to Evoke. Listen, it seems things didn't go as planned. If we clash with Gaffer, public attention will turn to us. How much do they know? Was the negotiation just a show? Evoke asked. However, because the Gaffer Trade Guild hid things so tightly, Beiju couldn't dig up much. I don't know, the spies didn't give us that intel. Maybe only the senior leaders know, he replied. Speaking of Evoke, though he heard everything, no worry showed on his face. Gaffer, how could they be a problem for us? Removing them will be easy when the time comes. Our true enemy is the Maple Guild. Just like 8 centuries ago under Queen Signas, the Signas Knights, the Resistance, the Exploration Guild, and the Nova tribe formed an alliance after the 6 heroes were sealed. They're our only threat. If it's just a merchant guild conflict, we don't need higher-level assistance. At that thought, an unfounded worry rose in Evoke. Something felt off. Did he really accomplish all that with only Gaffer's help? The more he thought, the more the worry gnawed at him, so he ordered Beiju to gather more intel. Get me more information on Gaffer. Yes, sir, Beiju nodded, then his form dissolved like smoke, watching his subordinate vanish before him. Coldness flashed in Evoke's eyes. El Palm, I hope you prove yourself a worthy enemy. Time passed quickly, cut to a desolate forest where El personally trained the other 3, and they ended up getting beaten like punching bags. Damn, what the hell is that? What kind of mage uses that? Ralph asked, trembling. El, without breaking a sweat, closed in on them and taunted. What's wrong? Can't land a single hit. Just one hit and you get a break. Saying that, El lunged at them again, and the burly uncle immediately ran off, shouting, get away from me. And for some reason, young Debo was assigned to sit quietly in a corner. Why are you guys so noisy? I want to go out and fight so bad. But why do I have to do this? He said, clenching his fists while sitting cross-legged on a large rock, recalling El's earlier instructions. You need to try and willingly use the power that appears whenever you black out. I don't know if it will work, but if you can do it, it'll be great. Thinking that, the young guard sighed. Will this really make me stronger? He muttered. Time flew until evening. Uncle Ralph, with a puffy face, turned to El and asked, Hey El, was this sparring for real? Beside him, seeing his face, Debo burst out laughing. Haha, with that face you'd charm any girl. Ignoring Debo's laughter, El replied, I fought the exact number of rounds you asked. I don't believe it, Ralph shook his head. Then he looked to Debo's little sister and asked, Is it okay to leave her home alone? There's someone guarding here, so it's fine. El answered, turning to Debo, he added, I have something to tell you. It's something I found in the Grand Gate last time. Thanks to this we escaped. I don't want to keep it and not know where to go with it. Know what this is? He said, pulling out the letter he'd received from the unfortunate on the 2nd floor. When El saw the ring attached to the letter, a sudden image popped into his head, leaving his face a little dazed. What's wrong? Debo asked when he saw that expression. At the question, El quickly recovered his normal expression, then snatched up the letter and said, Leave this with me. You go rest, you have to train with us tomorrow morning. Hearing that, Uncle Ralph turned to Debo with a bright face, glad he'll have another target to take a beating with tomorrow. Debo, however, looked at Ralph's distorted face and could tell he'd be no different tomorrow, sweating nervously. Cut to Kiri the night. While everyone rested, she trained alone in the forest, repeatedly swinging her sword into nearby tree trunks. However, the more she trained, the more she thought of Kasim's sly face and his words that she was useless. Thinking this, her whole body ignited with a furious flame, and she threw herself into even more frenzied training. Back with El, after taking the letter, he went to a house somewhere in the district. He raised his hand and knocked on the door, then stepped back slowly to wait. Not long after, the door cracked open and a man inside peeked out, eyes wary, asking, Who are you? At that, El produced the worn letter and said, The courier. The Grand Gate's destruction occurred when its entrance was demolished. A coalition of merchant guilds came to investigate but couldn't find the culprit. In truth, there was no longer any reason to pursue them. Yet the Grand Gate reappeared near its original location, and afterward no other gates were destroyed. Later I realized who was behind it and why, El thought to himself. After that, he followed the man into a room, and as he stepped in, a voice demanded, How did you find this place? Explain yourself, you have 5 seconds. At that moment, through El's eyes, 5 mysterious dark silhouettes stood before him, and he clearly recognized who they were. They were the Crusader Hunters, a secret organization that knew the Grand Gate was a trap laid by devotees. They were the ones who destroyed the gate. Their noble sacrifice went unrecognized. But this time, thinking that, El used his psychic power to push the letter forward toward the girl and said, I came to return what you lost. Don't you want to take it? Without answering, the girl in front began counting down 5 seconds. Seeing that, El calmly continued, I want to tell you a shortcut. Run east or west all you like, it won't benefit me. I can't tell you how I know this place. But if you kill me, the Edelstein Guild's basement, your leader's hideout, will be exposed, El said calmly. At that, the girl in the darkness couldn't contain her curiosity any longer. She stepped out, pointed her gun at him and demanded, Who are you? Nice to meet you, Cheryl, El said with a smile, which made the girl pause to consider. And this girl was one of El's teammates in his previous life. I should say long time no see, since we were friends then. Cheryl joined the resistance after the Crusader Hunters disbanded. I fought countless battles alongside her. And on that day, when you sacrificed yourself, I will repay that debt to you, El thought inwardly, and he got straight to the point. I'll be direct. Or retreat the cunning branch. That branch has already been discovered by the devotees. And I just picked up an item. Kania Trading Guild has something very interesting. Saying that, Elle took out a wooden box and opened it, revealing inside a hand belonging to someone. And of course, with just this hand, Cheryl couldn't make sense of it. What is this? If you try anything, I won't spare you. Look closely, Elle said as he began channeling magic into the hand, causing a tattoo to appear on it. And just by looking at that tattoo, Cheryl recognized it as the mark of the devotees. Behind her, the others also realized this and muttered, right, that's it, it's really Kanya's. That tattoo is definitely the devotees. It's very hard to find because it won't appear unless you infuse it with mana. Not many people even know the devotees exist, Cheryl thought in surprise and then shouted again. What do you want? Say something stupid and I'll shoot. Opposite them, our protagonist stated his purpose. What I want is information. I need information, and so on. An exchange took place. Whatever they said is unknown, but right after Elle left, the people beside her worriedly said, Cheryl, do you have a message? Of course not. He's too suspicious, and he showed up at just this moment. Definitely a trap. Then I'll pretend to go along with it, Cheryl said, stroking her chin. Back with Elle, the meeting was a bit more successful than he'd expected. He hadn't expected to get this and the information, Kanya. They acted too fast. Could it be that because the future changed, they adjusted their plan accordingly? In that case, Shield, it's clear now. The next location will be Nautilus, Elle secretly planned in his mind. Time passed quickly. A month later at some port, Elle's team was present, watching people slowly line up and board the ship. Debo happily said, hasn't it been a month? My body is itching for it. To talk about this, you have to mention the previous conversation between Abbas and Elle. Choose the 60-person gate at Crossroads or the 77-person gate at Alinea. I've picked gates Kanya might watch. Why not start? It's been a month. Across from them, Elle fell silent and didn't say anything. And this made Abbas's face show anger. Hey, you bastard, don't tell me you're scared now. I've chosen where to go, the Tomb of Eagle Eye, Elle replied calmly, and no one really knew what that place was. But after hearing that, Uncle Abbas broke into a sweat and asked again, what? Do you know what kind of place that is? Kirin, captain of the Nautilus, commander of countless pirates. She had a first disciple named Eagle Eye Rhea, and the Eagle Eye Gate is where her disciple died. It has since become a tomb honoring her. Back to Abbas, after a moment's shock, he regained his composure and asked, you mean the place with a 9,990,000 miso reward? Countless explorers failed to conquer it, so it's rumored impossible. Don't tell me Kanya is targeting it. But first, where did you get that information? Before Elle could answer, Rakan suddenly walked in and asked, what's so interesting? Seeing him appear, Abbas was startled and asked, Lord Rakan, what brings you here? I was thinking of giving you a gift. This was specially prepared by the captain, Phoenix Feathers. There are 2 of them too. I'm counting on you, he said, turning to Elle with a very cheerful smile. And that put a bit of pressure on him because it meant he had to live up to what he'd been given. With this, he now had 4 Phoenix Feathers in total, quite an unexpected haul. Back to Debo, seeing Elle standing in thought, he asked, aren't we going inside, boss? At that question, Elle snapped out of it and replied, more people are coming. Who? Debo wondered. Then a voice rang out not far from the group, long time no see. Hearing that, the cocky young man turned his gaze toward the sound and smiled in response. Oh, it's the drunk Iburu. What's in your hands? Elle said, eyeing the large bundles Iburu was carrying. And the guy explained right away, it's the goods your boss ordered. Seriously, he made me deliver them, try them on. Saying that, he tore open the wrappings and tossed items to the group. Inside were outfits tailored for each of them. Once on, they all looked more the part. Oh, amazing, this is free. It's much lighter than I thought, like I'm wearing nothing. Kiri exclaimed in surprise, then asked Iburu, what is it made of? It's made from snow people leather. Your boss threw it to me and told me to make these, remember? He said with a laugh, which made Debo recall the moment when Elle had taken that pack of snow people hides somewhere. Putting that aside, Iburu looked over the group and praised them. You guys have been eating well lately. Of course, you've got the skill to clear a 100-person gate, he shouted, causing Debo to glance around nervously and whisper, hey, keep your voice down. But wait, how did you know about that? In response, Iburu affirmed, how could I not know? I got a rare item like this, only I know, so don't worry. Oh, and some pages are missing too, before he finished speaking. In front, Elle interrupted him, that's yours. Huh, mine, but why thanks, though I didn't think it'd be useful. Iburu shook his head and declined. However, Elle insisted on shoving it at him. I told you it's yours. Hearing that, the drunk seemed to realize something and asked blankly, wait, you mean there's no time left? Hurry up, Elle complained. Cut to an uninhabited island out at sea. At that moment, a figure approached the Nautilus. Seeing the person arrive, the men beside the ship cheerfully said, oh, she's here. Miss Minor, thank you so much. Miss Minor made it. She cleared the 200-person orange tier gate. Miss Minor has returned. This changes the entire dynamic for conquering the gate, the group said jubilantly. However, after Minor went to speak with the captain about something, she was flatly refused. No, the captain said. Hearing that, Minor hurriedly asked, Captain, why? I've already cleared the 200-person gate. I'm sure I can do the 74-person one. I'm much stronger than Eagle Eye was before. There's no reason you should stop me. Across from her, the female captain frowned and warned, are you arguing with your captain? Do you intend to disobey orders? Then how am I supposed to avenge Sister Rhea? You know how hard I've worked, she said, trembling with agitation. However, the captain remained firm in her stance. I'm ordering you again as your captain. Return to the ship. With no choice left, seeing the captain's seriousness, Minor could only sadly return to the hall and drown her sorrows in drink. Seeing her like that, her teammates could only smile. She wouldn't let us do that. Should we ignore her and take the reward? Minor muttered. That's how Chiron dotes on her, someone replied, but the remark did little to comfort Minor. She's overprotective, and the red-headed woman sighed heavily. Before suddenly a sailor burst in, panicked, and announced, Minor, we've got a problem, get outside quickly. Just a moment ago, some guys took the reward for the Eagle Eye tomb. Hearing that, Minor sobered up and shouted, what? Then the group hurried outside to see what was happening. Very quickly, they saw the people who'd taken the reward, and the crew looked anything but friendly. Who are they? Mole rats, those brats took the reward. At that moment, by their looks it was clear the group who took the reward was none other than El's team. As for Debo, of course he felt the probing stares and said irritably, what's with this atmosphere? It's making me uneasy. Beside him, the Night Kiri warned, this is their home turf, so keep quiet. Since we've broken their unspoken rules, it wouldn't be strange if a bullet came our way right now. What rules? Debo asked, and she explained. Nautilus rules are simple. The reward taker has priority to clear the gate. If someone claimed the reward, they must be allowed entry. Those are the two rules, but most groups tacitly understand not to take a reward another team is aiming for. And the reward we took is, Kiri began to explain. But before she could finish, Minor rushed up to them and demanded, hey, who are you? Who are you to take that? That's mine, you know, she said, her voice full of anger. El, wearing an icy expression, shot back, shouldn't you have taken the reward first? I'm waiting because I haven't been given permission yet. Minor yelled, which made El more puzzled. Permission? I've never heard of that. It can't be mandatory. Captain Chiron is your mentor, but that doesn't make it forbidden. You don't seem to understand. The Nautilus rewards exist only for pirates. You're not a pirate, so you can't take them. No gate is under Nautilus ownership. Beside them, Debo grew more and more nervous as he listened. Finally, unable to contain himself, he burst into delighted laughter. Haha, now I get it at last, boss. Don't laugh, Minor snapped. At that, Debo turned to introduce them. I don't want to, let me introduce us. We are the Ibiru pirates. Behind him, Ibiru watched the scene with a grin that twisted his face. Minor, hearing them, looked angry and worried and said, don't lie like that. Do you think becoming a pirate is that easy? Everything has to follow proper procedures. Debo waved his hand and snorted, what fake stuff? Nonsense, we're all pirates together here. Don't you know Captain Ibiru of the Ibiru pirate crew? Behind him, Ibiru only smiled broadly, his face breaking into sweat. Ignoring him, Debo continued to Minor, Ibiru's a real pirate. Just look, we're on the Nautilus. If the crew's captain is a pirate, this event is definitely for pirates. And of course, it's a pirate world gathering. At that moment, a burly guy stepped forward and challenged, sounds cocky, so you're saying the others aren't pirates? Stop nitpicking, Debo retorted angrily. Minor perked up at the sound as if she'd found a savior. Oh, you're here, Murad. Turning to the big man Murad, he glanced around and asked, what's all the commotion about? Back to El, seeing how much the others seemed to respect him, he quietly watched the people opposite and thought, Murad, what an odd name, I haven't heard that before. After thinking that, El asked, this won't be a rule violation, right? In response, Murad fell silent for a few seconds, then said, let's see, since the rules were set by Chiron, it's up to her to decide. He then turned to El and asked, where are the other members? Is it really just all of you here? El nodded in confirmation, there are 5 of us in total. Oh my, that's crazy. Do you know this is a gate for 74 people? That's a bit suspicious, what's your name? Murad asked, frowning, and El didn't hide it. I'm El Palm. Above, a pirate who heard El's name suddenly flinched. El Palm, if it's El Palm, what's that? You know him, the woman beside asked. The man nodded, I've heard that name before. If I recall correctly, he's one of the survivors of the Red 100-person gate. Sure enough, after he shared that tidbit, the surrounding pirates turned to one another and murmured, is that the rumored 100-person gate? They say most adventurers who enter never come out, these aren't ordinary people. Below, young Debo's chest puffed up as he repeated proudly, yes, yes, it's all true. Debo said arrogantly before a voice complained, so what does that prove? After all, he's just someone who failed to clear the gate. What's the meaning of merely surviving? Aren't they just cowards who ran away because they lacked strength? The dark-skinned woman shouted this directly at the man beside her, making the pirate hurriedly raise a hand to calm her. Why are you yelling at me? Minor cleared an orange 200-person gate. If we're talking strength, hasn't Minor already overwhelmingly proven herself? That's fair, someone nodded in agreement. Hearing them fussing like that gave Minor a headache. Don't make such a scene, she muttered. She mumbled and looked to Murad. After El introduced himself, Murad nodded. I see. So why don't we yield a bit? Since a bounty hunt was issued, you'll have priority to conquer it, and the remaining 69 spots will be allocated to other crews. How about that? He proposed. No way, Debo snorted, but he was immediately shut down. El, the leader, agreed quickly. Fine, but each person pays 100,000 miso, and I'm only selling 10 slots. El said calmly. Cut to Minor's private room. Unwilling to miss the opportunity, she went back to get money. Hey, are you really buying this? After all, they'll all die anyway. Wait until they're wiped out and then we'll go in, the brown-haired pirate warned. I'm getting ready. If they escape and survive, then it's over, Miner said calmly. The brown-haired man anxiously asked, what about Chiron? I don't have time. Act first and apologize later, she replied. I can't give up that spot to anyone, Miner said with absolute seriousness. At the same time, in Elle's meeting room, Uncle Ralph stood up and questioned him. Why would you do this when things are going so well? How can you have so many but only sell 10 slots? We're already down 5.9 million miso. Go sell the rest now. Oh my money-obsessed ghost, Debo said with exasperation. Turning to Kiri, who wasn't greedy like Ralph, she had a more balanced view and explained. If you sell everything, their numbers will be 14 times ours. You haven't forgotten those devotees, have you? Forget them, just smash them all, Ralph shouted. Ignoring their argument, Elle focused on the situation. This time it can't go on like this. Their target this time is to kill Miner, Lee's second disciple, at the gate where Lee's face appears. The Captain Chiron's first disciple and Eagle Eye is already dead. After Miner, Lee's successor, was also killed at the same gate, Captain Chiron fell into a deep shock, withdrew from the front lines, and went into seclusion. Due to the cultists' internal actions, the pirate crews aboard the Nautilus were wiped out. This should have happened 2 years later, but the situation changed. I've received intel from the Hunters Guild that Kania moved funds through the Nautilus, which signals they've accelerated their plan, so we must act first, and to protect her we need to limit the number of participants. We can't repeat past mistakes, so we must minimize the use of magic, Elle thought to himself. Meanwhile, the argument over here kept going with no signs of stopping. Quiet boss has his reasons for everything. Oh my god, my free money-making opportunity, Ralph said in wounded regret. Poor Captain Iburu stuck in the middle, he thought with regret. Why did I call him? Time quickly passed into evening. At that moment, Elle was alone in his room when a sudden knock sounded outside. Seeing this, his expression turned wary. He engaged his psychic focus, slowly opened the door and asked, "Who's there?" After saying that, surprise flashed across his face and he hurriedly changed his tone. "Oh, I'm a bit surprised. Please come in." "Captain Chiron and Murad too. What brings you here at this hour?" Elle said calmly. Chiron looked at him with a cold glare and went straight to the point. "I need to inspect directly, so you'd better not lie." "El Palm, are you a disciple of the Dark Mage?" Her sudden question left Elle stunned, unsure how to answer. How could Chiron know about the cultist's existence? Had the future changed, or was it always like this? If so, why didn't I know before I reset? He worried. Murad across from him noticed the expression. "You look pretty worried, huh?" he said, and the room's atmosphere grew colder. Elle snapped back to himself and hurriedly explained, "I'm not a cultist. I'm just surprised to hear those words from you too." Turning to Chiron, she asked further, "You don't suspect the cultist's existence?" "Stop beating around the bush," Elle warned, while Chiron's gaze grew colder as she pressed. "How can I trust you're not one of them? Where's the proof?" Elle answered immediately, "Proof is not hard. Didn't you already know who was watching me and what connection I had with them? If not, what came for me wouldn't have been a question but a bullet. You're with the Hunters Guild, right? So there was already some connection." Elle voiced his speculation and Chiron then admitted, "Yes, the cultists are from Kania's group and you're their enemy. But that doesn't mean you're an ally," she said sternly. Elle shrugged and replied, "However, we might cooperate. I believe that's why you came today. What do you want from me?" On hearing that, Chiron's face shifted slightly. "The situation is serious. I know the Dark Mage's cultists are behind Lee's death, Eagle Eye, but they've hidden deep within the Nautilus. Aside from Murad and me and a few trusted teammates, I can't trust anyone in this situation." "Damn, it's come to that," Elle frowned, thinking, "This is happening faster than I expected." Chiron continued, "I've heard they're going to act. Right now their likely target is Miner. Since Lee is gone, Miner has become the symbol of this ship. If Miner, who is the centerpiece of this pirate faction, dies, it will cause massive chaos aboard the Nautilus, and a situation could arise that even I won't be able to handle. This will be the deal. I hope you can save Miner in this part of Eagle Eye's operation. The price is that I'll hand over items from the Nautilus treasure hoard." Time passed quickly. Cut to the front of the 74-person gate Elle's group was preparing to enter. "I'll go first. Take your time," Debo said with a smile, and then their team stepped through the gate. When they appeared on the other side, they found themselves inside a limestone cavern. Looking around, Debo said in surprise, "Oh, another different scene. It's pretty gloomy," he laughed. His carefree attitude drew Kiri's admonition. "Are you on a picnic? Be more serious." Meanwhile, the uncle was still lamenting the slot sales. In the end only 10 slots sold," he ground his teeth. At that moment, heavy footsteps echoed ahead of them. What approached looked exactly like a prehistoric dinosaur. Seeing its goofy posture, Debo burst out laughing. "Haha, what is this dumb-looking thing? Stand right there, I'll take care of it quickly," he said confidently. Before the small dinosaur could be dealt with, it let out a cry and summoned an enormous mother dinosaur. Debo's confidence evaporated in an instant. Haha, so even your mom's here, he laughed awkwardly, sounding like he was trying to make peace. In another corner inside the gate, the pirate crew was also furiously firing, attacking the dinosaurs in front of them. Continuing to shoot, taking them out one by one. Zio, the gunfire was drawing them in. A girl shouted, "Don't panic. We can do this. They're nothing but a few dragons." We even cleared a gate of 200 people, the guy Zio yelled without noticing that, in the moment he turned back, a massive jaw had lunged straight at him. But luckily at that moment, from afar, Li letter 1EC1N unleashed terrifying volleys of bullets toward the front, causing that dinosaur to be blasted to pieces before it could even have its dinner. And the one who just saved his life was this girl Miner. That's right, Zio, just like you said, reform the formation, I'll handle this. Turning to Debo's group, unlike the pirate squad that had handled the dinosaurs, they were being driven back by these tyrannosaur-like beasts. Damn it, another one, where did they even come from? Here Debo remembered the moment right after stepping through the gate. El had immediately slipped away somewhere for his own reasons, leaving the rest like headless snakes. Damn it, where did that bastard go? At the same time, they ran up to a large pillar. Seeing this, Debo quickly jumped aside to dodge the pillar. And right behind him, the Tyrannosaur couldn't stop in time and smashed its head into the pillar, leaving it dazed. Seizing the chance, Debo gripped his axe and charged, swung the strongest axe blow straight into its throat, causing the dinosaur to gape. "All right, let's go," he shouted, full of vigor. Going back a bit when they entered the gate, El had told the group that their fighting was really poor. If they kept fighting individually like this, it wouldn't work. "We will fight as a team from now on, so from this moment on, everyone is family. Debo will take point, he'll go first and create chaos. Even if he can't finish them off, that's fine, he just needs to focus on injuring them. His objective is simply to keep pushing forward, no matter what happens. Ignore any attacks from behind, the priest will protect him. My dear son, just trust your father," Uncle Ralph said with a smile, while unleashing a thunderous punch, knocking the stealth-biting dino away from behind Debo. "Shut up," Debo snapped angrily, not at all pleased to have been saved. "Ralph, you will be Debo's shield. Forget your selfish fighting, fight for him from now on. Protect him at all costs, that's in order." Back in the battle, Debo and Ralph found themselves caught like a sandwich, pinned front and back by two giant dinosaurs. Yet the priest showed no concern. He stamped down hard into the ground, creating a small crater. Then the two of them combined their attacks, lunging in to punch and chop mercilessly at the two dinosaurs. But just then, Ralph suddenly noticed a dinosaur whipping its tail straight toward Debo. Seeing this, the uncle didn't hesitate and leapt to grab the tail to protect the hot-blooded young man. "Son, you bastard, is this the power of a father's love for his child? How thrilling," he said as he began using a recovery skill on himself to lessen the blow's effect, while Debo, hearing himself called son, was furious. "I told you to shut up already." Turning to Kiri, the task El assigned her was the most important role. Her skill prevents targets from healing their wounds. Use it to finish off all enemies who are gravely injured. The one who improved the most last month was her, Kiri. At this point, Kiri's power had reached the 3-tier level. "It's easier than I thought, great, keep advancing like this," the whole group said excitedly as they watched. These huge dinosaurs turned out to be not as hard to chew as they had expected. At the same time, outside the gate, the two guys leisurely guarding the entrance suddenly spotted a group of people approaching. "It's Cadril, what brings you here?" The chosen members have, in response. Cadril, the one with the red headband, shouted loudly. "That doesn't matter, this is an emergency. I need to notify Miner immediately." Back to Miner's group, they had safely taken down all the monsters. "Haha, well done, Miner," Zio nodded. "No problem, keep going," she replied cheerfully. At the same time, the brown-haired girl standing on a dinosaur in the distance waved to Miner's group and said, "We're rich. Look at the size of this mana stone. If we sell this, we'll get at least." Before she finished speaking, a rocket suddenly shot through her belly from afar, making the group stare in shock, unable to react to the sudden turn of events. However, it wasn't over. Immediately after, a hand reached out, controlling that rocket to loop around toward another member. And only then did they realize the attack was more complicated than they'd thought. "What the? Everyone be careful," someone shouted, and at the same time Uncle Zio lunged to grab the targeted person and pull him aside. "Tisk, Miner," he yelled to warn her, but without much prompting Miner already knew what to do. "I know," she said, then fired, shooting a round that shattered the rocket. Next, she sensed someone's presence behind her and, without hesitation, fired 3 shots in the direction she felt. And after the smoke cleared, her face darkened. "You bastard, explain yourself," she ground out. And the one who'd acted a moment ago was our main character, El, just tidying things up. "Stay still, I'll be quick," he said as he summoned a dozen more rockets toward the group. Cut to Ibiru's location. At this moment, he was in a state of utter panic. Everyone forgot about me. "That bastard Debo, how could he abandon me after telling me to trust him?" If he planned to do this, why bring me here at all? Thankfully there was this ant cave, otherwise I'd be dead. But I can't hide forever. If everyone else gets out, then I'm truly finished. Thinking that, he lifted his spirits a bit and tiptoed out to scout the surroundings. What the hell, I've taken 2 risks already, let's see. I'm not going to die easily in a place like this, he said, and while wandering inside the gate, Ibiru discovered a gate leading to floor 2, the second main chamber. What should I do if I just wait here? At the same time, a pair of curious eyes poked out on Ibiru's shoulder, looking at him, which startled the guy so much he fell rolling backward. Then after taking a closer look at its snail-like shape, he sighed in relief. Huh, you're Elpom's snail. Phew, when did you get here? I thought my heart was about to jump out of my chest, he said, and accidentally reached out to touch the gate. And immediately his body was sucked completely inside, making even this storage snail fall silent at the sheer bad luck of the guy. Then the inventory snail could only sigh and quickly crawl into the gate and disappeared moments later. Back to El's position. Now the red-haired girl was pointing her gun at him and said, "Explain yourself. Didn't you hear me?" But before El could answer from afar, a stream of bullets suddenly sped toward his location, causing a rather large explosion. And the one responsible was this Gasu. Luckily, it looks like I'm not too late. Cadril did it? Why are you here? Minor asked. However, Cadril didn't immediately explain. He turned to command the hounds behind him. He's still alive, chase him. Then he turned back to explain to Minor. It seems that Brat Elpom did something similar at the gate of 100 people. Kirin sent us here after identifying him. Kirill, Minor muttered. Back with the protagonist, while being pursued, he didn't forget to direct his rockets to fire backward, sending those factory farm idiots to meet the king of the underworld in an instant, and seeing their forces depleted so quickly. The brown-haired guy shouted angrily, "Damn it, what are you doing? I'm alone here." Then he used his berserk fire skill, firing a shot straight ahead that detonated like a bomb, kicking up a blinding cloud of dust. Okay, he smirked inwardly, but it turned out he was celebrating a bit too soon, because immediately after, a massive fireball burst out from the dust and aimed at the 3 of them, causing them only to scream once and be shattered to pieces. Back to El after confirming the enemy presence had vanished, he nodded. 3 down and more are coming. Did they discover us? He worried inwardly, before his escape route was cut off by Minor. Then, without hesitation, she kept pulling the trigger straight at him. Luckily, El reacted quickly and tilted his head to dodge in time. "You think I'll let you slip away?" she said as she kept firing nonstop. And her firepower was terrifying. Each bullet left a big explosion. Too bad, the protagonist slipped and darted like a loach, using the stone pillars inside the cave for cover. Then he also spotted a gate leading somewhere. However, before he could do anything, Cadril from behind pulled out a bomb and shouted to the group, "Duck." Then he hurled the bomb forward. Seeing that, El immediately used his willpower to launch a large stone pillar right in front of himself to shield him. And as soon as he did, the smiling bomb detonated, causing a terrible explosion, causing a large amount of rock and earth from the cavern ceiling to collapse, leaving a huge mound of rubble that trapped both El and Minor inside. "Minor, everyone back here, hurry up, damn it," Zio shouted. And inside that pile of rubble, although she wasn't injured, the explosion's dust had her coughing violently, cough cough, what's. Before she could finish, El had already aimed a rocket right in front of Minor's face to threaten her. And the reason they hadn't been crushed by the rubble was that he used his mind force to stop the rocks from falling. "You bastard, what the hell are you doing? Spill your plan now," Minor demanded. "Are you ready to face the consequences?" El asked coldly. At the same time outside, Zio was grabbing Cadril by the collar and yelling at him, "We have to do it. Minor's involved too." No sooner had he finished than the rubble was blown apart from within. Seeing that, Zio anxiously turned back and called, "Minor, are you alive?" In reply, a rocket tore through the smoke, lunging straight toward the 2 of them and making their hair stand on end. What the hell is happening?" Zio yelled. But it wasn't over. Immediately after, a gun was raised and fired, shooting straight at Cadril and riddling him like a sieve. And the one who fired was Minor herself. Seeing her turn on a teammate like that, Zio started to feel like he couldn't keep up with the story. "Minor, what are you doing?" Without answering, Minor muttered to the protagonist, "So how did it turn out?" "I just wasted mana on your useless stubbornness." "Just as I thought, they're all new members," he shrugged. And at that point, Minor made her decision. "Zio, take the others and run." "That's Kirin's order," she said sternly. At the same time, she now wore a pendant around her neck that hadn't been there before. Back to the unlucky youth Iburu, realizing he'd been pushed up to floor 2, he was filled with regret. "Huff huff, I wandered in here by accident, now I have to wait for the others to come in." Saying that, Iburu paused to take in the scene of the second level and was a bit surprised. The second main chamber is a cavern too, could those people be here? After speaking, he spotted a shadow moving ahead and relieved, hurried over. A person, "Hey wait, I'm lost, if possible can I join you?" He shouted loudly, but the inventory snail behind him had sensed a sense of unease from that shadow, so it suddenly burst forward at terrifying speed and rammed Ibiru's knee, sending him nearly face first to the ground. "What are you doing? You want me to roast you over a fire when Elpom isn't here?" Hearing this, the older snail chittered a few anxious sounds. Unfortunately, Iburu couldn't understand snail speech, so he looked toward the thing and said, "Ah, this snail isn't a monster, but—" As he said that, his voice fell silent, because the shadow before him turned out not to be human at all but a mushroom creature with a humanoid shape. And it wasn't alone. Soon after, the horrifying shrieks of other mushroom people erupted. Back to Elle's group's earlier battle, still trapped in the pile of rubble, Elle began explaining everything to her. "Do you know anything about Lee's death? Behind that collapsed stone are cultists of the Dark Mage hiding among your friends, the ones behind the Eagle Eye's death. Kirin already knows everything, which is why I'm here." She couldn't understand why they tried to separate her from Kirin, because their next target is Kirin's second disciple. "Which means it's you, Minor," Elle said bluntly, leaving the pirate girl's face stunned and unable to process it. "Wait, what is he saying?" "Cultists of the Dark Mage in the Nautilus squad, and our own teammates murdered Lee." The more Minor thought, the more her head swam with confusion. Seeing her expression, Elle produced a pendant and said, "Kirin wanted me to give you this." He held it out to Minor. She looked at the chain and immediately recognized what it was. It was Kirin's necklace. There's no way she'd give that to a stranger. It's her symbol. So Kirin really did know everything and was trying to protect me. Thinking that over, she began to piece together the protagonist's earlier actions and asked, "So those people you just dealt with?" "Yes," Elle nodded in confirmation. "But how could you tell them apart?" she asked. "And the whole thing depended on the item he obtained at the Crusaders' Hunters Guild." At that same moment, inside the Hunters Guild, one of Cheryl's subordinates voiced his unease. "Cheryl, I don't think this is right. They know about us and know how many of the items we have, but that doesn't mean anything. We can't trust him." Up ahead, Cheryl was also thinking about the item she gave Elle. It's THE Chinese letter glass, an item that lets the user see the flow of mana. It's a good way to identify Dark Mage cultists, but its downside is that it consumes a lot of mana. Thinking of that, as if remembering something, she sighed and replied, "After she died, no one else can use it. Didn't you know it only works when matched to the user's elemental type? Although I don't know how a guy who looks like a mage could use it, we should still trust him a bit. He certainly shares our goals." So, before she could finish, the man interrupted. "It could be a trap. We don't know who's behind this," he said. Hearing that, Cheryl shrugged. "So what can we do? I've already lent it to him. It's fine. Trust me, if his mana isn't enough, he'll be dead before he can use it. Wait and see what answer he brings us." Back in the present, with THE Chinese letter glass in use. Very quickly, Elle was able to distinguish friend from foe. All of them except the three in front were Dark Mage cultists. Hearing this, the pirates in front put on blank faces and began to act. "Dark Mage cultists? Impossible," Minor said. "You shouldn't trust that bastard. He doesn't even have proof." Seeing the villains demanded proof, Elle obliged. "Proof, you mean this?" With that, he activated THE Chinese letter ring. Dealing with Dark Mage cultists is truly troublesome. Even before their revival, their tattoos only appear when mana flows into them, and they can place them anywhere on their bodies. But just because you can't see the tattoos with the naked eye doesn't mean they don't exist. Thinking that, a sudden red dot appeared inside the body of the Cadril who had just been taken down. Then, having found its location, he only needed to channel mana into it. "Look, I try to respect all of you. But don't you think you've crossed the line?" he said, pulling the traitor Cadril's face up so everyone could clearly see the eye-shaped tattoo on his forehead. And the moment they saw it, Zeo's two faces went blank. "It's the Dark Mage's symbol." "No way," they both cried out. While the blue scarf man ground his teeth at being exposed. "You bastard, damn it, take them all out," he shouted, and without needing further orders, the rest of the group automatically raised their guns and pulled the triggers, firing straight ahead. Seeing this, Minor's crew hurriedly scattered to either side to dodge the volley. "What the hell is happening?" he shouted as he unleashed a heavy blast forward, blowing the area in front of him to pieces and releasing intense waves of heat around them. The pirate Minor refused to be outdone and raised both of her guns. She riddled a brown-haired man like a honeycomb, and while everyone was caught up in the bloodlust, Elle didn't forget to warn them, "I've spent too much mana tracking them already. We'll be at a disadvantage if this keeps up. There's a second main gate nearby. We should go through it and hide for now," he urged. But sadly, Minor didn't hear him. After confirming these were the ones who'd killed her sister Lee, revenge consumed her thoughts. "Shut up, I have to take them all out myself," Minor barked. And right then, up front the guy with the blue cap suddenly pulled out a special item and shouted to his comrades, "Fall back." With that, he activated the skull-shaped item in his hand, which began to emit a purple smoke from its mouth toward Minor's group, surrounding them and completely obscuring their vision. "What an illusion, I can't see anything," she frowned and thought. Then, at that moment, something suddenly shot across her pretty face from inside the mist, leaving a streak of blood. "Not bad, you can't see anything, right? But you'd better brace yourself," the scarred green-haired man sneered. The other two weren't doing much better. "Minor, I can't see a thing. Damn, what is this?" They panicked. "Hey Minor, I'll take you to the Eagle Eye now. Tell her I say hello," he said as he squeezed his trigger, releasing a bullet straight at Minor at the most dangerous moment. Suddenly, Elle lunged forward and pulled her out of the way, and his ability to predict the bullet's trajectory stunned the blue scarf man. How can you see that? Shoot him, he's unpredictable," the villain cried in panic. Although he couldn't see their true forms, L could use THE Chinese letter glass to clearly see the mana flows inside their bodies, so he wasn't the least bit afraid. Back on this side, hearing his order, the whole group opened fire straight at L. However, with a single flick of his hand, the protagonist used his mind force to pull a massive stone pillar down from the ceiling to drop and block the volley. Then he waved his staff, guiding a rocket to zigzag through the air, and immediately pulled off a triple kill, sending 3 enemies to the afterlife. In another corner, a burly man fired his cannon for a heavy rocket attack, launching a shark-faced missile. "You think that's enough?" he growled. But almost immediately, that rocket was shattered by L's arrow. Next, his head exploded like a watermelon, giving him just enough time to scream, "What? No way, I'm going to the underworld." The blue scarf man stared at the sight, scalp tingling. "What demonic power is that? Those were just ordinary rockets, stop it," he shouted, and the group opened fire like a rain of bullets to respond to this attack. L immediately produced 4 phoenix feathers to amplify his fire-type skills. Then he performed a 6-fold linked volley, creating 6 rockets and merging them into a giant drill point that bored straight ahead, and blasted away the incoming barrages blocking his path. Did he change the rocket's trajectory? The blue-helmeted man thought in horror. While the Dark Mage's hunting pack was still distracted by the explosion, suddenly, L dropped straight in front of him and swung his sword, severing the arm that held the wicked artifact. Then he hurled his knife, driving it deep into the blue-helmeted man's chest. With his other hand, he smashed the skull-shaped device to prevent any hunter from picking it up and using it against them. And as soon as it was destroyed, the fog that had blinded Miner's group lifted, letting them see everything again. "I can see," Miner whispered. Back to the blue-helmeted man. Before he died, he tried to bite L once more out of spite. "You bastard, it's all because of the Dark Mage." He spat, then somehow produced that human-faced bomb from earlier, and not just one. Dozens of other bombs began to glow simultaneously. A second later, they all detonated at once, shaking the cavern with thunderous force. Miner's group was hurled outward by the blast shockwave. But in this dire moment, L still carried the team. He controlled a large stone slab to hover and catch the 3 of them. However, he knew he was nearing his limit and sped the stone toward the gate. "I'm at my limit. I need to reach the great gate before my mana runs out," he thought. Yet things never came easy for the protagonist. The bearded, rough-haired man didn't want them to complete their plan. He leaped onto the stone and reached out, knocking Miner off and sending her crashing to the ground. "Miner," Zio shouted. El only had time for a single cursed thought before frantically using his mind ring, trying to pull her back. But the rough-haired man didn't give him the chance. "Not a chance," he sneered, tossing out another smiling face bomb. It exploded right in front of El, and at the same time, the great gate leading to the second floor was blasted to pieces. Time flew by. After waking up from being thrown down below, Miner's eyes glazed over. The gate to the second floor had been utterly destroyed. Beside them, the Dark Mage cultists stared dumbfounded at the ruined gate. "Why the gate? Damn, the second gate. Have we lost track of that El Palm group?" they asked in shock. Another voice tried to calm them. "It's fine, the gate will regenerate soon. Anyway, our real target is still taking care of her." With that said, the rough-haired man lunged forward, brandishing a weapon shaped like a bare fist, and threw a straight punch forward, unleashing a whirlwind strike. Seeing that, Miner immediately jumped back while raising her gun and fired straight into his hand, giving him a few bullet holes. Unfortunately, he had cast a spell called a defensive barrier that wrapped his whole body in a pale blue light, and the bullets Miner fired did little damage. Useless, he laughed, and Miner's expression turned strained when she saw her attacks had no effect. "My attacks aren't working," as he concealed his true skill. Thinking that unbelieving, she kept spraying rounds forward. Still, they only left a few scratches on his big body, and as he closed in on Miner, he didn't hesitate to throw a thunderous punch that opened a small crater in the ground. But it meant nothing if he couldn't hit Miner. As he launched the blow, she bent her knees and leapt into the air. Then she lightly landed on his shoulder, aimed her gun, and fired at the sole of his foot, which apparently not covered by the defensive magic, so her bullet easily pierced his foot, making his face break out in a cold sweat from the pain. At the same time, the henchman in the back, knowing the rough-haired man could resist bullets, didn't hesitate to open fire on the two to take Miner out. But Miner adapted instantly. When she heard the shots, she clamped her legs hard around his neck, then twisted her body, using her hands as leverage, to pivot and shove the rough-haired man forward as her human shield, causing his back to erupt in showers of blood as he took those bullets. Next, after sitting up with a flesh shield in front of her, Miner started pulling the trigger in counterattack, shredding several of them instantly. "You little rat," the rough-haired man snarled in frustration. At the same time, he began channeling power into his fist and aimed it straight down at her. But before his fist could reach Miner, she pressed her gun against his stomach at point-blank range and fired, leaving a bloody hole in his belly as he writhed in pain. He shouldn't have gaped in front of Miner because she shoved the barrel into his mouth and pulled the trigger again. The The bullet tore through his brain and exited out the top of his skull, sending him straight to the underworld in an instant. Pedro, those in the rear cried in panic. After finishing him off, Miner coldly turned to the traitors and said, I don't have time, let's rush them all at once. Cut to Debo's group. After clearing the dinosaur monsters blocking their way, they're now in a bind. Dozens of gates to the second floor stand before them and they don't know which to choose. What the hell, gates? Debo said in surprise. There's one here too. Are all of these gates leading to the second floor? Kiri added. To answer that, Uncle Ralph shared some gossip he'd overheard. I think these are special gates. I've heard about them. They connect to different locations within the second area. When certain people pass through, that gate closes and the rest have to use other gates. Hearing that, Debo suddenly thought of something and hurriedly stopped Uncle Ralph. Wait, there's no way to know where each gate will drop you. What if we land right on the boss? Haha, there's no other choice. Leave it to fate. For now, we just have to try going in, said Ralph the carpenter. With no other option, the group cautiously stepped through the gate, and luckily all three of them could enter together. It seems up to 3 people can go in at once. Watch your surroundings carefully. El Palm might move to another gate. Regroup quickly, the uncle warned the others. At the same time, a cloud of dust suddenly rose in the distance, drawing Debo's attention. Hey, what's that? It feels like it's heading toward us. Could it be the boss? He said, squinting to get a better look. Then in their eyes appeared the image of their comrade Iburu being chased away by a bunch of people. Is that Iburu? The group exclaimed in surprise. On the opposite side, Iburu saw them and was so relieved he felt like burning Joss money for his ancestors on the spot. Is it you guys? Save me, he cried, moved. But in response to his plea, Debo's group, faces pale with fear, warned, what are you saying? Don't come near. Debo shouted when the man suddenly dragged a pack of vicious monsters toward them. For some reason, maybe he didn't hear clearly, Iburu's face still showed joy as if the pirate crew were loyal through and through. No way, you get lost, boss. Where the hell are you? Debo cried. While they were preparing to face the attackers, El's team, who had been thrown into the second floor gate, had already encountered these terrifying monsters, especially since El was nearly exhausted and could die at any moment. In a corner, just after shooting a mushroom man's body to pieces, Zio noticed something and cried out, these aren't just monsters, they're wearing pirate outfits like ours. Could they be humans? Damn it, now's not the time for speculation, someone shouted. They won't die, we shot them in the head and they're still moving. Ammo's almost gone, the group said grimly. El ground his teeth as the situation spiraled out of control. This is insane, I've never heard of this before. Do these monsters have no cores? Are they humans turned into monsters? They have no weak points, so we can't kill them no matter where we shoot. What's going on? This is nothing like before I respawned. I have to figure this out at all costs. Thinking that, he widened his eyes and discovered each mushroom man had an energy cord running from their heads to somewhere. Wait, maybe a mana tether connects them. This is crazy. How far does it reach? There must be something on the other side of the wall, he thought, and began tracing the energy cord, eventually spotting Debo's group not far away. Is that Debo? Everyone's already entered the second gate. We're in trouble. I'm at my limit. I don't have mana to sustain my skill anymore. The protagonist cried in pain as his mana suddenly hit 0. Seeing him like that, Zio worriedly said, Hey El Palm, what's wrong? Snap out of it. At the same time, a mushroom man from behind charged straight at them. However, at that moment, a gunshot suddenly rang out. Then a massive rock fell from the cavern ceiling, smashing into the mushroom man and splitting his body in two instantly. The one who acted was the pirate miner, who had finished off the dark mage's hounds and immediately ran over. Seeing her appear, Zio was overjoyed. Is that miner? No sooner had he spoken than countless explosions went off above, targeting the sharp rocks up top, causing them to rain down like a storm and immediately crush the mushroom men, who screamed in agony. Afterwards, Miner landed safely below. Lucky, are you hurt anywhere? Someone asked Kevin. If you don't want to get yourself killed, stand to the side. What? Kevin asked in confusion. But very quickly he got his answer. Miner's twin barrels began to glow red-hot like forged steel, and then 2 massive streams of energy were released forward, creating an earth-shattering explosion and waiting until. When it was all over, the group saw a huge crater had formed inside the cavern. Miner, you almost got us killed just now. Kelvin complained, then looked around and clicked his tongue. What the hell, there are still so many. What are we going to do? We're almost out of bullets, Kevin worried. I can fire one more time. I'll burn all my mana on this shot, Miner said, betting everything on it. But at that moment, El stepped in to stop her. Wait, hold on, we still need that skill. Hearing this, Miner questioned, what are you talking about when you're about to die? Can't you see those things? There's no time to wait. Back to El. With Miner's arrival, he had already worked out a plan in his head. Debo was about a kilometer away, time was running out, there was no more time to think. Thinking that, he pulled some stones from his bag and said, give me 5 minutes, no, buy me 3 minutes. What? 3 minutes won't do anything, I'll clear this gate, El asserted. Back with Debo's group, they were fighting the mushroom men with all their strength, and the harder they fought, the tougher they found them. What the hell are these zombies? Even if we decapitate them, they're not down, Debo grumbled, swinging his giant axe and cleaving through a mushroom creature. But immediately after, another one's arm grabbed him by the throat. Luckily, Uncle Ralph rushed over in time and knocked that one away. Is there any way to actually put these things down? Debo asked. Stop whining and take another one out, Ralph said as he elbowed another monster hard. Beside them, Kiri and Ibiru were also doing their best to keep the monsters from closing in. And in the panic, Pirate Ibiru fired a shot that ricocheted off a spike above, causing it to fall from the ceiling and crush a mushroom man's body. Nice shot, Ibiru, everyone praised, making him a bit embarrassed since he had fired in a panic. Oh yeah, it's nothing. Back at Debo's position, the ground in front of him suddenly erupted, and a gigantic shape rose up, turning the young man's face pale. This is insane, what did you just wake up? He shouted as a gigantic mutated mushroom with countless egg sacs on its body appeared before them. Damn, I was just complimenting myself earlier, Ibiru muttered inwardly. Back with L's group, no one knew what he'd put in his mouth earlier, but suddenly his body erupted with a violent surge of mana. More importantly, his body seemed to be under tremendous strain. Damn, my heart feels like it's going to explode. I don't want to push myself like this, but I have no choice. It's too early to expand the magic circle, it would only hinder me. If I force it before I'm ready, then there's only one way. I've faced situations like this before I respawned. Monsters get stronger, but I lack the mana to strike when needed. Once you reach the 6 circles limit, spells cost far more mana. Now I have to find another way to deal with them. It's a gamble. The magic stone I use only boosts the circle. It depends on the nature of the monsters. If I absorb this mana directly, couldn't it act as instant mana replacement? In theory, I could restore mana that way. Up until now, there have only been scattered waves of mana. If I channel it through my heart following the bloodstream, and if my body can withstand this pressure, El focused harder, directing the energy stream toward his heart to concentrate on replenishing the heavily drained mana. And while the pirate miner kept protecting him, El's voice rang out, "Nice work, miner." No sooner had he finished speaking than a massive fireball shot straight forward from El's direction, instantly incinerating 2 mushroom men. "Hey, what's that you?" she exclaimed in surprise, but El gave no explanation and only instructed, "Prepare that skill first." What? She inwardly gasped at his strange appearance as she took in the youth's somewhat cold demeanor. While they prepared to coordinate, over with Debo's team, the group was struggling to fend off the monster's attacks. After being knocked back by the lash of a newly appeared giant mushroom man, Uncle Ralph suddenly noticed several mushrooms growing on the wound he had. What the are these mushrooms? Crazy, so it's them, the secret behind those zombie mushrooms, he thought, and quickly drew a dagger from his side. He carved away the infected flesh where the mushroom had embedded, then used a healing spell on the wound and warned everyone, "Be careful. Don't let the tentacles touch you. Otherwise, you'll turn into those disgusting zombie mushrooms." Hearing this, Debo's expression changed as he realized the truth. So that's what's behind all of this. We're all getting exhausted. We're going to get wiped out. Saying that, Debo made a risky decision. He'd stay to hold the monsters back so the others could escape. "Leave this place to me and run," he said, and without waiting for anyone's reaction, he lunged into a bloody fight with the mushroom boss and immediately sliced its tongues into pieces. Up front, with no arms left, the mushroom monster could only lash its long tongue at him. Debo jumped to dodge, but the tongue suddenly twisted like a reaching arm in midair and slammed him aside. He spat a mouthful of blood. Next, the lash swung and struck him again, and because Debo was airborne, he had nowhere to dodge. But at that moment, Kiri dove in to take the hit for him. Back with El's group, after temporarily assigning Zio and the other to block the big guy, they stood before a large stone wall, focusing on maintaining the skill so Miner could take the shot. The target was that wall. "We only have one shot. Fire flame ball." Following his command, Miner began pouring every last drop of mana in her body into the strongest attack, forming a giant projectile aimed straight ahead. At the same time, El wrapped his energy around the projectile to guide it. Thus the projectile started spinning as it drilled through the wall. "Faster, faster, push it forward," he said. He increased the projectile's spin so it would transform into a flaming projectile. But seeing the force of the shot, El's brows knit. "It's not enough. I have to add more mana and hold it steady until the end." He shouted and fired 5 more rockets, rushing straight into the projectile's tail to boost its thrust. At the same time, from the rear, Zio also yelled, "Damn it, I'm out of ammo. Run, Miner." He warned, and with no one blocking them now, the mushroom men lunged straight at the group. Meanwhile, at the other end, the mushroom cluster's sharp legs bore down on Debo, who had no strength left to dodge. "Monsters without cores, magi cores, puppets before me deceived and blurred my judgment. Where do the threads of magical force that bind and control them originate? The true identity of those damned unkillable things is that they're controlled by an owner. That's something else entirely. The creature we have to fight is that monster." Thinking that, the giant projectile punched through the wall and appeared right in front of the cluster beast, catching it off guard. Then, with a rocket smart move, the shot turned the upper part of the mushroom to ash, and its magi core shattered along with it. The sudden turn of events left Debo and Ralph staring in stunned disbelief. And right after that monster died, all the mushroom soldiers froze in place. Then their bodies exploded simultaneously, sending gore flying everywhere. Haha, we're saved, Ibiru exclaimed with joy. Dungeon complete, El replied with a smile. Cut to a childhood memory of Minor. Seeing the adults smiling smugly, the girl's face showed worry. Those people are terrible. And Lee was the one who protected me from them. She stepped forward and became our hero. Cut to a sunset afternoon with Minor and Lee watching the sky atop the ship. Suddenly Minor grew a bit quiet. It's been 10 years since Master took us in, time really flies. Everything's happened so fast. Kirin already called you a genius, and I'm sure you enjoy every day more than I do. The redhead sighed sadly, making Lee guess that Master had scolded her. Unaware of that thought, Minor continued, I feel like I'm forced to rush my progress. I feel the distance between us widening by the minute. If Kirin, before she could finish, Lee flicked her forehead and reminded her. Don't be like that, confidence is your strongest trait, and don't go hitting people. Minor grumbled at the gesture. SHH, that's a big sister privilege. Don't feel you have to rush your growth. I'll always be by your side, Lee said, flashing a very confident smile. Back in the present, Debo anxiously looked to Kiri, who had taken the blow for him. Kiri, are you sure you're okay? The knight checked herself and nodded. I'm fine, probably thanks to the new gear. Hearing that, Uncle Ralph grumbled, no, it's due to my healing spell. Lucky I still had enough mana, otherwise this would have been your tomb. Yeah, right, it was all thanks to you, Debo muttered inwardly. At the same time, Zio leading the group noticed something and warned, hey, that thing is, what is it? Saying that, they all hurried forward and saw the silhouette. The silhouette of some girl who had tied herself tightly to a jagged rock. She was the one they had been searching for, Lee. Seeing this, Minor fell silent, unsure what she was thinking, while Uncle Ralph voiced his guess. Rope, maybe she tied herself, perhaps before turning into a zombie mushroom. Saying that, they hurriedly loosened Lee's bindings, and inside her shirt they found a farewell letter Lee had left. The letter read, Beloved Master, the disciples of that dark mage have returned. They've already infiltrated deep into Nautilus. You must return to help, but I no longer believe it's possible. Please take care of yourself. And Minor, they have prepared everything thoroughly. Half of our organization is already those disciples. I can't even tell how many are among us now, but you can trust Brina and Katerik. They've stood by me for so long. So in short, don't rush to trust anyone. I can only come this far, I can't keep my promise to you. I'm sorry, my little sister. Finishing the letter, the pirate girl's eyes filled with tears, and she bit her lip to keep from crying out loud. At that moment outside, the hounds, belonging to the Dark Mage, were also stationed outside the gate to ensure nothing went wrong, and the 2 gate guards had been killed by them. Estimating from the time Cadrill's men entered earlier, an assassin in the group spoke up. They're back, could they have already, he said anxiously. In response, the nearby assassin shook his head, disagreeing with the thought. Cadrill has already obtained a shard of darkness, even if it's Minor's team, as long as the item's spell remains active. Before he finished, from afar a bullet tore through the air and instantly pierced an assassin's body. Then countless muzzles turned toward them, spraying the assassins into chaos. Ambush, who the hell, who are you? They shouted. After seeing who fired, the assassin's eyes widened. I thought you were at that conference. At that moment, by his gaze, the ambush leader was none other than Captain Kirin. She leveled a cold, murderous look at the assassins and asked icily, so how does it feel to be the target of an ambush for the first time, you parasites? Time passed quickly, facing overwhelming fire and a surprise attack. It's no wonder the assassins were shredded to pieces. We've taken out 46 in total, Murat reported. Hold your positions. Kirin ordered, don't worry. Captain, we had a reason to send someone to follow them, Uncle Murat reassured when he realized what the captain feared. If Minor doesn't return, I will never forgive myself, she said through gritted teeth. And at that moment, the gate before them suddenly flashed with a beam of light. Then Minor's group returned with sorrowful faces carrying Lee's remains. Kirin, I've brought your sister back, she said, trembling. Yes, I see. I'm glad you returned, Lee replied, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Time passed quickly, cut to somewhere at sea where Lee's funeral was being held with the entire guild in attendance. Wow, that's a lot of people, Debo said in surprise, and Kiri next to him nodded. Basically, that's everyone on the Nautilus. After all, it's the funeral of the Eagle Eye. Saying that, she looked toward Lee's remains as they prepared the sea burial. Looking at the scene, Minor's gaze was hollow and distant. Meanwhile, Debo scanned around, didn't see his big brother, and asked, hey, where did Big Bro go? As for El, while everyone was attending the funeral, he was hiding in a corner, continuously downing mana potions to replenish his spent mana. At the same time, he recalled his deal with Kirin, a proposal with conditions that were a bit demanding but obviously necessary. But that many mana potions is excessive. Don't you realize how precious even one vial is? After the recipe was transferred, Kirin warned him not to be greedy. However, that's also why he told Kirin, I understand that. That's why I asked, considering Nautilus's financial strength, this should be an easy matter for you. Turning to Kirin, not rushing to accept the demand, she asked back, our contract is over, so why do you want to help us? True, the deal is done, but I figure we still have ways to cooperate, the male lead shrugged, but in response he met the captain's wary gaze. I appreciate you protecting Minor, but that doesn't mean I trust you. Consider it another agreement. Instead of giving me one of the promised items from the vault, give me two. In return, I'll root out all the Dark Mage's disciples inside Nautilus, the male lead said with a smile. Back in the present, after restoring his expended energy, he activated the penetrating ring, and countless red dots immediately appeared in his view representing the hounds hiding among the crowd. Sure enough, more than half of this pirate guild had been infiltrated. Damn it, Second Life in life still isn't easy, I'll complain. Time passed quickly, cut to the pirate miner's spot. Seeing her stare blankly, the big guy Zio laughed. What are you spacing out for? His sudden voice made Minor jump a little. She shook her head. It's nothing, leave me alone. You should join up with him, Minor, Zio advised. Why? She said, puzzled, and the big guy blurted out, I wasn't eavesdropping then or anything. But I know Elpom invited you to join his team back then. This time things went smoothly thanks to him, and the disciples who killed Lee are still out there. I'm sure you want to avenge her. I want to do that too. And if you go with Elpom, you'll be fighting those disciples on the front lines. I think he's reliable, so go with him. I'll hold this place down, you know me well enough, right? He said, beating his chest confidently to assure her. With that, Minor smirked before returning to a cold expression. I can't trust you, you're weak, she said. Hey, don't dump cold water on someone. Zio rolled his eyes at her disdain. Well, it'll be fine, Kirin is here anyway, he sighed. Time passed quickly, cut to some coastal forest where El rowed a small boat following Captain Kirin's directions toward this place. After a short while, a towering gate appeared before them, and from above gun muzzles were trained on their little boat. At a glance, they spotted one of the gunners was a 5-ring adventurer, which shows how heavily defended this place is. Then Captain Kirin quickly produced a torch and lit it, the flame burning blue as a signal to those above. Next, as if their identity was confirmed, the gate opened to let them in. And when El took in the sight before him, his eyes widened. This was Kirin's treasure trove. Before him lay countless piles of gold and coins stacked into mounds. Making El ravenous, can you explain these items to me? He asked. However, Kirin was very discerning. How could she just point out the rare treasures in her vault for him to take? No pirate would tell you the value of their hoard. You have to judge that yourself. To be clear, I only promised you 2 items, she said coldly, leaving Elle a little disappointed. Cold indeed, was it because of the offer he'd made to Minor? Thinking that, he understood Kirin's attitude toward him. Then he refocused on the task at hand and began inspecting the treasures inside. After all, this place held far more riches than he expected. A carnelian staff, a dominance pendant. This is the Dawn Guardian Angel Ring, unbelievable. I'm promised 2 items, so I must pick the 2 best. As he said this, he swallowed hard, unable to believe how top-tier Kirin's vault was. Then suddenly El's senses were drawn to another item and he immediately moved toward it. He'd made up his mind. Kirin thought in surprise, while El reached for an item he recognized from his previous life. This had to be. After that final day when adventurers were on the front lines, one adventurer slaughtered many guild members. The traitor to humanity, Jeek, he had infiltrated the guild's highest ranks and betrayed everyone at the most critical moment, dealing catastrophic blows to the guild. The terror sigil he used. Because of that bastard, I lost so many people. He took this from here, thinking of the horrors Jeek caused in his past life. El gritted his teeth and said through clenched teeth, I'll take this, the first item. Having said it, he casually slid the bracelet onto his right wrist. Seeing him choose that, Kirin praised him. Good eye. But why, she wondered, did that item not actually suit his attributes, something she didn't realize. El continued scanning around and was again drawn to a ring lying among the piles of gold. I've never seen that before, I can't sense anything from it. Could it be just an ordinary ring? That's suspicious. An ordinary ring shouldn't be here. As he said this, he reached forward as if to pick up the ring. But at the same moment, for some unknown reason, the ring suddenly flew toward him, startling El. What though I touched it and it turned toward Kirin. Looking at the ring on the protagonist's hand, her expression shifted and she shook her head. Sorry, that ring isn't mine, so I can't give it to you. Pick something else. Understood, fine, but I can't get it off, he said as both hands trembled while he tried and failed to pull the ring off his finger. Cut to Avoke's castle where his hound Beiju was reporting work. The Richie Guild issue has been resolved. Hearing this, Avoke's eyes showed satisfaction and he nodded. Good, well done. What about Elpom? It should be time, he said coldly. And upon hearing that, Beiju trembled uncontrollably. Forgive me, that operation failed. No sooner had he finished than, unable to accept the result, Avoke slammed his hand hard on the armrest and berated his hound. Failed? Are you kidding me? I even let you use the darkness shard and this is all you managed. This is your last chance. If you fail again, you'll pay with your life, he said, his eyes bloodshot with rage, showing he was furious. Ignore him. Back with the pirate miner, having seemingly made up her mind, she had finished packing her gear. Phew, alright, let's go, she muttered, then hurried out of her room. At the same time, since their business here was done, El's group said their goodbyes to the pirate guild. We're off, Zio said with a smile. We'll come back if we get the chance. The ale here is great, Debo replied. Haha, better to improve your skills before returning, yeah, have fun. Uncle Ralph said cheerfully, which reminded Zio of the recent dart betting session when that gambling addict had cleaned out 4 million gold from the uncle. Damn gambling fiend. Zio cursed inwardly. Unaware of that, when Debo saw things were settled, he turned to Elle and said, "Shall we go?" "Yeah," Elle replied. But at that moment Miner's figure darted out the ship's cabin. "Wait, where's my spot?" She said this, panting heavily from rushing over. Time passed quickly, cut to inside some gateway with a mysterious corridor. The head of a man in the team had just been cleaned up by the guardian monster. "Damn it, run, don't look back, just run." Someone yelled and the survivors emptied themselves of strength and ran straight ahead. "No, at this point, we'll." "Please, over there, hurry, I'll activate it, this damn thing. I won't die here easily," the nameless man said as he pulled a lever on the wall. But no sooner had he declared he wouldn't die there than a broad-bladed sword came from behind, slicing through his legs and severing them. Seeing that, the runner ahead turned in panic. "Gukrin, damn it, Gukrin." Gukrin gritted his teeth at the shout. "Idiot, get out of here now. You have to survive," he said through clenched teeth. The owner of the sword was a deathbound knight mounted on a skeletal horse wreathed in a faint blue flame. Back with Elle's group, upon returning to the Merchant Guild Gaffer, Elle was scolded by Uncle Abbas. "Why did you confidently come back empty-handed? This was an emergency." "We're alive, that's a miracle," the protagonist replied casually, and his nonchalant manner only made the bearded uncle angrier. "What, you take this so lightly?" In response, Elle gave an appropriate answer. "Look, I won't pretend this makes up for it, but I'll expand my team a bit." "What the hell are you talking about?" Abbas shouted. "Miner, the disciple's target, has joined our guild," the protagonist warned, causing one of Abbas's eyes to flash in surprise. "The seer, is that what you mean? They won't just sit and watch, we'll bait them," Elle said, revealing his plan. However, that alone wasn't enough to soothe Abbas's anger. "How long do I have to play this stupid game?" Turning back to Elle, he understood why the man was so furious. "I still can't reveal everything to him. If war breaks out because of his narrow view on toppling Cania, things won't be done properly and we'll never reach the root of the dark mages that way. But Gaffer is running out of patience." "I have to hurry," he thought, affirming aloud. Well, not long now, time passed quickly. Cut to Debo's house. At some point this place had become their de facto strategy room. Now Uncle Ralph was grumbling about letting Miner join the team. "You added someone to the guild without discussing it with me. Now I should have charged you more," he complained angrily. After he finished speaking, Debo jumped in to argue. "Adding another capable person is a good thing, and why should we ask your permission when the big brother is the guild leader?" "What guild leader? Who decided that? We're still arguing, well, temporarily." "He's only the interim leader," Ralph grumbled, and his repeated emphasis on temporary made Kiri's mouth twitch. "He deserves another beating," she muttered. Back to Elle, sensing that it was time to clarify members' roles, he set his teacup on the table and said, "Temporary? Well, that's fine. If you have doubts, show me with your skills. I'm always ready to spar," he said, staring coldly at the money grubber, sending a chill down the man's spine. In the end, unwilling to confront Elle, the uncle could only mutter meaningless words. "Damn it, that's my money. Why won't you discuss this? This is crazy." Then Ralph slammed the door and left. "Phew, he's greedy." Debo complained once, then noticed Elle standing and asked, "Huh, where are you going?" "I can't train today," Elle said, and hurried out of the room. Outside, the Merchant Guild guards sent to watch them were irritated at how the group was scattering everywhere. They split into two directions. "Damn it, do they think they have 9 lives, not watching us at all? Why does everyone always leave on their own? Split up and follow that guy," they said, glancing toward Ralph. Meanwhile, as Elle walked, he recalled his earlier conversation with Captain Kirin about being unable to remove the ring. "You can't get it off. What the hell, does the item choose its owner?" "Yeah, well, even if you begged me, it wouldn't budge," Kirin had said. Elle shook his head. He couldn't bring himself to cut off his finger to remove the ring. "Not good. The ring's true owner is..." Kirin frowned in thought, and after a few seconds she sighed and accepted it. "Ha, whatever, but you'll need permission from its owner." Returning to the present, Elle went to the Templar Hunters Guild. As if expecting him, Cheryl's team received him with hungry eyes. "You're still alive? Are you the ring's owner?" Elle asked. "What ring?" Cheryl replied. "I'm here to ask your permission. I can't remove it, so I want to know if you'll allow me to use it," he said, raising his hand so they could see the ring. At the sight of the ring, Cheryl's expression changed. "He can't take it off, if that's the case." She looked to her teammates and nodded. Then Cheryl told Elle, "I can't give it to you now because its true owner isn't here. Can you bring them here? I don't know how to use this ring, so I need someone to explain it," Elle requested. For some reason, Cheryl accepted immediately. "Good, Elle Palm, this is a plea, the ring's owner. Go rescue Peru, the one watching over the hero for me." On that final day, humanity had been cornered. But then 6 extraordinary people appeared. The successor fried Evan, the foe of fate Luminous, the thief Phantom, the spirit king Mercedes, the weapon hero Aaron, the weapon hero Yunwal. The return of the 6 heroes, we witnessed their terrifying power, and the miracles they wrought. We regained hope, believing they would rescue us once more. But we didn't realize that the power of the 6 heroes awakened from their seals was unstable. 800 years ago, during the war against the Dark Mages, their artifacts were lost in gaps of space. And for some reason, they were found across multiple gateways, and the guild couldn't delay long enough for the heroes to regain their strength. But this time, it's different. We must build a solid shield capable of withstanding the disciples. We will act as bait to lure the disciples. The forces of the Fangthu realm will gather, forming a powerful alliance, and change history. Back with L's squad, they were now at some cliffside, and seeing the view ahead, Debo couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, this view is amazing." Before them stretched a sea of clouds with countless towering stone pillars rising from below, though there was no time to linger over the scenery. El glanced at the wall behind him, noticed an X-shaped mark, and thought, "It's around here, huh?" Saying that, he produced 5 talismans and handed them out. "Put this on your person, huh? What is it?" Debo asked curiously and quickly stuck the talisman onto himself. And immediately the talisman emitted an energy that enveloped his body. "What is this? No way, is that a gateway? My god, what is that? That wasn't there before. Is this some kind of magic?" Debo exclaimed in shock as a portal suddenly appeared before them. Even Miner, who had cleared countless dungeons, was surprised. "Wow, without this we'd never have found it," she said, mouth agape. For El, this was an extremely important mission, tracking the hero Puru, the one who traces the artifacts of the heroes. So this is a hero's artifact, got it. "We'll save you," El thought, and stepped determinedly into the portal. Time passed quickly. Emerging from the other side, Debo excitedly said, "We cleared the first gate in just 3 hours. Isn't that a new record? That was too easy." "Those things were a piece of cake," Debo said arrogantly, prompting the Night Kiri to scold him. "Wipe that grin off your face." Looking toward Miner, she couldn't hide her surprise at Debo's performance on the first floor. "Really? Didn't you just recently reach the first magic circle?" Hearing that, Debo's nostrils flared. "Please, I'm a genius. Maybe the second best genius here. At this rate, I'll hit the 3rd circle soon, even the 4th, he declared. "You're a bit overexcited, huh?" Ralph sneered. "What are you scared now?" Debo teased back. On this side, hearing talk of power increases, El took the chance to warn them, "Don't get carried away. It's not what people think. Advancing magic circles rapidly isn't necessarily good. Leveling up a magic circle means your entire stats change abruptly. If it happens over a short time, it will strain the body. You must learn to balance study with your physical limits. Advancing too quickly can hinder development." Hearing this, Debo grew a little alarmed and asked, "Huh? But you advanced 2 circles fast too. You were quick." El shook his head in reply. "I had no choice then, but it's better to increase only every 2 months, he advised. Hearing them talk about advancing magic circles like buying vegetables at the market made Miner admire them. They spoke as if they could advance whenever they wanted. Back with El, after saying those things, he quietly reminded himself that before the regression he couldn't get past the 7th circle. Every dangerous situation had forced him to level up. But ironically, it happened too fast and stunted his growth. Now that he can foresee the future, he can't stop at the 6th circle. He needs to level up at the optimal moment to reach the 7th, no, the 8th. Thinking that, he involuntarily clenched his hand. Meanwhile, the Night Kiri in the back, after listening for a while, spoke up. "Didn't we come here too fast? Our goal is to find someone, not to conquer gates. What if we left him behind at the first gate?" "Don't worry, that's not the case. I checked," he said, taking out the clairvoyant goggles and putting them back on, which made the hot-headed youth suspicious. "That weird eyepiece again? You keep putting it on and taking it off. Are you actually using it to find people?" "As long as they're still alive," the protagonist replied and began using the goggles' power to scan the floor. Then his voice grew hesitant. "Hold on, hundreds, no, thousands. Everyone get ready, we have company." "What?" Debo asked, but before El could explain, a plume of dust and smoke charged straight toward them from afar. Catching the thugs' attention, seeing their emaciated forms, Debo's eyes bulged. "What the heck, who are these?" "There are too many, everyone run," someone shouted. Hearing that, everyone hurriedly took off running. And as they ran, Miner said, "They're skeletons. My bullets don't work on them, damn it." Hearing that, Kiri's expression turned sour. "First zombies and now skeletons. From now on we have to fight these things." "There's no other choice," Ralph said irritably. But just then, suddenly a shout rang out and everyone ducked their heads. As the words finished, a section of the nearby wall slid aside, revealing countless gun barrels. Then a barrage of arrows was released, shredding those skeletons to pieces. Next, a lever clicked somewhere. After that, a wall rumbled and moved from bottom to top. It sent the skeletons flying and temporarily prevented them from attacking. When they saw the assault had been halted, the owner of the voice stepped out and said to everyone, "X-ray lens, you're a crusader hunter, aren't you? Lucky that was close. Hurry, give me some food." Puru said with a face that looked like she hadn't eaten in days, and it was true. After saying that, she promptly collapsed from exhaustion. Time passed quickly. After everyone revived her, they followed her. As they walked, Puru introduced herself. "I've been stuck here long enough to know this place. I know the behavior of the skeletons and the mechanisms here. Well, I'm pretty confident in my infiltration skills. The problem is I've run out of rations for 5 days. There's no monster left to hunt for food. I was about to starve to death." "Haha, Puru, I have a favor to ask," El called out, but looking at her stuffing her face, El lost the urge to ask and said, "Just eat." Back to the pirate girl, finding Puru meant they were done here. Thankfully, they had found an exit. So we just need to get out, no need to take down the boss. Hearing that, Peru shoved the bread down and bowed, pleading to the group. Wait, not so fast, please, I have a favor. 3 days, be my guards, just 3 days, please. I'm looking for an item. If I leave now, my friends will die pointlessly. I want to go deeper, but I'm not good at fighting, so I can't go on my own. Please help me. I promise I'll find it within 3 days and I'll reward you. Everyone looked to the protagonist as if to let him decide. Elle didn't rush to agree and asked, how can you find an item in 3 days when you couldn't find it in a month? I don't have time to waste 3 days here. In response, Peru's face changed and she insisted, it's different. I haven't searched the dangerous area. There's a place I think it will be. Cut to the villain of Oak's location, as if sensing something. He glanced out the window and muttered, has it started? This time you won't get away, Elpom. In reply, a mocking voice sounded from behind him. Are you sure? The sudden voice behind him made Avoke's face panic. Who is it? He barked, but when he saw the opponent's spider form, his expression changed. Disappointing, Avoke, I thought you were useful. How embarrassing that a rookie adventurer can even best you. How much more humiliation will you bring on yourself? The spider monster said curiously. At those words, Avoke hurriedly dropped to one knee, sweating profusely as he admitted his fault. Lord Will, I have no excuse left. I will accept any punishment you give me. But the plan to eliminate him is already underway. Please give me a chance to redeem myself. Turning to the spider creature, hearing his hunter speak, a gleam of interest appeared in his eyes. Oh, so you'll take responsibility? Then tell me, what is your plan? Cut to the dangerous area inside the dungeon where Elle's group is. At that moment, in some corridor, a bunch of skeletons were wandering down the hallway. Suddenly, a beam of light shot in from behind, smashing a skeleton's skull and startling the rest. Then, around the bend of the corridor, 3 massive stones came flying at wind-tearing speed. Unfortunately, the skeletons managed to lift and brace them to stop the impact. And as soon as they absorbed the blow, without hesitation, they all scrambled toward the source of the attack as if chased by dogs. However, the mindless fools didn't notice they had walked straight into a trap. Once they all ran off, a mechanism lever was pulled down by Elle's psychic force. A stone door was instantly released from above, sealing off the group's return path. No matter how they battered it, they couldn't get out. At that point, Elle and Debo also dispelled their concealment talismans. Hee hee, nice, the entrance is locked. Too easy. There's no more time. These mechanisms aren't perfect. When one closes, another will surely open. They'll realize it soon enough, Peru warned to avoid wasting time. Then, guided by her, they came before a knight statue with a giant sword thrust into the ground in front of it. We just need to find the item she's looking for before they find us. Now let's see what the hero's item is. Looking at the huge statue, Debo glanced around, studied it carefully, and asked, I don't see any item. Are you sure we're in the right place? Before she could answer, Elle spoke for her. This place is different from the others. Something might appear if we search. By the way, who built this place? Debo asked curiously. Who knows? Elle shrugged. It won't suddenly spring to life or anything, right? Miner doubted as she looked at the wall and while the group circled the statue to inspect it. The Night Miner discovered something and called the group together. Everyone come here, I can't read this, but I feel it's important, she said, staring intently at a carved stone stele inscribed with an ancient script. At the sight of it, Peru's eyes lit up with delight. Oh, it's a riddle in an ancient language. It's probably hinting at the item's location. Let's translate it. When you hear the musicians sing behind the deep dark curtain, an actor who shines will always look down on us, those bearing the burden. Follow that light. At those words, Peru's head swelled with excitement. The lines she translated sounded rather ominous. At the same time, the red-headed girl noticed something. Hey, do you think this is important? There are some engravings here, she said, pointing to a door. And it wasn't just that one door. Quickly, the group discovered countless other door carvings on the wall. There's more here. Here too, this must be the answer to the riddle. Each symbol likely represents something, and some images are obvious, but the others are a bit harder to interpret. It says to follow the light. So yeah, try channeling mana into that sun-like symbol. Like this, Debo said as he began to focus energy in his palms and channel it into the sun-shaped symbol. Then the door slid aside, leaving Debo a bit surprised. What, this is pretty simple. No sooner had he finished speaking than a jet of fierce flame burst out from inside the doorway. Kiri screamed in terror. Debo. Fortunately, the attack looked brutal but didn't actually hurt Debo at all. The only thing that happened was his hair turned into clown hair. Seeing that hairstyle, old man Ralph couldn't help bursting into laughter. Haha, now he looks like a perfectly cooked piece of meat. Nearby, Peru was a little embarrassed. That's not what I meant. I thought it was the sun, not that. After mulling it over for about 3 seconds, a light bulb went off in her head. Ah, that's it. Behind that deep dark curtain is the night, so the answer must be the moon. Yeah, that makes sense this time, I'm sure, Peru declared confidently. Trusting her, Ralph volunteered to test it. Sounds right, what an expert, he nodded. But when he opened the door, he was greeted by a huge rock that flattened him like a shrimp. After 2 failures in a row, the team's trust in her hit rock bottom. Both of them glared at her like debt collectors hunting prey. This time I'll get it right, Peru replied weakly. Time passed quickly because the riddle on the stone stele was still so obscure, they didn't rush to try more doors. Kiri looked at the smashed rock beside them and the knight spoke up anyway. It seems we trigger a trap tied to the symbol if we guess wrong. Beside them, Debo, being patched up by Ralph, scratched his head and added, I get that, but the problem is we don't know how to solve this riddle. I think it's definitely some kind of boulder or something. I don't know what that X-like symbol stands for, the rest are pretty messy. The lightning symbol probably relates to light, right? Why not just press 1? Uncle Ralph egged on, which annoyed Debo, but I'm not sure. Do you know what happens if we guess wrong? Back to L, instead of focusing on the doors, he proposed a different idea. Maybe we're misinterpreting the symbols. Why not solve the riddle first and then find the symbol that matches the answer? Pausing briefly, L explained his thoughts. I don't think she misunderstood the riddle. The deep dark curtain likely refers to the night sky. I'll assume the musicians are crickets chirping. What looks down on us would be the moon, the stars, and the clouds, since we must follow the light. Hearing that hint from him, Peru's mind immediately clicked and she connected the words, the star. It always looks down on us, so it can't be the moon. After all, the moon changes in cycles. Stars move, but they don't vanish. So the symbol must be this one. She said this as she stared directly at the symbol shaped like an X. Ah, so it's a star, not an X, Minor said with a look of realization. This time, instead of letting the others take the risk, Peru herself channeled energy into that symbol. If we're right, she whispered to herself, and as they waited for the door to open, before them lay a secret passage. Only then did she let out a relieved breath. Phew, looks like we were right, and behind them. For some reason, Debo and Ralph both clicked their tongues in irritation. Both still fuming about getting trapped for no reason, and now watching Peru take the win so easily left them resentful. All right, let's go. We probably just have to go down this passage, Peru said cheerfully. However, before anyone could take a step, an unexpected voice rang out, are you sure? Then we'll handle the rest. No sooner had the words finished than a shadowy figure armed with a chained weapon materialized in front of Peru and swung his blade at her. But I'll use his staff to block the blade. Then he spun his staff and struck the assassin, making his face contort in pain. You little rat. El shouted as he formed a missile-like arrow that pierced the assailant's body. However, it seemed the arrow only passed through an afterimage of him. While his real body appeared several meters away, did I hit him? Ah no, it's an instant teleport skill. It's Harbejo. At the same time, countless footsteps sounded from behind, drawing everyone's attention, and when they turned around, they discovered a group of masked assassins charging at them. Damn, who are they? Debo spat through his teeth. Within seconds, the group fanned out and surrounded them in a circle. Inside the circle, a pretty short-haired girl carrying 2 long swords on her back and a massive sword case at her hip spoke up in confusion. What should we do? Aren't we supposed to wait much longer before attacking? We need that hero's item to fix our past mistakes. We'll get it one way or another, she smirked, confident they'd take El's group. Meanwhile, Peru out front was still trying to catch up with events. What's going on? They shouldn't have been able to find that gate because of the illusion talisman, she said doubtfully. I'm not sure. I thought I checked to make sure no one could track us, El replied, frowning. To answer that question, someone called out, oh my, didn't you all expect this to happen? Aren't you all just too curious? Why not ask the one who's here? With that, a shadow lunged at El from behind. Then he delivered a thunderous punch straight into the protagonist's body. The blow sent El flying like a cannonball into the wall, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. Hey, what the hell are you doing? Debo exclaimed, eyes wide. Can't you see? I'm making money, Ralph replied with a smile. Having survived life-and-death situations together, they truly never expected the stab in the back would come from a teammate. To explain this betrayal, we have to go back to the previous night. Before the group set out to the ruins to rescue Peru in his private room, Uncle Ralph was staring at an underground vault filled with gold and silver, grinning ear to ear, haha, my loves, I live for you all. Then suddenly knocking sounded at the door outside, making him hurriedly lock the safe. Next, he threw a rug over it and pushed the table back into place to conceal the hidden vault. Done, Ralph calmly turned and said, what is it? It's too late for guests. Huh? As he spoke and opened the door, Ralph couldn't hide his surprise when the visitors turned out to be guards from the Gaffer Merchants Guild. Why are you here? Aren't you supposed to be on watch? At Ralph's question, the guards' expressions instantly changed. Watch your mouth, we're not your clerks. Someone wants to see you up ahead, they said, as if sensing some bad omen. Ralph waved them off. Bah, I don't care, tell them to get lost. Who do they think they are, ordering me around? But they've come personally, let's have a little chat, a voice called from way in the back. The moment Ralph saw who it was, his face changed immediately. What the Cania Merchants Guild? Back in the present, judging by Ralph's reaction, though the story wasn't fully clear, they could tell he was a traitor. Ralph, you bastard, the Knight Kiri glared at him icily. Ralph shivered slightly. Phew, scary, don't look at me like that, he shrugged. Meanwhile, Debo demanded, you bastard, did you betray us for a few coins? Hearing that, the greedy priest couldn't help but laugh. A few coins. Oh please, who do you think I am? Even Gaffer's guards transferred to Kenya are promised triple pay. El Palm, do you know how much your head is worth? 100 million miso, he said. Ha, with that kind of money, how could I refuse? He then laughed heartily. In response to that grin, Miner opened fire, a barrage to purge the traitor. At the same time, the Dark Mage assassins didn't want to waste time and risk losing their advantage. Enough talk seized them. At that command, the group lunged forward, and Debo's side gripped their weapons tight to respond. Thus the battle between them erupted. The scarred girl charged Kiri first. Sorry about this, she said with a smile. Damn it, did you really think things would go your way? Kiri ground her teeth. Of course not. Kiri had learned the finishing sword technique from Sinus, but she had the habit of always striking powerfully with her right hand. If I can read an opponent's movements, dodging becomes way too easy. Debo is strong in one-on-one fights, but his weakness shows when he's up against multiple enemies. I know every move you'll make except it. Today you all die here, the sword fighter said confidently. It seemed they'd studied L's team's strengths and weaknesses thoroughly to set this trap. Elsewhere, Miner kept firing nonstop. Get lost, leeches, she shouted, firing 2 rounds and taking down 1 assassin. But at that moment, Beiju suddenly appeared behind her and praised, as expected from Kirin's student. Hearing that, Miner's expression changed. She immediately brought her gun to her hip and fired backward, aiming straight at her. Unfortunately, the shot only passed through an afterimage. The assailant used his instant teleport skill to appear in front of her, then swung his chain to tightly bind Miner's neck, choking off her breath. You've picked the wrong opponent, he said as he tightened the chain, the marks digging into the pirate girl's pale neck. Seeing his teammate in danger, the protagonist jumped up and sent a missile arrow hurtling over, severing the chain to free Miner. Seeing his action interrupted, Beiju turned and warned Ralph, focus. You think it's easy to beat him? He won't hold out long. I've already cracked his ribs with the last hit, Uncle Ralph replied. But while they were still occupied with their opponents, the weakest fighter, Puru, had no one protecting her. As a result, an assassin immediately targeted her and drove his sword through her abdomen, and the situation suddenly took a turn. Debo and Kiri's faces changed. Puru, damn it, the two of them hissed. Fortunately, right after that, Puru's body suddenly dissolved into a stream of energy, astonishing the assassin. What he had stabbed was only a decoy created by the talisman. Puru's real body had already appeared in front of a stone door. Here, idiots want to know what this is. I just got an idea, she said, then channeled her energy into the mountain symbol. Immediately after, the whirring of gears and mechanisms began to spin, making the whole structure tremble. What is this? Beiju shouted. I have a bad feeling about this, the sword fighter said anxiously. Before anyone could fully register what was happening, suddenly, the floor beneath their feet retracted, sending the entire groups from both sides straight down. While falling, Kiri spotted something and shouted, Debo, over there. What? Debo asked curiously, and then, looking to the side, they discovered passageways carved into the walls of the pit. Without another word, Kiri reached out and grabbed Miner's hand. With her other hand, she grabbed the tail of Debo's shirt and shouted, Debo. Hearing her, the hot-headed guy got the message and signaled to the two of them, hold on tight. Then he wrapped his axe in energy and swung it into the wall to anchor himself. Using the momentum, Kiri acted as a pivot between them and swung her arm to hurl the pirate miner straight into the corridor. At the same time, Debo pulled his axe free. In that way, the three of them managed to slip into the hallway. After the whole group had fallen, the mechanism above reactivated and slowly closed back up. Time passed quickly. After moving deeper into the corridor for a long while without finding a way back, Debo frowned and said, this place is like a maze. There are turns everywhere. Maybe this area connects to other places. Kiri nodded in response. There are many entrances on the rock walls, so it could connect to those areas. If we're lucky, we might run into El Palm, but there's also a good chance we'll run into cultists. Miner warned anxiously. At the same time, someone's foot unknowingly stepped on a hidden mechanism. Immediately after, a cage-like grid dropped straight down from the ceiling, separating Kiri from Debo and Miner. We're done for, aren't we? The group said numbly. Damn it, what the hell is this? Debo, you really are an idiot, Kiri said as she tried to push the door with all her strength but failed. It wasn't me, Debo quickly corrected. But before they could figure out how to deal with it, the sound of the gears started whirring again. Then the two walls thundered into motion, rushing toward each other. Debo and Miner went pale with fear. The walls are closing in. Outside, seeing her teammates in danger, Kiri immediately used her skill, a burst of light, and slashed straight at the iron door. But all that rang out was the sound of metal striking metal. The door didn't even get a scratch. Inside, Debo was pounding away too, but it made little difference. Damn it, these bars are protected by some strange energy. There was no choice. Seeing them like that, the one with the heaviest firepower, Miner stepped in. Get out of the way. she shouted, then used her annihilation shot skill. She fired off a gigantic bullet aimed straight at the door. Sure enough, her power far exceeded her teammates. The pressure from the round made the wall bulge as if it might burst at any moment. How about that? I should have done this sooner, Miner said, panting from overexertion. But when the dust settled, the stubborn wall still stood there without a scratch. What the hell? How is it unharmed? Damn it, the wall's already closing. Damn. Kiri trembled with helplessness at the thought. At that moment, the hot-headed Debo spread his arms, trying to shove the walls apart to buy time. We can't die like this. Kiri, do something. I don't want to meet Lee yet, Miner gritted out, kicking the wall with both feet. Kiri wondered inwardly, I know, but what can we do now? Reading her struggle, Debo chimed in, God, this is bad. I haven't forgotten the time I was saved from certain death. I don't like owing anyone, so I'm thinking next time if you're in danger, I'll save you. But damn it. Forget it, I'm giving this to you. Can you save me one more time? Hearing him, Kiri inexplicably felt much calmer and more composed. Crazy guy, how can you joke now? Okay, everyone wait a moment. The machine runs on mana. So the barriers are protected by an energy field. There must be a mana supply device nearby. Hold on until I find and destroy it. And don't you dare die before you pay me back, Kiri said, then ran off to find the mana source. Cut to L's position. They were fleeing on a summoned cloud when the Dark Mage Hunter hounds kept nipping at their heels. Seeing how tenacious they were, Puru burst into tears. Damn, these things are killing machines. Worse luck, the road ahead was blocked by a wall, forcing them to swerve sharply. A dead end? What kind of cursed place is this? Wait, take a breather, Puru sobbed aloud as the hunters closed in on her. Seeing that, Elle fired a missile arrow in a flash backward, instantly taking out 2 of the pursuers. But after doing so, her face went a little pale from the strain. I told you not to let your guard down, Ralph complained. Meanwhile, Beiju seemed unconcerned about her underlings' lives. They're done for no escape, she said with a smile, already tasting victory. But at that moment, the earlier missile arrow looped around and struck her from behind. Next, it caused a sizable explosion right in front of Ralph's group, forcing them to stop. Unfortunately for them, Beiju managed to use her teleport to avoid the blast, and since she appeared largely unharmed, Ralph's eyes lit up with glee. Great, maybe you'll die before you can repay what you owe me. Turning to another assassin as the explosion ended, he threw a throwing dart aimed at Beiju. Seeing it, Beiju hastily used a protective talisman to block the attack. However, this dart was no ordinary projectile. The ring on the assassin's index finger flashed a faint purple light. Energy erupted from inside the dart, blowing it to pieces. It was a demolition dart. Elle had already sensed the dart's energy, so just before it detonated, Elle grabbed Puru by the collar and pulled her out. Ouch, my neck, Puru screamed. With no time to tend to her, the protagonist tossed her aside the moment they landed. He then turned back to face the assassins who were charging like mad dogs. When the foolish one ran forward, the protagonist sent a missile arrow his way to send him to the underworld. As that one died, the others began throwing demolition darts like rain. Seeing this, Elle swung and launched another fireball to roast the lot of them. While he paused to deal with it, the group closed in and surged forward at once. With no other option, Elle engaged them in close combat with his staff. With a single spinning strike, he cut them all down easily. But after that, sustaining such intense fighting took a visible toll on Elle, his energy drained. Meanwhile, the assassins panicked and no longer dared to recklessly press their attack. He's a monster, they said, swallowing hard. Cut to Kiri, after exhausting herself searching for a long time. She finally reached a large chamber where an inverted pyramid hovered above, emitting a beam of energy down to the floor. Have we found it? If this isn't what I need, there's nothing more I can do. This is the mana source for the whole building, right? She said as she moved toward the energy. After inspecting the energy receiver below, Kiri's eyes widened in surprise. Wow, the mana concentration here is massive. This is definitely it. If I destroy this, I can save Debo and Miner. Kiri smiled at the thought that her teammates wouldn't die, or at least that's what she believed would happen, when the sword fighter's voice rang out. Interesting. Recognizing the familiar voice, Kiri turned her head. But it was too late. The sword fighter unleashed her skill, Dawn's Thread, 5th form, Blinding Sever, carving a large slash across Kiri. The blow knocked Kiri to her knees, and she coughed violently. Haha, my luck's perfect. I can deal with those two just by taking you down right. Besides, you're the weakest among them. Haha, everything's going my way. Saying that, she laughed, intoxicated by her good fortune. Turning back to Kiri after taking a few breaths to stifle the pain, the knight forced herself up. You damned lackey, get lost, I don't have time to play with you. The sword fighter merely shook her head in response. Oh, what a pity, I can't do that. I have a name, you know, how about we chat a little more? Opposite her, Kiri had no time to argue, so she used her everyday skill. A blazing sun symbol appeared behind her. Come on, start, I'm a little busy. Hearing that, the Dark Mage's ally sighed in boredom. Huh, you are stubborn, aren't you? Then I'll deal with you the way you want. Saying so, she lightly touched her sword case and swept her hand forward, launching a barrage of blood-red energy beams straight at the blonde knight. It was the skill Swordstorm. Kiri quickly swung her blade like a machine to block the bloodlet slashes, and as she parried, she wondered where those swords came from. Were there fake swords among them? Kiri frowned as she dispelled one burst of energy. Other sword projections were knocked aside by her as well. Crap, I can't tell the illusions from the real blades, she worried. Right then, the sword fighter clenched her hand and made a pulling motion. A sword that had been knocked aside suddenly dove back through the air, slashing toward Kiri. A sword from behind, Kiri thought, startled and hurriedly knocked the blade away. But immediately the woman's arm flicked, manipulating several other swords toward her, making Kiri's situation even more perilous. She changed their trajectories, remote control. Damn, this makes things harder. Thinking that, suddenly Kiri saw several blood-charged threads crisscrossing in midair. At the same time, another sword lunged straight at her. It seemed unstoppable, aimed directly to pierce through her body, or at least it looked that way. Kiri narrowly dodged at the last instant and even clamped her hand onto the blade. By now, she realized the trick. The swords weren't remote-controlled. The woman was using invisible cords to maneuver her weapons. In other words, I can throw them back at her, Kiri thought, and reached out to grab one of the threads. She yanked hard, pulling the sword fighter's body forward with the cord. Wait, did you think I'd say that? Taking advantage of Kiri's pull, the woman unleashed another powerful skill, Swordway. 100 strike thrust. In an instant, Kiri's body was hit by countless slashes, too fast to react. But it didn't end there. Immediately after, the woman's feet stomped on two invisible cords like petals and lunged again. Moonlight Dawn, 6th form, Grace. She slashed out a spiraling band of energy aimed straight at Kiri. As a result, Kiri's body was blasted away like a cannonball. After doing that, the sword fighter paused her assault and stood on the cords. I knew it, you aren't that strong. It's not too late. Why don't you try running away, or is your pride stopping you from doing that? Kiri Frostmane, you were born into a distinguished family and must have been spoiled, she said. And yet they sent their precious daughter into a place this dangerous, she added with a snort. For some reason, right after hearing that, Kiri ground her teeth and hissed, don't act like you know everything about me. Seeing her expression, the sword fighter smoothed her face and cooed, sorry, don't be so angry. You're making wrinkles on that pretty face of yours. Do you know that in the Maple world, opportunity doesn't belong to those born into privilege? It's unfair. Some people enjoy every privilege simply because of the family they're born into. You don't even have any real talent. Your group is full of gifted people, I noticed that, except for one. You don't have Ralph's experience, Miner's fighting ability, Debo's talent, or Elpom's mystery. You're just so what? Kiri interrupted. What did you say? The woman asked, puzzled. Yes, I'm weak, not good enough to meet my master's expectations. Or my parents' or my teammates' expectations, but that doesn't mean you're stronger than me. Come here, I've told you I don't have much time. Saying that, she removed her outer coat and tossed it aside. Meanwhile, the dark side mage girl grew irritated seeing Kiri's fighting spirit. Ha, you really are stubborn. Trash, know your place. Saying that, she began to flick her fingers to control. All the swords stuck around them to surge and attack Kiri. Seeing that, Kiri also used her skill, called Falling Moon, Lunar Eclipse, unleashing countless shards of ice that flew like rain toward the front, and blocked all the swords hurtling at her. This skill was beyond the sword fighter's expectation. What is that skill? I have no data on it, she said. She panicked as several of her threads snapped from the sharp ice shards. Using dirty tricks again, with that, she rushed in to use her Dawn sword technique. 100 strike thrust to attack, and with such a blindingly sharp strike. For some reason, Kiri's mind suddenly quieted, and she recalled her master's teachings. Do you really think a knight exists only because of their family? Is that what you want to tell me? Alright, some people don't recognize the value of treasures. Other standards don't determine true worth. When you understand these words and learn to trust yourself, you'll be stronger than anyone in the world, her master said as he reached out to ruffle her small head. Back in the present, the sword the woman swung was stopped by the blade in Kiri's hand. It left the woman's face momentarily stunned. How could she keep up with my speed? While stunned, the woman was even left by Kiri with a wound across her forearm. This drove her into even greater fury. How dare you? She shouted, then used a skill called Soul Sunder Thrust, dashing forward at extreme speed. But sensing the slash had missed, she turned back to Kiri with suspicion. You dodged it. Kiri's power didn't just burn opponents. The strength within her was like the vast universe, and now her hair had shifted to a soft moonlit blue. Then, through the sword fighter's eyes, a miniature sun seemed to appear before her. And the image of that sun was formed entirely by Kiri's ultra-fast sword swings. This was the blink time skill. In a single instant, Kiri lunged forward, unleashing a slash aimed straight at the sword fighter's torso, cleaving her in two immediately. Having done that, there was no time to linger. Kiri immediately destroyed the mana supply device and hurried back to Debo's group's position. Sai, I think I understand what you meant, Master. I realize the person I want to be isn't someone who limits herself, but maybe I realized that too late. Still, no matter what, I'll trust my teammates and myself, Kiri thought with a bright smile inside. At that moment, Debo was smiling and giving her a thumbs up. Seeing that, Kiri returned the gesture with a like for the two of them because they had held out long enough. One of them dashed forward, the masked man barking orders loudly. "You filthy rats, find them now." He looked at the green talisman encircled by blue flames. Peru cursed, snarling, he frowned and panted. "How much time can I buy with this trick?" Peru glanced at El Palm's life or death state and more importantly asked with concern, "El, are you sure you're okay?" No sooner had he spoken than the masked men arrived. The leader shouted, "Those bastards have nowhere left to run, capture them." They charged together, but El struck with his staff like lightning, hitting them before they could react. Seeing El was no easy target, they switched to Peru. "What the hell are you doing? Focus, kid, you fight terribly." Peru was desperately blocking incoming daggers when he heard the man grit his teeth and roar, What did you just say about me?" Peru charged forward, "Use your talismans and attack with me, don't underestimate me." But the masked man wasn't fazed. With a single move, he blocked Peru's attack. Seeing that, Peru's earlier bravado vanished. He fell back in a cowardly plea. "No, don't bother, please keep underestimating me." El Palm from the other side leaped over to help him. The two men were knocked away by his blows. El Palm panted, he had poured the last of his strength into that attack. Suddenly a voice with fake sympathy rang out, "My, you look exhausted." El Palm recognized the voice and widened his eyes toward its source. Beju leapt out and branded an indelible mark on his chest before El could react. Peru saw this and shouted El Palm. But Beju had clearly underestimated El Palm. He reached out his hand, she frowned. El Palm gritted his teeth and summoned a surge of magic power. And an explosion followed, a blast of considerable force. Beju managed to dodge in time, her tone lost patience. "You're only stalling." As soon as she finished, her eyes widened at the scene before her. Where the explosion had been, there was no sign of anyone. Beju cried in disbelief, "He's gone." Ralph was behind him, she snapped, "You're driving me crazy." She thought catching him would be easy. Realizing she was cornered, Beju slowly stood. "Fine, whatever." She looked down at her weapon and grinned slyly. "I've already sunk the poison fang into him." Meanwhile, elsewhere, El Palm vomited a surge of blood. Peru panicked and hurriedly caught him. "Hey, are you okay?" El Palm weakened, put a hand to his stomach. The pool of blood he vomited earlier had already eaten through the tile floor. Peru saw it and screamed in fear. "What is that? Poison." Meanwhile, Ralph and Beju were also frantically searching for any trace of the two. She sneered, "At most 40 minutes, El Palm doesn't have much time left." Beju held her weapon, a sinister violet aura of poison swirling around it. Her face curled into a vicious, venomous smile. It was a corrosive toxin that caused terrible pain with only a few stabs. Ralph listened silently to her prattle. He wasn't able to go far. Ahead, the path split into two wings. Beju couldn't wait and darted quickly down the left corridor. She left a parting order, "Split up from here, make sure you find him." On El Palm's side, his breathing was extremely labored. Peru supported him as they went. He couldn't help but snap, "Damn it, I didn't think things would get this messy." Then he hesitated, "I shouldn't have asked you guys for help." Peru frowned and whispered, "I'm sorry." Despite his weakness, El Palm tried to comfort Peru. "Don't worry, it's not your fault. I seem to have accepted my fate. If I can't overcome this poison, sooner or later I'll die." He thought of Beju's weapon. This teleportation was real, unlike the tricks the twin brothers pulled before. Then El Palm continued, "I'll take care of Beju, do your part." Peru hesitated and asked what his part was. Suddenly Peru seemed to notice something. It was the ceiling. It turned out to be a ceiling divided into two. Maybe this is the exit. Peru led El Palm to a stone slab inscribed with strange characters. It was a device to unlock the ceiling. Then he looked at the puzzle board below. "If I can solve this puzzle, mana will flow through and activate the device." Peru swallowed and moved closer to the board. "Wait a moment, I'll try to solve it as fast as I can." No sooner had he finished speaking than his hands were already deftly moving over it. El Palm sat down, leaning against the wall. "Take your time to do your work, I've got something to do too." As soon as he finished speaking, his blindfold flashed, revealing the architecture of a room. Elsewhere, Ralph's group was racing to find him. He shouted orders, "No one acts until you find him. I'll be the one to finish him off." A masked man immediately objected loudly. "Why do we have to follow your orders?" Ralph, annoyed, turned to him. "If you have complaints, take them to your commander." Suddenly, a stream of power shot straight toward them. Ralph had no time to react. He widened his eyes and shouted, "What the hell is that?" The force tore through the air like a gust and drove straight through the man on the right. Ralph was stunned. Impossible. El Palm planned this. He sent his power everywhere, matching the diagram he simulated. Ralph here was terrified by this strange power. "I can't catch where it's coming from." Watching the men beside him transform into Gozo one by one, Ralph remembered something. Was it because of that penetrating lens? Who was he targeting inside the maze? Finally, it was his turn. Ralph flinched and watched the power rushing toward him. Ralph stared at the flames before him in utter terror. In an instant, everything was snapped up by it. Over there, Peru shouted out. The puzzle board had been solved. It began to glow. He cried out in joy, "I did it. Now the mana will flow through." Mana slowly moved through the conduit. Just wait a moment, he started to say. When he saw Ilpom collapse, Peru yelled, Ilpom, get up. Suddenly the rock shattered, the mana conduit malfunctioned. Peru was stunned. What's happening? He panicked. The mana's been cut off. Then a filthy hand appeared from behind. It turned out Ralph had teleported earlier. He slapped Peru on the shoulder, grinning excitedly. Found you. Peru's eyes flew wide in shock. The stones were breaking apart, and water from outside surged in. Debo heard the noise and turned to ask Kiri and Minor, did you hear something back there? Kiri asked, hear what? The three of them turned toward the fork in the path, when a wall of water slammed in like a flood. The water swept them up. Debo shouted, what the hell is happening? Being carried by the current made him scream in terror. A massive silhouette loomed in the water. Beiju waited, scowling with annoyance. How inconvenient. What is that sound? We need to hurry. Where's Ralph? A voice replied, oh my, you're making a lot of noise. That sound was the water rushing through the passage. This place was about to flood. Beiju sneered, you're so confident. I thought you'd run, but it seems you have a big mouth. Ralph carried a corpse on his shoulder. I've suffered a lot, he said. Beiju asked, what about the people we handed over to you? Ralph replied, they're all dead. They served their purpose anyway. Beiju, surprised, pressed on. Ralph continued, why are you attached to them? I've completed the mission, finished the job. Now hand Ilpom over to me. Beiju raised the money pouch. So he's still alive, right? Of course. But what if I kill him and you pretend no deal was ever made? Beiju threw the pouch to the ground. You're troublesome, but your attitude makes you trustworthy. Here's 100 million miso as promised. Ralph threw Ilpom and Peru down and carried him away. Beiju produced her concealed weapon. She taunted, what a dull end for you, the traitor to Kania, all for the dark mage. Her smile twisted into something more sinister. For my master, Lord of Oak. She began her attack, but suddenly something made her eyes go wide. What? Had Ralph closed in on her? Surprised, Peru could only curse, Ralph, you bastard. Damn it, I can't trust someone like you. Panic showed across Beiju's face. She realized the truth. So he was working with Ilpom. How dare he toy with Kania like that? There was enough time for the poison to spread through his body. Now they only needed to claim his body. A tremendous source of power attacked. That loud-mouthed woman over there, thanks for crawling out yourself, saves me the trouble since you're half dead. The hidden weapon emitted a bluish aura. Beiju fled. Ilpom clenched his weapon, radiating the presence of firepower. His eyes as sharp as a blade. Beiju, surprised, thought, how is he still okay? An overwhelmingly great force descended. Rocks and earth exploded in all directions. Ralph raised a hand to shield himself. My god. Everyone was affected by the blast. Beiju's silhouette emerged. You're stubborn, aren't you? She demanded of Ralph, why did you do this? I thought you'd do anything for money. Ralph replied, yes, money. If you win, the world will be destroyed. Then the money I labored for will be worthless. Why should I help you? Ralph began to explain everything. Joining your side was part of the plan Ilpom and I made from the start. Ilpom knew Kania, driven into a corner, would turn to an assassin. Meanwhile, you kept an eye on me. The result was inevitable. Beiju asked, so all the injury to Ilpom in that first attack was to fool me? Ralph retorted, injury. Who do you think I am? I'm the best recovery mage in the world. Those were only light wounds for this Ralph. Of course, if it had been a real attack, even Ilpom couldn't have withstood it. I'll end the explanation here. Ralph cheerfully added, thanks to you I got the 100 million, and now you're all alone. Beiju, hearing this, grew furious. She shot up into the air. That settles it. I'll make you regret this. Back with the group Debo faced, Kiri was sinking beneath the water. Debo reached out and touched her wound. Kiri immediately opened her eyes wide. She screamed in pain. Debo asked, are you alive? Minor was struggling. What on earth had just happened? Debo quickly assessed the situation. In any case, things were not looking good. Water was pouring in from every direction. It wouldn't take 30 minutes for the place to be completely flooded. Kiri gasped, 30 minutes. Debo continued, but I don't think there's any way out unless we can open the ceiling. And because I destroyed the power source, there's no way to open the exit. Suddenly something behind them moved, startling Minor. The surface of the water began to tremble violently. Debo raised his hand to shield himself. What's happening? He widened his eyes as he looked toward the disturbance. A hand made of stone rose up. Debo shouted, wait. The eyes of the stone statue suddenly lit up. Debo panicked, is that thing moving? Beiju's disheveled face was in panic. Holding a weapon in her hand, she looked at the corpse before her. All around was rubble. Go down to hell, a voice rang out. A pair of feet approached. No, someone like him didn't even deserve hell. This was the price he must pay for his sins. The fate of those with bloodied hands could be nothing better than hell. The vendetta of the one avenged was complete. As promised, Beiju. Beiju glanced at that person. Ivoka decided, your life now belongs to me. Back in the fight, Beiju moved like the wind and lunged forward. Ilpom and Ralph looked on in surprise. Ralph's head was slashed, but Beiju cursed silently, damn it. Again with the cloning technique, always these dirty tricks. And most were just illusions created by charms, not much real threat. But the problem was that reality and illusion were blending together. Peru shouted impatiently, damn it, finish this quickly, I can't take it any longer. Ilpom kept attacking her. A red streak shone from his blindfolded eye. Arrows bearing firepower flew straight toward Beiju. An extremely startling blow. Peru raised a hand to shield himself. Suddenly he looked to the side and shouted, damn it, where? It turned out to be Peru's trick. As soon as he finished speaking, he lunged and slammed into Beiju's face with a jolt. Was that what you were thinking? She spat out syrup all over. Peru sneered at her. Alright, come on then, how about it? You'll never tell the difference. Before Beiju could think, Ralph rushed at her and landed another punch. Ralph taunted, what's wrong? You were so confident before. Beiju struck back. Ralph easily dodged. Suddenly the chain was grabbed by her. Ralph was surprised. What the? Ralph was confident, as if I would fall so easily. No sooner had he finished than a cruel reality struck him. Beiju had wrapped the chain around Ralph's neck. She tightened it more and more. She whipped him hard. Just as she seemed to have won, a shadow appeared behind her. Realizing she'd been tricked again, she cursed, you bastards, damn you. Beiju targeted Peru. You first. Peru dodged, shouting no. Elpem was now casting another spell. A source of energy enveloped the war trees standing ready around Beiju. She began to fight back. Peru collapsed, exhausted and disgruntled. Damn it, these people. They were no different from monsters. After a while, Ralph attacked again. He charged up alongside Elpem. The two of them attacked Beiju using a sandwich. She detonated, purple energy enveloping her. The energy grew stronger, covering almost everything. Ralph, injured, screamed in pain. Elpem and Peru were also thrown backward. The sword that struck Beiju, covered in syrup, fell and stuck into the ground. Beiju clutched her wounded arm in fury. Damn you bastards, I'll kill you all, spare no one. Suddenly something strange happened at the cave entrance. Beiju stared at it, narrowing her eyes. It turned out water had begun to surge in. The water came with great force. Peru was swept away. Ralph luckily held on high above. Damn it, looks like it's here, he muttered. Beiju sank into the current. Her eyes flared with ferocious light. She shot up from beneath the water and attacked Ralph before he could react. Ralph writhed in pain, his face going numb. She hissed venomously, I will kill you all. Ralph, still dazed, glanced at her. Beiju mercilessly launched another strike at Ralph. Syrup sprayed everywhere from Ralph. Beiju's attack seemed intent on finishing them all. Peru, still sputtering water, saw everything and Elpem could only shout Ralph. The water coursed violently. Mixed into it was syrup. Beiju widened her eyes and tried to dash through the water. She raised a weapon to strike Ralph, but he quickly dodged. He swung his arm trying to seize her. But Beiju twisted aside, escaping and putting distance between herself and Ralph. Suddenly Ralph clutched his chest and spat a mouthful of syrup, aghast, poison. They had no time to process it. Ralph widened his eyes and glanced elsewhere. Beiju lunged at him again, this time biting her teeth and thrusting the weapon. Ralph put his hand up to block, sending syrup flying. Syrup in his mouth, carried by the current, gushed back out. Ralph, knowing Beiju had fallen for his trap, sneered and produced a glowing cross he'd prepared, still holding Beiju firmly. A blinding light burst forth, and the shape of angel wings appeared above the lake. Startled by the sudden light, Beiju squinted in suspicion. What is this? Something quickly flashed across her cheek, but Beiju dodged swiftly, her heart racing in panic. What is happening? She widened her eyes as Ralph used a dispelling spell, recovering bit by bit. No, impossible, a healing spell that acts like an antidote. Does this bastard have Elpem too? Ralph launched himself, spinning once in the water. Beiju recoiled in shock as her weapon was repelled by a barrier. At this moment, shields and holy magic swirled around Ralph to protect him. Beiju, astonished, protective barrier. He swung out from the shield toward Beiju's horrified face. She threw her head back and narrowly avoided that attack. Ralph quickly activated the energy in his hand. Beiju gritted her teeth. He clenched his fist and power poured out. Beiju stepped back to avoid it, the movement of that hand, this bastard. Ralph sneered mockingly, oh sorry about that. He stood inside the circle of holy magic. It's hard to take all your bluster seriously. Beiju gritted her teeth and chanted, a teleportation item. At that moment Ralph dashed forward, either to finish this or end it. He lunged and Beiju dodged, so Ralph only struck a pillar. She swung her weapon at the barrier but failed to break it. Ralph fought eagerly, laughing with delight. Don't you realize that's pointless? He vaulted into the air. A kick drove Beiju down. You don't understand, do you? She coughed up syrup in pain. Ralph delivered another punch. You always show up behind me whenever you vanish. Do you think I'm that stupid? He rubbed his nose in satisfaction, delighted. Beiju couldn't hold back. She drove her weapon into the holy shield trying to destroy it, but the strike exploded instead. Ralph was flung outward. Beiju erupted completely, her face darkened. She leapt up to attack him. This is truly fun. But before she could strike, her arm was severed. Beiju's eyes bulged. The powerful rushing water surged in fast. Elpem and Peru finally arrived to support Ralph. Elpem. He seemed reinvigorated, sneering as he swung a fist. What are you looking at? Beiju had no time to react, only staring wide-eyed. One punch sent Beiju flying a full rod's length, breaking even a hot beam. Her back slammed hard into the wall, forcing Beiju to cough out in pain. The emblem on her collar also cracked in several places. Beiju gritted her teeth as she watched the emblem shatter before her. Beiju breathed heavily, gritting her teeth in unwillingness. No, I've lost to the darkness. If this continues, I won't be able to carry out Evoca's orders. Though she had only one arm left, her fighting will was undiminished. No, I must make this happen. She rushed toward Elpem at all costs. Elpem's magic wildly struck straight at her. The two forces collided, clashing fiercely. Beiju tried to push forward. Her face was scorched and distorted by the flames. I can't let them leave here even if I must sacrifice myself. Her weapon was nearly cracked, but Beiju persisted. I will kill them all. But it was like throwing eggs at stones. How could she match those battered bodies? Beiju fell under Elpam's powerful assault. Her weapon shattered, she burned like a moth to the flame. But even that couldn't stop the obstinate one. Her face was burned beyond recognition, yet Beiju stubbornly sought mutual destruction for Avoca. At that moment someone spoke up, "Oh wow," and Beiju's eyes widened. Half of Elpam's face appeared behind the flames. He spoke slowly, "I'm still here." From who knows where, Elpam pulled out a bow, raised his arm and aimed at her, an arrow. Elpam released, the arrow sliced through the air toward Beiju. Her body seemed swallowed by that overwhelming force. Beiju's pupils bulged with veins. She stared wide-eyed at the approaching arrow. In that instant, like beautiful dreams before death, she remembered the image of Avoca and the praise he once gave Beiju. Well done. Beiju seemed to let go. She opened her mouth. Ah. Before her eyes it was as if Avoca's hand reached out to take her. Beiju smiled happily. Avoca. That tear of joy still glistened on Beiju's cheek. Forgive me. In an instant she was engulfed by that shaft of light. The water slammed against the rock. Beiju's weapon was lodged up there. The fierce battle continued as a powerful surge of blue water rushed upward. The water slammed into the monster, causing it to thrash. Minoru attacked immediately after, conjuring a fiery vortex with her power, which she called a barrage. Her face sweaty and disheveled, she spat angrily. Damn it, how can something that big float? The all-fire vortex slammed into the stone wall, shattering it. A huge explosion erupted, throwing everything into chaos. Even the blue torrent couldn't be stopped. Minoru rushed out and shouted to the teammates, "Got it, I hit it." Suddenly, the monster stood up and swung its arm at her. Another explosion occurred, but this time without fire. The monster's arm sliced through. As it was cut, water gushed out in torrents. Someone raised an axe high. It was Debo holding Minoru with one arm. She called out, "Thank you." The monster's arm was cleaved in two, merging into the azure stream. Its face contorted with fury. It turned and drove its sharp snout into the water. On this side, Kiri activated ice, freezing the water before her. The monster was also frozen by her. She fought while telling the team, defeating it isn't what's important. We need a new energy source to open the sailing. The best option we have right now is. The teammates were fighting the monster. Before Kiri finished, they understood and interrupted. Okay, got it. A shadow darted from behind the monster's head like a gust of wind. Debo swung his axe straight into the center of its head. He shattered the monster's face with relish. We need its mana stone. Worried he'd smash it, a teammate hurriedly warned, make sure you don't destroy it. We must break the armor around it first, if you can find it. A flash of blue light blazed, dazzling anyone who looked. Debo's foot accidentally stepped into the hollow. He tried to lunge forward, but his foot was stuck. Has it just regenerated? Damn it, my foot's stuck. The monster with green eyes stared at him. It stretched out its stone-like hand. Its hand was about to grab Debo while he kept pulling at his trapped foot. Oh god, why is this stuck on me so tightly? Kiri saw this and shouted at him, Debo. At the shout, he turned his gaze toward the voice. Suddenly, someone generated a protective barrier around Debo. A holy shield. He was astonished. You. The other smiled and words spilled from his mouth. Long time no see, my son. The shield couldn't hold and shattered into hundreds of pieces. Ralph scooped Debo out just before the monster's strike landed. He looked at his father with a face full of hatred. Traitor. Ralph looked at Debo and grinned, his voice mocking. Oh my, you shouldn't talk to your father like that. Debo shouted back in anger, shut up. The axe blade with an orange gem flared into flame. It twisted into the monster's back. The monster crouched in front of it. Kiri and Minoru held guns. Kiri exclaimed, rockets. Another shadow rescued Debo from the smoke, a voice calling out, I knew you'd live. That shadow was Elpam. Seeing Debo, he called joyfully, boss. He warned Elpam anxiously, don't break the mana stone. Elpam's face mask glowed red. It allowed Elpam to see through the monster's body, helping him avoid breaking what was inside. The mana stone inside the monster emitted an eye-catching blue light. Elpam concentrated power into his hand and told Debo, got it, hold tight, Debo. The axe in Debo's hands flared intensely. He was pulled up in astonishment. The axe seemed to be moving on its own. It dragged him toward the monster. Debo screamed in fear, what the hell is this? We're going to get crushed, boss. Minoru watched and smiled, I get it now, perfect. Pulled along in surprise, Debo didn't understand what she meant. Kiri and Minoru shouted together, go, you idiot. Debo laughed with delight, am I the lead this time? Even though they called him an idiot. He wiped his smile away, gripped the axe and charged up, I'll handle this. He struck the monster with all his might, a brutal cleave. Debo continued to surge forward with the axe. He went inside the monster toward where the mana stone was, cheering, found it. Debo lunged straight for the stone. Inside the monster, the blue light seemed to be cracking. It began to sweat even though the lower half of its body had been frozen. Ralph smiled eerily, what status does my son hold now? He lunged forward, clenching his hand into a fist. With a mad grin he shouted, if you finish digesting him, spit him out. Ralph charged straight into the monster. His body cracked open. Cracks began to spread everywhere. Where he dove and there was a small pit. Debo burst out from inside the monster. He held the mana stone in his hand, problem solved. He landed on the ground safely. There was a hole punctured right through the monster's chest. The horn had also been snapped in two. It sank into the water as bubbles rose up in torrents. The monster lay motionless in the current. Peru panicked, struggling to stay afloat. He turned to Minoru in a worried tone. Minoru, Manhwa, seeing the scene, panicked. This is bad, the water's rising fast, we're going to hit the ceiling. Debo also lost his composure but tried to reassure everyone, don't worry, hold on a bit longer, he'll come. Beneath the deep blue water, bubbles quietly rose in the silent night, accompanied by drifting fragments of broken rock, signs that something was stirring from the depths. A mysterious black object shot through the deep water, leaving wake lines that tore the night. Elpam raced through the water, clutching the glowing cube, his eyes resolute, ready to face the danger ahead. He gritted his teeth, syrup leaking at the corner of his mouth, his gaze steady in the water. Less than 3 minutes left. Hope he isn't too late. The control panel was complete, the mechanism was set, just supply it with power and it will open. A blazing red light emitted from something, there was no time to think. An image of a road lined with straight pillars appeared. He had to find the path and get there at all costs. He continued to streak through the deep water. Ralph struggled to surface for air, panicked, damn it, the water's almost full. Someone was being dragged under, everyone held their breath. Minoru gaped, trying to hold as much air as possible, preparing 1-2. Finally, all three sank into the deep current. Puru clamped his mouth to hold air while Debo looked around with a cold, sharp gaze. Elpam was still struggling to think of the fastest way to rescue them. Taking this route would make him late. He hesitated under the water, trying to figure it out. At least 5 more minutes needed. There was only one way. Elpam turned around. Behind him was something circular. He had to break through it. In the deep water, the strange organ began to glow faintly. The ring on his scarred hand suddenly lit up, as if about to unleash a huge source of energy. With eyes blazing red and a resolute expression, Elpam poured everything into a single attack. There was only one chance. He created a whirlpool that shone like an explosion. A massive blast occurred, a sphere of fire. Fragments of stone flew outward, along with tiny bubbles in the still water. The explosion revealed an immense hole in the center of the water. Elpam prepared to unleash another strike with the cube in his hands, his face ready. The cubic stone shot forward at incredible speed, casting a blue light down into the pit. The stone emitted blue flames around it as it fell onto the apex of a pyramid. Then one corner of the stone struck the sharp tip of the pyramid, as if about to unleash tremendous power. The cubic stone began to crack, sending out beautiful, translucent blue rays. The stone split as if about to shatter. Finally, the stone shattered and formed a stunning blue sphere. Lightning struck the pyramid's tip and created a blue light that began to envelop it. A blinding beam of energy tore through the water, firing straight at the glowing conical machine, as if Elpam had just triggered a decisive strike at the battlefield's center. A twisting bolt of lightning roared like a sacred dragon descending, carrying the fierce power of the all-or-nothing blow Elpam had risked everything to unleash. Elpam's lightning finally hit the illuminated circuit board, making the whole system shudder as if about to be destroyed from within. The gears began to activate. Puru and Minoru watched with unwavering eyes, placing all their trust in Elpam. At last, the wall above began to open, light creeping into the place where Elpam's comrades were trapped. They burst to the surface, gasping for air as if returned from the dead. Kiri bowed her head in the water while Debo, though exhausted, managed a relieved smile. I thought I was done for. The group drifted into a flooded chamber, truly an unpleasant place. Minoru looked at the statue and wondered, this actually works? There can't be another machine like this. Suddenly Dino panicked and glanced around. Boss, where are you? Within the whirl of deep blue water, the silhouette of someone appeared. Elpam bit his teeth and strained with all his might to reach up. He darted forward like a gust of wind. Light from the square gate appeared, surrounded by bubbles. The silhouette of someone with long hair wearing white stood at the mouth of that square. Elpam cried out in helpless fury, eyes wide and unwilling to accept it. He helplessly reached out and slowly sank. He also gradually lost consciousness, and slowly he sank deeper into the abyss. Minoru, like a hero, plunged down to save Elpam in a romantic scene. She reached out and cupped Elpam's face, and prepared to place a kiss on his lips to transfer air to him. Alexis teased with a hint of reproach, you always shoulder everything yourself, don't you? Elpam snapped awake. Around him were his teammates in a vast forest, this place was. Jaden said with a smile while Philip looked helpless, if you're tired you can rest. Alexis cheerfully told Elpam, don't push yourself too hard, you did very well. Elpam realized in a panic that this was a memory from his past. Suddenly he smiled even then. He smiled cheerfully and answered, everyone, I'm fine, I promise. Back in the previous room, everyone stood crowded around someone. Elpam suddenly opened his eyes and woke up. Then he coughed violently, startling Minoru. He panicked, sat up and demanded of Minoru, what happened? You saved me. His teammates all smiled with relief. Thank goodness, I'd been worried you wouldn't wake. He also wondered in surprise that his body was fine. Seems my body is okay. It's all thanks to my healing magic. Elpam glanced at someone and said, then let's go. Minoru, looking impatient and embarrassed, what is it? Did something happen? No, nothing. A voice came from the wing of a room. So all of this was a plan. Someone was approaching. Well, the second half of it was all improvisation. Elpam argued with Ralph while the others trailed behind. At least tell me first. You scared me. Don't you know to fool your allies first if you're going to trick the enemy? that's why even you got fooled. He taunted Ralph, who could only smile wryly. Was I wrong to think your opening strike was too emotional? Now's not the time to talk, we must hurry. He was carrying a woman's corpse on his shoulder and asked, but why are we carrying her? She might still be useful, we must keep our promise to Gaffer. Suddenly Peru screamed in panic, ah. He hurriedly ran off somewhere, leaving everyone confused. What's going on? They entered an enormous chamber with a pillar topped by a golden object and a red gem in the center, strikingly beautiful. Kiri was astonished to see it, while Peru looked joyful and proud. This is. It turned out the glowing golden object was one of the legendary items, the hero's artifact from the rumors. Everyone gathered around it as if in disbelief. Are you sure this is real? From a glance I can't tell. Peru exclaimed excitedly while Elpam looked pensive. Definitely, it matches the description exactly. This is the key to Phantom's secret vault. An image of Phantom in fine attire, a blue cloak billowing and a staff topped with a red gem, appeared. Phantom, the greatest thief in Maple. I'd heard his vault held astonishing treasures. This necklace must be the key to open it. Peru, gleeful, was removing the necklace as Debo looked helpless. Thanks, everyone, if not for you. Suddenly a stone fell and struck him on the head. Oh. Then a barrage of stones began falling where they stood. Everyone panicked. They froze at the sight. Ralph spoke up, wait. Debo watched the unfolding scene, took a deep breath, Everyone panicked and tried to flee. What are you doing? Run. Someone darted out like the wind, scolding, damn it, why did you grab it without thinking? Haven't you learned anything? Sorry. A tower appeared amid the hailstorm. We need to get into that tower. There's an exit. It must have opened. Are you sure? Debo's eyes showed disbelief. What, you're not sure? From there, a horde of skeletons rushed out, attacking relentlessly. Damn, I forgot about these bastards. Ralph rushed out to fight those skeletons. My turn, you dry bones. A golden symbol appeared and blasted all the skeletons away. Angel Tower. The Angel Tower radiated a power that burned all the skeletons. Everyone tried to escape, but didn't forget to berate Ralph. What? Why didn't you use that sooner? It consumes insane mana. I charge 500 misos per person. You're always thinking about money. Suddenly a horse-like creature appeared, its teeth clenched in a terrifying snarl. On its back sat a figure in imposing armor, wielding a long sword. Everyone panicked at the sight and frantically fled from the pursuer. What now, Ralph? Do that move again. Ralph shouted in annoyance while Debo glared, shut up and run, that was the only time I could use that move. You're useless. The beast relentlessly chased everyone. Suddenly someone tripped over a rock and seemed about to fall. Mainaru cried out in alarm, uh-oh. In the end the whole group fell into a deep blue pit. Damn. The monster suddenly emitted blue sparks. A sea blue carpet-like thing appeared. They all sat on it and crossed the water. Good charm, this is my last charm, I have none left. That monster could even walk on the water. It was charging toward them at incredible speed. Wait, what the hell, it can swim. Elpam ordered Kiri. I know, she replied. Kiri struck the creature, moonfall crescent slash. The monster was frozen and held in place. Everyone praised Kiri, good, that'll hold it. The monster let out a huge roar, Graya. Minaru, furious, delivered a palm strike to the beast. Shut up. That tremendous force sent the creature flying. Everyone stood stunned at the explosive scene. Suddenly Peru shouted urgently, Elpam, he's in front of us. Elpam, looking cool, held his staff crackling with sparks. I know. And he shattered that stone wall. It caused another massive explosion. Careful if the tower collapses. The tower was at high risk of collapse. Cracks began to appear. Everyone raced downward. Debo and Minaru were both terrified. At last the circular gate appeared, found it. The tower was collapsing. Everyone tried desperately to escape. No time to stop, keep running. Jump on my mark, 1, 2. Everyone leaped through before the tower fell, jump. The tower collapsed, leaving only rubble. A monster with red eyes appeared, terrifying. I can no longer sense Belgis's energy. Red spiderweb threads appeared below it. Someone. Perhaps this is another failure. I have no excuses left. The silver-haired man grit his teeth and said resignedly, I will take responsibility with my life. Outside a building under the moonlight, Vess, responsibility, A sharp spider leg swung. I could take your life anytime, but first. A woman stepped in. Let me show you this. The bigger the audience, the better the show. The white-haired man's eyes were stunned, unbelievable. They are. The silhouettes of two terrifying men appeared. Time to change players. Marco bowed and replied respectfully, there is still hope. Before them stood a man in a noble red cloak. The young master must still be alive, the gate's still active. He's surely waiting for the rescue team. A room decorated in old European style. Luckily, they're not a full team. 6 more can enter the gate. I'll form a rescue team with the best, Jack. The cloakman spoke, Jack. The man clenched his fist, his face furious. Elpam suddenly asked, Who that? Elpam detailed many items, private guards, just what you'd expect from the son of the richest man in Maple. There's no way they'd be just orange tier. Starling pondered, so it's Kania. I didn't expect they'd dare strike the guild. Aren't they afraid of retaliation? Someone chimed in, suspicious. They know about it. We should contact Goldrich first. Starling snapped, damn, whoever can come now is a troublemaker. No. A hand opened the door and called out, damn it, you don't even know what it is, but either way I won't let this slide. Starling and Starling's teammates all thought at once, that voice, it's not. Philip argued with Elpam, wait, you still haven't said why you refuse to give me that ring. I refuse because I really can't give it to you. How many times must I say it? Starling ran over thinking, oh, I recognize that voice. Starling, overcome with joy and tears, it must be Puru. Philip shouted, shut up. Philip stormed, no way, give me back the ring, you thief. Elpem said casually, that idiot's here, just like I promised. Philip yelled, who's the idiot? Give it back to me. Starling forced a smile, oh, all right. Newspapers fluttered down, news for everyone. People suddenly debated, is Jack Rich really trapped in the gate? Impossible, the team was third circle, the strongest. But that's not the point. Goldrich will send a rescue team. Whoever succeeds gets 150 million. The discussion heated up. 150 million, wow, they really have money. People will go crazy over this. I want that money too, but don't dream too big. They only have 7 slots left. There's no way they'd take an unknown like you. Dino said, wow, it's really the hot topic of the city now, huh? Ralph, emotional, asked, where did Elpem go at a time like this? The flame to save people burns in me as a healer. Debo replied, he left as if he wanted to save people more than chase the money. Debo asked, but why are we heading to the slums? There are plenty of shops in the market. Didn't the boss want to go to a shop? Ralph answered, I have my own plan. Ralph appeared before a house and said, wait and you'll see. When they entered the shop, the bell chimed. A foot was placed on the table. Debo, annoyed, said, so Dusty, are we really in the right place? Gary asked calmly, it's been a while, hasn't it? Ralph said, hey Gary, guests, how long are you going to sleep? Gary greeted Ralph, long time no see. Debo standing beside him wondered, are they friends? There's definitely a discount. Gary greeted brusquely, hey, it's been too long. I thought you were dead somewhere. Gary brandished a sharp knife. This is the first time I've seen you since you cheated me. Ralph forced a smile and stopped the blade. Huh, did I do that? Gary lowered his voice, you serious, you bastard. Want me to chop you up for pig feed? Ralph softened his tone. No, wait, calm down. What did you actually do to him? Ralph explained, reaching into his pocket. I had my reasons back then. Today I have other business. Ralph produced a pile of money. Here, look, I brought a ton of stuff. Debo, helpless, said, the boss's money. Gary raised the knife. You bastard. Gary suddenly lunged and hugged Ralph. I've missed you, brother. Ralph replied, oh, me too. Debo, exasperated. These two are truly inseparable. Gary asked, so what are you looking for? Just say the word. I have everything except what I don't. Ralph laughed loudly. An enhancement scroll. Don't tell me you don't have one. Gary pulled back the cloth. Got one. Debo, puzzled, asked, what are these? They're just ordinary scrolls. Gary mocked, what's with your eyes, man? Ralph explained, that's why I came with him. Debo shouted, I've never used this stuff in my life. How am I supposed to tell? Gary grinned smugly. Well, simply put, they're items that can enhance equipment with a success rate. In dangerous gates, nothing is more reliable than these. This one has a 100% success rate. A voice rang out, cutting the mood. Trash. Ralph put a hand on Gary's shoulder and smiled. You started scamming us, huh? Step aside, let me see what's behind you. Debo asked, wait, slow down, what's up? Isn't 100% good? Ralph explained, good for what? The quality of enhancement scrolls doesn't depend on a high success rate. The lower the rate, the greater the benefit. If you don't use many at once, you need a scroll with the lowest possible rate to maximize enhancement power. Debo frowned, thinking, you damned con man. Gary insisted, if not, how do I make a living? I can't sell what I don't have. Ralph clarified further, the situation has changed. High-tier scrolls are now considered military gear and banned from sale. Ralph clicked his tongue in regret. What a pity, so my trip here was useless. Damn, I really need them. Now what do we do? Ralph grinned malignantly. I was going to buy some. If they somehow need to be available, I thought the price would shoot up to $1 million. Gary cautioned, hey, at least let me finish before you decide. He began telling of a man, the Archmage Freyed, Dragon Master, the Dragon Mage. He held many titles, but the most remarkable was a special technique, Master of Time Magic, but he did not appear on the final day. That man was cursed. 800 years ago, before the Dark Mages were expelled, he cursed 6 heroes. Time for all the cursed stood still at that moment. But Freyed, by sacrificing the contract Dragon Afrian, was not affected. He was the only remaining hero. Freyed wandered the world searching for a way to free his comrades. He disappeared, however, unable to find a solution. He vanished like the passing wind. Puru recounted what he knew. That's all I know. Some ancient records note that traces of him still remain. Elpem looked at the hand wearing his ring and said, the ring of the hero Freyed. The three stood facing each other in the room. Elpem thought in disbelief. Impossible, the answer to his question. Elpem pondered how he appeared, why he regressed. Maybe it's him, if he can manipulate time. But how could someone from 800 years ago do that? If he's still alive, why didn't he appear with us on the final day? Starling asked, curious but not suspicious. I don't doubt you, you were chosen by Freyed, but I want to know one thing. Starling asked, why are you fighting the devotees? Elpem explained, I have my own reasons for not revealing my true motives, but Elpem thought of everyone. I want to save them at any cost. In a forest where leaves rustled, Kiri was training. She was panting heavily. Debo stepped up and asked, aren't you bored doing this every day? Kiri startled Debo. Debo said he'd searched everywhere. I looked for you earlier but couldn't find you. Kiri said, I went to see Master. I need to tell him something. Debo hesitated, so what's it about? Debo suggested, I need to ask you a favor. Kiri wiped sweat and asked a favor. Debo asked shyly, tomorrow, could you come with me? The clock struck 3:05. Debo glanced at the clock and thought, she still isn't here. Did I come too early? As he thought this, a voice made him start and turn around. Sorry, have you been waiting long? Debo answered, you're here. I'm just a bit early too. He stopped when he saw Kiri. Come on, let's go. Kiri's hair flew in the wind. Minoru kept me too long, so I'm late. Embarrassed, she broke into a sweat and continued. I said I don't like this style, but she still dressed me like this. Kiri wore an extremely cute, ladylike dress that made her look lovely. She scratched her neck and asked awkwardly, why are you looking at me like that? Doesn't it suit me? Debo complimented her, no, it's really beautiful. Kiri relaxed, that's good. Shall we go now? Debo blushed, yes. In a nearby bush, a pair of eyes flashed. Debo and Kiri had walked away. A voice from the bush called out, target is moving, everyone get ready, damn it. Ralph complained, why do I care about that kid's dadding? Minoru snapped at him, shut up, maintaining the team's mental health is important, got it. Meanwhile, Debo and Kiri were happily chatting together. Minoru recalled spitting water out and urgently asked Debo what. Kiri sat with arms crossed, annoyed. He said this week is his sister's birthday. He's probably never bought a present before due to money, so he wants my help choosing one. Minoru's face lit up at that, that's just an excuse. So what? She thought, this is interesting. Kiri answered, I'm not good at picking gifts either. If you go with us, it'd be great. Minoru, surprised, what? Are you serious? Why should I go with you too? Kiri's face showed no emotion, huh? Didn't you hear? I said we want your help choosing a gift. Kiri thought, she's really stupid. Kiri continued, you're hopeless. Minoru retorted, what, where, shut up. Debo held up a melee weapon. What about this one? He smiled cheerfully, this seems pretty useful. I think Dynav could defend himself well with it. Kiri's thought flashed, what about that sword? It looks more suitable for a beginner. The two continued choosing gifts. How about this one? Not bad. Oh, this one's pretty too. Should I just buy them all? Kiri said, I'm so nervous. I've never done this before, but it's going smoother than I thought. Debo, surprised, really. Kiri recounted, I've been training to be a knight since I was little. Almost no time to think, so I'm not used to strolling around like this. Debo listened to her in silence. He spoke up, let's go check the explosive stalls. Kiri agreed, all right. Nearby, Minoru and the others followed them. She was annoyed, damn it, these idiots, what are they doing? Useless, so clueless. You should pay attention to the audience a bit. Elsewhere, two more people munched popcorn while watching them, unaware that we were watching. Elsewhere, two more people munched popcorn while watching them, unaware that we were watching. Minoru sighed, one of them doesn't even notice. At this rate, they'll be lonely their whole lives, right? Dynav worried, that's why everyone calls him an idiot, I'm so worried about him. Ralph jumped at Dynav's appearance. How did you know we were here? He asked, surprised. I couldn't sense her presence. Dynav explained, I was the one complaining about the gifts, but gifts can wait. The girl beamed, I just hope he doesn't come home tonight. Minoru, surprised by the pace, said, hey, that's too fast. They make a handsome couple, don't they? Ralph agreed, yeah, they look great. A memory flashed through Ralph's mind. Did we look like that once, her and me? Minoru quickly brushed his thought aside, I don't care about your past. Ralph snapped angrily, see, I was right from the start. Elpam, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up, what a waste of time. Minoru asked him, you don't care about this? Elpam replied, I do. His answer made Minoru turn to look, huh? Elpam continued, I've just been very busy, but I have dated once or twice. Minoru's expression darkened when she heard that. She asked, can you tell us what happened? Ralph, noticing Minoru's attitude toward Elpam, thought resentfully, this is discrimination. Elpam closed his eyes, that's old news. She's not even alive anymore. He paused, then added, no, maybe she's still alive. He finished and sighed, but it's not important now. Minoru wanted to hear more, it's important, tell me. At that moment, Dynav stared at Debo and Kiri, eyes sparkling. The two were getting closer. Everyone ignored Ralph. He complained, I'm so lonely. Night fell over the town. Thanks for today. Kiri and Debo cheerfully, I think Dynav will like this gift. Kiri replied, I'm glad I could help. Kiri turned to leave. Well, I'm off. Kipo hesitated, wait. Kipo felt shy. He scratched his head, face reddening. It's nothing. Just thanks, see you tomorrow at training. Kiri slowly parted her lips and smiled. She carried the shy air of a maiden. If you need help with this again, just tell me. Debo arrived at the front door. I'm home. Inside, someone exclaimed, Debo. When Debo entered the house, he was surprised and asked, what are you all doing here? Dynav opened the door, thinking to herself, so nothing happened after all. Cut to a brutal battlefield, cries echoing, help, help. Blood and gore strewn everywhere, utterly savage. A trembling man halted, monster, I won't let you pass. The sill of Arcarium appeared. He was surrounded by a horde of serpents as Arcarium began his assault. A whirlwind swept through. He had finally stepped through the gate. The sealing stone of the hero frayed, containing the power of time. I've obtained it. With this power, the stone was slowly moved by his hand. The plan of the dark mage. But here he was stopped unexpectedly. Holding the stone, Arcarium thought, why can't I sense anything from it? Don't tell me. Suddenly another force struck. He shouted, who dares? Smoke and dust soared up. Who would dare do this? The fortress cracked as if it might collapse at any moment. Arcarium raged, someone reversed time before me. He crushed the stone, I must find him. The next morning at Goldrich Merchant Guild, the host announced loudly, announcement to all registered applicants for the Goldrich Guild selection. All candidates, take your positions. Results will be announced in 30 minutes. Minoru taunted confidently, why don't you give up? The gap in skill is obvious, isn't it? Gapper, provoked to anger, snapped, what nonsense are you spouting? Then prove who's stronger right here. They traded barbs incessantly. Oh, fine, that's exactly what I want, but don't think you'll walk away alive, Marco said irritably. HMPH, so this is the world of third-tier scum. He thought to himself, I have only one chance, I must choose very carefully. Suddenly, a heavy object was dragged across the floor. People buzzed in confusion at the strange figure. What's he carrying home? Elpham shouldered something enormous and thought, those guys are. The master of the Goldrich Guild, Goldrich, had appeared. Rumor says he's the richest man in Maple, his wealth rivaling a nation's. A guard of his escorted Elpham into the mansion. They walked to a room where guards were posted 24/7. The door to that room slowly opened. Inside, Goldrich stood waiting by the fountain. He turned and growled, are you the adventurer from Gaffer seeking me? When Elpham didn't answer, the man shouted, are you mocking us? Elpham bowed quickly, honored to meet you, sir. I'm Elpham. The reason I wish to see you is, the man cut him off, that matter is obvious. Goldrich bluntly said, you want to join the rescue team, right? Listen carefully. While I still have patience to speak civilly, this is not something Gaffer should be involved in. Elpham denied it, forgive me, but I did not come as Gaffer's representative today. Hearing that, the man sneered, then I have nothing to say to you, an adventurer of mere third-tier status. He said nothing and set the large object down from his shoulder. Goldrich shouted angrily, are you insane? Get out, I'm in no mood for this right now. Elpham remained calm. I apologize if I came off as rude. He opened the chest, but first take a look at this. The man went pale, this is. Inside the chest lay Beiju's lifeless body. Elpham sat down while Goldrich couldn't believe his eyes. Beiju. Marco gaped in shock, one of Kania's senior leaders. Do you know what you've done? Of course I know exactly, he replied. Goldrich hesitated, realizing, you intend to start a war. Elpham hinted, perhaps so. He looked up at the man with cold eyes. The Goldrich Guild will be involved in this too. The man broke into a sweat. What the hell are you talking about? The door opened again, and a voice slipped in, let me explain. The speaker affirmed, this concerns you as well. Goldrich was shocked again, his eyes widened, turning pale. Elsewhere, a questioning voice rang out, are you sure? Michael stood with his arms crossed, I can't believe it. Are you saying those people are still holding on? Elpham answered, not just holding on, they've taken root in Maple's world, even in Cygnus. Michael didn't fully trust him. Can you be held accountable for that claim? Yet he remained uneasy. If everything you say is true, then all the odd things we've seen start to make sense. He continued, it's not that I trust you, it's that I trust Kiri's judgment, which is why I had Kiri come along from the start. Elpham warned cautiously, what do you want? Michael didn't hesitate. I want to eliminate Kaina from this world. He emphasized within 3 days. Back to Goldrich, Michael, captain of the Cygnus Knights, analyzed seriously. This is no longer a matter between guilds. This will be a war against the cultists. Elpham used magic, bringing his hand close to Beiju's forehead. A spider image appeared on her forehead, shocking everyone. What the mark of a tattoo? Elpham explained, it's the cultists' brand. Their leader's emblem is tattooed on them. Goldrich was incredulous. Beiju was a cultist. He panicked, realizing then Kania truly is. Elpham seized the moment. I'll make an offer you can't refuse. In a crowded tavern, they downed their glasses. Minoru and Elpham held 2 mugs of beer. She was uneasy. Are you sure? Partying tonight when tomorrow's the important day, is that okay? He sighed. A day off won't hurt anyone. Elpham looked up. We've prepared as much as possible. He glanced at the pile of gear on the table. Every necessary item had been reinforced, and training was complete. Others had also happened to come to the tavern. Hearing familiar voices, they said resting before battle was wise. They immediately came over to chat. Bahaha, what are you two whispering about? Ralph slung an arm around Elpham, teasing, are you two dadding or what? Well then, a love expert, Will. He didn't finish before getting punched square in the face. Elpham warned, stay away, Ralph. He moaned reproachfully, can't I joke a little? I was just trying to lighten the mood. The other mocked him, you reek of sweat, why don't you go take a shower? He winced, damn it, fine, I won't say anything more. Ralph clutched his sore nose and sat up, actually, I want to ask you, why did you decide to join Jack Rick's rescue team when you said yourself it was a trap? Minoru couldn't help but wonder, right, wouldn't joining Kania's raid make more sense? He hinted, I have something I need to find. Elpham pondered, he wasn't sure if it was trustworthy, but he'd heard Jack Rick recently found a map leading to Freyd's legacy. At first he doubted it, but the cultists approaching him meant it was real. I can't let them get that map. The legacy is said to be extremely valuable. He took a sip of beer, of course, that is if we haven't taken it first. The tavern glowed in the quiet midnight street. Elsewhere, Arcarium was studying Elpham intensively. Elpham, age 20, from Lith Harbor, indebted to Gaffer, formerly enslaved for 3 years. He calculated, awakened to the 7th tier about 2 months ago. It took him 2 days to reach the 2nd tier and 2 weeks to reach the 3rd. At this rate, it's likely he'll continue to rise. Go, he ordered his subordinate. Everything is now in your hands. A young man with long white hair tried to dash into the gate but was blocked by 2 guards. He protested loudly, Lord Royce, this isn't what you said. What do you mean everything's been decided? You said you'd back our group. Royce scratched his chin and feigned indifference, nervously avoiding the youth's gaze. What do you want from me? He asked. Royce sighed helplessly as he explained to the crowd. The cancellation of outside recruits was abruptly ordered from above. I don't know why, but in the end, aren't they asking me to bear everything? I'm tired. The white-haired youth, disbelieving, accused Royce of taking money and breaking his promise. How is this justified? What about the money I gave you, Lord Royce? Seeing the youth about to blurt out more, he quickly warned, watch your words. You can't say things like that here. As the two argued heatedly, a cold voice rang out from afar, causing them to flinch. Stand aside. The crowd obediently parted to let the Elpom group led by Marco pass. The guard immediately sheathed his spear and said respectfully, yes, while Royce stammered, watching the scene. Lord Marco, who are these people? Marco, unwilling to explain further, interrupted Royce. This has been arranged, please understand. Royce stammered, trying to press for an answer. Yes, but I don't understand what you mean. Today's banquet, Lord Marco. The matter remained unresolved. Debo, seeing him humbled, bared his teeth in a mocking grin. Others, seeing the Elpom group get special entry, grew jealous. Who are these people? They weren't in the trial for the banquet, huh? Who do they think they are? The group ignored the grumbling and entered the gate. Before stepping in, Minoru turned and stuck out her tongue to tease the others. The Elpom group departed, leaving only a blinding streak of light behind. Beyond the gate lay the scene of an ancient temple, its cracked columns scattered across the floor. Debo sighed as he walked, prompting Minoru ahead to glance back. Enough. He complained to her wearily, this always happens, aren't you tired of it? Be more original. Minoru suddenly noticed something odd and stopped. Wait. She counted and realized 2 members were missing from their group. Where were Ralph and Kiri? In front of the gate, Ralph was angrily cursing, damn it. He tried to reach through the gate but was stopped by an invisible force. What the hell is happening? Has the gate reached its capacity? He immediately turned to Marco and shouted, didn't they say 6 more people could enter? Did someone get in before us? Marco, equally puzzled, replied, impossible. We posted guards to stop others from entering first. Bot suddenly voiced a hesitant suspicion. Could it be? Kiri had already realized and declared firmly, this is a trap. Inside the gate were Arcarium's subordinates, advancing alongside Mudria. He raised his vacant eyes and asked the man beside him, it's good we got in, but how will we meet up? Have you heard anything, Mudria? The cloaked figure grumbled, don't call me by my real name, idiot. He replied nonchalantly, silencing her. Fine, Miss Mudria. She angrily scolded Arcarium's subordinate, seems you're tired of the earlier complaints. If things go according to plan, they'll wait for us on the 2nd floor. A giant buffalo-like monster suddenly appeared before them, leaving him helpless. Looks like I'll have to warm up a bit before the meeting. He watched the drooling beast with suspicion, wondering if it would actually be of any use. He was about to strike when Mudria reached out to stop him. No, I've got a better idea. I'll handle that one. Seeing its frail appearance, he doubted it. Don't overdo it. Suddenly the beast went berserk and charged at the 2 of them. Mudria sneered, it came to greet me. With that, she controlled the chain and fired a surge of blue energy at the monster. I'll show you. The stunned monster couldn't dodge and took the full hit. The pressure released from Mudria made the subordinate staff tremble. Mudria was surprised by his reaction. You're quite amazed, aren't you, kid? He admitted with relish. It's the first time I've seen it. Quite interesting. The 2 moved on, leaving behind the corpse being consumed by the blue magic. I'll leave the rest for later, this will only get more interesting. Eventually, the monster was completely disintegrated by Mudria's magic. Minoru said nervously, I had my suspicions. Could Kania's rats have sneaked in? Elpom calmly put on his blindfold and said, assume they've already entered. Not bad, didn't expect this, but it's getting more interesting. Debo, scratching his head behind him, asked confusedly, but isn't it a bit too quiet? I don't see any attacks aimed at us. Elpom activated the blindfold, thinking inwardly, exactly, that's the problem. He scanned through the temple's structure. There wasn't a living creature at the first gate, no cultists, no monsters. What on earth happened? Elpom frowned suspiciously. What are they plotting? The scene shifted to the main Kania Merchant Guild building. Kasim led the Cygnus Knights into the building. The receptionist was stunned to see their arrival. She greeted them aloud, why is Cygnus here? Do you have an appointment with someone? Kasim smiled pleasantly and replied, sorry for coming so suddenly, may I ask? He held out the severed hand bearing the dark magic sigil and coldly asked the girl, have you lost this? What? The girl stammered in confusion when 2 men behind her were sliced to pieces by sharp swords. She screamed in terror as their weapons and guns clattered across the floor. Kasim pressed his blood-stained sword to her throat and ordered, stay still. He smiled brightly, but his words were threatening. If you resist, I'll treat you as a disciple of the Dark Mage." The cultists hurriedly fled, shouting for the Dark Mage. Many followers were slaughtered in this massacre. The knights kept cutting down any cultist who tried to flee, stopping them. Cries of curses and pleas for help rang out. "Damn it, save me." Kasim strode on, annoyed you lost their trail. A subordinate hesitantly reported, "I'm sorry, perhaps they had prior notice. They were already here when we arrived." Kasim frowned as he heard the explanation. He decisively ordered his men hunt them down at once. "We must find them and end this." They replied respectfully, "Yes, sir." Elsewhere Will said coldly, "I've given you many chances." He slowly asked, "Do you hate me?" Evoke, trembling with fear, forced out, "No, serving the Dark Mage is the greatest honor." At those words, the Dark Mage's sigil on his back flared brightly. Night had fallen, a voice in the camp announced, "We've secured the area near the docks." Inside a tent, Ebbis discussed strategy with those around him, pointing at a map. "There's no escape, send the remaining troops to reinforce the fort." Goldrich stood beside him, clenching his teeth to convince himself, just a bit more, just a bit more. By now the structures inside the main city were engulfed in flames. Rapid footsteps echoed on the stairway, leading down to a secret basement. A giant crocodile roared, preparing to lunge forward. Before it could strike, a sword flew in and cleaved it in two. The sword zipped back into Michael's hand after cutting the creature in half. The pink-haired girl watched and snarled in anger, "You bastards, Kania, you're breeding these things right under Lith's docks." She looked around in alarm and assessed, each one of them is a terrifying monster. Beneath the docks lay countless carcasses of monsters they just defeated. If Goldrich Trading Company hadn't managed to bring the information in time, the casualties would have been enormous. Michael understood as she explained and thought to himself, "I see, they truly are unusually strong monsters." Doubt crept in, why do I have this strange feeling? Such a huge facility and yet no one overseeing it. Suddenly Michael heard the approaching footsteps of more monsters. He sighed tiredly, "They won't even give me time to think." A horde of various monsters appeared before the three of them. At that moment curses echoed through the silent temple. "Damn it, fuck." Jack Rich trembled behind a large rock. Where did those monsters come from, if the escort hadn't sacrificed themselves? Tears streaming, Jack Rich stammered, "I don't want to die, I want to live." The footsteps drew nearer to Jack Rich. The man begging for life screamed for the whole world to hear. El Palm needed only a few calm words to make him tremble. "Do you know your moans carry far?" Terrified, Jack Rich grabbed the sword at his hip, ready to draw, and shouted, "Who are you?" Before he could do anything, El Palm kicked him, sending him sprawling to the ground. His sword was knocked away by the force of the blow. Still dazed from the kick, he heard El Palm sneer, "Seems you've still got some fight left in you." Seeing Jack Rich so terrified, El Palm kindly introduced himself. "Don't be so tense, Jack Rich. We're the rescue team here to save you." Jack Rich eyed the three of them like thugs and doubted it. Rescue team. When El Palm tossed out a red necklace, Jack Rich stammered, "This is my father's." He squeezed his eyes shut in fear. "So it's real." Suddenly Jack Rich hesitated, "But it's just you three." Hearing that, El Palm replied displeased, "You should be grateful that this many people risked their lives to save someone like you." Clutching the necklace, he muttered something that puzzled El Palm. "Damn, this isn't somewhere the three of you can do anything." He activated his blindfold to probe deeper. "Are you hiding something?" However, he found nothing unusual on Jack Rich, no tattoos or marks. "Am I worrying too much?" Minoru wearily urged everyone, "All right, tidy up. The target is secured, it's time." Suddenly a beam of blue light appeared, making El Palm widen his eyes in alarm. A flurry of strikes cut down the nearby temple pillars. The attack had come from a group cloaked in black, their faces hidden by grotesque masks. The leader snarled, emitting terrifying sounds. El Palm and his two teammates teleported just in time to dodge the strike. Debo scowled and complained, "Hey, that was rude, I almost got hurt." El Palm, unsurprised by the strange group's presence, said, "So you've shown up too, Kania." A voice oddly out of place rang out through the tense air. "Etiquette is it." The three immediately raised their guard and stared toward where the voice had come from. El Palm instantly scanned the man with his left eye. Who is that?" From his perspective, the man sitting on the stone column radiated a terrifying presence. His mana was overwhelming. Under the three's wary gaze, Arcarium's subordinate jumped down and spoke, talking about etiquette. "You seem pretty confident. You're not just a small fry, are you?" He summoned a powerful surge of energy. The Dark Mage's sigil burned on his hand. "Let's see if Commander Will's concerns are justified." From afar, Will coldly signaled begin. Elsewhere, a large building exploded, causing everyone to panic. Two young men from the reinforcement unit shouted in alarm, What's happening?" just as Team C entered. While he was still bewildered, another nearby crate exploded. A series of simultaneous explosions destroyed the city's entire architecture. Beneath Lith's docks, a deep, blood-red pit suddenly appeared, bottomless. By coincidence, the pit opened right where Michael was standing. His two teammates screamed, "Michael!" Seeing them about to rush in to save him, Michael urgently warned everyone, "Back off, it's a trap." gap. No sooner had he finished than the pit widened and swallowed his entire body. After the pit swallowed Michael, he fell onto a dark, empty plain. He looked around the space in confusion and wondered, where is this? In the silent space, even footsteps echoed steadily, putting Michael on high alert. He called out toward the shadow in the smoke, "Who are you?" The shadow gradually grew clearer. It spoke in a deep voice, "You ask who I am." A familiar figure identical to Michael appeared and replied to him, "Seems like a familiar face, doesn't it?" Inside the camp, a large hand slammed the table in anger. "Impossible." Gapper scowled in disbelief and shouted, "3 battalions wiped out completely. Commander Mihail is missing too." Ebis, sitting nearby, anxiously urged, "Check again. What the hell is going on?" A guard burst into the tent and stammered a report, "Bad news. We've confirmed the reinforcements were taken out by the cultists." The commanders in the tent couldn't help cursing, "Damn it." As everyone panicked, Goldrich suddenly had a thought. "No way, they always seem one step ahead of us, that means." He drew the conclusion, "There's a traitor in our ranks." Ebis hurriedly ordered over the radio, "Change plans, shift from Team 5-1 to 6. A guard outside the tent spotted a stranger brazenly approaching and warned, "Who are you? Back off, this is." Before he could finish, the man opposite him mercilessly killed him. Hearing the sounds of slaughter, Gapper cried out in fear, "What's happening outside?" Hearing the sounds of slaughter, Gapper cried out in fear, "What's happening outside?" He unnervingly reassured them, "Don't worry." At those words, a bloodied hand suddenly pulled the cloth aside. Only then did Marco reveal his true face. "It will end soon." His action sent Goldrich, Ebis, and Gapper into utter panic. They were shocked into silence. Marco. A cold blade swung down. A brutal massacre unfolded within the city. Corpses of both citizens and Kania lay unmoved on the ground. Screams erupted in chaos. "Chase them. Watch your back." As knights and Kania forces fought fiercely, neither yielding. Kiri quickly ran forward to open a path for the survivors to escape. "People this way." Kiri focused on directing the people, not noticing a boy with a sword charging like the wind to assassinate her. "Get in the carriage. Leave the city immediately. Aid from Gapper will arrive soon." Just as the blade was about to reach Kiri, the boy was stopped by a powerful force that prevented him from lunging forward. He was punched so hard blood spurted from his mouth, and he was flung 3 meters away. Ralph was the one who had delivered that punch. He glared around in anger. Just when he thought things had settled, it turned out like this. Kiri looked at the boy Ralph had sent flying and couldn't help but curse, "Those bastards. They wouldn't even spare the children." The boy lay rolling on the ground, clutching his mouth and hissing in pain. Ralph frowned and explained to Kiri that it was fanaticism, being swallowed by blind faith. He recalled the past when he was nearly manipulated by a dark mage and slowly recounted that when they tried to recruit him, they promised that if he helped break the dark mage's seal, he would obtain whatever he desired, even if it meant revering time. Kiri was stunned to hear that. She hesitated in amazement. Revering time, if so, that's like a god. Seeing that she seemed to believe it, Ralph warned her aloud, "How foolish. Do you really buy that?" He loudly pointed out that there's no such thing as things happening just because you want them to. If he were that capable, why would he be sealed? Everyone knows that's nonsense. Suddenly, his tone softened a bit. "It's just that they exploit people's weaknesses." Ralph clenched his hand. The usually gruff face showed regret. Who doesn't have a past they'd want to go back and chain? When Goldrich realized Marco was the traitor he had suspected, he flew into a rage. "This bastard." He ground his teeth and could not speak. "Marco, after all. Why did you do this?" Hearing the shout, Marco calmly stroked his beard and said, "Oh, you want to know why?" He slowly explained, "My poor daughter had to leave this world too soon in a tragic accident. They said they would help me bring her back. I would do anything just to see her once more." When he finished, he sneered loudly, pointing at the 3 of them. "It has been my honor to serve you." Lord Goldrich coughed. Ebis hurriedly rose to shield Goldrich and Gapper. "Both of you get behind me." Ebis decisively shouted for Gapper and Goldrich to run. Gapper, though tormented inside, could do nothing but apologize. "I'm sorry, Ebis." Marco watched them flee in fury and ordered the 2 Kania men beside him to pursue and kill them. "Why are you just standing there? Intend to leave them be." At his command, the Kania men hurriedly chased after them to finish off Goldrich and Gapper. Suddenly, Ebis reached back, took a swing to gather momentum, and shouted mockingly at them, "Where are you going?" He immediately unleashed a furious grasp attack. A series of powerful blows cut straight through the attackers, knocking them down in an instant. Marco was petrified and terrified when he witnessed Ebis go berserk. All the Kania who had launched the attack outside the tent were killed by a single move from Ebis. "Hey, you fanatics." He calmly lit a cigar and said disdainfully, "It seems you lot think little of me now." Though he bore many wounds, none were fatal. Ebis took pleasure in drawing a long puff. "Haven't exercised in a long time. Let's warm up a bit." The scene returned to Alpalm's group. He eyed Akarium's subordinate and assessed quietly. a direct subordinate of the Legion commander. Huh, do you think your boasting words can make me afraid? Seeing Elpom still proud, Mudria finally spoke up. Oh my, pardon me, it seems I haven't explained clearly. The moment he appeared, all the subordinates around him respectfully fell to their knees. Then allow me to greet you properly. I am Mudria the Martyr. Elpom flinched at that. Martyr, a martyr. He searched his memory and recalled the secret army of 100 chosen ones, their identities always hidden in a mysterious mist, so why had they appeared here? Mudria spoke evenly, reproaching him. Lately you've been causing a bit too much disturbance, drawing the attention of even those you can't handle. Hearing the murmur spread everywhere made Debo irritable. Damn it, what nonsense is this? He couldn't stand it and shouted a signal to Elpom and Minoru. Enough talk, charge now. Mudria chuckled and explained, oh my, so hot-tempered. Haven't you considered that the gate's interior is unusually devoid of monsters? After speaking, he used his power to control chains and rose gloomily. Come, let me introduce them to you. A great pressure radiated as Mudria unleashed his power. Minoru hurriedly raised a hand to shield himself. What the? Countless creatures poured out from inside Mudria's iron orb. Seeing this, Debo panicked and said, what kind of devilry is this? Illusion magic. The ghosts all targeted Elpom's group and charged. From tiny phantoms, they transformed into huge, grotesque creatures. Minoru widened his eyes and shouted, wait there. Tora matches, she had barely finished when the monster rushed straight at her. Before they could assess the situation, they were surrounded by a swarm of Tora matches. What the hell, why are they following his orders, and where did this number come from? The three shouted at each other, brainwashed, damn bastards, but how could this be? Minoru and Debo struggled badly against the Tora matches. He couldn't help cursing, goddammit. Seeing things go wrong, Elpom warned urgently, Debo, don't confront them head on. Debo didn't catch the rest, puzzled, what do you mean? Before he could ask, a bolt of green electricity shot out and zapped Debo, who screamed in pain. The monster's attack hurled Debo into a nearby wall with a heavy crash. Caught off guard, the damage he suffered was severe. Minoru cried out in fear, Debo. The monster raised its staff, preparing to deliver the finishing blow to Debo. He grit his teeth in pain, desperately seeking a solution. Damn it, what the hell do I do now? Suddenly, a red beam streaked in and stabbed through the monster. Elpom told his two teammates, everyone get back, I'll sweep them away in one strike. Elpom told his two teammates, everyone get back, I'll sweep them away in one strike. With a single blow, Elpom wiped out all the monsters Mudria had summoned. The Kania were terrified at the overwhelming power of the spark. What a missile, controlled by mental power. Elpom coldly replied to them exactly. He steered his fire magic in a zigzag pattern, cutting through and thinning out part of the Kania's forces. Minoru saw him cast rather recklessly and loudly warned, careful Elpom, are you trying to kill us all? The stream of fire magic suddenly surged up and encircled the Kania around them. Then in an instant, Elpom guided it down to attack them. His flames turned the already ruined surroundings into even greater devastation, just as rumored. Interesting. Akarium's subordinate watched in awe, a technique combining fire magic with psychic power. As he finished speaking, the ring he wore at his neck suddenly flared brilliantly. The fire magic that had been encircling the Kania gradually dissipated. After Elpom's strike, the temple was shrouded in smoke and dust. Minoru stammered in panic, how is this possible? Elpom's magic. It had no effect, the ground around them remained intact while the surroundings were ruined. Akarium's subordinate sneered at that reaction. What is that? Do you think I'll just stand here and take it? He waved his hand, not yet, struggle a little more. Under his control, countless cracked boulders slowly rose into the air. Debo bewilderedly wondered, what is this? Psychic power. Elpom, witnessing this, was a little flustered as well. He coldly reached toward the three of them. Come, it's time. The real battle begins now. The fire gradually spread across the houses. Gapper ran while informing Goldrich, the defensive line has collapsed. We should all retreat. Goldrich immediately protested, no, we must hold out a bit longer. The clock read 11:10. There was a secret plan even Marco didn't know about. When Elpom proposed it, I thought he was overdoing it. Goldrich stared at the clock and muttered, just hold on 1 more hour, no, just 30 more minutes. Suddenly a series of hurried footsteps sounded ahead. Assassins had been waiting ahead for them. Goldrich screamed in panic, what the hell is this? Gapper quickly glanced back and indeed saw a group of Kania closing in. Damn it, we're attacked from the rear too. He turned and demanded, can't we execute that plan now? If this continues, Goldrich insisted, no, not yet. Gapper fell into despair, damn it, what use is that plan if we're all dead afterward? At that moment, a blast of ice magic shot out, freezing all the assassins who had just charged in. A voice called out, drawing the Kania's attention. Oh, what a coincidence, merchants, one shouted someone. Ralph and Kiri appeared in time to rescue Gapper and Goldrich. Ralph couldn't resist the sales pitch, there's a sale on right now, so need any help? Gapper, as if meeting saviors, stammered with joy why you are. Seeing only 2 of them, the attackers sneered and charged. Only 2, kill them. Kiri didn't hesitate, swinging decisive slashes that tore them to pieces. Ralph was no less impressive, felling countless enemies with a single punch. Kiri easily used her sword to slice all the throwing knives out of the air, terrifying him utterly. Are you mad? When Kiri used the Sun Moon Time move, Akania suddenly recognized them and shouted, I remember, it's them. They're Elpom's people, he said, and was cut down by Kiri's blade mid-sentence. She moved like lightning, taking them all out in an instant, swift execution. Watching Kiri and Ralph dispatch the Kania with only a few moves, they were filled with admiration. Kiri's hair shifted from blue back to gold as she finished. Seeing the gathered followers, Ralph excitedly said, we came because you gathered. Given the urgency, I let you use the service first, pay later. At the thought of the payment, his eyes glittered like stars. Then now, I'll announce today's special discounted rate. Before Ralph could announce the discount, a terrifying spark streaked in from afar and nearly hit them. Gapper, startled, wondered, what, there's still someone alive. A tall man slowly emerged from the rubble. TCH, just a bunch of useless lackeys, he snorted. Ralph and Kiri quickly returned to guard stance. Ralph smirked. Lackeys, such harsh words. Oh, and look, meeting 3 noble merchants at once. What's this about? Black veins traced his face as he slowly spat each word. What a pity. It turned out to be Evoke. He cracked the whip in his hand and snarled, I've been dying to tear Elpom apart with my own hands. At that moment, Akarium's subordinate swung and dropped huge stones onto Elpom's group. Debo hurriedly darted to either side to dodge the strikes. Elpom thought in alarm, what the hell is happening? A psychic of this caliber? I've never heard of anyone this strong before. Regression. Akarium's subordinate coldly continued directing the stones at them. He said in disappointment, could it all just be baseless rumors? He hesitated, wondering if it was a trap laid in advance. This can't be all there is. 2 pillars collided and exploded, producing a large white cloud of smoke. Amid the white smoke, a red flash suddenly flared. The beam streaked like lightning beneath the stunned eyes of the worshippers. Before they could even react, they had to choke on the smoke from Elpom's group. He shaped the fire magic into a vehicle for their escape. Debo even taunted from the back, bye-bye, idiots. Seeing this, Mudria promptly ordered, don't let him escape. Pursue him, damn it, hurry up. Debo laughed with glee, look at you all, while Elpom concentrated and declared, now, the people who needed saving are safe, so carry on. Suddenly, the flapping of wings sounded loudly. Elpom instantly raised his guard. A monster quickly caught up to their flying group's speed. It immediately breathed a fire that destroyed the group's flying conveyance. Debo was flung to the ground, bewildered. What's happening? No sooner had he spoken than the monster seized him with its claws. It tightened its grip, driving blood from Debo's mouth. Then it gave a roar and violently hurled Debo to the ground. Minoru, falling through the air, saw this and shouted anxiously, Debo. Elpom ground his teeth in anger, swung his staff, and launched a volley of rocket-like arrows straight at the monster. However, the arrow was intercepted by a streak of purple power before it reached its target. The clash of the 2 energy streams produced a massive explosion in the sky. From within the purple energy, a figure slowly emerged, no matter how you looked at it. Akarium's subordinate teleported beside Elpom and said coldly, it seems we found the answer. He glared at him and muttered, Elpom, are you afraid of me? With that, he fired a purple beam that pierced straight through Elpom's abdomen. The aftershock of his attack was so terrifying it shattered the surrounding structures. Minoru, irritated by the smoke and dust, hissed a curse, ugh, damn it. Before she could recover, an enemy shot through her shoulder. Minoru was flung backward. The column she crashed into caved in from the force. Mudria coldly ordered his subordinates, don't waste time, deal with him. Minoru scrambled up, gripping her weapon tightly. Ugh, these damn worshippers. Before her surged 3 bloodthirsty cultists attacking together. Elsewhere, the space remained eerily calm. The surroundings were intact without a scratch. Suddenly, something sliced past a pillar, splitting it in 2. It cut so fast it left a long trail of golden light. Debo was pinned to the ground by the monster, taking the full recoil from that punch. It growled and reared back its paw, preparing to strike him in the face. Ralph panted and sprinted as fast as he could. He ran through houses engulfed in flames. Above him, a shadow appeared, flying toward them. The man flew overhead, swinging his weapon so the path below cracked. After striking, Evoke landed nearby. Ralph slipped but quickly grabbed the rope. The man snarled, fool. Before he could recover, another wave descended, damn it. Before he could dodge, Ralph's hand was swiftly bound by the rope. A surge of mana then flowed through, making Ralph scream in pain. Evoke's face twisted ferociously, don't get cocky with me. He yanked the rope hard, I'll send you off to rest soon. Ralph down below yelled, you bastard, I'm dying. Then saw a spike protruding above him. As if he couldn't bear it, Kiri leapt over. Why don't you just leave that idiot alone? She swung her sword and added, I'm just saying, he's our mage. Kiri sliced the rope with her sword and Ralph fell free. Evoke, furious to the point of exploding, shouted monstrous. After that crash, the ground below trembled. 3 stone slabs rose around Kiri, enclosing her inside. One of the slabs fired a beam of mana forward. In an instant, Kiri was struck by mana blasts from the 3 stone slabs. Ralph on the side, seeing it, cursed, "You bastard." As Kiri crouched, she coughed weakly and said, "I'm fine." Something behind Kiri suddenly trembled. She widened her eyes as it shattered right before her. Kiri panicked, "Where's the buff?" and Evoka charged forward toward her weakened state. He leaped up, his fierce face aiming to seize the weakened Kiri. She sensed it and quickly spun her head to look. An explosion occurred. Gapper urged, "Damn it, when will the plan start? We'll all die if this keeps up." Goldrich clenched his hands, coughed through his teeth, "Not yet, it's not time. They'll arrive soon enough." No sooner had he finished than a voice rang out, "A plan is it?" When Gapper and Goldrich saw who had arrived, both were stunned. The newcomer said, "I'm curious too, what's this all about?" Elsewhere, someone retched up a pool of pink syrupy blood. The syrup still clung to the corner of Ralph's mouth. "Damn it." He turned to Kiri and asked, "Can you still move?" She struggled to her feet, supporting one shoulder with her hand. "Thanks." A stream of deathly mana began to gather. Apparently, the recovering mage was beyond saving. From the array, Evoka reappeared again. "So it's really over," someone said. A giant orb of energy was heading toward Ralph. While he was still stunned, Kiri leapt forward from behind with her sword. She swung her sword and cleaved the orb to pieces. Evoka couldn't believe his eyes. He turned to look back. What? A man appeared behind him and, smiling, said, "First time meeting without a greeting. That's not proper." By the time he turned, it was too late. A beam of light struck, catching Evoka off guard. "Goodbye." An explosion rocked the city. Kiri raised her hand to shield herself. What the hell is happening? Suddenly she widened her eyes as if seeing something horrific. Evoka's body had been given a hole, like a Taj. He sneered, "I intended to send you off gently, sorry about that." He spat out a mouthful of syrup. "A loyal dog of the queen, huh?" he added. Evoka collapsed. He lay there with wide eyes, a look of unwillingness. Then he turned to the two of them. "Oh, look who it is. What are you doing here? Honestly, I see your face everywhere." Kiri stared at the person before her in astonishment, stammering, Oh, you're here." The man gradually stepped out of the shadows and approached them. Kiri exclaimed sarcasm. He smiled and sheathed his sword. Goldrich was cautious, the Cygnus Knight's captain. Gapper grinned, "We almost died," sarcasm. He chuckled, "I'll protect the merchants." Kasim turned to Kiri and asked, "And you, Kiri, you look unwell, you should." Before he finished, Kiri interrupted, "I'll come too." He was surprised. "What?" She grabbed his arm resolutely. "My master told me, if anything happens, I must join forces with Sir Kasim." She stepped closer to him. "So I'll go with you." Kasim frowned slightly. He spoke, raising an eyebrow with disdain, "Someone like you." As they were speaking, a voice cut in, "Don't worry, soon all of you here will go with me." Kiri and Kasim were stunned and looked toward the voice. Seeing Evoka struggling to rise, Kasim, as if incredulous, said, "How are you still standing after that?" Evoka smiled wickedly. A swirl of black and dread mist rose up. Evoka's voice seemed to echo from hell. "Burn in the underworld, all of you." He stood up. Behind him, the black mist swirled and an hourglass counted down. Kasim dashed forward. He thrust his sword into him. Evoka laughed loudly, too late, as his power coalesced into the shape of a god of death. Evoka's body bulged with veins as he shouted, "Appear now, my master. I offer this broken body to you. Please allow me," he cried. A giant spider appeared. "You have permission." Countless threads pierced Evoka. His pupils widened, and his entire body suddenly exploded. Evoka screamed in agony. Numerous spider legs tore through his body. Kiri and Ralph, witnessing this, looked up at the spider above them. "What is that?" His face was painted with terror. "Oh my god." Evoka's body was now part of the spider. A gigantic arachnid bared its sharp teeth. A purple beam of light appeared. The beam struck the ground, shattering everything around it. Elpem knelt where he had been hit. He spat out a mouthful of syrup. He panted, cursing inwardly, "Damn it, I can barely breathe." The masked men didn't relent. 3 surrounding him attacked, putting him at a disadvantage. "Damn it." Elpem quickly recovered and leapt up to fight them. He used his staff to channel magic. The masked ones weren't easy. They raised shields. "You think I'll fall without fighting back?" The 2 magical streams collided, causing a massive explosion, of course. Dust and smoke billowed as Elpem fell back. Suddenly someone spoke up, "Honestly, how long will you keep causing chaos?" He was caught off guard as stones bound his body. "Damn it, psychic power." The man raised his hand to control the rocks and said casually, "Please, calm down, nobody's going to eat you." He leaned on his staff and walked forward slowly. Elpem gritted his teeth and tried to summon his power. "Damn it, I was once called the strongest as Spur." Seeing him step closer, he snarled, "You think I'll lose?" Elpem waited until he was near, then unleashed his power to hurl stones at him. "All right, let's play." The man sighed and swept away the incoming projectiles with his staff. "Honestly, you never tire of pointless fights, do you?" Suddenly, he widened his eyes at what appeared before him. Elpem swung his arm, releasing a huge wave of power from behind him that froze the man in place. His hand was covered by a terrifying power. Elpem's face was fierce as he shouted, "Let's see if this is meaningless." That power struck toward him. He remained calm, not panicking or dodging. "I can't just stand by anymore." He clenched his fist. Between his fingers, the power was visible. Overwhelming force spilled out. He swung his hand and repelled Elpam's attack, leaving him stunned. He waved dismissively, his tone flat. I told you it's useless. Power gathered at Elpam's back, growing larger and larger. His body trembled slightly. He stepped closer and patted his shoulder, dripping with sarcasm. Oh, I didn't expect you'd be so shocked, could it be? His voice faltered, as if waiting for him to speak the answer himself. He leaned close to his ear, breath hot, and whispered, in the future you saw, I am not there, right? Elpam was stunned, eyes wide, as if wondering how the man could know that. He glanced up at the masked men, his tone leaving no room for refusal. Hey, sorry, move along, will you? We're having an important conversation here. They widened their eyes in shock. Huh. Suddenly, a drop fell into a pool of green water. He sighed, inconsiderate, aren't you? Except for where he and Elpam stood, everywhere around them was a legion of toxin. They screamed, ah, what the hell is this? In an instant, the toxin legion rose and submerged them. The ground, Lord Mia, what is this? Elpam stared in horror at the terrible scene. What is this? Followed by pitiful screams. One of them raised a corroded hand toward them, dying, betrayed. Why? He stood inside the barrier and looked at him thoughtfully. Who could have known? I wouldn't call that betrayal. No sooner had he spoken than his arm gripped his own throat. Veins bulged on his face as he thought, I didn't expect that. Well, spoke up, you're putting on quite a show. On his hand, a spider image appeared. His voice grew hoarse. You've been watching, Lord Will, I know you're angry, but all of this is for the greater good. He tried to justify his actions. Elpam stared in amazement. Will, don't tell me, Commander Will controls mechanisms through tattoos? Suddenly he understood. That was why the faithful couldn't betray their leader. A wisp of smoke rose from his forehead. Then I trust you'll understand. The tattoo Elpam watched in awe as power flowed from it. He looked at his hand. I'll end this here. His eyes widened as the tattoo began to change. A strange pattern lit in his eyes. It's time for me to return to my post. Will over there was shocked. He was furious. How dare you, using a sacrificial pawn like you to dare that? Is this a declaration of war? Commander Arcarium, an old man, appeared, radiating a sinister aura. Behind him coiled a great serpent. Elpam looked at his pupil. There was another tattoo. He opened his eyes wide in shock. What are you, really? Curiosity churned within him. 2 tattoos? He had never heard of that, not in any past life. He tensed his arm. Well, after all, we're all under the dark mages, right? Then he hesitated, thinking how to put it. Staring at the bubbling water below, he sneered. Consider it factional conflict. Sounds reasonable. Everyone shares the same goal of resurrecting the dark mage, but the methods and viewpoints differ. That's basically it. Allies and enemies at once. Interesting, isn't it? Elpam found that plausible. Internal contradictions. The followers had already built their own forces beforehand. That's why they didn't appear until the last day. Control issues stemming from conflicts between commanders, though. The followers had already built their own forces beforehand. That's why they didn't appear until the final day. Command conflicts caused the lack of centralized control, however. The seal of the hero Freud. Elpam was astonished to hear that. He continued, long ago, Freud, hailed as a hero, created the sealing stone to restrain the dark mage. Arcarium frowned slightly. It's a stone that contains the quintessence of power from the eternal timeline. It was made to seal the dark mage, but if you reverse the flow of time within it, it can revive the dead by returning them to their own moment. Ironically, the sealing stone is the surest means to resurrect the dark mage. I've kept an eye out for the sealing stone for years, and I finally found it, he said. But he went on, the stone he found was only an empty shell, which means someone has already used it. Finding who used the sealing stone became the top priority, and it's not that hard. They'd stand out one way or another. Hundreds of doorways, many kinds of gates. The tomb of the Hawkeye. Even the gate hiding the hero's artifact. He mocked, I don't know if you're stupid or just can't restrain yourself. You stirred things up so violently it's hard not to notice you. Elpam's eyes turned icy as he spoke like a judge passing sentence. It's you, fake regressor Elpam. A purple hemisphere enveloped the two, separating them from the outside. Elpam reached for the rope, thinking to himself that he'd never heard of this man before the regression, and about his earlier attack. A dazzling yellow vortex emerged from the crack beneath, sucking in everything around it. He kept analyzing. Perhaps it's not raw firepower but control ability. He should be stronger now than before the regression. Despite the vortex nearly pulling him in and gray smoke rising from it, he remained lost in thought, but it had no effect on the man. He recalled the past image of Arcarium's subordinate with 3 teammates. If that wasn't his full power, then the strongest Esper right now was that man. They stayed inside the hemisphere. Elpam spoke first. Who are you? The other sneered. Of course, even you from the future don't know who I am. Arcarium's subordinate hesitated with each word. It's sad, though predictable in the near future. He asked fearfully, I'll die, won't I? Elpam's eyes widened at the question. Amid a river of steaming green, acid-like water, he still laughed hoarsely. I'm not saying that to comfort you. His voice grew low. I have a terminal illness. Witnessing it myself doesn't make me feel any better, but... He cut himself off and changed the subject. Enough rambling, let's get to the point. He began, actually, the reason I'm still alive is because of you. Elpam was stunned. What do you mean? Arcarium's subordinate explained in turn. Lord Arcarium wants to persuade you. He hesitated, but because of the chaos you caused, the Lord will commit all forces to eliminate you. The two leaders won't truly witness it. He stood beneath layers of black streaks and smiled calmly. So, as Lord Will's subordinate, I'll mediate between the two of you. His eyes were milky and clouded, lifeless. By that point, my body weakened fast, you probably noticed, but my eyes were already blind. He was like a lost blind man rescued by Arcarium's outstretched hand, clutching at a straw. For someone like me, the Lord's secret offer sounded sweet. He gave me a new chance. Elpam, hearing the calm recounting, asked in surprise, don't tell me he cured you. He ground out a laugh for each word as Elpam imagined his master so merciful. Unfortunate for you, no, not a cure, more like a repair. The Lord used time magic to temporarily slow its progression. He froze at the thought of Arcarium using magic to slow time. Time magic. Arcarium's subordinate kept pausing between sentences. Lord Arcarium promised me that if I followed him, he'd stop my life's clock, and when the dark mage is revived, he'll give me a new healthy body. Elpam grasped the reason and fell into thought. So that's why you betrayed Will. Murderous intent surrounded him, a heart-colored power cloaked his body, and even his blind eyes could terrify. Elpam felt fear. This man was dangerous. He used the Dark Mage's resurrection to justify himself, but he'd betray anyone to survive. Seeing him lost in thought, he warned, don't overthink it. Elpam's lips twitched. What? The river of green water boiled and hissed, smoke mixing with the subordinate's voice. My role is to save you from Lord Will's plan and leave this message. He reached out and recited his orders. Elpam, join our side. His milky eyes didn't stop his voice. What are you fighting for? Don't tell me it's truly for justice. Unbelievable. When it comes to the 100-person trial and other matters, you've killed too many and let others die without intervening. From one angle, it's understandable. If they're dead in your future, they don't matter to you, right? Is your justice selective? He kept nagging while Elpam gripped his spear, face darkening. If that's not the case, if what you truly want is something else, then rethink it. The Dark Mage is greater than you imagine. He's near divine. He offered the power that tempted him. If you follow him, you can have everything: great power, eternal life, even the ability to resurrect someone. Arcarium's subordinate pressed on with rapid questions to hit him psychologically. Do you know how leaders from 800 years ago are still alive? He asked, answering himself. The Dark Mage granted loyal followers ageless bodies. That's just one example. Anything you want, the Dark Mage's resurrection is the answer. What I told you isn't given freely. Everything has a price. He pointed right as Elpam set the condition. But there's only one condition: kill everyone who knows you exist and help me execute my plan. Elpam stepped back, sweat beading on his face, lips trembling. You want me to kill members of my own team? He closed his eyes and answered calmly as if it were self-evident. Consider it your beginning. Someone like you can grow cold to achieve goals. You'll understand. The fewer who know you, the better. Elpam stepped forward and spoke. There's no way you need to go that far. What are you planning? Arcarium's subordinate remained indifferent. Who knows? I don't know the details either. I only follow Lord Arcarium's orders. Long story short, the last thing he wanted to say: if you support our plan, the Dark Mage will be resurrected. He confirmed again. So what will you do? He no longer wished to explain. Hadn't he already made himself clear? Elpam swallowed hard. He held out his hand, inviting him. Elpam, decide. His invitation made him recall scenes from the past with his teammates, a mental struggle over justice. Then the memory of the past came back, his hands bound tightly, a brutal-faced man looking at him with contempt. At that time, his face was all deathly, cold-blooded, questioning whether it was justice or vengeance. There were still comrades reaching out to welcome Elpam. Even in a ruined world, some people remained radiant. The image of his teammates' happy smiles was something Elpam likely could never forget. Those who bore everything still spoke of hope. To me, they were worth more than the world itself, but The bloody scene of his teammates appeared. Jaden was impaled by something, blood spraying. Elpam screamed in agony, Philip's blood. Then Jaden fell. He begged in despair, damn it, stay with me, Jaden. Then the scene of Alexis lunging into the monster's maw. Her face then looked unbearably pained, tears welling in her eyes. Elpam's screams grew even more heart-rending. No. All his comrades sacrificed themselves and left Elpam alone, collapsing to his knees. A disastrous end. I lost everything again. He gripped his spear determinedly, but this time, a new future with new comrades, a new squad. Strong but unbound, people I could replace at any time, sacrifices to secure their positions. Elpam stood stunned as if collapsing. But for what reason? Starling smiled brightly. The smile left his eyes stunned. Thick white smoke rose at Elpam's feet. Arcarium's subordinate, seeing him dazed, asked, what do you mean? Elpam raised his spear. Arrows like flames shot forward as he spoke. Have I not made myself clear? Though one of Elpam's eyes was covered, the other was full of resolve, clearly not tempted by those offers. His hand bled, but his voice remained strong. Justice, vengeance, fine, I don't care about that. I only want to protect those I choose. Seeing his resolve, the man sighed. I understand. Then there's nothing more to be done. Energy poured out from his divine staff in a gushing stream. He lunged at Elpam, shouting to end the conversation. Both charged at each other fiercely. Debo used his foot to spring upward. He leapt spear in hand, launching himself forward. Debo used his supple body to weave and dodge all the monster's attacks. The monster clasped its hands together, waiting for him to fall into the trap and strike. But Debo's figure was nowhere to be seen. Only a haze of dust and smoke remained. It opened its hands and, finding no one inside, was astonished and speechless. From somewhere, Debo sprang up behind it with his spear. He looked at the monster with contempt. You're so slow, how do you expect to catch me? Debo delivered a blow to it from behind. He suddenly saw something and froze. Someone leapt from nowhere with a sword strapped to their back. As they charged forward, a mysterious light emitted. While Debo was stunned by that person, the monster swung a fist at him. Debo couldn't react in time. He was done for. He unleashed a surge of blue power at the monster, aiming straight for its chest. But the monster wasn't knocked away by the power. He was thrown back by his own force. The power was too great. Debo spat a mouthful of blood. Debo fell to his knees in disbelief. What was that made of? How did it even block a spear? Unbelievable. He was determined to kill the monster, so he had to try another way. Damn it, there was no other option. I still didn't know how to use this. Debo grit his teeth with resolve, but now was not the time to worry about that. The gem on his wrist glowed, radiating a powerful aura. That recoil sent Debo back to the auction scene. A rough-looking man yelling 300 million misos. The man loudly berated Elpam. Are you insane? How do you have money to buy something that expensive? More importantly, do you even have enough? Elpam replied without emotion. I was short, so I borrowed. The man shouted louder, borrow. Borrow from where? He told the man he borrowed about 200 million from the merchant guild Gapper and put the debt under the team's name. Hearing that, the man started insulting him again. That's nothing, you idiot. Why squander money like that and give it to a rookie? Debo gazed admiringly at the item in his hands. Elpam, with green eyes and a faint smile, said calmly, relax. You probably think I'm making a reckless investment. His tone was confident. Don't worry, I know this item well. Not long ago, someone fought alone, bearing everything on his shoulders. A legendary warrior, stronger than anyone, used it, trust me. Elpam gave this controversial item to Debo. Of course, it's up to you, Debo. Without a doubt, it will be the perfect weapon for you. Back in the fight with the monster, Debo poured all his strength into this attempt. An all-or-nothing gamble. This time he lost the bet. The monster's huge hand sent him flying. Debo hit the ground and rolled several times. His face showed utter denial. What is this? It just glows and does nothing. How am I supposed to use this? Debo lunged toward the monster again. As he flew, he worked it out. Damn, I must be crazy, thinking I could fight barehanded against something that shrugged off a spear. A weapon, if only I had one. He nimbly dodged the incoming attacks. Suddenly he thought of something, the corpse of a follower. Yes, anything will do, please. Debo ran to the fallen body. He grabbed a shield to block, but it wasn't promising. Damn, a shield. I said anything, but not this. He fearfully used the shield to block the blow, silently screaming, not this. Something activated, a blinding golden light. The monster was hurled far away. Debo gaped, huh? He looked at his wrist. What the hell? An emblem of a shield had appeared on the band. The 5 gems and the emblem had just shown up. Could it be? The monster, enraged, rained punches toward Debo. He dashed quickly to evade again. He charged toward the opponent once more. A sword, okay, once more. He drew the sword and another emblem lit up. The emblem that just glowed belonged to the sword. He used it to slash across the monster's face. One strike, then 2, 3. The realization hit Debo. Nailed it, I get it now, the warrior's weapon. The emblems activate depending on the weapon used, and that weapon is empowered by the item. Not to mention, the monster's eyes were blood red as it growled. Debo continued charging through it. His sword sliced down into its horn. It screamed in pain. The number of glowing gems increases during battle, and the more there are, the greater the power returned. That means Debo landed on something, his legs bending to gather momentum. He dashed forward with the sword in hand. After many clashes and taking hits, Debo had learned its weak point. Even that thick hide could be pierced. He lunged straight for the monster's heart, making it spurt blood immediately. The emblem had almost fully lit up. He made a dash like the wind. Debo, then a dark shape dashed in just behind it. Sensing it, the monster spun around and roared, spewing fire. Debo's sword snapped in two. A massive explosion tore into the ground. Debo, inside it, cursed himself. Damn it, I slipped up. While he was still thinking, 3 or 4 fireballs, no one knew when, came flying in, but those fireballs made the ground quake. The monster growled and opened its huge mouth. Debo called out, stopping it mid-motion. You were 1 step late. Debo held something in his hand. The axe emblem glowed. Debo was unscathed by the explosion and instead declared fiercely, the complete form has appeared, now it's your turn to take the hit. His eyes were filled with deadly intent. The monster that Debo charged at to fight. The monster spat out explosive firebombs. He charged through it like an indomitable warrior. The 2-horned monster, seemingly fearless, charged forward again. Debo gripped the axe and shouted loudly. He drove through one of its massive hands, forcing its mouth wide open in agony. An axe emblem. 2, 3 more axe emblems followed. Finally, the axe's power was fully completed. This was a critical hit, a Chinese letter assault. Debo gripped the axe tightly as it detonated. This one will hurt a lot. The axe now seemed to have become gigantic. The monster appeared terrified by the sight. Debo pierced through its torso. His battered body fell to the ground. Debo looked back anxiously panting. The monster's blood sprayed everywhere. Debo had succeeded in defeating it. The man in black used an archer's skill to attack Jack Rich. The arrows fired with immense force, tearing holes in the ground and making it extremely difficult for Jack Rich to dodge. Giving Jack Rich no chance to react, an arrow flew straight for his head. Just when Jack Rich thought he was done for, a lucky bullet flew by and deflected the arrow, saving him. The man in black broke into a sweat, bewildered. What the hell? 2 more shots aimed at the men in black were fired. But the men in black reacted fast. As the 2 bullets came and they jumped aside, keeping distance, and the rounds slammed into the ground, making 2 large craters. Then a foot lunged in to shield Jack Rich. Minoru stepped in front of him, guns in both hands, striking an extremely cool pose. Hey, coward, wake up. You have to go meet your father, right? But as she turned her back, Jack Rich panicked, screaming and running away, something Minoru hadn't expected. Ah no, we were supposed to go together. Seeing that, the men in black didn't hesitate to draw weapons and attack her. Damn it, you bastards too. She had no choice but to sigh in helplessness. Nothing is ever easy. Over there, Jack Rich had used every ounce of energy he had and was now turning his back on his teammates, sprinting madly away, put at a distance from the men in black. Finally, Jack Rich reached the endpoint and saw an exit, the escape gate. Jack Rich's face lit up with joy when he saw the exit. That's it, I'm saved. But before he could celebrate, Jack Rich tripped over a rock. He fell forward face first to the ground. A vial tumbled out of Jack Rich's belongings. His face turned ugly as he reached out to grab it. Then memories surfaced in Jack Rich's mind. The person who gave him the vial, it was. Jack Rich had been suspicious when his father gave him the vial. His father, such a precious thing. His father smiled and said, keep it. One day you'll surely need it. The conversation between Jack Rich and his father replayed in his memory. Back then, Jack Rich had underestimated the danger of the gate and said he didn't need the vial. This gate is nothing. But his father warned him to keep it for any possible situation. Remember, you're the captain. If you want everyone to return safely without loss, you must be prepared for the worst. Gold Rich's face appeared with a gentle smile in Jack Rich's head, reminding him of the responsibility of a leader. That is a leader's duty. Now Jack Rich could only blame himself, closing his eyes and gritting his teeth to deny his father's words. Father was wrong. Jack Rich recalled abandoning his teammates and blamed his own cowardice for fleeing like a dog. His teammates' faces seemed to say they couldn't believe he'd do that. You're not fit to be captain. You're so scared you could die. He curled up on the ground, holding his head, lamenting his helplessness. Even with the aid of the vial, with his current strength, he still couldn't do anything, father. Back to Minoru, she backed up to keep distance while firing to push back the men in black who were using attack skills against her. Minoru's face was now utterly sour. HMPH, those bastards are as persistent as cockroaches. She had retreated and was leaning against a pillar, not noticing a foot already perched atop the pillar waiting to ambush her. It lunged down and kicked at her, but with the sniper's lightning reflexes she luckily dodged, though it terrified her. It spun in midair to gain momentum to strike Minoru. Idiots can't handle a weak girl. It swung a hooked claw at her, but she braced and ducked, evading it. Quickly, Minoru's gaze sharpened toward Mudria as she fired back. HMPH, what skill do you have to mouth off like that? Her attack hit like a giant fireball, powerful enough to send it flying. Just when she thought it was over, a skill emblem appeared on its body. Minoru's eyes widened in realization, but it was already too late. It reflected her attack back, causing her attack to fire back toward her. Minoru was hit by her own reflected attack, leaving her stunned and wounded all over, foaming at the mouth. Minoru's face went as black as a coal. She didn't understand what had happened. What the hell? Mudria sneered at her like that. Scared now, are you? Without thinking much, she painfully aimed her gun at it and fired. Shut up. The bullet struck Mudria, but once again, its reflecting skill activated and lit up. Minoru's shot was reflected straight back into her leg, causing her to grit her teeth in pain. Her face darkened further. The wound sprayed blood onto the ground as her anguished scream rang out. Seeing her in pain, Mudria feigned apology and embarrassment. Sincere apologies. Seems you're pretty shocked. I owe you an explanation. How does it feel? He stood with one foot on the round-weight weapon and taunted Minoru. Hit by your own move, how's that feel? Hearing him, her face darkened further. She ground her teeth, refusing to believe it. My move? What are you saying? No way. The situation clearly tipped in Mudria's favor. Like many villains, he patiently explained his skill to her. Yes, Counter-Strike, that ability was granted to me. No matter how strong your attack, all damage rebounds to you. As long as I have this move, you can't do anything to me. Taunted and belittled, she grew angrier. Veins stood out in her hand as she tightened her grip on the gun, channeling energy into her hand for an attack. Don't get cocky, such a worthless skill. But a sudden pain traveled through her gun hand and she squinted, looking down. Damn it, my mana's depleted right now. Seizing the moment, Mudria swung the weapon he had mentioned. Don't tell me you're out of tricks. What a disappointment. He struck Minoru hard, making her scream in pain. AAA. She was blasted backward, crashing into the ground and forming a large crater as the earth cracked like a spider web, Lying in the pit, she was unconscious and motionless. Seeing that, Mudria ordered the men in black to charge and finish Minoru off, end them. They assumed Minoru would be scraped by the men in black until blood sprayed everywhere. But then Mudria suddenly froze as if she had seen something unexpected. Huh. He stared blankly, confused. What's going on? Didn't he run away and abandon his teammates? From his perspective, he saw Jack Rich raise his sword to shield Minoru and absorb the attacks from the men in black. Jack Rich gritted his teeth, his body trembling, staring at him. Yes, I failed to protect my squad. I admit it, I'm not strong enough. Before Jack Rich could finish, a man in black lunged and stabbed straight into Jack Rich's abdomen, knocking him backward as he screamed in pain. Ah. The man's eyes looked at Jack Rich as if he were an idiot, mocking. What a fool, so you came back just to die. Despite sweating with pain, Jack Rich forced a self-mocking grin. He channeled energy and clenched the sword lodged in the man's belly. Who knows, I don't even know why I'm doing this, but one thing I'm sure of. Seeing Jack Rich like that, Mudria exclaimed in surprise, that is. Jack Rich strained like Goku, snapping the tip of the black-clad man's sword with his hands and pulling it out of him. If I run now, I'll live the rest of my life as a coward. The man in black panicked. What? I clearly hit a vital spot. Without hesitation, Jack Rich drove the broken half-sword into one of the man's eyes. Blood gushed from the wounded eye. The remaining eye of Jack Rich was wide open, bloodshot. Seeing the man stabbed, the opposite men in black screamed in fear. What the hell is this? Hiding his strength? How is he still standing? Mudria, seeing them so terrified, cursed at the men in black. Idiots, it's not like that. All that happened to Jack Rich was the effect of the golden vial, the Kijim, an almost legendary potion that skyrockets HP and mana for 30 minutes. But the men in black still rushed Jack Rich relentlessly, attacking without pause. Impossible, he actually has Kijim. I forgot how wealthy the Goldrich Merchant Guild is, but still. Repeated attacks from the men in black caused blood to spurt and left a long wound across his shoulder, making Jack Rich clench his face in agonized pain. Jack Rich still didn't hesitate to swing his sword, forcing the men in black to step back and dodge. As they attacked and observed, the men in black analyzed Jack Rich's power. Wait, look closely. They continued to assess his unexpected endurance and sneered. His stamina really has increased, but his skills are still the same, like a pearl on a pig's neck. Jack Rich stood there, planting his sword in the ground to support his battered body as blood poured onto the floor. His hand still gripped the sword. Yeah, you were right. While he was still mocking himself, this item is too good for me. The men in black surged again toward Jack Rich, radiating murderous intent. Then Jack Rich bared his teeth in a confident grin. So I've decided to share it with others. No sooner had Jack Rich finished speaking than 3 shots fired from his skill, cannon blast. The bullets tore through the bodies of the men in black, spraying blood everywhere while they hadn't had time to react. Over here, Minoru stood with the Kijim vial in her hand and a smile at the corner of her mouth. Oh, now that's impressive, young master. She stood behind Jack Rich with a murderous look, posing coolly with her gun aimed at the men in black. Her energy fully restored, she was bursting with life. Time to turn the tide. Jack Rich looked at the men in black, panting. Right, I'm counting on you. If it's you, maybe you can do something. The men in black couldn't believe what they saw and yet kept charging like they were headed to hell. Weren't they nearly dead a moment ago? Mudria saw them rushing forward and shouted to stop them, but it was too late. Wait, don't. An empty vial was hurled straight into a man's face and shattered, making him cry out in pain. Ah. The man's eyes widened, looking toward the golden light shining directly ahead. Then a powerful shot fired straight at the 3 approaching men in black, creating a huge explosion that sent the 3 flying. Minoru still stood in that cool pose, her barrel smoking and ready to fire. Oh my, the young master's life is at stake. You're all underestimating me. Then another enormous shot was fired. This blast shredded the 3 men's bodies, making them scream in agony. Ah, no, A long trench of earth formed from her shot, accompanied a massive explosion. Mudria watched it all and let out a single dissatisfied line. Truly a bunch of idiots. One surviving man in black trembled, bloodshot eyes crawling to his feet to beg for his life. Please, Lord Marcia, spare me. But he coldly lifted his foot high and said icily, take your filthy hand off me. Then he stomped down hard, crushing the man's skull. Blood sprayed everywhere. Mudria stood there, amused by Jack Rich and Minoru. Interesting, but nothing changes. What do you think you can do? He mocked her as his reflect skill appeared above him. You're still in the palm of my hand. She didn't argue, she merely pulled off her hood and softly said, MM. With determined eyes, Minoru used the hood to bind her injured arm. Then let's finish this together. I'll give you a real shock. The battle raged. Mudria swung his weapon angrily. Stop the chatter. His weapon struck at Minoru and Jack Rich continuously, forcing both to run and dodge with great difficulty. While dodging, Minoru also counterattacked Mudria. She fired continuously at him. Bullets flew straight at him, but he remained calm, not bothered by her shots, even taunting her. You stupid thing, still don't get it by now. Then 2 bullets bullets collided, one was deflected and struck the other. The impact sent a bullet into the pillar beside Mudria, causing the pillar to crack and break, which surprised him and made him pause. The pillar fell where he had just stood, but he quickly dodged to the side. After dodging, he thought to himself, did she just miss? But Minoru gave him no time to think further, and unleashed a continuous barrage at Mudria. The bullets flew chaotically, not aimed at him directly but at the pillars around him, leaving him puzzled. Is this deliberate? Chunks of stone from her shots kept falling onto him, forcing him to use his weapon to smash them all. Yet realizing something was wrong, he couldn't believe it. Impossible, it can't be. Minoru stepped back from Mudria with a smile, as if the plan had succeeded. She continued shooting at the stone beside Mudria, shattering it into pieces. He cried out in panic, what? The shards flew straight at him, tearing many bloody holes and forcing him to cough up blood repeatedly. Ugh. Jack Rich hid to the side watching their battle, surprised by Minoru's strategy. Using the rubble to hit him, how could she do that? Back in the fight after the successful strikes, Minoru kept using the large stones around him to attack further, the fragments smashing into his body and making him scream in pain. After observing carefully, Jack Rich's expression shifted to understanding. Ah, so that's it. He analyzed her tactic. He can reflect any direct damage, but that skill only activates when attacked directly, meaning if she destroys the surroundings to indirectly injure him. He will be hurt. At that moment, a huge rock fell onto Mudria's head, making him cry out, ah. But a bullet flew in to shatter the rock on him into many pieces. One after another, bullets detonated the large boulders around, breaking them into fragments. Mudria had to struggle to dodge while angrily cursing Minoru. You filthy bitch. Seeing him so enraged, she just smiled. I told you so. She said that as she detonated another blast behind him, causing him to cough blood from the heavy blow and scream in pain. I'll make you surprised. Mudria stood there with blood gushing out in large patches. Ugh, using these dirty tricks, damn it. I need to stay away from the walls. He angrily charged at Minoru, shouting, you're nothing. His charge startled her, and she jumped back to put more distance between them. Oh. But she quickly used a skill to fire a massive bullet, a destructive round. This whole place is basically a minefield for you now. Seeing the huge bullet, Mudria screamed and raised a shield skill in front of him. Damn it. This time I won't get hit. But the massive bullet merely skimmed past him, leaving him somewhat astonished. The bullet slammed into the wall, piercing rock and earth. That shot cracked the upper section of the wall, causing a gigantic slab on the ceiling to fall straight onto Mudria, who stood frozen and couldn't react in time. The rock crushed down on him as the entire ceiling collapsed with no escape. Minoru stood there watching him being buried. Jack Rich, hiding behind a boulder and watching the fight, looked terrified. The ceiling. Looking at the rubble field, Jack Rich muttered one line, it's over. Suddenly the surrounding earth and rocks trembled violently. Minoru noticed and flinched in surprise. She ran to Jack Rich, trying to pull him away. Her action startled Jack Rich, who didn't understand. Idiot, move aside fast. But very quickly Jack Rich understood why she acted. He glanced toward Mudria, who had been buried. Before Jack Rich could react, a massive explosion occurred, blasting apart all the earth and rock. Mudria's weapon reappeared, glowing red as if seared. Mudria crawled out from the huge pile of rocks, panting and battered, blood pouring out like a flood, another chunk of life wasted. Standing in the giant pit he created, Mudria looked around for Jack Rich and Minoru but could see nothing through the dust. Have they escaped? He stood there furious, plotting how to counter Minoru. Damn you, how dare you do this to me, but now I know how you attack won't work a second time. Mudria stood in the dust and resumed the hunt. At this time, Jack Rich was helping Minoru escape, but because she was badly injured saving him, they moved with great difficulty. Hey, are you okay? Minoru's leg was badly wounded and she couldn't move. Seeing this, Jack Rich felt guilty. I'm sorry, it's my fault. Jack Rich grew fearful and his face darkened. He'll catch up soon, we need another route. But she calmly told Jack Rich it's fine. She simply raised the gun above her head. Minoru grimaced and pressed the barrel to her forehead. I still have one plan. Meanwhile, Mudria was swinging his weapon, smashing pillar after pillar to search for the two. Where are you hiding? He swung wildly and roared, stop hiding like rats, come out now, sooner or later I'll find you. As he swung his weapon at the next pillar, a bullet came flying at him from behind. The round tore through obstacles and hurtled straight toward Mudria. But he was on guard and used his counter skill to shield the incoming bullet. Struggling was useless. Then the unbelievable happened. The bullet ripped through Mudria's counter shield and shot straight through his body. It made him cough up blood, unable to believe what was happening. Ugh, I can't believe it. How could this be? Mudria braced with his legs, tendons straining, steadying his balance. What are you doing? In a rage, he swung his weapon at the golden silhouette before him. I was here first. But his weapon passed straight through the golden figure's body with ease. Seeing his weapon phase through the golden form without destroying it, he jolted in fear. What the? Then bullets were fired that pierced his body, forcing him to cough up blood painfully. Ugh. Blood kept gushing from him. He could only feel fury mixed with fear. Damn it, what the hell is happening? Suddenly Minoru's voice rang out around him, startling Mudria. You still don't get it. A long mane of golden hair appeared. Next came a body of golden light. Finally, the complete form of that golden silhouette materialized. Mudria's voice echoed, "You mean you used summon team?" The golden figure appeared with a huge gun on its back along with an explanation. Summon team, a skill that calls allies. Mudria was surprised. "I thought that was Eagle Eye's skill. How do you have it?" Then the golden silhouette opened fire at Mudria. He dodged the bullets while thinking, too dangerous, looks like a real person but it's not alive, I can't counter it. But a round skimmed his leg, causing him to cry out in pain, "Ah." Not done, a bullet glanced off the ground from his thigh and ricocheted back toward him, making Mudria curse inwardly. Damn it. He used his weapon to deflect the round, throwing it off course. Bad move. Then a rain of bullets poured toward him, giving Mudria a headache. Attacking it was useless. The bullets seemed sentient, relentlessly chasing him. He fled like a rat, thinking, I have to take out the skill user. Mudria kept swinging his weapon, destroying pillars as he searched for Minoru. Where are you? He relentlessly smashed everything around him. Where are you hiding? This skill must cost a lot of mana. She has to be nearby. Mudria felt confident in his assumption. It had to be so. Then he pivoted his leg back into an attack stance. He pulled his weapon and shouted, "Got it, wait, I understand now." His gaze fixed on the golden figure, certain he'd found the safest spot here. Then his weapon again passed through the golden body, heading straight behind that figure. Mudria was thrilled, confident in his analysis. He could use the decoy as a shield right. His weapon lunged at a pillar as Mudria affirmed aloud, "She's behind the clone." The weapon shattered the pillar and charged toward Minoru. But Minoru's gaze was calm, without a trace of fear. Mudria saw her there and rejoiced, "Got you." But the weapon froze inches from her face. Jack Rich's voice rang out, "If I knew the attack direction then." It turned out Jack Rich had used his sword to block Mudria's weapon before it could strike her. "I can block it too." Jack Rich's face broke into an excited smile. Then a golden gun appeared with a snort, HMPH. It turned out the golden silhouette had appeared behind Minoru, aiming its gun at Mudria, while Minoru, as planned, said, "Got you." At this point, Mudria had lost all hope of understanding his fate. Dead, damn it. The gun barrel charged energy for a devastating shot. Then rounds tore through Mudria's body, blood spurting out continuously. His gaze drifted toward the two of them and the golden silhouette, then gradually faded. His coat was tattered, blood pouring out incessantly. Mudria's body collapsed face down into a pool of blood. Facing him, Jack Rich remarked, "Indeed, summon team." The golden figure was gradually dissipating. It had only created a mindless clone. The golden silhouette glanced at Minoru. "I hope we meet again, little sister." Minoru's eyes shone brightly at the golden figure. She returned a gentle smile and replied, "Thank you, sister." The brutal battle shook the ground like an earthquake, cracking the earth and sending chunks of stone flying. Elpam stood braced with both hands on his sword, trying to block the sharp, savage strikes from the giant monster, Evoke. The clash of offense and defense shattered the scene into fragments of large and small rock. Elpam struggled to hold the blow, thinking, damn, he's armored all over then. After calculating, Elpam decided to counterattack. He knocked aside Evoke's sharp limb and quickly unleashed a technique. Thin curved beams of light shooting from his swing. How about this? The human inside the monster, Evoke, shook down his white hair and came to. He controlled the monster's body to spit out red filamentous strands, like threads blocking Elpam's strike. Because of their density, the red web, like a stream of blood, swept Elpam away. He couldn't react in time and was dragged along, screaming. When he looked back in horror, his sword was trapped and stuck in that mass of threads. His strength alone couldn't pull it free, and he cried out in agony, "My sword." Suddenly a voice, gentle yet deep, spoke, "This feels a bit cold." Ice patches had appeared and covered the entire red filament. All of it was created by a sword radiating chill from the distance. Elpam still tried to pull his sword free. He glanced toward where the ice had appeared. This skill is. A nimble young man leapt down in front of Evoke. Kiri, shabby and bloodied, wearing a determined look, laughed confidently. "I'm a bit late. I was helping merchants evacuate. This one's tough. Let me give you a hand." Kiri kept watching Evoke and planned, "If we combine our efforts." Before she could finish, Elpam darted forward and attacked her, sending her flying into a nearby cliff and causing a small shockwave. Kiri, in pain and surprised, looked at him and called, "Lord Kasim." Elpam turned to her, his face full of anger, grinding his teeth and glaring as he snapped, "Don't interfere, you spoiled brat. I don't need your help." Saying that, he gripped his sword and charged at Evoke, shouting, "Just sit there and watch closely." Evoke didn't stand still either. He didn't hesitate to swing his sharp leg at him. The battle raged on fiercely. Evoke kept unleashing moves, screaming as he spat webs and swung his leg. Elpam's agility dodged the strikes, wondering, has he lost his mind? Arcarium watched behind the red screen, judging in fear. Terrible, he can't even control himself. He frowned, glared in contempt, and thought, he actually intends to face the knights. The many-eyed spider above spun its web and spoke, "Don't worry, I've given him a bit of my power." Although he was once a Cygnus Knight, he was only 7th circle. The red screen still showed Elpam fighting desperately. The spider continued analyzing as Evoke shook his hair. Before the mutation, their powers were roughly equal, so that should be enough. The spider suddenly remembered something and spoke up, "Wait, don't you have other matters to worry about?" Old Arcarium looks uneasy. "Ha, you guessed right." The eye drawn on his brow lit up. Perhaps everything had been over long ago. It seemed Arcarium referred to another battle. From the other side, an old bearded man was casting a spell. Michael lay on the ground looking up in terror. Small explosions went off in succession around him. Michael was hurled backward by those small blasts. He quickly regained his balance and thought, as if they anticipated my late arrival, was this a trap? If so, the knights are in danger. The man, annoyed and irritated, snapped, "You're not focused at all," then charged at Michael with his sword. A spell was unleashed, producing red-black light aimed straight at Michael. The attack plunged into the ground, creating a massive explosion. Michael dodged but had to quickly raise his sword to block the subordinate's strike. The man sneered wildly, "Worrying about your pupils? Predictable hypocrite." The heavy clashes generated multiple explosions, making the atmosphere around them brutal. Michael bowed his head, eyes cold, after hearing the subordinate's question, "Have you forgotten Athen?" No answer came, only a hard slash that broke Michael's sword and cut into his body, blood spraying endlessly. He recalled being a child in his gentle father's arms, the two of them smiling happily. "Athen, your father, who loved you more than anyone, who gave you unconditional love, trust, and the greatness of a father's presence." But it was all a lie. The naive boy's eyes looked upward as if seeing something. "Family, unconditional love, ha, as if he was just someone who wanted to seize you because you carry the blood of a light knight. Blinded by greed, he killed your parents and kidnapped you." The image of the beast with an inhuman smile appeared. He was a demon in human skin. The subordinate's blood-red slash flew meters away, tearing up the ruined, ugly road. He stamped his foot and continued, "Michael, sole heir of the Light Knights. Because noble blood runs in your veins, you were destined to live among filthy, greedy flies. Did you really expect sincerity from them? You're too naive." Michael clutched his blood-stained chest in pain under the subordinate's words. "There's no escape from that cycle, from that blood. Accept it." "It's time for you to open your eyes," the subordinate said. Michael's face darkened after hearing everything. The subordinate's eyes turned dark red and cold as he concluded his advice, "and truly become an adult." Michael waited for him to finish, then scoffed softly, "HMPH, you talk a lot." The subordinate, stunned, asked, "What?" Michael struggled to stand and complained, "Your attack left me dizzy, and now your nonsense arguments are giving me a headache." He pushed off his thigh to stand. "I get it. This is a kind of mental space, isn't it? You're trying to create interference to buy time," Michael asked after a moment of thought. The subordinate stared blankly. "You still don't realize? I am the honest part you've buried deep inside. Listen to me." Michael gathered force into his hand and clenched a fist in reply. "No, you are wrong." "Naive, honest, do you really think I act for those things?" "Ridiculous," he said, his face hard and expressionless. "Yes, around me are only filthy flies. They use me and I use them," the confused subordinate shouted. "Are you even listening to me?" Michael's eyes brimmed with killing intent. "I don't fight battles I know I'll lose, and I won't sign deals where I take the loss to satisfy their greed. I learned that." A courage to plant bravery in the weak. The image of Elpam fighting valiantly appeared. "A way to forgive those who once hated me. A way to mend broken relationships." Elpam perhaps had agreed to fight alongside Kiri. "And a way to protect those I love." The gentle woman's spirit appeared behind Michael. "That is the proper way for a human to live, something you will never learn with money." His words, paired with a confident, light-side smile, showed personality and assured that light will always triumph over darkness. A rending cry tore the sky as the monster quickly chased the person before it. Kiri gritted her teeth and tried to dodge it. She spun and swung her sword at the monster. It quickly used its legs to swat away the crystals flying toward it. It stamped down to crush Kiri, but she swiftly evaded the attack. Kasim, nearby, also rushed forward with his sword. Somehow you don't understand why. Kasim leapt up and swung at the host body atop the spider. "I told you I could do it," he shouted to Kiri. But unlucky for him, Avok's body was encased in an extremely sturdy barrier. Kasim was knocked back, eyes wide in shock. A barrier. He realized he'd targeted the wrong spot. This wasn't its weak point. While Kasim stood dazed, a gathered stream of magic coalesced into a mass. He only just panicked and realized it was a trap, but it was too late. The power it had amassed grew stronger and focused on the spider's lower body. Seeing the dire situation, Kiri shouted, "Lord Kasim." Kasim finally snapped back to his senses and stared behind him. The magic source from the spider's body suddenly burst forth. Its force was like a pillar of lightning. After that attack, Kasim fell, ruined, plummeting uncontrollably. In that moment, he seemed to recall his youth, from when he first became a swordsman. "I gave everything to train. Even if I fainted, I didn't give up. I just wanted your recognition, Michael." He smiled, hoping for praise, but Kasim looked at Kiri, timidly standing beside Michael. "The day you brought her here, I had a premonition." He gasped and stared at the scene before him, realizing he had been abandoned. "I couldn't bear it. I couldn't accept it." "Why?" Unable to accept it, Kasim always sought to bring Kiri down, a useless child with no talent. She lay struggling on the ground. Kasim turned and walked away without a word of comfort, which truly made me angry. He gritted his teeth, trembling as he looked at his scratched fingers. "She's more talented than me. I'm trembling with fear. Surely I can't compare." Back in reality, the corner of his mouth was now leaking syrup, just that. Kasim was pinned beneath crushed earth and rubble from the spider spirit's earlier attack. He wondered, "What am I to you?" Suddenly, a voice sounded like a plea. Please endure a little longer, I'll get the stones out slowly. Kiri trembled as she tried to lift the big stone, cheering, I will pull you out, Lord Kasim. Kasim seemed to accept his fate. Weakly he said, no, run away. Before he found her watching the spider spirit approaching, he advised, go to the master end. Kiri cut him off before he finished, her voice firm, I won't. She stubbornly refused to leave. I won't let you give up, you are my goal. Do you know how hard I've tried to surpass you? Kasim was stunned to hear Kiri's sincere confession. Though the stone was heavy, she refused to quit. I want your recognition more than the master's. I haven't shown you my true ability yet, so stand up. She squeezed her eyes shut, don't you dare. Kiri used all her strength and finally pushed the stone up, release. Kasim stared in astonishment, eyes wide. He cursed inwardly, you idiot. She's always been like that since the day the master brought her here. That fool has always been the same. At last the stone was pushed away. Kasim gritted his teeth and sat up, coughing and gasping for breath. Kiri, exhausted, sat beside him. I'll buy time, leave this place, Kasim said, his tone stern, it's useless. Kasim leapt toward the spider spirit, still mocking her. What do you think you can do? Stop talking nonsense. He advanced with his sword, stand behind me. Kasim's silhouette looked incredibly steady. He didn't turn back. In a voice like the wind he said, this is an order. Kiri opened her eyes wide, looking at the hero she admired. Kasim went ahead and commanded, support me. Kiri chased after him, understood, charge. He moved forward and Kiri provided support from behind. She leapt up and swung her sword in a graceful arc, while Kasim moved like a dart, flinging several strikes. Seeing a spider leg about to strike him, he shouted right. Kiri followed the command and attacked quickly. Even now Kasim couldn't resist a taunt, idiot, too slow, below you. She slipped and was struck in the abdomen by one of the spider's legs. Kasim urgently shouted right above. Left below, Kiri followed Kasim's directions and delivered a rising strike. The spider spirit screamed in pain. Now it was trapped by the continuous attacks from Kasim and Kiri. Suddenly its eyes widened. It swung a leg and sent Kiri flying. Seeing that, Kasim snapped foolish. The spider repeated its old trick, gathering magic on its body aimed at the falling Kiri. The wind-tearing attack flew straight toward Kiri. She stared wide-eyed at the enormous source of magic hurtling toward her. Kasim rushed up to shield her. Kiri croaked, Lord Kasim. Kasim, you're top again, Michael said, laying out a stack of test papers. Kasim smiled, humble in tone, I can still do better to be worthy of being called your student. Hearing that, Michael sighed. Meanwhile, his teammates' results were terrible. Kasim panicked, stammering, that is, Michael cut him off, CDDF, you did them all alone. Michael's face was expressionless. Kasim, have you still not understood my teachings? Kasim, irritated, gritted his teeth. Back in the present, Kasim was swallowed by that attack. He swung his sword in a strike, repelling the spider spirit's attack. The spider spirit was countered and cried out in alarm. His slash split the deathly beam in two. Using the momentum, Kasim rushed forward. He slashed in its direction. Suddenly, Kasim's sword shattered. He opened his eyes wide. Impossible. But the momentum remained, and he kept charging headlong into its maw. Kiri shouted Lord Kasim, and threw her sword toward him. Kasim quickly caught the sword. Kiri said, use this. He smirked and gathered mana in his hand. The sword, filled with energy, pointed straight. The spider spirit couldn't dodge in time. The blade flew on. Kasim gripped the hilt. I don't understand your teachings, he thought. The sword, bearing immense power, plunged down. Kasim shouted, watch this, see what I've learned. The sword drove straight down at the spider. The spider snarled. With a boom, the sword struck down, making the earth and sky tremble. Dust and debris flew everywhere. Kiri raised her hand to shield herself. The spider spirit was battered and lay in a heap. Her voice trembled as she exclaimed, amazing, this is truly Lord Kasim's real power. Kiri clenched her fist with determination. I knew it, I still have a long way to him. Suddenly the sword flew and planted itself behind her back. Kasim walked up, don't tell me you're proud of yourself now. I still don't think you're deserving of becoming a knight. Kiri bowed her head, all right. She opened her eyes wide. So. He spoke, always stay close behind me like today. Kasim stood facing the distance. Kiri turned her face away. They stood there together, greeting the sunrise, yes.